Welcome to the Shadow Manhwa Teller channel. This is the story of the strongest soldier in history, who once dominated the battlefield and held the top rank on the world's elite soldier list. Despite the countless warriors who challenged him, he never lost his position. However, that soldier got betrayed by his own people, leading him to despise the battlefield. Now, he works as a taxi driver, striving to live an ordinary high school life to fulfill a promise. Now whether that soldier can blend in with regular students, or if he will be forced to reveal his true identity to protect his new friends from a dangerous gang, will he reclaim his title as the #1 soldier, Demon Lu Fan? The story begins with Lu Fan, a young taxi driver, returning home due to a lack of passengers. As he drives in disappointment, a girl suddenly jumps in front of his car, and without permission, gets inside. Annoyed, Lu Fan questions her reckless behavior, asking if she has a death wish. However, before he can react further, the girl pulls out a knife, presses it against his throat, and orders him to drive. Shocked but composed, Lu Fan sarcastically comments on her audacity, saying she could have just taken a seat instead of resorting to threats. As he starts driving towards Zhongruodong, the girl demands his phone. Lu Fan, unimpressed, jokes that his phone is so outdated that even if she tried to sell it, people would assume she was a beggar and offer her charity instead. The girl, irritated, explains that she is not stealing but needs the phone to make an urgent call because hers is switched off. She dials the police and urgently introduces herself as Lu Mei, a 7th grade student at Jigging Middle School. She informs them that her friend Weiwei has been kidnapped and is being held in an old factory in Zhongruodong. She pleads for immediate assistance, stating that she is also on her way there. Lu Fan, now realizing the gravity of the situation, exclaims that she should have just told him from the start instead of frightening him. He jokingly adds that her sudden actions almost made him wet himself. Lu Mei, dismissing his complaint, tells him to visit her school the next day to collect his payment. For now, she insists that saving her friend is the top priority. Lu Fan acknowledges the urgency, and determined to help, speeds towards their destination. Upon arrival, Lu Mei quickly exits the taxi and rushes toward the factory. Lu Fan calls after her, warning her to be cautious, but she ignores him and disappears inside. Watching her, he admires her courage but also considers her reckless for venturing in alone. Inside the factory, Lu Mei searches for Weiwei and eventually finds her tied up. She reassures her friend, promising to rescue her, but before she can act, a group of kidnappers appears. The leader taunts her, mocking the strong bond between the two friends and warning that she has walked straight into their trap. Realizing the danger, Lu Mei starts to panic. The kidnappers jeer, assuring her that they will treat her well. Just as they prepare to attack, a sudden knock echoes from the factory gate. The boss, irritated, wonders who has arrived to interfere. The door swings open to reveal none other than Lu Fan. He casually introduces himself, stating that he is just a taxi driver returning a passenger's forgotten belongings. Lu Mei, frustrated, scolds him for coming back, telling him she had explicitly warned him to stay away. The kidnapper boss, unimpressed, assumes that Lu Fan is trying to play the hero and orders his men to teach him a lesson. One of the goons lunges at Lu Fan, but before he can land a blow, Lu Fan vanishes from sight. In an instant, he reappears at top of a box, teasing him about his sluggish movements. With a quick flip, Lu Fan dodges another attack and comments on how long it has been since he last fought. Despite feeling out of practice, he finds his opponent's moves easy to counter. The gang members demand to know which faction he belongs to, but Lu Fan nonchalantly reiterates that he is merely a taxi driver with a simple goal, earning a 5-star rating from his passengers. His confidence and calm demeanor leave Lu Mei stunned. She wonders how he remains unfazed in the face of such danger. The kidnapper boss orders his men to attack, but Lu Fan swiftly takes them down within minutes. Shocked by his combat prowess, the boss finally acknowledges that Lu Fan is no ordinary driver. Desperate, he grabs Lu Mei and holds her at gunpoint, threatening to shoot if Lu Fan moves. He asserts that no matter how fast Lu Fan may be, he cannot outrun a bullet. Lu Fan smirks, accepting the challenge. He declares that he has never lost a bet and warns the boss that challenging him will be his biggest mistake. Just as the boss prepares to pull the trigger, Lu Fan expertly throws his knife, slicing through the boss' hand and disarming him. The boss screams in pain as Lamaya looks on in awe. Lu Fan coolly states that, once again, he has won the bet. With a final strike, he knocks the boss unconscious. Lu Mei, overwhelmed, realizes that Lu Fan is not just a taxi driver but a legendary warrior sent to aid her in her time of need. Before she can process everything, the police arrive, swiftly arresting the kidnappers. They instruct their team to rescue all the hostages and detain any suspicious individuals. Soon after, Weiwei's parents arrive at the scene, frantically calling out for their daughter. Overcome with relief, Weiwei responds, "Mom, I am here." As the family embraced, Lu Fan voiced his thoughts. "How can you all forget about me? You finally found your family." but these policemen have arrested me." He turned towards the officers and pleaded, "Listen to me. I am not a villain. I am a hero who risked my life to save this girl." One of the officers responded sternly, "This is a serious case. All suspects will be taken into custody. If the investigation proves your innocence, you will be released." Just then, the squad captain arrived and ordered, "There's no need to arrest him. Leave him to me. I will handle the interrogation." As Luo Fan was led away, the squad members murmured among themselves, "Today, our captain will interrogate him. He's the most feared officer in the city, so ruthless that even hardened criminals tremble in his presence. Those who have faced him starts trembling and wet their pants." Contrary to expectations, once they were alone, the captain offered Luo Fan a cigarette and smiled. "Chief, what brings you here?" Luo Fan smirked and replied, "Nothing much, just came to earn a 5-star rating." The captain chuckled, but before he could respond, Luo Fan suddenly broke the handcuffs. "You're doing a great job," he remarked. "Normally, the police never arrive on time, but today, you did." It was a pleasant surprise. The captain grinned. "Chief, I learned all this from you. I'm merely following in your footsteps." Shaking his head, Luo Fan corrected him, "I'm no longer a chief. I retired from the army and became a taxi driver, so from now on, don't call me chief." That night, Luo Fan returned home. Picking up a framed photograph, he softly whispered, "Today, I took the first step toward fulfilling my promise to you. I've been admitted to Jigging High School. Don't worry, I will keep my word." The next day, in a classroom at Jigging High School, the teacher addressed the students. "Class, listen carefully. Today, we have a new student joining us. Let's all give him a warm welcome. Please introduce yourself." Luo Fan stepped forward and declared, "My name is Luo Fan. That's all you need to know. It should be an honor for you to even hear my name." Some of the girls in the class whispered excitedly among themselves, "He's so handsome. I wish he would be our friend." Finally, "We have someone good-looking in this class." A boy sitting nearby scoffed, "You girls are pathetic. He looks average at best. Why are you all fawning over him?" Wei Wei and Lu Mei, noticing Luo Fan, muttered, "Isn't he the taxi driver? He's our new classmate now." At the back of the class, a group of bullies observed Luo Fan. One of them smirked and whispered, "This guy thinks too highly of himself. We'll have to charge him double the protection fee." One of the bullies casually stuck out his foot, attempting to trip Luo Fan. Expecting him to stumble, the bully was shocked when Luo Fan effortlessly stepped on his foot instead. Crying out in pain, the bully wailed, "This bastard broke my leg." A student turned to Luo Fan and remarked, "You're quite bold, provoking Qian Kuan on your first day." "Why, is he important?" Lu Fan asked, unfazed. "Not exactly, but he's part of the Tianman gang, the most powerful gang in this area. They extort protection fees from the entire school. He's the biggest bully here, and no one dares to oppose him." Lu Fan chuckled, "Protection fee? Then he must be rich." "Yeah, he definitely has money," the student confirmed. After class, Lu Fan remained seated when a group of gang members approached him. One of them leaned in and said, "Looks like you don't know the rules around here. In this school, we run the place. If you want to stay out of trouble, pay the protection fee. Put 2,000 yuan on the desk right now, or you'll regret it." The students whispered among themselves, "The new kid is doomed. He'll have to pay up." Lu Fan deskmate Tang says, "Wait a minute, the protection fee is only 1,000 yuan. Why are you charging him extra?" One of the bullies placed a hand on Tang's shoulder and said, "Listen, he stepped on my foot. The protection fee is 1,000 yuan, and my medical expenses are another 1,000 yuan. The gang leader sneered, "You've got a lot of nerve questioning us. It's been too long since someone put you in your place." Before the situation escalated, Wei Wei stepped forward, "You guys are terrible. If you're so brave, why don't you pick on someone your own size?" Recognizing her, the gang members murmured, "The princess of the Zhang family is actually defending someone today." The leader smirked, "You can't stop us. Even your father doesn't have enough power to interfere with the Tianman gang." The other students gossiped, "Today's really something. Zhang family daughter is standing up for someone, but no matter what Qian Kuan says, the Tianman gang is nothing in front of Zhang family." Lu Fan spoke calmly, noting how young they were and how they worked for personal gain. He remarked that if people truly understood the power of knowledge, they would never act as they had. He expressed his aspiration to become a graduate at Jigging University, emphasizing his reliance on knowledge alone. They burst into laughter, mocking the idea of knowledge having any real power. They insisted that, in the end, only physical strength mattered, especially against someone like Lu Fan. At that moment, Lu Fan closed his book and struck one of them in the face. He then challenged them, asking if they still doubted the power of knowledge. The group of students were taken aback, wondering if this was the kind of power he had been talking about. They commented that the new student had remarkable courage, as he had dared to fight against the Tianman gang. Lu Fan smirked and predicted that they would soon run to their boss like frightened dogs. He instructed them to tell their boss that he had beaten them and demanded that all the protection fees collected from the class be returned. He warned that if even a single penny was missing, he would personally beat up the entire gang, starting with the two standing before him. The gang members, visibly nervous, quickly agreed to do as they were told. They left, humiliated, having been defeated by a single person. Meanwhile, two girls who had been involved in the argument admitted that they had only spoken on behalf of someone else. They hadn't realized that Lu Fan didn't need their help at all. Just then, the teacher entered the classroom and ordered everyone to take their seats. As the bullies left, they sarcastically remarked that Lu Fan had been lucky. The teacher then introduced herself, saying, "I am Miss Jun Lianman, and today we will be studying English prepositions." The mere mention of English sent shivers down the students' spines. For many Chinese students, English was as intimidating as a black buffalo. Some bowed their heads, hoping the teacher wouldn't notice them and ask them any questions. At that moment, Lu Fan's snoring interrupted the silence. Miss June was immediately irritated and walked toward him, attempting to wake him up by hitting him lightly with a book. However, even in his sleep, Lu Fan managed to dodge every single hit. The other students watched in astonishment, commenting on his incredible reflexes. When Miss June attempted to kick him, she accidentally stumbled over a chair, which startled Lu Fan awake. Rubbing his eyes, he asked, "Teacher, what happened to you? You should walk more carefully." The teacher, clearly flustered, demanded to know why he had been sleeping in class. The other students whispered among themselves, anticipating Lu Fan's doom. They knew that if he couldn't answer Miss June in English, she would lecture him for the entire hour. To their amazement, Lu Fan responded in perfect English, "Sorry, ma'am, I was studying late last night, which is why I fell asleep." Surprised by his fluency, Miss June instructed him in English to go out of the window and stand up. Lu Fan smirked and clarified, "Miss, do you mean I should go and stand outside the window, or did you mean to say that I should stand near the window outside the class?" The class chuckled, realizing that Lu Fan had caught their teacher's grammatical mistake. Frustrated, Miss June kept making errors in her English, and Lu Fan corrected her each time. After 5 minutes, she sighed in defeat, deciding to let him stay and give up on scolding him. The students whispered excitedly, marveling at how Lu Fan had managed to outsmart both the bullies and their teacher in a single day. Lu Fan, however, was unfazed. He thought to himself that after years of completing military missions abroad, speaking English was nothing more than child's play to him. As Miss June prepared to leave, a bully in the class asked her why she hadn't punished Lu Fan properly despite his sleeping in class. Teasingly, Miss June replied, "Oh, so you want more punishment? Go outside and stand near the window for the rest of the day." The bully, utterly confused, thought to himself, "What did I do to deserve this?" Later that day, just as the school was about to end, members of the Tianman gang arrived. Tang hurried to inform Lu Fan that they had come, suggesting that they should escape. Lu Fan, however, remained calm and said, "Let them come. Today, they will be the ones getting beaten." The gang members stormed in, grabbing Tang by the collar. Their leader sneered and said, "So, you're the one who dared to mess with my people." Lu Fan chuckled and replied, "Before anything else, tell me, who made you the boss? You're barely 4 feet tall." The gang leader, seething with anger, growled, "You dare mock me even with death staring you in the face?" Lu Fan smirked and said, "Let Tang go. He had nothing to do with this. Or are you just obsessed with me?" The gang leader roared in frustration, but before he could act, Lu Fan grabbed him by the collar and growled, "Apologize, right now, and return all the protection fees, otherwise, I will break your teeth." The gang leader, now trembling, could barely utter a word. His men, watching in disbelief, assumed that their boss was so powerful that he didn't even need to speak in such a situation. Lu Fan then turned to Tang and said, "I heard these guys bullied you a lot. Now's your chance to get your revenge." Tang hesitated, saying he lacked the courage. Lu Fan scolded him, reminding him of all the suffering he had endured at their hands. Finally, Tang's rage boiled over, and he unleashed his fury on the gang leader, sending him sprawling to the ground. Overcome with emotion, Tang shouted, "That felt amazing. I feel so much better now." Lu Fan grinned and addressed the gang members, "See, I didn't even touch your boss. It was your very own hero, Tang, who did this. So if you ever want revenge, take it out on him, not me." The gang members stared at him in disbelief, realizing how shameless he truly was. Turning back to the gang leader, Lu Fan demanded, "Now, hand over all the protection fees you collected, otherwise, I'll throw you out of the window." By this time, a large crowd of students had gathered, watching in awe as Lu Fan effortlessly humiliated the gang. Once the money was handed over, Lu Fan instructed his classmates, "Return these to the students who were forced to pay protection fees." The gang leader, now thoroughly beaten, pleaded, "I gave you the money, now let me go." But before he could finish his sentence, Lu Fan yanked him back, ensuring that the lesson was far from over. While pulling, Lu Fan admitted that he had caused a lot of trouble and feared revenge. He stated that if he wanted to survive, he would have to eliminate his enemy permanently. With that, he hurled the boss off the roof. As he did so, he muttered that he hoped his adversary would receive hell. Upon witnessing the scene, the children panicked and fled, exclaiming that the new student had killed the boss. Tang expressed his shock, remarking that Lu Fan's opponent must be dead. Acknowledging his involvement in the situation, he assured Lu Fan that he was also willing to take responsibility. However, Lu Fan dismissed his concerns, insisting there was no need to worry, as their enemies were resilient. He was confident that the adversary would not die so easily. As Tang glanced down from above, he realized that Lu Fan had not killed the boss, but had thrown him in a large trash can. The realization left Tang stunned, and he was thrown into a state of disbelief, questioning whether the person standing before him was a pure devil. He had never encountered such a terrifying individual before. As Lu Fan exited the school, two men approached him and informed him that their boss was waiting in the car. When he entered the vehicle, the man inside asked if he knew who he was. Lu Fan responded confidently, stating that everyone knew him. He was Zhang Etienne, the most powerful and famous businessman in the area and the father of Zhang's Weiwei. He then speculated that Etienne had come to reward him for saving his daughter, joking that while he was not greedy, he wouldn't mind accepting a few $1,000,000. However, Etienne dismissed the topic, stating that he wasn't there to discuss such matters. Instead, he wanted to know why Lu Fan had enrolled in his daughter's school. He questioned whether Lu Fan had done it deliberately to get closer to someone, pointing out that it couldn't be a coincidence that he was in the same class as his daughter. Lu Fan, maintaining his composure, replied that it was purely coincidental. He suggested playfully that if Etienne wished, he could adopt him as his son-in-law and provide him with a few billion in assets while he took care of his daughter. Annoyed, Etienne demanded clarification on what Lu Fan meant. Lu Fan explained that, as a renowned businessman, Etienne was too busy to think about such trivial matters. He assured him that he had no romantic interest in his daughter and suggested that he could rest easy. Just as Etienne began to speak, Lu Fan suddenly kicked him out of the car. A moment later, the car they were sitting in exploded in flames, causing a massive blast. The bodyguards rushed toward the wreckage, shouting in concern for their boss's safety. Lu Fan quickly assessed the situation and noted that there had been no one inside the truck that crashed into them. It had been deliberately directed toward them. He remarked that while others could suspect him of orchestrating the incident, he had no involvement in it. Etienne, realizing the situation, admitted that he might have been wrong about Lu Fan. He speculated that the attack was likely connected to his daughter's kidnapping. Apologizing, he acknowledged his misunderstanding. Lu Fan, unbothered, reassured him that it was not an issue. He suggested that instead of forming conspiracy theories, Etienne should focus on investigating the incident. Until then, Lu Fan intended to take some rest. Etienne, visibly angered, ordered his men to double the security and conduct a thorough investigation. He vowed not to let the perpetrators escape. Before anything else, however, he instructed them to take him to the hospital, complaining that the impact had injured his hip. Later that night, Lu Fan stopped at a food stall. As he glanced at the menu, he wondered when the city had become so expensive. The stall owner approached him and took his order. Concerned about his dwindling funds, Lu Fan realized that he needed to find a way to earn money before he ran out of resources. Meanwhile, two customers nearby threw their food away, claiming there was a cockroach in it. The stall owner, maintaining her composure, reassured them that her food was always prepared in a hygienic environment. She offered to remake their meals free of charge to dispel any doubts. However, the men became aggressive, accusing her of calling them liars. They demanded compensation of 20,000 yuan and insisted that she sleeps with them as part of the deal. Annoyed, the stall owner refused, declaring that she knew they were deliberately causing trouble. She threatened to call the police. In response, one of the men kicked over a table and arrogantly revealed that he was a member of the Black Force gang. He claimed that if he said he had eaten a cockroach, then that was the truth, and no one could prove otherwise. Upon hearing this, the surrounding customers quickly fled. The gang member taunted the stall owner, demanding that she either prove them that they had not eaten the cockroach or spend time with them. Just then, Lu Fan placed his food down and spoke calmly. He stated that it would be easy to prove whether the food contained a cockroach. However, he admitted that their antics had ruined his appetite, and now he was in the mood to deal with them directly. The gang member, unimpressed, warned Lu Fan to stay out of it, threatening to break his teeth if he continued interfering. But Lu Fan, now irritated, challenged them, suggesting that if they had truly swallowed a cockroach, they should vomit to prove it. Laughing, the gang member mocked him, doubting that Lu Fan had the strength to force him to vomit. He boasted that if Lu Fan could prove he hadn't eaten a cockroach, he would consume his own vomit. Without hesitation, Lu Fan struck him with a powerful punch, causing him to throw up immediately. Holding the gang member's head and feet, he sarcastically instructed him to search for the alleged cockroach within the mess. The bystanders were stunned to see a young man defeat a Black Force gang member so easily. Another gang member rushed forward to attack, but Lu Fan swiftly countered with a kick, knocking him down as well. Looking at both of them, Lu Fan mocked them again, urging them to keep searching for the cockroach. Defeated and humiliated, the gang members fled. The stall owner thanked Lu Fan profusely, but he dismissed her gratitude, complaining that they had ruined his meal. Introducing herself as Lan, the stall owner offered to pay for his food elsewhere, but Lu Fan sighed dramatically, lamenting that there was no point in eating well when he had nowhere to sleep that night. He revealed that he was new to the city and hadn't found a place to stay yet. Feeling sympathetic, Lan reassured him that he didn't need to worry. She pointed to an advertisement and mentioned that the room for rent was in her house. Since the previous tenant had just moved out, he could stay there comfortably. Later, Lan led Lu Fan to her home. She explained that 2 girls had been living there previously, but they had recently left. Their belongings were still there, but he could take the outer room. She assured him that he didn't need to worry about the rent, as her husband would discuss it with him the next day. As she was about to leave, she realized that she hadn't even asked for his name. Lu Fan introduced himself, and Lan reminded him to call her if he needed anything. Left alone, Lu Fan lay down, contemplating his next move. He knew that after attacking members of the Black Force gang, they would surely seek revenge. Concerned that Lan and her family could be in danger, he resolved to stay vigilant. As he relaxed, he noted how clean the house was and how pleasant it smelled, remarking to himself that it was rare for a male's living space to be so well kept. Still, his thoughts soon returned to his earlier fight, concluding that his opponents had been utterly useless. After a pointless fight, Lu Fan found himself covered in dirt. He sighed, realizing he needed a bath. Meanwhile, at the same time, a girl entered in the house, complaining about the party she had attended. She muttered to herself that it had been a waste of time and that her clothes reeked of alcohol and cigarettes. Deciding to take a bath, she walked into the bathroom, only to be met with a shocking sight. Lu Fan was inside, completely naked. Stunned, she blurted out, "Lu Fan, you're here." Equally surprised, Lu Fan responded, "Miss June, you're here too? Good evening." Embarrassed, Miss June quickly shut the door behind her and demanded to know why he was in her house. Shortly after, a call with Lan revealed a misunderstanding. Lan's husband had not clearly communicated that only one of the 2 girls living there had vacated the room. Lan, assuming both had left, had allowed Lu Fan to stay. Apologizing, Lan promised to come over and make amends within 5 minutes. After the call, Lu Fan turned to Miss June and apologized, insisting he had not meant to intrude and hadn't even brought his luggage yet. He assured her that he would leave immediately and not tell anyone about what had happened. However, as he was about to leave, Miss June stopped him by holding his arm. She acknowledged that he was a good person and admitted she had no heart to throw him out onto the streets. She then made him an offer. He could stay, but only under 2 conditions. He had to keep that night's incident a secret and participate in the upcoming national English-speaking contest. Lu Fan, relieved by the compromise, agreed without hesitation, jokingly asking if she also wanted a special massage. Miss June, slightly flustered, emphasized that although they would be living together, no one should suspect anything. Lu Fan agreed, suggesting they come up with a believable excuse. As soon as Lan arrived, Miss June provided a convenient cover story, claiming that she and Lu Fan were cousins, ensuring there would be no issues with them staying together. Pleased with the resolution, Lan then invited them both to dinner at her house the following night as an apology. Before Miss June could decline, Lu Fan quickly accepted, later advising Miss June never to turn down a free meal. The scene shifted to another part of town where Boss Huang tells everything to his brother. He complained that he had been bullied at school and demanded that he take revenge on his behalf. The boss, furious, asked if it had been talking about Tang, the son of a poor soldier, who had humiliated him, along with a new student. He assured Huang that he would take care of the matter. The next day, at school, Wei Wei was eager to invite Lu Fan to her birthday party but felt shy about doing so directly. Instead, she asked Lu Mei to invite him on her behalf. Lu Mei teased her, suspecting she had a crush on Lu Fan. Embarrassed, Wei Wei quickly dismissed the idea and decided to ask Lu Fan herself. Gathering her courage, she approached him and invited him to her party. Lu Fan, amused, smiled and accepted her invitation. The rest of the class, upon hearing this, grew envious. Many of them murmured about how they, as classmates, had never received such an invitation, yet the new boy was already getting special treatment. Some speculated that it was because Wei Wei, the wealthiest and most beautiful girl on campus, was clearly interested in him. Others debated what made Lu Fan special, concluding that he was not only handsome but also intelligent. confident, and a skilled fighter. Some dismissed him as nothing more than a potential troublemaker. Shortly afterward, a bully approached Lu Fan and informed him that Dean Huang had summoned him to the office. When Lu Fan arrived, he found Tang standing in an awkward position. The dean, his voice raised, demanded Lu Fan's attention. Confirming his identity, Lu Fan, unimpressed, replied that he was indeed Lu Fan and questioned why he had been called in. The dean, exasperated, scolded him for causing chaos in the school and informed him that disciplinary action had been taken against both him and Tang. He then ordered Lu Fan to write an apology and obtain consent from his classmate Huang. At this, Lu Fan raised an eyebrow and pointed out that the dean shared the same surname as Huang, implying favoritism. He asked if the reason behind the forced apology was that they were from the same family. Dean spoke irritably, telling Lu Fan that he was very lucky. He added that if Zhang Hetian had not spoken on his behalf, he would have ended up in jail for murder. Lu Fan wondered when Zhang Hetian had become his uncle. He thought to himself that if this man could keep him out of jail, then he had no reason to be afraid of Dean Huang. He resolved not to listen to anything the dean had to say. Addressing Tang, Lu Fan remarked that it was time for class and dismissed Dean Huang's words as nonsense. He claimed the dean was simply wasting their education. He then turned to Huang and stated that if the dean had any issue with him or his friend, he should speak to his uncle directly instead of summoning him to the office. The dean, clearly infuriated, raised his voice, demanding to know how Lu Fan dared to disobey his orders. As Tang stepped forward, he casually remarked that Lu Fan was incredibly bold. He then noted that the dean was none other than uncle of Shorty Huang and that he was exploiting his authority for personal revenge. Luo Fang, unfazed, admitted that he had already noticed this. However, he then turned to Tang and inquired why he harbored such a deep hatred for the Huang family. He suspected there was a history between them. Tang responded bitterly, saying that his resentment stemmed from the suffering those people had inflicted upon him. Although he lacked the power to harm them in return, his hatred would never fade. Curious, Lu Fan asked if the Zhang family and the Huang family were to face off, who would hold more power. Tang confidently replied that neither family could compare to Lu Fan's uncle. He emphasized that his uncle was the most powerful person in the entire region, a dominant businessman who had no reason to fear anyone. As they spoke, Lu Fan seemed pleased by Tang's words. Soon after, the two of them exited the school. Tang then extended an invitation to Lu Fan to join him for dinner at his home. Knowing Lu Fan never declined a free meal, he immediately accepted the offer. Just as they were about to leave, they encountered Huang, who stood in their path and declared that this would be their last day on Earth. He smirked and boasted that he had brought along Ma Zhang, Huang Tao's best fighter, to put an end to them. Hearing the name Huang Tao and Ma Zhang, Tang's expression darkened with anger. Lu Fan took note of this and realized that Tang had a history with these individuals. Tang then muttered Huang Tao's name with disdain, explaining that he was the half-brother of Huang Tianhong and the son of a property tycoon. According to Tang, both Huang Tao and his brother were ruthless murderers. He then revealed that those scoundrels had killed his mother and crippled his father, and that Ma Zhang had been among the perpetrators. Huang Tianyi laughed mockingly, taunting Tang by saying that if his parents had failed to harm him, what could Tang possibly do? He went on to justify his brother and father's actions, claiming that everything they had done was deserved. As Tang seethed with rage, Lu Fan placed a hand on his shoulder, urging him to remain calm. He then turned to Huang Tianyi and demanded to know what he and his men wanted. Huang Tianyi sneered and said that, just as they had crippled Tang's father, they had come to do the same to them. Before Huang Tianyi could continue his threats, Lu Fan suddenly lunged forward, grabbing him by the neck. Seeing this, Huang's men rushed to attack, but Lu Fan used Huang Tianyi as a shield, letting him take the brunt of their blows. As Huang groaned in pain, Ma Zhang finally stepped forward, ready to engage. Ma Zhang smirked and warned Lu Fan that he was about to experience the strongest punch in the world. However, before Ma Zhang's fist could connect, Lu Fan swiftly countered, delivering a devastating kick at his balls that sent Ma Zhang crashing to the ground. Looking down at Ma Zhang, Lu Fan taunted him, remarking that while Ma Zhang may have had the strongest fists, he clearly lacked the strongest balls. Observing Lu Fan's overwhelming strength, Huang Tianyi's remaining men hesitated, their confidence shattered. Meanwhile, Ma Zhang, groaning in pain, struggled to his feet. Lu Fan mocked the reputation of their gang, stating that despite its intimidating name, its fighters were pathetically weak. Enraged, Ma Zhang pulled out a knife and attempted to stab him. But Lu Fan effortlessly disarmed him and used the same knife to make swift movements across Ma Zhang's body. When Ma Zhang looked down in fear, he was shocked to find no injuries on his body. Instead, he realized that Lu Fan had sliced through his clothes with precision, leaving him humiliated. Lu Fan issued a final warning, telling Ma Zhang that if he ever crossed paths with him again, he wouldn't be so lucky next time. Terrified, Ma Zhang and the rest of Huang's men fled in disgrace. Tang, watching the scene unfold, turned to Lu Fan and expressed concern that he had now made enemies of both the Black Force gang and the Huang family. Lu Fan, however, merely shrugged, remarking that it was they who should fear him, not the other way around. He then changed the topic, reminding Tang about their earlier dinner plans. Later, they arrived at Tang's house, where they found Tang's father asleep on the sofa, an empty bottle of alcohol beside him. As Tang gently nudged him awake, he muttered that while his father drank and slept every day, he still kept the house tidy and organized. Lu Fan's gaze shifted to a photograph of a soldier displayed on a nearby table. He asked Tang if his father had once been in the military. Noticing the bitterness in Tang's expression, Lu Fan realized that his father had fallen into hardship and had perhaps even forgotten who he once was. Determined to uncover the full story, Lu Fan insisted that Tang tell him everything about his past with the Huang family. Agreeing, Tang led him outside and pointed toward a construction site. He explained that his home used to stand there, and that his family had once lived on that very land. However, Huang Tianhong had fraudulently acquired the property at an outrageously low price. When the residents resisted, a brutal conflict ensued, resulting in numerous casualties. Lu Fan solemnly guessed that one of the victims had been Tang's mother. Fighting back tears, Tang confirmed this, adding that his father had also suffered, having his legs broken in the chaos. Because of the Huang family's wealth and influence, the incident had been covered up, and the mastermind behind it all had been none other than Huang Tao. According to Tang, Huang Tao had coldly decided that if enough people were killed, the rest would eventually submit. As they re-entered the house, Tang's father had woken up. He noticed Lu Fan and asked Tang if he was a friend. When Tang confirmed, his father left to fetch food and drinks. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan removed his jacket and introduced himself. He then stated that he wanted to spar with a retired soldier. Tang's father laughed, dismissing the idea, claiming that he was just a helpless old man who could do nothing but drink and sleep. Lu Fan, unimpressed, pointed to the photograph and reminded him that he had once been a member of an elite military squad. He questioned whether the pride of a soldier had completely faded from his soul. Stung by the words, Tang's father narrowed his eyes, and in the next moment, he engaged Lu Fan in a sparring match. When Tang returned home, he found his father and Lu Fan sitting, both exhausted but smiling. Seeing his father genuinely happy for the first time in years, Tang couldn't help but feel a sense of hope returning to their lives. Tang's father told him to make something good that day while he himself would have a drink and talk with his friend. Then Uncle Tang asked Lu Fan if he had held back a lot in the fight today, wondering if he was like him and had worked inside the sharp knife squad. Lu Fan replied that he was not from that squad. Uncle Tang then speculated that he must have been from a different elite squad, but Lu Fan denied it. Uncle Tang continued guessing for a long time, but Lu Fan kept refusing. Finally, Uncle Tang remarked that he had named all the elite squads, yet Lu Fan did not belong to any of them. He then asked if that meant Lu Fan was the most elite in the entire country, questioning if he had worked with Wang Jiang's squad. Lu Fan admitted that Uncle Tang had guessed correctly, saying that he had worked in that squad for a few months. Uncle Tang expressed his astonishment, stating that he had worked hard all his life but had never been able to reach Wang Jiang's squad, whereas Lu Fan had worked with an elite squad at such a young age. Lu Fan thought to himself that if he revealed that he had worked with an even bigger squad, Uncle Tang might have a heart attack. Since he was his friend's father, he did not want to shock him too much. Then Lu Fan mentioned that he had learned about Uncle Tang's family situation from Tang. He asked if Uncle Tang had really accepted defeat and whether he had decided not to take revenge for his wife's death. Uncle Tang affirmed that he had to seek revenge but admitted that despite his best efforts, he had always failed against the power of the Huang family. Lu Fan then declared that the Huang family was his enemy as well and that he intended to destroy them. He assured Uncle Tang that even if he had failed alone, he would not fail together with him. Uncle Tang, now hopeful, asked if Lu Fan had any plan. Lu Fan confirmed that he did, explaining that it was a brilliant strategy but that force alone would not be enough. They also needed evidence to completely dismantle the Huang family. Uncle Tang then stated that all the necessary evidence had already been collected. He admitted that despite his preparations, he had lost to the Huang family not only because of their power but also because he lacked connections. Since Lu Fan had worked with Wang Jiang's squad, Uncle Tang said he trusted him and believed he had the necessary connections and strength to bring down the Huang family. Meanwhile, Tang observed their conversation and wondered what had caused such a serious discussion. Later that night, Mr. Zhang visited Lu Fan, who remarked that it seemed as if Mr. Snag was spying on him since he always managed to find him. Mr. Zhang then asked Lu Fan to get into the car. Lu Fan inquired why a multi-billionaire like him was being pursued by a high-class student. He joked that if someone saw them together, they might assume he was Mr. Zhang's hidden son. Mr. Zhang then expressed his gratitude, thanking Lu Fan for saving his life. He added that he had one more favor to ask. He wanted Lu Fan to work as his daughter's personal bodyguard. At first, Lu Fan refused, but then Zhang Hetian explained that he only needed to be the bodyguard for a single day during her birthday party, and they would pay him a considerable sum. Due to his financial struggles, Lu Fan accepted the job, realizing that the money would last him for several months and help him pay rent. When Lu Fan returned home, he found Miss June making tea in the traditional Chinese way. He approached her and commented on her interest in tea making before picking up a cup and drinking it. Annoyed, Miss June told him that she had not made the tea for him. Lu Fan then pointed out that she lived alone and had prepared 2 cups of tea, implying that the second cup must have been for him. He then offered to show her what a perfect cup of tea should taste like. Using his exceptional skills, he prepared tea, and after tasting it, Miss June realized the difference between his tea and hers. She admitted that he made tea at a master level. Lu Fan, however, remarked that he was not a master in making tea, but he was aware that Miss June was an expert at hiding things. He suggested that despite having many talents, she concealed everything. Even if she did not tell him her secrets, it did not matter to him. Miss June then interrupted him and requested his help for the following night. She asked if he could pretend to be her boyfriend just for that one evening. Lu Fan was surprised and asked for clarification. Miss June explained that it was only to refuse a certain man and to make him feel bad. The next day, while running, Lu Fan reflected on everything that had happened and realized that he was being used as a prop. As he was lost in thought, he noticed 2 men snatching something and running away. Seeing that they were about to reach a wide river, he took a long leap and crossed it. As this happened, a bystander pointed out to Master June that he had just seen something incredible. A man had jumped across a 10-meter wide river. Master June was in shock. While growing increasingly worried, the other kidnapper says, "Mind your own business, boy." At that moment, Lu Fan glares at him and releases his hockey power, rendering the man unable to move even if he wants to. Meanwhile, the kidnapper sitting in the car shouts, "Why did you stop? Come here immediately, we need to move." However, Lu Fan swiftly knocks out the man inside the car with a single powerful strike, sending the vehicle reeling from the force. His kick is so strong that even the interior of the car is shaken, while the man inside sits trembling, his knees shaking. When Master June's bodyguard arrive at the scene, the woman exclaims, "Just one man has completely destroyed these people." Master June's bodyguard demands, "Where the hell did that guy go?" The woman replies, "He was a very kind person. After returning my child, he simply left." Master June, still stunned, commented that there was only one person in the entire country capable of such a feat. The next day at school, Tang told Lu Fan that his father had changed after meeting him. He had become happier, quit drinking, and started exercising. Lu Fan joked that such an occasion called for a celebration. Just then, Miss June interrupted and told Lu Fan and Tang to stop talking. Lu Fan, however, winked at Miss June, causing her to blush. Tang teased Lu Fan, saying that he was quite daring to flirt with Miss June, given that nearly every man in the city was after her. He then told Lu Fan that if he wanted to win her heart, he was at the back of a very long line. Lu Fan, on the other hand, thought to himself that there was no need to stand in line. Miss June was already his, even if she was only using him as a cover. Later, when Lu Fan returned home, Miss June handed him some clothes and told him to change immediately. After changing, Lu Fan jokingly told her that she had seen his body very carefully that day, that the clothes she had chosen fit him perfectly. Blushing, Miss June told him not to talk nonsense and reminded him that he had to pretend to be a Harvard University graduate and a millionaire entrepreneur at the party. Lu Fan agreed, and as he waited, Miss June took 2 hours to get ready. By the time she emerged, he had already taken a nap. When she apologized for the delay, explaining that she had spent time on her makeup, Lu Fan prepared to book a cab. However, Miss June stopped him, reminding him that he was supposed to be a millionaire and should have his own car. "Look, you have your own car," Lu Fan says. "Miss June, you turned out to be quite amazing. You booked a rented luxury car. It seems like you hate the person you're trying to reject so much that you're willing to spend this much money just to avoid him." With a smirk, asked if he would be driving. Lu Fan, amused, replied that if she offered him a ride in a plane, he would gladly drive himself. While sitting in the car, they continued talking. Miss June instructed him not to call her Miss June in front of others and instead to refer to her as Meng Meng. Lu Fan, intrigued, inquired which man she despised enough to go to such lengths to reject. She sighed before revealing that they were on their way to meet her fiancé, whom she described as nothing more than a spoiled playboy her parents had chosen for her. Lu Fan, unfazed, asked what the issue was if the man was wealthy. She frowned and admitted that wealth wasn't the problem, she simply hated him. When they arrived at the port, Lu Fan took in the sight of the extravagant cruise and commented that her fiancé must be exceptionally rich to have booked such a luxurious ship. A nearby waiter approached and politely asked Miss June about the gentleman accompanying her. Without hesitation, she casually replied that Lu Fan was her boyfriend. As they boarded the ship, Lu Fan chuckled, Noting that her so-called boyfriend belonged to the prestigious Sidhu family, one of the most powerful in the capital, he jokingly wondered whether they would throw him under the bus for revenge. Miss June, surprised, asked how he knew about the Sidhu family. Lu Fan smirked and explained that an old grocery shop owner from his building had told him about them. Just then, Miss June's fiancé arrived, holding a bouquet of flowers. She glanced at him with disdain and stated bluntly that she did not like flowers. Without a second thought, he throws the bouquet and declared that from that moment on, he also hates flowers. Her fiancé, seemingly unfazed, smiled and mentioned that she looked particularly stunning that day. He announced that he had arranged a grand dinner for her and invited her to join him. Before she could refuse, Lu Fan nudged her and whispered that she should never turn down a free meal. Reluctantly, she agreed. However, her fiancé's expression darkened as he turned to Lu Fan and demanded to know who he was and why he had been holding Meng Meng's hand for so long. He introduced himself as Sidhu Minji and warned Lu Fan to remember his name. With a sneer, he threatened that if Lu Fan dared to come near Meng Meng again, he would make him regret it. Before he could continue, Lu Fan grabbed Minji's wrist and stared him down, telling him to take back his words. He warned that neither Minji nor his brother, Sidhu Mang Fong, would be able to do anything to him. Minji, now visibly shaken, stammered as he asked how Lu Fan knew about his brother. Lu Fan smirked and casually mentioned that the same grocery shop uncle had told him everything. He then advised Minji to apologize immediately if he valued his life. As Lu Fan put Minji in his place, Master June arrived and addressed Minji, telling him that he should apologize to Lu Fan. He warned that if not for his brother Sidhu Mang Fong, he would already be dead. Miss June, surprised, turned to her grandfather and asked if he knew Lu Fan. Lu Fan, equally puzzled, wondered what Master June was doing there. Master June explained that he had come to see his granddaughter, though he hadn't expected to run into Lu Fan. Smiling, he asked how Lu Fan had been. Miss June, still confused, asked if they knew each other. Master June confirmed that they had worked together before and revealed that he had been searching for Lu Fan for 2 whole years. Now, they had finally crossed paths again. Lu Fan, his expression turning cold, responded teasingly, asking if Master June had been searching for him just to betray him again. He remarked that instead of looking for him, Master June should have been searching for the man who had fallen off the cliff and died. Master June shook his head and explained that they had searched numerous times but never found a body. Lu Fan scoffed, stating that the area below the cliff was home to many wild beasts, and one of them had likely devoured the man. Miss June, now completely lost, interrupted and asked what they were even talking about. She admitted that she couldn't understand anything. Frustrated, she finally declared that she was leaving. Master June, unfazed, spoke again. He revealed that since Lu Fan had left, their team had suffered tremendous losses. Not even their top 20 fighters remained, and everyone was still waiting for his return. Lu Fan, his voice emotionless, responded that he was not a god, meant to save everyone. He stated that he was now just an ordinary high school student and warned them not to seek him out again. Just then, Master June's bodyguard placed a hand on Lu Fan's shoulder and remarked that Master June had been talking to him, yet you ignored him and simply walked away. At that moment, Lu Fan grabbed the man and threw him aside. As the bodyguard attempted to retaliate with a punch, Lu Fan swiftly dodged, allowing Lu Fan to strike him instead. Master June turned to Jiang Tao and advised him not to be intimidated, saying that even if he were reborn multiple times, he would never be able to match Lu Fan's strength. He went on to explain the significance of the Wan Yuan list, a ranking of the world's top assassins and soldiers compiled from various countries. He revealed that the man standing before them, undefeated and ranked number 1 on that list, was none other than the Demon King, Lu Fan. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was drinking at a club, his mind clouded by memories of his past. He recalled how he and his partner had found themselves on the edge of a cliff while trying to escape a deadly situation. In the end, only Lu Fan had survived, as his female companion had sacrificed herself, jumping off to ensure his safety. The memory tormented him, and he struggled to suppress the emotions surging within him. Lost in thought, Lu Fan was suddenly brought back to reality when a young woman bumped into him, causing his drink to spill on his pants. He turned, ready to lash out, but paused upon seeing the state she was in, her face bruised, her expression filled with fear. His anger quickly faded, replaced by curiosity. Smirking, he asked what he could do for her. Before he could get a response, the girl suddenly crouched at his feet, trying to hide. Confused, Lu Fan asked what she was doing, jokingly remarking that they hadn't even spoken yet, and she was already making bold moves. Desperately, the girl pleaded with him to stay quiet and let her hide for a moment. Just then, a group of men arrived, their leader, an intimidating gangster, calling out in a mocking tone, wondering where the girl could have gone. He declared that she shouldn't be allowed to escape under any circumstances. Once the gangsters left the area, Lu Fan smirked and told the girl that her pursuers were gone. However, he teasingly added that if she still wanted to stay on the floor, he had no problem with it, though controlling himself might be difficult. The girl quickly got up and, looking embarrassed, apologized for ruining his pants. Lu Fan waved it off with a grin, saying that helping beautiful women was a personal hobby of his. As she attempted to leave, the gangsters spotted her and seized her. Their boss, Dragon, smirked and ordered his men to retrieve a video from her. One of the gangsters suggested stripping her down to check if she had hidden the video somewhere in her clothing. Panicked, the girl reached out and grabbed Lu Fan's shoulder, pleading for his help. Before he could respond, the gangsters dragged her away. A man approached Lu Fan and warned him not to interfere, saying that if he got involved, he would be inviting unnecessary trouble. He arrogantly revealed that they were members of the Black Force Gang, a group that no ordinary person would dare cross. Lu Fan's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he grabbed the man's head and began beating him mercilessly. His voice was cold as he declared that the Black Force Gang had already ruined his life once. He admitted that he had intended to ignore them, but now that they had shown up before him again, none of them would be leaving unharmed. Dragon, now taking notice of Lu Fan, narrowed his eyes and demanded to know which gang he belonged to. He accused him of causing unnecessary trouble and warned him that he had no idea whose territory he was stepping into. The surrounding crowd murmured among themselves, some expressing admiration for Lu Fan's boldness while others whispered about the danger he had just put himself in. They recognized Dragon as one of the 4 main captains of the Black Force Gang, a man with significant power and influence. Picking a fight with him was akin to inviting death. Dragon, still composed, stated that he had never troubled a customer before and had no desire to start now. However, he made it clear that if Lu Fan continued causing problems, he wouldn't hesitate to take action. Fixing Lu Fan with a piercing gaze, Dragon asked for his name. Lu Fan smirked and replied that his name wasn't important, but if Dragon insisted, he could simply call him Dad. He then declared that the girl was his for the night, making it clear that Dragon wouldn't be taking her away. As for the video they were so desperate to retrieve, Lu Fan taunted them, claiming that he had a copy as well. He playfully suggested that if they wanted to strip someone down, they could start with him. He'd be happy to show them. Infuriated, Dragon's men lunged at Lu Fan, ready to attack, but before they could land a single blow, Lu Fan uses his hockey power to stop them. Mocking them, he remarked that they seemed to have the courage to strip a helpless girl, yet none of them dared to step forward against him. He sneered and questioned whether they could truly call themselves gang members when they only preyed on the weak. Witnessing Lu Fan's overwhelming strength, many gang members hesitated, but one of them still tried to remind him who they were. Lu Fan silenced the man immediately, scoffing at his bad appearance and telling him not to utter another word. The insult left the gang member confused and humiliated, as he wondered what he had done to deserve such treatment. Meanwhile, the girl pleaded to Dragon that he release Lu Fan, assuring him that Lu Fan did not supposed to have the video. She insisted that he had only been trying to help her. However, Dragon suddenly issued a challenge, proposing a game of darts. Without a second thought, Lu Fan accepted. The crowd murmured among themselves, predicting Lu Fan's downfall. Everyone knew that Dragon possessed exceptional dart skills, and it was almost impossible for anyone to dodge his throws. As the challenge began, Lu Fan braced himself, preparing to dodge with all his strength. Dragon, aiming to secure victory through deceit, threw 3 darts at the exact same spot, declaring that while dodging one was possible, avoiding 3 was impossible. He referred to this as his ultimate killing technique. However, to everyone's shock, Lu Fan effortlessly caught all 3 darts inside his cup. The entire gang was left in disbelief. The girl beside him cheered, convinced they had won and should leave immediately. But before they could escape, Dragon's gang members surrounded them once again. Dragon sneered, stating that while Lu Fan was free to go, the girl would not be allowed to leave. The girl, however, stood her ground and defiantly declared that as long as Lu Fan was by her side, she had nothing to fear. She confidently told Dragon that he would not be able to harm her. Lu Fan, seeing Dragon's growing frustration, smirked and declared that since Dragon had failed to keep his word, there was no reason for him to honor his own. Without hesitation, he struck Dragon directly in the other eye, causing him to scream in pain. Enraged and blinded, Dragon called for reinforcements, demanding that every available gang member be summoned to ensure Lu Fan did not escape alive. As the gang members surrounded them, the girl grew terrified and urged Lu Fan to leave, insisting that this was her problem, not his. But Lu Fan only smiled and reassured her that he had a habit of never abandoning girls in need. He calmly removed his tie and prepared to fight. The battle broke out, but no one could stand against Lu Fan's skill. He used his tie to take down multiple gang members effortlessly. Seeing him charge forward, several members attempted to flee in fear. Dragon, now barely able to see, anxiously asked if Lu Fan had been defeated. One of his men, trembling, informed him that not only had Lu Fan survived, but he had also single-handedly taken down 30 gang members without suffering a single scratch. Dragon, realizing his utter defeat, sighed and admitted that he had lost. However, he reminded Lu Fan that among the 4 captains of the Black Force gang, he was the weakest. The remaining 3 were far stronger, and they would undoubtedly seek revenge. Lu Fan smirked and told Dragon to pass on a message. He would be waiting for them. He emphasized that they should remember both his face and his name, ensuring that his revenge would not be misdirected. He warned them not to take vengeance on the wrong person. Meanwhile, the dragon relayed Lu Fan's message to his boss and the other gang members. When Lu Fan was leaving, the girl introduced her at the Yanqing News Company. She's reporter, and her name is Sang Jinsu. She was gathering evidence against the Black Force gang. Lu Fan commended her bravery but cautioned her against continuing her investigation. He warned her that the gang was powerful and wealthy, advising her to leave the city to ensure her safety. Lu Fan, after expressing his concern, left the place. Jinsu, however, refused to be deterred. She questioned why she should give up merely because she was a woman. Determined, she vowed to bring the Black Force gang to its knees. Meanwhile, the dragon arrived at the gang's headquarters, where the boss and the 3 captains were gathered. He informed them about Lu Fan's actions, revealing that even with 30 men, they had been unable to stop him. The second captain recalled that the dragon had once been timid and had warned him not to strain his one good eye. Now, standing before them, it was evident that he had ignored that advice. At that moment, Captain White Shark entered the room and provided further information. He reported that the girl involved was Sang Jinsu, an intern reporter. The person responsible for killing their gang members was Lu Fan, a high school student. This was not the first time he had attacked them. He had already taken down several members before. The first captain then questioned the identity of this formidable fighter. He turned to the boss, asking for permission to take revenge on Lu Fan. White Shark accused the captain of using the gang's power to settle personal scores, prompting an argument. However, their boss intervened, stating that there was no need to fight among themselves. Captain Wild Tiger already knew Lu Fan and would handle the situation. On the other side of town, Lu Fan, while eating, sensed that someone was talking about him. Upon returning home, he noticed Miss June had fallen asleep. Acting as a gentleman, he removed his coat and attempted to blow out the candle. However, before he could do so, a sudden gust extinguished it. Observing Lu Fan, Miss June realized that he did not seem arrogant or rude but rather shy, making her feel nervous. She gave him a thumbs up. Lu Fan, confused, asked why she had hit him when he was merely trying to be nice. Miss June apologized, explaining that she got nervous when someone suddenly appeared in front of her at night. As she applied ice to her hand, she recalled her grandfather telling her that Lu Fan was a top soldier. She asked if that was true. Lu Fan confirmed, stating that her grandfather had spoken the truth. He claimed to be a world-class soldier known globally as Superman. Miss June scoffed at his words, calling them nonsense. Lu Fan, undeterred, told her that if she found his words useless, she should at least trust what her grandfather had told her. He added that if he were to say he was just an ordinary student, she probably wouldn't believe him either. The next day, Lu Fan rushed to attend his Weiwei birthday party. Realizing he had forgotten to bring a gift, he quickly grabbed a cup of soy milk and some fried breadsticks. Upon arriving at Weiwei's house, he was greeted by Butler Deng, who spoke pleasantly but harbored contempt for Lu Fan. In his mind, he believed Lu Fan was an unworthy match for the young lady. Just then, young Master Bao arrived. Greeting Butler Deng, Deng regarded Bao as the ideal candidate for Weiwei. He was wealthy and well-dressed. Even if Bao lacked good looks, it didn't matter since he had money. Like many other rich young men, Bao flaunted his wealth, purchasing an expensive piano as a birthday gift for Weiwei. He boasted that the piano was worth millions and that he wouldn't hesitate to spend even more for her. In contrast, Lu Fan presented Weiwei with soy milk and breadsticks. Butler Deng scoffed, convinced that Weiwei would be furious and throw the food in his face. However, to everyone's surprise, Weiwei happily accepted Lu Fan's gift while completely ignoring Bao's extravagant present. Witnessing this, both Butler Deng and young Master Bao were left in shock. Later, in her room, Weiwei enjoyed the food Lu Fan had brought her. She admitted that she never ate junk food, but since it was from Lu Fan, she made an exception. To her surprise, she found it delicious. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Bao introduced himself to Lu Fan, asserting that he was Bao Ningxian, one of the 8 top young masters of Yangchang. He pointed out that each young master had their own special talent, and his was music. While they were talking, a girl approached and asked what everyone was discussing. She then greeted Uncle Deng and inquired about his well-being. Deng, delighted to see her, exclaimed that Boo Boo had finally returned after 10 years. He expressed his joy and said he would call young Miss confident that she would be thrilled to see her best friend after so many years. Bao, unimpressed, remarked that he hadn't known Wei Wei had such a poor-looking friend. Boo Boo attempted to kick Bao, but before she could, she suddenly stops. With a sharp tone, Boo Boo warned Bao that if he spoke again, she would ensure that Bao's body would hit the ground, and all the air trapped in her balloon would be expelled at once. Observing Boo Boo's speed, Lu Fan was impressed by how fast she moved. As Boo Boo turned to him, she asked if he had any issues as well. Startled, Lu Fan quickly assured her that he had no problems and insisted he was a good person. At that moment, Wei Wei arrived and greeted Boo Boo with excitement, remarking that it had been 10 years since they last met. She recalled that they had been in elementary school together and had remained best friends ever since. However, she was surprised at how much Boo Boo's physique had changed. She remembered Boo Boo being much smaller and even resembling a scion girl. Boo Boo laughed and explained that after going abroad, she had trained in martial art and boxing. She mentioned that since it was her friend's birthday, she had coincidentally returned and decided to attend the celebration. When Wei Wei mentioned the recent attacks on her, Boo Boo reassured her that she was now serving as her bodyguard. Wei Wei, relieved, suggested that they go out shopping and invited Lu Fan to join them. Lu Fan hesitated, mentioning that he could only take one person on his bike. Wei Wei acknowledged the limitation and noted that not everyone could fit. However, Lu Fan confidently pointed out that Bao, being wealthy, likely had a car nearby. Bao, annoyed, refused to take them along. Lu Fan, unfazed, suggested that if Bao acted as their driver, they could all go together. Otherwise, he would stay behind with him. In the end, Bao relented, and they all left. Wei Wei rode with Boo Boo on the bike, while Lu Fan and Bao traveled by car. During the ride, Lu Fan teased Bao about his weight and urged him to drive faster. Bao, irritated, retorted that he was not Lu Fan's driver and refused to be ordered around. As they drove, onlookers noticed them and whispered about how wealthy they appeared and how cute the girl beside them was. Upon reaching the shopping destination, Lu Fan sighed, complaining that shopping was incredibly dull. He admitted that if he weren't being paid for this task, he would never have agreed to come. Bao, frustrated, grumbled about having to carry so many bags. Lu Fan explained that since Wei Wei had money and could easily afford luxurious items like a piano, it was essential to offer help when possible. He advised Bao to carry the bags without complaints, suggesting that doing so would allow him to grow closer to Wei Wei. Realizing this, Bao reluctantly agreed. Later, at a restaurant, Wei Wei expressed her delight, stating that it was the best day of her life and that she had never enjoyed such good food before. Boo Boo, smiling, remarked that Wei Wei had grown even cuter over the years but commented that Bao was not a good match for her. Offended, Bao snapped, demanding to know how Boo Boo dared to speak ill of him. He then boasted that if Wei Wei desired, he could buy the entire restaurant for her. Wei Wei, unimpressed, dismissed the idea, stating that if she didn't like the place, there was no reason for him to purchase it. Meanwhile, a waiter approached their table with a knife. Sensing danger, Boo Boo quickly threw her knife at him. However, just before it could strike, Lu Fan reacted swiftly, intercepting the attack with his fork. Boo Boo was startled to realize that the waiter was merely delivering a knife to another table and had no ill intentions. Lu Fan, sternly, advised her to think before attacking anyone, pointing out that she had almost killed an innocent person. Boo Boo, flustered, marveled at how easily Lu Fan had blocked her attack. She wondered who he truly was. Lu Fan, downplaying the situation, simply stated that he was nothing more than Wei Wei's classmate. Wei Wei, however, interjected and proudly introduced him, confirming that he was indeed her classmate, Lu Fan. Lu Fan had saved her life when she was kidnapped. She acknowledged this with a nod and said, "Okay, then." Grateful, she added, "Thank you for saving my best friend's life." Lu Fan responded with a smirk, "Well, if I'm being honest, then like you, I guess I've become my Wei Wei's bodyguard for today." After spending the day together, Wei Wei suddenly excused herself. "I need to go to the washroom," she said. Boo Boo immediately offered, "Let me go with you." Inside the washroom, Boo Boo was seen texting someone. It soon became clear that Boo Boo was actually Assassin, the one sent to kill Wei Wei. Frustrated by Lu Fan's presence, she was struggling to complete the mission, so his team was sending reinforcements. After finishing the message, Boo Boo hastily threw the phone into the dustbin. As she stepped out of the washroom, she spotted Lu Fan standing outside. People nearby started murmuring and whispering insults, calling him a jerk for waiting outside the women's restroom. Watching him, Boo Boo grew uneasy. Does he know who I really am? Is that why he's following us? Or is he actually just a jerk? She wondered. Later that night, everyone returned home. Wei Wei turned to Boo Boo and smiled. "Today was the best day of my life because I got to spend it with you." After their conversation, Wei Wei went to her room to change. Meanwhile, Lu Fan spoke to Boo Boo, his voice carrying a hint of sorrow. "You know, I feel bad for Wei Wei. She's young, sweet, kind, and yet, She'll be killed soon, an innocent girl, gone, and the worst part, she'll die at the hands of her best friend. Do you think she would feel worse about her fate, or her friend's betrayal? Boo Boo felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. Is he here to stop me? She thought. Hesitantly, she asked. So, what are you planning to do? Lu Fan leaned in slightly and replied. I was paid to be here, just like you, but for you, the payout must be much higher. Boo Boo frowned. What do you mean? He smirked. Let's say, you give me 70%, I could put on a good act, pretend to get beaten up. That way, you get the chance to kill Wei Wei without interference. Boo Boo scoffed, shaking her head. I know exactly what kind of nonsense you're trying to pull. Lu Fan's expression didn't change. If you don't like the price, we can negotiate. What do you say? Before she could respond, they both heard sudden movement. Boo Boo rushed forward, alarmed, but Lu Fan was quicker, reaching the spot in a single leap. To their surprise, Wei Wei was simply playing with her cat. She giggled. My kitty, you're so naughty. I haven't even changed yet, and you're already jumping on me. Seeing Wei Wei like this, both Lu Fan and Boo Boo suddenly got nosebleeds. Embarrassed, Wei Wei turned bright red. You idiots, what are you two doing here? Get out, now. Lu Fan shrugged. I'm just doing my job, but this idiot, he said, pointing at Boo Boo, is peeping. Meanwhile, a commotion broke out at the entrance. A young man arrived, young Master Chi. Upon seeing him, Uncle Deng stiffened, his face turning pale. Chi smirked. This was my surprise. I didn't even tell Uncle Zhang that I'd be coming to Wei Wei's birthday party, so, listen up, none of you should interfere. The crowd murmured in astonishment. He's not even 20 years old, yet he's one of the world's top 20 billionaires. Is he really here for Wei Wei? Chi continued. I've booked a 5-star hotel and prepared a grand celebration. Everyone can go there and enjoy the party. But as for tonight, only Wei Wei, and I will stay here. Extra guests are not welcome. With that, Chi's bodyguards began escorting people out. Boo Boo was shocked as she observed the bodyguards. They're not just ordinary security, they're all retired mercenaries, she realized. However, Lu Fan and Boo Boo remained unmoved. One of the bodyguards frowned. What's your problem? Why aren't you leaving? Lu Fan smirked. I came here to eat cake. I'm not leaving without it. Chi narrowed his eyes and questions Bao. Who is this? Bao quickly responded. He's Wei Wei's classmate. Chi chuckled. I made sure the hotel had great food, but unfortunately for you, whatever cake Wei Wei eats, I'll be eating with her. One of the bodyguards stepped forward, attempting to push Lu Fan away, but in a single swift movement, Lu Fan flipped him onto the ground. The bodyguard gasped in shock, unable to move. Lu Fan looked down at him and calmly said, I told you, I came here to eat cake, and until I do, no one dares move me. As Luo Fan confidently took action, the crowd around him grew envious. Whispers spread among them, questioning his identity. Some murmured that he was daring to challenge young Master Chi's authority. While Lu Fan and Chi exchanged words, Uncle Zhang arrived, bringing Wei Wei along. Chi, ever the charmer, took Wei Wei's hand and kissed it gently before wishing her a happy birthday. He then announced that he had brought her a rare and exquisite gift, a snow fairy flower from Taiyan Mountain. This flower blooms only once every 70 years, Chi explained. Its nectar has remarkable properties. Anyone who consumes it never ages, even butterflies that drink its juice remain youthful and vibrant for centuries. And Wei Wei, I want you to stay just as young and beautiful. Wei Wei hesitated, staring at the delicate flower. This is too precious, I can't accept it. Before she could say more, Lu Fan scoffed. Wei Wei, don't be fooled, this so-called priceless flower is actually worthless. It's nothing compared to the gift I brought. Chi raised an eyebrow, smirking. Oh, and what grand gift did you bring? From what I remember, it was just soya milk and breadsticks. If you lack knowledge, it's best to stay quiet. Lu Fan smirked right back. At least my gift is something people can eat, he countered. As for your flower, your claims are absurd. The reason those butterflies live long isn't because of this flower's nectar. It's due to their biology. They enter a hibernation-like state, slowing their aging. The flower has nothing to do with it. Chi's confident expression faltered as the realization dawned on him. That shopkeeper tricked me, he thought. Embarrassment crept over him as murmurs of laughter spread through the crowd. Luo Fan crossed his arms. I may not have money like you, but at least I have brains. Chi's eyes narrowed. I see what this is. You like my wife, and now you're challenging me. His voice dripped with amusement. Fine, I accept. Luo Fan rolled his shoulders. I'm not leaving this party until it's over. Chi turned toward the grand piano in the corner. Then let's make it interesting, he declared. I composed a special piece for Wei Wei. Consider this my second birthday gift to her. He sat down and began playing. As the elegant melody filled the room, admiration rippled through the crowd. Guests whispered about Chi's talent, praising him for being not just rich and handsome but also musically gifted. Vivi listened intently, then glanced at Luo Fan. Sure, Chi is talented, but Luo Fan is even more attractive. She paused, her thoughts spiraling. Wait, am I actually choosing between them based on music? Boo Boo, watching from the sidelines, felt a sense of dread. Luo Fan is going to lose this round. As the final note faded, Uncle Jean applauded. An impressive performance, he acknowledged. However, he turned to Luo Fan with a knowing look. No matter what happens tonight, I trust you'll protect Vivi. Luo Fan stepped forward, placing his hands on the piano. I don't know much about music, he admitted, so I'll just play the same piece you did. She laughed. That's impossible. I composed this myself, and you've never heard it before. You think you can just copy it perfectly? Without another word, Luo Fan began to play. The moment his fingers touched the keys, a strange melody filled the air. The audience's murmurs grew confused. Something was off. Chi's expression darkened as realization hit him. He's playing my piece in reverse. Not only that, but he wasn't missing a single note. Wei Wei's eyes widened. That's actually really cool. A tense silence followed. Then, Chi exhaled in frustration. I concede with that. He turned and left. As the crowd settled, Vivi's birthday cake finally arrived. Everyone wished Wei Wei a happy birthday, and she gratefully thanked them all. Meanwhile, Boo Boo sensed that the moment had come. As Wei Wei closed her eyes to make a wish, someone suddenly attacked her from the side. Just in time, Boo Boo intervened and stopped the assailant. It was revealed that the attacker was none other than the man who had come to assist Boo Boo. However, upon seeing Boo Boo protect Wei Wei, the man realized that Boo Boo had betrayed him. Enraged, he lunged at Boo Boo, accusing her of treachery and declaring, Traitor 98, I will not spare you. As they fought, they moved through a corridor and into a separate room. Assassin taunted Boo Boo, calling him 98 and claiming that her end had come. A fierce battle ensued with Assassin. Assassin says that he knew she could never match his strength. Meanwhile, Lu Fan had finished playing his music, and Wei Wei, having made her wish, looked around in confusion, wondering where Boo Boo had gone. As the candles were about to be blown out, Lu Fan assured her that he would go and find her. Back in the fight, Boo Boo was struggling against Assassin. Assassin remarked that their numbers determined their strength and acknowledged that she could never defeat 86. She attempted a knee strike, but 86 easily blocked her attack. Boo Boo, sensing the power difference, admitted that the strength of a top-tier killer was on another level. However, Boo Boo struck him against the headbutt, which only enraged the assassin, who launched a deadly counterattack. Just as the attack was about to land, Lu Fan arrived, calling out to Boo Boo and reminding her that Wei Wei was waiting. Lu Fan then questioned Boo Boo about her original mission, asking why she had not gone through with killing Wei Wei. Boo Boo, visibly shaken, confessed that Wei Wei was her best friend and that she could never bear the guilt of taking her life. Lu Fan, with a regretful smile, informed him that his decision meant he would no longer receive any payment. The assassin stated that since Lu Fan had witnessed everything, he too had to die there. In response, Lu Fan smirked and challenged him, saying that if the assassin intended to kill him, he should go ahead and try. Without hesitation, Lu Fan activated his hockey power, turning the assassin's own sword against him and piercing through him in an instant. The assassin, utterly shocked, struggled to comprehend when the attack had even taken place. Boo Boo was left in shock, unable to comprehend how Lu Fan had so effortlessly taken down the person who had been giving her so much trouble. At that moment, the police burst into the room. Recognizing Lu Fan, one of the officers recalled that he had been arrested previously. The officer accused Lu Fan of committing murder, but before he could proceed, Mr. Zhang intervened, stating that Lu Fan was his daughter's bodyguard and that he had merely taken down an attacker. The officer argued that being a bodyguard did not give Lu Fan the right to kill, insisting that he would have to accompany them to the station for questioning. Lu Fan, defiant, declared that he had saved a life, not taken one, and that the police had no authority to arrest him. He advised the officer to speak to his superior, Pang Ai, before making any rash decisions. Frustrated, the officer ordered his men to load their weapons, realizing that Lu Fan would not cooperate willingly. Just then, Captain Pang Ai arrived. The officer, relieved, requested him to personally interrogate Lu Fan, believing that he had actually killed anyone. Pang Ai, familiar with Lu Fan's history, sighed, realizing that he was once again in trouble. Shifting the conversation, Pang Ai questioned Jinhua about Killer G. When Jinhua denied knowing him, Pang Ai revealed that Killer G was ranked 46th among the world's deadliest assassins and was a highly dangerous individual wanted by the police in 11 countries. Pang Ai then demanded to know if there had been any progress in investigating Mr. Zhang's kidnapping. Jinhua, nervous, admitted that no leads had been found yet. Pang Ai sternly ordered that results be delivered within 7 days, warning Jinhua of severe consequences if he failed. Trembling, Jinhua agreed to conduct the investigation. As the scene cleared, Boo Boo mused over how Lu Fan had managed to escape yet another difficult situation. Turning to Lu Fan, she asked who he really was. Lu Fan, smiling slightly, dismissed the question, claiming to be nothing more than an ordinary high school student. However, he warned Lu Fang to protect Wei Wei, stating that if anything happened to her, he would not hesitate to track him down and kill him. Lu Fang reassured him, boasting that he was much stronger and that Wei Wei was safe as long as he was around. With that, Bu Bu bid farewell and departed. The scene shifted to a Yanqing news company, where Jingsu confronted her editor about why no reports had been published on the Black Force gang. She insisted that she had reviewed the news multiple times but had found no mention of them. Her editor, Zhou, responded by handing her 3 months' worth of salary, informing her that the president had deemed her unfit for the job. Enraged, Jingsu refused the money, demanding the return of her pen drive. Zhou tried to convince her that she was being given a lucrative opportunity, but Jingsu, disgusted, threw the money back at him, stating that she would rather starve than participate in such unethical work. After storming out, Jingsu worried about her financial situation. She had no money to buy clothes for her younger siblings, and they lived in conditions far from what could be called a proper home. With the cold season approaching, she agonized over how they would survive. A fleeting thought made her question whether she should have taken the money, but she quickly dismissed it, reaffirming her belief that hard work would provide a better future for her family. No matter what, she would never resort to corruption. Elsewhere, Lu Fan sat at a dinner table, sharing a meal with Wei Wei's family. Wei Wei's mother asked Lu Fan if he had just transferred to Wei Wei's class. Lu Fan confirmed, explaining that he had recently transferred from Country M and had joined the same high school. Curious about his background, Wei Wei's mother inquired about his family and where he lived. Lu Fan responded that he had no one and lived alone. Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. Wei Wei's mother, feeling sympathetic, apologized. However, Lu Fan reassured her, saying that it was fine and that he had grown accustomed to being alone. At that moment, Lu Fan remembered that he was not entirely alone in the world. He had his master, a figure responsible for many of his childhood hardships. He resolved that if he ever met his master again, he would have a serious battle with him to seek revenge for his childhood. Meanwhile, Uncle Zhang offered Lu Fan a job as a bodyguard once again, but Lu Fan firmly declined. He was clear in his mind that, despite needing money, he would never take on a position that would entangle him in such matters again. Uncle Zhang then proposed a generous sum for just 1 day's work. Hearing this, Lu Fan reconsidered and admitted that for that amount of money, he would be willing to accept the job. Uncle Zhang then mentioned that he was aware of the issues between Lu Fan and Huang Taihong, assuring him that when the time was right, he would provide assistance. Lu Fan, realizing the difficulty of earning money without a stable income, finally agreed but set a condition. He would work for only a month. Later, when Lu Fan went to Wei Wei's room, he saw her playing the piano. He couldn't help but admire how lovely she looked while playing and singing. As she finished, Wei Wei turned to him and expressed her gratitude, acknowledging that he had saved her life twice. Lu Fan downplayed his actions, stating that the first time had been a coincidence and the second time was merely a responsibility as her bodyguard. He reminded her that for the next month, he would be her protector, ensuring no one could harm her during that period. Just then, Uncle Zhang entered the room and remarked that the two of them seemed to have become good friends. He mentioned that his daughter had never been fond of having a bodyguard, but it appeared she liked this one so much that she might want to keep him as her protector for a lifetime. Embarrassed, Wei Wei blushed and scolded her father for making such remarks. Suddenly, Wei Wei's collapsed onto the floor. Alarmed, Lu Fan immediately turned to Uncle Zhang, asking if she needed to be taken to the hospital. Uncle Zhang explained that she had a long-standing illness since childhood. While it wasn't life-threatening, doctors from abroad came to check on her every month. Lu Fan then offered to examine her himself, revealing that he had extensive medical knowledge. After checking her condition, he assured her that it was not too serious but emphasized that her body was weak and required powerful medicine to regain strength. Once her body recovered, she would no longer face health issues. Uncle Zhang was skeptical and questioned whether Lu Fan was certain about his diagnosis. He pointed out that over 200 doctors had examined his Wei Wei, yet none had been able to cure her. Lu Fan, confident in his abilities, asked if Uncle Zhang trusted him. Without hesitation, Uncle Zhang replied that he did. Lu Fan then wrote a prescription and instructed him to administer the medicine every 3 days. He assured Uncle Zhang that after completing the treatment, Wei Wei would never fall ill again. With that, Lu Fan bid him farewell. As Uncle Zhang watched Lu Fan leave, he found himself wondering how someone so young could possess such knowledge. He even contemplated asking Lu Fan to examine his own health, as he had been struggling for 20 years to have another child with his wife. On his way home, Lu Fan reflected on his new job, which paid 10,000 per day. This income would cover his rent and living expenses for an entire year. Feeling elated, he decided to treat himself to a good meal at Sister Lan's restaurant. However, as he approached the area, he noticed a large crowd gathered in front of the establishment. To his shock, the entire restaurant had been destroyed, and Sister Lan was sitting amidst the wreckage, Crying, Lu Fan immediately rushed to her and demanded to know what had happened. He asked if the Black Force gang was responsible, vowing to make them suffer if they were behind it. However, Sister Lan shook her head and explained that the destruction had been caused by her husband. She revealed that her husband had borrowed a large sum of money from loan sharks at the casino. Since they had no money to repay the debt, the creditors had destroyed the restaurant. Lu Fan then asked how much her husband owed and where he was. Sister Lan informed him that her husband had borrowed $500,000 but had disappeared, likely hiding to avoid the loan sharks who were searching for him. Frustrated and overwhelmed, she declared that she had lost all patience and intended to file for divorce. As she could no longer endure such a marriage, Lu Fan decided to help her, but for now he was unsure how. As he arrived home, his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of something crashing inside. Lu Fan suspected that the loan sharks had come looking for Miss June. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw her lying unconscious. After checking her pulse, he realized that she was fine and nothing serious had happened to her. As he carried her to the room, Miss June suddenly regained consciousness. Seeing him so close, she panicked and assumed he was about to do something improper. Without thinking, she slapped him. Realizing her mistake, she quickly apologized, saying she had misunderstood him again. Lu Fan reassured her, saying it was no big deal, as things like this often happened to guys and he had grown accustomed to it. Feeling guilty, Miss June offered to help him with his upcoming practice exam, but Lu Fan declined, stating that he could handle it on his own. Miss June, eager to make amends, insisted that it was her first time offering to tutor someone. Miss June, amused by her determination, remarked that he seemed quite confident. Lu Fan said she would only truly understand his abilities once the exam results were out. The next day, Lu Fan arrived at the examination hall. His friend, Tang, asked whether he thought he would pass. Lu Fan confidently assured him that he would, telling him not to worry. As the teachers distributed the test papers, Lu Fan felt a twinge of nervousness, realizing it had been a long time since he had taken an exam. However, he quickly composed himself and began answering the questions. After the exam, Tang sighed, saying he was exhausted, and invited Lu Fan to play. Lu Fan declined, explaining that he had something else to do. Nearby, a group of bullies speculated about what kind of plans he had, jokingly suggesting he was going on a date. Just then, Lu Mei and Wei Wei approached him, saying they had been waiting for him. The other students, witnessing the scene, complained in exasperation that both the campus beauty and the class beauty were after the same guy, while they struggled with their studies. Later, Lu Fan accompanied Lu Mei and Wei Wei home. As he was about to leave, Wei Wei invited him inside for a while, but he politely declined, saying he preferred to go for a walk. Without another word, he started jogging away. As he ran, Lu Fan reflected on how long it had been since he last exercised and worried that he might gain weight if he didn't stay active. While running, he noticed a girl sprinting ahead of him with impressive speed and an athletic physique. Intrigued, he quickened his pace to match hers. However, as soon as he caught up, she turned to him and asked, "You're Lu Fan, right?" Surprised, Lu Fan asked how she knew him and if they had attended the same high school. The girl seemed amused and asked if he truly didn't recognize her. Lu Fan admitted that he had no recollection of her, assuming she was just a random runner. He explained that he had started running faster simply because he admired her speed and wanted to compete. The girl, unconvinced, accused him of lying, but Lu Fan insisted he was telling the truth. Just then, two thugs appeared in front of them. They sneered, saying they had no interest in fighting but only wanted their money and bodies. "We are the most powerful gang, Long River Knights." Lu Fan, unfazed, sarcastically pointed out how poorly worded their threat was and advised them to come up with a better line. He then demanded that they step aside, as he and the girl needed to pass. The thugs laughed, declaring that they were hooligans, not shopkeepers who could be brushed off so easily. Recognizing them, the girl identified them as members of the infamous Long River Knights gang. She accused them of committing terrible crimes, the worst of which involved kidnapping and abusing young women. She expressed disgust that they had become so audacious as to threaten boys now too. Lu Fan, intrigued by their boldness, smirked and remarked that this was his first time, so please be gentle to him. The leader of the gang, unimpressed, says, "Girl, you are our target, not this bastard," and lunged toward Lu Fan to attack. However, before Lu Fan could react, the girl swiftly delivered a powerful kick to the thug, sending him staggering backward. She declared that they had been searching for these criminals for a long time and that today, there would be no escape for them. The goon sneered and said, "You're definitely a Mingjing grade 3 martial artist, aren't you?" The girl says, "You guessed wrong." While Lu Fan thinks, "Master Zhu had explained this to me, martial art was widely practiced in China and divided into various levels. Even Minjing Grade 3 is also a level in martial arts. Each level has vast differences in skill. Before Lu Fan could step in to help, the girl had already overpowered the goons. Lu Fan couldn't help but think, "Writer, you really steal my moment. This was my chance to impress the girl." Meanwhile, the girl looked at the fallen goons and snapped, "What are you standing around for? Call the police." Moments later, the authorities arrived and swiftly apprehended the criminals. The officers turned to the girl and Lu Fan, expressing their gratitude. "Thanks to you, we've caught some major criminals. You've done a great job." Lu Fan took a step forward, curiosity evident in his eyes. "Can I know your name?" he asked. The girl smirked. "Just ask anyone at school, they'll tell you who I am." With that, she walked away, leaving Lu Fan intrigued. A few days later, at school, Tang excitedly approached Lu Fan, hands folded in admiration. "You're my idol. Did you know you topped the school? Our head teacher himself is coming to announce it soon, and look at you, sitting there so casually, as if it doesn't even matter." Tang continued, "With this, I bet you'll become the head of the 4 masters. You'll be the 5th master of Jigging High School." Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. "The 4 masters? What's that?" Tang looked at him in disbelief. "You don't even know," he explained. "At Jigging High, there are 8 campus beauty and the 4 masters. They're the idols of the school, the dream princes of every student, and I guarantee, you'll be the best among them." Lu Fan pondered for a moment. "Is there a campus beauty here who knows how to fight?" Tang nodded enthusiastically. "Of course, Lu Mei is a skilled fighter." Lu Fan smirked, recalling her combat skills. "I know about that firsthand. What about others?" Tang added, "There's also Chanilan, another campus beauty. She might know how to fight too." As their conversation continued, the classroom door swung open. Their head teacher, Miss Zhou, entered and announced, "This time, Lu Fan has secured the top rank." The class erupted in excitement, whispering among themselves, "Lu Fan will definitely become one of the 4 masters now." Lu Fan sighed inwardly. "I just wanted to keep a low profile. Why is this happening to me?" Standing up, he muttered, "I'll go to Wei Wei and Lu Mei. Calling them every time doesn't feel right." As he approached them, Tang suddenly pulled him aside and handed him a letter. Lu Fan received a letter asking him to meet near the campus lotus pond. The letter was from Song Dai. Curious, Wei Wei turned to Lu Mei and asked, "What's going on with Lu Fan? Do you know anything?" Lu Mei nodded and replied, "A campus beauty has her eyes on Lu Fan. She's even trying to steal him from you." Lu Mei smirked. "Even if you don't believe me now, just wait and see what happens." Tang, still excited, grinned. "Your luck is incredible. Song Dai is the campus queen, and she's breathtakingly beautiful. She is every guy's dream girl." Lu Fan, unimpressed, handed the letter back. "Hold on to this. I have something to do." As he walked away, Tang sighed dramatically. Really, sometimes people are just too lucky. Just as Lu Fan stepped outside, Little Huang and his gang surrounded him. Their leader sneered, "You don't deserve to be 5th master. If you become one, we'll do hunger strike." Luo Fan remained unfazed. "Who are these guys? Are they the same ones as last time?" "It doesn't matter. I'll take them all down." He turned to Wei Wei and said, "Give me a second. I'll deal with them quickly." Then, looking at his challengers, he smirked. "Tell me, how would you like to be beaten?" Yet, the gang didn't attack. They simply stood ready, waiting for something. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed. "This is a trap." He glanced around and spotted Din Huang watching from a distance. "So that's the plan. They want me to make the first move so they can catch me red-handed and throw me out of school." Lu Fan chuckled. "Your plan was clever, but I saw right through it." One of the goons scoffed. "We didn't build these muscles just for show. We're strong too." Just as Lu Fan prepared to act, Miss June arrived. "Lu Fan, come to my office after class," she instructed. Then, turning to the gang, she scolded, "Aren't you ashamed of bullying your classmates? If I see this again, I'll call your parents and have you all punished." The gang members paled and quickly dispersed. Miss June then warned Lu Fan, "These guys come from powerful families. Be careful around them." Meanwhile, back in the gang's hideout, Little Huang was being berated. "I told you to make sure no teacher came, yet Miss June showed up. Because of you, my position as one of the 4 masters is in danger." Little Huang, desperate to save himself, grinned. "Wait, don't hit me. I have an amazing idea. Use it, and you can get your revenge." The 4th master of jigging school, Gang Meng, listened intently as Little Huang smirked. "Lu Fan has a weak friend named Tang. He doesn't know how to fight. If you beat him up, Lu Fan will come running for revenge." Young man grinned. "Perfect. First, we'll take care of Tang. Then, we'll go after his girl, that bastard." He was happy spending his days with those 2 girls. But when I saw this, I completely lost my mind. At the Lotus Pond, Song Dai was waiting for Lu Fan, but he never arrived. Frustrated, she muttered to herself that Lu Fan had rejected her, and she would never forgive him for it. Meanwhile, Lu Fan had gone to Tang's house, where where he sat comfortably in front of his desk, sipping a drink. Uncle Tang, noticing that the beer was almost finished, instructed Tang to fetch 2 more bottles. The moment Tang stepped out, Lu Fan and Uncle Tang began discussing their plan. Lu Fan turned to Uncle Tang and asked if he had found out anything. Uncle Tang nodded, explaining that he had followed those people for a few days, only to uncover a disturbing truth. Tae Hung, who appeared to be a property dealer, was actually involved in child trafficking in collaboration with the Black Force gang. Furious, Lu Fan slammed his fist on the table and demanded to know how much evidence they had. Uncle Tang revealed that in 2 days, the gang was planning to sell the children. They had a chance to catch them red-handed. Just as they finished talking, Lu Fan realized that Tang had not yet returned. Elsewhere, Tang had been ambushed by Little Huang's men. Huang sneered at him, mocking his courage for befriending Lu Fan. He warned Tang, "Just say Lu Fan is a useless bastard and will hit you less." Despite the threats, Tang stood his ground, declaring that Lu Fan was his true friend, and he would never speak ill of him. Infuriated, Huang struck Tang in the face with a brick, sending him crashing to the ground. But Tang, refusing to cower in fear, grabbed a bottle and smashed it against Huang's face. "I'm not the same weakling anymore," Tang declared. "I've become stronger." However, despite his resolve, he lacked the necessary skills to fight back. He was beaten mercilessly, and even after losing consciousness, Huang's men continued their assault. Later, Tang was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. The doctors attempted to contact his family, but his phone was switched off. One of the doctors expressed his sympathy, but admitted that without money, they couldn't provide treatment. At that moment, Dr. Jiang stepped in, insisting that they couldn't let a child die simply because of money. The other doctor reminded her that this was a hospital, not a charity, but she remained firm. "A doctor's duty is to save lives at all costs," she said. "If this child isn't treated soon, he will die. I'll take full responsibility." Without hesitation, she began Tang's surgery. A greedy doctor standing nearby scoffed at her, remarking that she was being arrogant. Meanwhile, Tang's father, worried about his son's absence, kept calling him. When he finally received a call, he rushed to the hospital, only to learn that Tang had been severely beaten. Upon hearing the news, he was devastated. Then he tells Lu Fan everything. At the hospital, director confronted Dr. Jiang in his office. He reprimanded her for constantly taking in patients who couldn't pay, causing financial losses for the hospital. He doubted that Tang's family would be able to afford the treatment. Dr. Jiang offered to have the expenses deducted from her salary, but the director reminded her that her salary had already been docked for the month. Frustrated, he informed her that she would no longer be allowed to work in Seoul. The greedy doctor smirked and commented that people like Dr. Jiang failed to understand how the world worked. He warned that doing good deeds often led to bad consequences. Just then, Lu Fan entered and, without a word, threw a wad of cash at the doctor's face. The room fell silent as everyone stared in shock. Lu Fan's voice was cold as he said, "Just treat my friend. If you don't, you'll be the one responsible for what happens next." The greedy doctor, humiliated, demanded to know how Lu Fan dared to insult him. Tang's father pleaded with the director to save his only son. The director, unmoved, scoffed at their desperation and signaled for some thugs to deal with them. At that moment, Lu Fan made a phone call. "Mr. Zhang, I need some money," he said. Mr. Zhang responded without hesitation, "Will 1 million be enough, or should I send more?" He assured Lu Fan that he was willing to help him with anything. Lu Fan replied that 1 million would be sufficient and promised to explain everything when he returned home. Meanwhile, the director, still processing what had just happened, was filled with shock. He wondered if Lu Fan had just been speaking to the great tycoon Zhang Hetian. The goons in the hospital exchanged whispers, their voices filled with unease. Someone among them murmured, "Was that really Zhang Hetian?" They had all heard the voice and recognized it instantly. It was definitely him, the biggest investor of the hospital. One of them explained that Zhang Hetian was a powerful figure, an influential investor, and that Zhang Hetian was his close associate, almost like a brother. Lu Fan, in his usual composed manner, addressed the director and said that if there was no objection, he could call assistance for his friend. The director, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly shifted his tone. He pleaded for forgiveness and assured Lu Fan that the hospital was already using its best doctor to treat his friend. He emphasized that Dr. Jiang would take full responsibility for the child's well-being, and nothing should happen to him. Greedy Dr. Lu, now eager to please, also reassured Lu Fan that he would personally oversee the treatment. Ignoring Dr. Lu entirely, Lu Fan approached Dr. Jiang. He mentioned that the nurses had informed him about how she had fought against everyone to ensure his friend received treatment. With genuine gratitude, he thanked her and pleaded for her to continue treating his friend. Dr. Jiang, maintaining her professional demeanor, told Lu Fan that there was no need for him to bow or plead. she would simply do her best. Director affirmed that Dr. Jiang was an exceptional doctor and that she would certainly make every effort to save the child. Meanwhile, Dr. Lu returned to the director after overhearing the conversation. He confidently stated that Lu Fan was certainly a fraud. However, instead of praising him, the director slapped Dr. Lu across the face. With an air of disdain, he demanded, "Do you even know who Zhang Etienne is? I was provoking a man of such influence just for a mere dog like you. From now on, keep your mouth shut." Shortly after, Dr. Jiang emerged from the operating room and informed Lu Fan that his friend's condition had stabilized. She allowed him to visit but warned him not to question the patient too much. As soon as Lu Fan and Uncle Tang entered the room, Uncle Tang anxiously asked how this had happened and who was responsible. Tang, still weak, revealed that some bullies from his class had attacked him. Hearing this, Lu Fan's expression darkened with rage. His voice was cold as he declared that he would not let those bastards get away with it. They had made a grave mistake by laying a hand on his friend. As Lu Fan stormed out, his anger evident in every step, those around him felt the intensity of his fury. Some were even moved to tears. Dr. Jiang, concerned, reminded him that he was a student and should not involve himself in such matters. She insisted that she would contact the police, confident they would handle the situation appropriately. However, before she could make the call, Lu Fan stopped her by gently placing his hand on walls. He looked at her seriously and stated that he had his own reasons for handling things his way. The police could not be involved. He assured her that he would be fine and then turned to leave. Observing all this, Dr. Lu rushed back to the director and reported that Lu Fan was nothing more than a poor man. The director, skeptical, asked if he was sure. Dr. Lu confidently confirmed it, adding that Lu Fan would never be able to afford the hospital fees. He even went so far as to guarantee it. The director, concerned about the hospital's expenses, instructed Dr. Lu to demand payment from Tang's family before continuing treatment. Only after payment was secured would they resume treating the child. Soon after, a nurse entered Tang's room with an injection, ready to administer it. However, Dr. Lu stopped her. He turned to Tang and coldly stated that treatment could only proceed if they paid in advance. Tang's father, desperate, offered the only 500 yuan he had, pleading for them to start treatment while he arranged for the remaining amount. Dr. Lu scoffed at the amount, mocking him. He declared that bed charge is 2,000 and a single injection cost 300 yuan, yet Tang's father was offering a mere 500. "What do you take me for, a beggar?" he sneered. Tang's father, on the verge of breaking down, begged him to treat his son first, promising to pay the full amount afterward. However, Dr. Lu remained unmoved, stating that hospital rules required full payment before treatment. Just then, a nurse interjected, her voice filled with urgency. She warned that the patient's condition was deteriorating rapidly. If the treatment was delayed any longer, his health could take a severe turn for the worse. Meanwhile, onlookers in the hospital, appalled by the treatment of the patients, began murmuring among themselves. They criticized the hospital for its unethical practices and heartless approach, expressing their disgust at how it prioritized money over human lives. The director arrived and declared that without money, they were only waiting to lose even more. He instructed that anyone unable to pay should be thrown out. Just as the staff was about to remove the Tang from the bed, Dr. Jiang intervened, asserting that the patient was under his care and could not be taken without his permission. The director scoffed, retorting that while the patient might belong to Dr. Jiang, the hospital belonged to him. Without hesitation, he ordered that both the patient and the doctor be removed. As Dr. Jiang was being dragged away, Manager Su made an unexpected entrance. The director, startled, greeted him with feigned enthusiasm, apologizing for not being informed about an inspection in advance. He insisted that had he known, he would have arranged a proper welcome. Feigning ignorance, Manager Su inquired about the situation. When asked, he brushed it off as routine duty and urged Manager Su to disregard it. Shifting the conversation, he then asked why the manager had come. Manager Su requested to see Dr. Jiang, prompting the director to realize that senior officials must have learned about him. He muttered that he had intended to deal with Jiang himself. However, Manager Su interrupted, stating that Dr. Jiang had been dismissed. But why? At that moment, Dr. Jiang stepped forward and addressed Manager Su. She acknowledged his termination but remained unconcerned. Instead, she implored Manager Su not to compromise professional integrity. She condemned the practice of forcibly evicting patients in critical condition, arguing that it was morally reprehensible. Manager Su asked the director what is happening here. The bystanders outside began murmuring, revealing that this was not an isolated incident. They recounted how patients who couldn't pay were mercilessly thrown out, even if they only needed a day's extension. The revelations enraged the director, who dismissed their claims as nonsense. However, before he could react further, Manager Su delivered a resounding slap across his face. Manager Su then informed the director that Mr. Zhang had instructed him to ensure Lu Fan's payment reached Miss Jiang. The mention of Lu Fan's connection to Zhang Hetian shocked both the director and Dr. Lu, who were left speechless. Manager Su then declared that both the director and Dr. Lu would be investigated to assess the extent of their malpractice, the financial losses incurred, and the damage to the hospital's reputation. He warned that if evidence of corruption surfaced, they would be permanently blacklisted from the medical profession. Dr. Jian, meanwhile, expressed his disbelief, questioning what Lu Fan had to do with the situation. She was astounded that Manager Su, a high-ranking authority from headquarters who rarely visited, had personally come to deliver the money, while Uncle Tang states that Lu Fan is just an ordinary high school student. The scene then shifted to two men discussing the recent attack on the Tang. They mocked how the victim's face had swollen like a balloon and scoffed at the consequences of challenging them. Suddenly, Lu Fan stormed in, shattering their table with a powerful strike. He dragged them to a building, accusing them of being involved in the attack. The men arrogantly retorted that they were well-connected and had powerful backing, so he had no right to challenge them. Lu Fan, unfazed, demanded to know who else was involved. One of the men, defiant, declared that they would rather die than betray their allies. Lu Fan smirked and warned them to prepare for the worst. He struck the wall beside them with such force that a portion of it crumbled. One of the men fainted on the spot, while the other panicked and immediately confessed. He revealed that 10 men had been involved in the attack and were now hiding in the cat factory. Lu Fan deduced that Huang Tianyi was leading them, confirming that their failure to eliminate him had led them to target his friends instead. He coldly stated that if they had killed him, he might have forgiven them, but since they had harmed his friend, there would be no mercy. Arriving at the cat factory, Lu Fan found Huang Tianyi waiting for him. With a smirk, Tianyi taunted him, boasting that while Lu Fan had assumed his friend was targeted by only 10 men, he had actually prepared 100. He declared that the moment Lu Fan entered the factory, he had sealed his fate. Lu Fan remained undeterred, dismissing Tianyi's threats. As soon as Tianyi commanded his men to attack, Lu Fan effortlessly knocked them down one by one. Tianyi, in disbelief, watched as Lu Fan moved with inhuman speed, incapacitating his men before they could even react. Some cried out about their broken limbs, while others were too dazed to comprehend what had happened. Terrified, Tianyi questioned whether Lu Fan was even human. Realizing that all his men were defeated, Tianyi fell to his knees and begged for mercy. He hastily confessed that the Fourth Master Gang had orchestrated the entire attack and that he had merely followed orders out of fear. Unmoved, Lu Fan delivered a final punch, warning that he would not issue another warning. Next time, he would ensure Tianyi's permanent demise. Meanwhile, inside a classroom, the Gang Meng was answering a teacher's question with confidence. The teacher commended him for his attentiveness and encouraged him to continue his excellent performance. Just then, the classroom door burst open with a violent kick. Lu Fan stepped in, grinning. "Good evening, sir," he said mockingly. "I hope you're doing well. I just came to have a little chat with our friend here." Shocked by the destruction of the door, the teacher could only wonder whether it had been made of paper, as it had broken so easily. The sudden and forceful entrance left the Gang Meng furious. He demanded to know how Lu Fan dared to disrupt his class in such a manner. Remaining unfazed, Lu Fan simply instructed him not to disturb the class or himself. He then suggested that they continue their conversation on the terrace and ordered the Gang Meng to follow him immediately. Feigning a stomachache, Gang Meng requested permission from the teacher to leave for the washroom. To support him, his allies also asked for permission to accompany him, causing the teacher to grow uneasy. On the terrace, Lu Fan sternly informed the Gang Meng that if the attack had been solely against him, he might have let it slide. However, dragging his friends into the matter had been a grave mistake. Before resorting to extreme measures, he demanded to know who had been involved in this matter. He emphasized that he did not take pleasure in harming innocent people. One of the Gang Meng's subordinates, visibly shaken, admitted that Lu Fan was known to be incredibly powerful and advised against engaging in a fight. Infuriated, the Gang Meng silenced him with a punch. Lu Fan, unimpressed, warned them to stop wasting time and prepare for a beating. Gang Meng, however, ordered his men not to interfere, claiming that he would handle Lu Fan alone. He launched a rapid attack, but Lu Fan effortlessly dodged every strike. Despite his relentless efforts, Gang Meng failed to land a single hit. As he continued his assault, he boasted about his rigorous training and daily gym workouts, insisting that Lu Fan could not evade him forever. However, Lu Fan remained unfazed and taunted him, saying that his slow speed would never be enough to touch him. He mockingly suggested that instead of protein powder, what Gang Meng truly needed was Chinese medicine. Frustrated by Lu Fan's insults, Gang Meng tried to retort, but suddenly, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. His subordinates gasped in shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Gang Meng himself was bewildered, feeling as if his entire body were breaking apart. Writhing in pain, He demanded to know what Lu Fan had done to him. Lu Fan casually responded that he had merely targeted a few pressure points. He then informed Gang Meng that for the next 6 months, his body would not function properly. Grabbing him by the hair, Lu Fan warned him to be grateful that they were in school and that he was no longer the ruthless person he once was. Otherwise, he would have cut him into 3,000 pieces and fed him to the dogs. Desperate, Gang Meng called out to his friends, pleading for help. However, none of them dared to move, terrified by Lu Fan's overwhelming presence. Some even attempted to escape by jumping off the roof, while others who failed to flee begged for mercy. Lu Fan, however, remained indifferent. He coldly remarked that if they had shown mercy to his friend Tang, perhaps he would have considered sparing them. But since they had not, he saw no reason to be kind. At that moment, a teacher intervened, trying to reason with Lu Fan. Understanding that the teacher had come to protect the students, Lu Fan decided not to continue the fight. Instead, he issued one final warning: he would do nothing more than what they had done to Tang. Upon hearing this, panic ensued, and the remaining gang members fled. The teacher, still in shock, watched as students jumped from the roof in a desperate bid to escape. Meanwhile, Lu Fan felt a tinge of disappointment that he had been unable to finish them off. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted him. It was Miss June, who arrived at the scene, stating that she was too late. She then informed Lu Fan that he would now have to go to jail. Unfazed by the consequences, Lu Fan remarked that if going to jail meant avenging his friend, then so be it. He would rather face imprisonment than live with the regret of not acting. As he turned to leave, he noticed the same girl who had once run away from him. She admitted that she had initially thought he was a coward but now found him quite impressive. Lu Fan, uninterested in small talk, questioned why he should engage in a conversation with someone whose name he didn't even know. The girl then introduced herself as Chanilan, revealing that she had ranked second in a recent competition where he had placed first. As he walked away, Lu Fan assured her that next time, she would claim the top spot since he would not be competing again. Chanilan challenged his assumption, asking if he thought she was incapable of defeating him. Later, when Lu Fan arrived at Miss Lan's hotel, he had a strange feeling that this might be the last time he would dine there. Miss Lan, noticing his demeanor, inquired if something was wrong, but he remained silent and quickly left after paying his bill. Seeing the unusually large sum of money he had left, Miss Lan jokingly asked if he had robbed a bank. Lu Fan chuckled and replied that if he had, he would have given her at least 100 million. As he ate his noodles, he contemplated his fate. His days of freedom were coming to an end, but there were still a few things left to do before he would willingly surrender himself. With that, the scene shifted back to the school. The school principal confronted Dean Huang, demanding to know where he had been while the recent events unfolded. Dean Huang hesitated before offering an excuse, insisting that nothing significant had happened, just a typical fight among students. He dismissed it as a common occurrence. However, the principal, clearly unimpressed, struck Dean Huang's face with a book and reprimanded him, stating that 50 children had been injured and hospitalized. With frustration, the principal questioned how such a serious matter could be downplayed. Attempting to shift the blame, Dean Huang pointed the finger at Lu Fan, suggesting that expelling him would resolve the issue without causing further problems for the school. The principal, equally exasperated, agreed, asserting that such a student did not deserve to continue studying there. At that moment, Miss June intervened. She challenged their stance, arguing that if Lu Fan did not deserve to study, then perhaps no one in the school did. She reminded them that Lu Fan was a prodigy. Having secured the top rank in the school, his potential could bring significant prestige to their institution in the future. Expelling a student of his caliber, she warned, could be detrimental to the school's reputation. Dean Huang, clearly irritated, questioned why Miss June was defending Lu Fan. In response, she turned to the principal and firmly stated that her support stemmed from a pragmatic concern. At the end of the year, when other prestigious schools proudly displayed their top students, their school would have no one to showcase. By expelling their best student, they would risk tarnishing their credibility. She challenged them to consider who would want to enroll in a school that willingly discarded its own topper. The principal, considering her words, acknowledged the validity of her argument. He decided that they would wait until the parents arrived the following day and make a decision after hearing their perspectives. The scene shifted. Lu Fan's name flashed on Weiwei's phone as he called. After speaking with him, Weiwei, visibly distressed, ran to her father in tears. Mr. Zhang, noticing her distress, asked her what had happened. Weiwei explained that Lu Fan needed help. Reassuring his daughter, Mr. Zhang handed her a shotgun and told her not to worry. As long as he was there, nothing would happen to Lu Fan. He would do everything in his power to protect him. Weiwei wiped her tears and nodded. Okay, Dad, I'm counting on you. Meanwhile, Lu Fan arrived at the hospital to meet Tang, only to find that 50 other students from his school had also been admitted. Seeing them in such a state brought him an odd sense of satisfaction. When he entered Tang's room, he found him in surprisingly good spirits, looking much healthier than expected. Tang, noticing Lu Fan, greeted him cheerfully. He revealed that Dr. Jiang had provided exceptional care, which had led to his rapid recovery. Lu Fan, relieved to see his friend well, informed Tang that he had already avenged him. The cries of pain echoing through the hospital halls belonged to those responsible for hurting him. Both Tang and his uncle were in awe. "Really, Lu Fan, you're incredible," Tang exclaimed. Lu Fan then turned to Uncle Tang and requested a private conversation. Once outside, he got straight to the point. "I need information on Taihong. I've already injured 50 students, which means I'm in trouble. But before they come after me, I need to eliminate Taihong. Tell me everything you know." Uncle Tang revealed that Taihong was working with the Black Force gang and was heavily involved in child trafficking. However, he admitted that he didn't know their exact whereabouts. Lu Fan considered his next move. "If I'm going to start taking revenge, who should I target first?" Uncle Tang didn't hesitate. "Taihong's son, Qian, would be the best target. I'll send you his photo and other information. He's most likely at a bar right now." As Lu Fan prepared to leave, he urged, "Time is short. Send me the details as soon as possible." Later that night, at precisely 2 a.m., Lu Fan positioned himself outside the bar, waiting for Qian. He remained patient for 2 hours until a man matching Qian's photo finally emerged. Observing him closely, Lu Fan muttered to himself, "That's Taihong's son, one of the 4 captains of the Black Force gang." Lu Fan silently followed Qian, keeping a safe distance. As he trailed him, he found himself outside a grand mansion. Just as he arrived, a man approached Qian and informed him that everything had been taken care of and that he should leave immediately. Observing the scene, Lu Fan quickly dialed Pangai. When Pang answered, his voice was laced with irritation as he asked why he was being called in the middle of the night. Lu Fan, speaking in a hushed but urgent tone, informed him that there was a major human trafficking case unfolding. He urged Pang to come quickly if he wanted credit, emphasizing that tonight they had a chance to capture some of the biggest criminals. Meanwhile, Qian arrived at a hotel, where he was met by Tsang Mo, a cultivator. Qian smirked and remarked that working with a cultivator made him feel like a king. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Fan was outside, listening to every word. Tsang Mo wasted no time and demanded to see the merchandise. Qian nodded and led him to a hidden door, which he unlocked to reveal a group of small children huddled together, crying. He proudly declared that there were 51 children in total, all of exceptional quality, and assured Tsang Mo that he would be pleased with them. As they moved forward, Tsang Mo examined the children and, with a satisfied expression, agreed that their quality was indeed impressive. Qian casually replied that all he needed to do was pay and take them away. He added that just as Tsang Mo was in a hurry to use the children, they were equally eager to receive their money. At that moment, Lu Fan stepped forward, announcing his presence. He mockingly asked if they knew the consequences of breaking the law, adding that he found great pleasure in breaking the bones of such criminals. Qian, taken aback, sneered and demanded to know who he was. Lu Fan smirked and simply replied, "I won't say much, but you can call me your doom." Furious, Qian ordered his men to kill him. Without hesitation, they opened fire on Lu Fan, but he moved swiftly, dodging bullets with ease and taking down his enemies one by one. His speed was unmatched, and within moments, he was eliminating every last one of them. Witnessing this, Tsang Mo was stunned and turned to Qian, asking who this formidable opponent was. Qian, his voice filled with dread, explained that the man before them was Lu Fan, a high school student who had become their biggest nightmare that night. He offered Tsang Mo a 50% discount if he managed to eliminate him. Tsang Mo, however, scoffed at the offer, claiming that if he could get rid of Lu Fan, he wouldn't need to pay a single penny. Understanding his true intentions, Qian barely had time to react before Tsang Mo swiftly turned on him, shooting him on the spot. He then turned to Lu Fan with a smirk and thanked him, stating that he had profited greatly because of his interference. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes and accused Tsang Mo of being a cultivator without principles, pointing out that he had just murdered his own associate. Tsang Mo merely laughed and responded that principles were meaningless in their world, only power mattered. He then admitted that he was impressed by Lu Fan's abilities and offered to spare his life in exchange for his loyalty. Lu Fan, unimpressed, issued a challenge. He declared that if Tsang Mo could withstand a single punch from him, he would acknowledge him as his master. Arrogantly, Tsang Mo accepted, but as he saw Lu Fan's power surging, his confidence wavered. Before he could react, Lu Fan delivered a devastating punch that sent him flying. Tsang Mo was left reeling, unable to comprehend how a mere high school student possessed such monstrous strength. He realized that if he hadn't used his full power to defend himself, he would have died on the spot. Lu Fan taunted him, calling him a coward for not taking the hit unguarded. Angered, Tsang Mo unleashed his full power, declaring that Lu Fan had yet to witness his true strength. Moving at an incredible speed, he attempted to attack, believing he had landed a strike, only to discover that he had hit nothing but a shadow. The real Lu Fan was standing behind him, smirking as he remarked that San Yimou was too slow. Panicked, San Yimou insisted that he couldn't be killed, claiming that he was from the Mo sect. Before he could say another word, Lu Fan struck him once more, pinning him to the ground. He sneered and stated that he despised people who pretended to be powerful when they were actually weak. The children, who had been watching in terror, trembled as they witnessed Lu Fan's overwhelming strength. Noticing their fear, he softened his expression and reassured them that they were safe now. He promised that they would soon be reunited with their families once the criminals were handed over to the police. Just then, Pang arrived at the hotel with his special forces, ready to take control of the situation. After rescuing the children and leaving Qian dead, an officer remarked that their mission had yielded significant results, with almost half of the Black Force gang members perishing in the operation. He praised their captain for his outstanding efforts. Meanwhile, the leader of the Black Force gang was seething with rage. Frustrated, he admitted that he had never regretted dealing with anyone as much as he did with Lu Fan. The boy had repeatedly interfered with their plans, causing their operations to fail. The gang leader then issued a stern ultimatum, giving his subordinates only 7 days to eliminate Lu Fan. He declared that nothing would bring him greater satisfaction than attending the young man's funeral. On the other hand, Lu Fan was sleeping peacefully at home when Miss June barged in and threw something at his face. As he jolted awake, he jokingly remarked that it felt as if the Earth's end had arrived early. Miss June, unimpressed, retorted that it wasn't the Earth but rather the havoc he had caused at school. Lu Fan then teased her, noticing the dark circles under her eyes, and suggested that she hadn't been sleeping well. Miss June, clearly exasperated, scolded him, saying that his actions had created numerous problems, keeping even her occupied. She informed him that it was time to go to school, to which Lu Fan responded with surprise, asking whether he hadn't been expelled already. Miss June questioned why she should tell him to go if he had already been expelled from the school. As she spoke, her mind drifted back to the events of the previous day. At the school, the principal addressed Miss June, reminding her that as Lu Fan's teacher, it was her responsibility to manage him. When all the parents arrived at the office, Miss June immediately apologized and requested that they refrain from lodging complaints against Lu Fan. However, the parents clarified that they weren't there to complain but to request leave for their children, as they had been badly injured. Annoyed, the dean exclaimed that all the injured students had been beaten up by Lu Fan, but the principal silenced him with a glare. The parents, fearful, insisted that their children had merely fallen by accident. Accepting their request, the principal instructed Miss June to prepare leave of absence forms for the injured students. He then reprimanded the dean, sarcastically suggesting that if he cared so much about the students, he should personally teach them at the hospital. As Miss June prepared the forms, she grumbled that she had spent the entire night without sleep because of Lu Fan's antics. Meanwhile, Lu Fan realized that the only person who could save him now was Zhang Hetian. As he removed his shirt, Miss June misunderstood, assuming he was about to do something inappropriate to express his gratitude. However, Lu Fan simply and innocently went to take a shower. Later, as Lu Fan was out jogging, Yelan approached him, sarcastically noting that despite all the trouble he had caused, he still had the nerve to jog. She then inquired about his transfer plans, expressing her intent to follow him to his new school. Lu Fan dismissed her insistence, stating that she need not follow him as he liked someone else. Angered by his response, Yelan launched an attack on him. Lu Fan, taken aback, mused that he had only heard stories of people going mad over someone, but for the first time, he was witnessing a girl attempting to destroy him just to win his attention. Yelan, flustered, denied any romantic feelings, insisting that she simply hated losing. She explained that she had always been first in the rankings, but because of Lu Fan, she had been pushed to second place, and she needed to defeat him to reclaim her spot. Amused, Lu Fan told her that if she could accomplish one task, he would return to Jigging High School. Curious, Yelan blushed and asked what that task was. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Lu Fan learned that Tang's condition had worsened. Dr. Jiang explained that during the attack, a blood clot had formed in a vein in Tang's head. Initially undetected, a CT scan had revealed the severity of the issue, putting Tang's life in grave danger. Uncle Tang, visibly shaken, desperately asked if there was any way to save him. Dr. Jiang solemnly stated that the only option was a highly risky operation with a mere 50% success rate. Lu Fan, deep in thought, suggested that if the clot could be extracted from the vein, everything would be fine. Dr. Jiang, however, quickly dismissed the idea, emphasizing the complexity of the surgery since it involved a delicate part of the brain. She reiterated that surgery was the only viable solution. Without another word, Lu Fan turned and walked away. It's fine, Just give me 2 more hours, and I will fix everything. Lu Fan leaves everyone wondering what he had in mind. Lu Fan arrived at the Chinese medicine shop and handed over the prescription to the shopkeeper, instructing him to provide the medicine accordingly. The shopkeeper informed him that he would have to wait for 2 minutes. As he waited, Lu Fan reflected on the effort he had put into mastering this prescription, never expecting that one day it would prove so useful to him. His thoughts drifted back to his childhood. Recalling a memory of his master, he remembered being tied to a tree, suspended in the air. While his master spoke sternly, his master had warned him, "Start talking about the Hua Tunine flavor soup immediately. If you don't reveal its secrets, soon your backyard will be engulfed in flames." As he spoke, his master threw a burning stick near his backyard, intensifying the pressure. Despite the heat and distress, Lu Fan had managed to explain, "Flavor 1 can heal external injuries. Flavor 2 helps in healing internal organs, particularly in protecting the heart, liver, and kidneys. The third flavor significantly aids in balancing blood circulation and digestion." Back in the present, Lu Fan shuddered at the memory. He muttered to himself, "That was terrifying. Even today, thinking about it sends shivers down my spine." Just then, the shopkeeper returned with the herbs. Lu Fan took them and rushed to where Uncle Tang was anxiously watching over his injured son, Tang. Seeing Tang's critical condition, Uncle Tang was visibly distressed. Lu Fan approached him reassuringly, "Uncle Tang, don't worry. I have prepared a medicine for Tang. Within a day, he will recover completely." Before Lu Fan could administer the medicine, Dr. Jiang intervened, blocking his path. "You cannot give this medicine to Tang. I have already prepared for an emergency operation. The success rate may be low, but there is no time for unverified treatments." Lu Fan, determined, argued, "My medicine has a much higher success rate than your operation. I will cure Tang with my method." As Lu Fan prepared to administer the medicine, Dr. Jiang tried to snatch it away and throw it. However, Lu Fan signaled to Uncle Tang, who immediately pretended to collapse. Clutching his head in pain, his dramatic act startled Dr. Jiang, who hurriedly took him to another ward for treatment. In the commotion, Lu Fan managed to save the medicine and quickly administered it to Tang. Later, Lu Fan visited Zhang Hetian's house to express his gratitude. "Thank you for your help. Calming the parents of 47 children was no small feat." Zhang Hetian responded with a smile, "Helping you is an honor for me, but I didn't do it without reason. A group of assassins will be arriving in our city soon. As you know, they will likely come after me." Lu Fan reassured him, "Don't worry, I will protect you." Just then, Wei Wei arrived and called out, "Lu Fan, let's go." Lu Fan nodded, "All right, Mr. Zhang, I'll take my leave." He and Wei Wei got into the car and drove off. Suddenly, another car rammed into theirs from behind. Wei Wei was about to step out, but Lu Fan stopped her. "Stay inside. I'll handle this." The driver of the Lu Fan's car stepped out angrily and yelled, "Don't you understand? You hit my car." The other driver, looking apologetic, replied, "I'm sorry, my friend. I was in a hurry." Lu Fan glanced at the dent in the car and added, "There's nothing major. We can claim the insurance. You can go." The first driver thanked, "You're too kind to let me off so easily. I had brought some fruits for you." As he opened it, Lu Fan realized there was no fruit inside, only a gun. Before he could react, the man started firing. Lu Fan swiftly ducked behind a nearby rock, pulling driver with him. Spotting some loose stones, he threw them at the attacker's car, buying enough time to get driver back into the car. He started the engine and attempted to escape, but the attackers continued their relentless pursuit. "Call the police immediately," Luo Fan commanded as he maneuvered the car. "I'll get us out of here." Wei Wei, panicked, asked, "There are so many of them, will we make it?" Lu Fan analyzed the situation. "There are 6 vehicles chasing us, meaning at least a dozen mercenary assassins. These aren't ordinary killers. They don't care about their own lives. Unlike others, they don't kill for money but for the thrill. If my guess is correct, they've come from Skynet Mercenary Company." As he spoke, he skillfully maneuvered the car toward a construction site. Driver, confused, asked, "Why are you heading there? We should have gone to the police station." Lu Fan, "Are you with these mercenaries too?" Lu Fan says no. These mercenaries are very dangerous. If those people didn't care about their own lives, why should he care about theirs? He reasoned that the police station was overcrowded, and if they went there, it would only lead to more bloodshed. He had his own reasons for coming here, reasons he refused to explain. Lu Fan then left driver and Wei Wei in a room, instructing them, "Stay quiet and don't make any noise." As he moved forward, Wei Wei called after him, "Lu Fan, take care of yourself." Lu Fan responded, "Now, you take care of those people. Who will save them from me?" Meanwhile, all the mercenary assassins had also gathered at the construction site. The isolated location only made them mock Lu Fan further. However, as they entered construction site, they began searching the premises. The first floor appeared empty, but Lu Fan sat comfortably on the ceiling, observing everything while tracking everyone's positions. There are 16 people here in total, he murmured to himself. Just then, a man below him muttered, "If I find him, I won't let him go." Lu Fan smirked and whispered, "Take my life." Then, as the man turned around, Lu Fan swiftly killed him. Hearing the commotion, the red-haired assassin fired his gun, but in the confusion, he accidentally shot his own ally. Before he could react, Lu Fan swiftly took him down as well. One by one, Lu Fan continued eliminating them, leaving a trail of bodies behind. The leader of the assassins attempted to contact his men, but there was no response. Realizing the silence, he became alarmed. He suspected they were under attack, but the thought that a single person could have wiped out his entire team seemed absurd. He assumed at least 50 top-tier mercenary warriors were behind the assault. Nervously, all mercenaries turned to his boss and asked, "Boss, what do we do?" The boss replied grimly, "We have only one option. We have 15 minutes left. If we find the target within that time, we will strike. If not, we must retreat. We cannot afford to leave without completing our mission. Stick together and don't get separated." At that moment, Lu Fan appeared and threw a smoke bomb. Taking advantage of the thick smoke, he grabbed one of the assassins and hurled him to the ground. "Everyone, put on your masks," the boss ordered, but it was too late. The remaining assassins, now disoriented, started shooting wildly, hitting their own comrades. In the midst of the chaos, only Lu Fan moved with precision, striking them down one by one. Emerging from the smoke, the boss panicked. "We've been ambushed by many attackers. We should retreat for now," he yelled, but as he reached for the exit, Lu Fan was already there, blocking his path. With a powerful kick, he sent the boss crashing to the ground. "There aren't many attackers," Lu Fan said coldly. "There's only one, me, and you all are weak for mistaking me for 50 warriors." After dealing with the boss, Lu Fan made his way to Wei Wei. Due to the lingering smoke, Wei Wei couldn't see him clearly and instinctively launched a pan at his face. "Wei Wei, it's me. Why are you attacking me?" Lu Fan protested. As she moved closer, Wei Wei gasped, "Lu Fan, are you okay?" Lu Fan chuckled. "Even if I drank poison from your hands, I wouldn't die." As they stepped outside, they were met with flashing police lights. Lu Fan sighed. As usual, the police is late. A police officer rushed toward him, gun drawn, ready to handcuff him, but before he could, Wei Wei stepped forward. "He's my classmate," she said firmly. Inside the building, officers investigated the aftermath. One officer reported to the captain, "Sir, all the assassins are down. They've fallen into the coma." The captain turned to Lu Fan. "Boy, did you do all this?" Luo Fan scoffed. "Me? I don't have that kind of strength." The captain wasn't convinced. "You're the only one here. If not you, then who else could have taken them all down? You expect me to believe this nonsense?" He cracked his knuckles. "I'll have to test your strength myself with my 250 kilograms punch." Lu Fan realized immediately, this man was a third-grade fighter. Smirking, he taunted, "All right then, go ahead and try." Just as the captain prepared to strike, Yelan intervened. "Wait brother, this is my classmate, Lu Fan. I'm sure this is all a misunderstanding." Lu Fan eyed her. "You two are siblings, aren't you?" Yelan sighed. "Just take Wei Wei and go. I'll handle everything here." The captain was deep in thought. Someone who could single-handedly defeat Guardian Sangamo and take down 16 top-level warriors? Could Lu Fan truly have done all this alone? Later, at Wei Wei's house, he thanked Mr. Jiang. "You were more protective than even I was." Mr. Jiang smiled. "Because of you, we've captured some assassins alive. Soon, the mastermind behind the attack will also be caught." "Lu Fan, you've done incredible work over these past few days. Our family is safe now." Lu Fan nodded. "That's good. Now I won't have to work as a bodyguard anymore. Anyway, I'm heading to the hospital to see my friend Tang." Wei Wei's mother exchanged a look with Uncle Zhang, signaling something he didn't understand. "Don't you know?" she whispered. "Wei Wei likes Lu Fan." Uncle Zhang shrugged. "Even if she does, what difference does it make? Lu Fan may be impressive, but he's just a student. Besides, don't forget our promise. 18 years ago, a man saved our lives. In return, we promised to marry our daughter to his son when she turned 18. We can't break that promise." Wei Wei's mother sighed. 2 months. That's all that's left before Wei Wei turns 18. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Lu Fan asked Tang's father, "Uncle, did you give Tang his medicine?" Uncle nodded. "I have been giving it to him regularly. His CT scan results should be out soon." Lu Fan mused. In ancient times, there were diseases like this too. They were treated with Chinese medicine. I used a secret recipe from Hua Tuo's era. Dr. Jiang, who had just arrived, scoffed. "You believe in such things?" Lu Fan smirked. "I was just thinking aloud." Dr. Jiang held up the CT scan results, astonished. Earlier, there was blood pooling in Tang's brain, but now, there's nothing. It's completely gone. Lu Fan grinned. "Miraculous, isn't it?" Dr. Jiang frowned. No, there are no miracles. You definitely gave him something. Lu Fan recalled his master's warning, never reveal the secret of the medicine. If he did, his master had jokingly threatened to rip his underwear. He decided to stay silent. Just then, Dr. Jiang spotted a small pouch. Uncle Tang panicked and shouted, "That's my kidney tonic. Without it, I'll lose my special strength." Dr. Jiang and Lu Fan exchanged stunned glances. Dr. Jiang sighed, "Uncle Tang, take care of yourself. I'm off to check on my other patients." Lu Fan shook his head, smiling, "Uncle Tang, you're one of a kind." Lu Fan praised Uncle Tang, saying that his actions were truly admirable. Few would make such a sacrifice to save the medicine, explaining that it was a secret formula he had developed specifically to save the Tang. Because of its importance, he urged Uncle Tang to keep it a secret. Uncle Tang nodded in understanding and agreed. The next day, when Lu Fan arrived at school, he was completely taken aback. A new transfer student had joined his class, someone from the elite student class. To his surprise, it was none other than Qian Yilan. She smiled and introduced herself, announcing that she was now part of Class 7. The other students were thrilled, excitedly exclaiming that yet another campus queen had joined their class. Meanwhile, Qian Yilan took a seat beside Lu Fan and greeted him warmly, introducing herself. The students murmured among themselves, joking about how their hearts could only take so much. Lu Fan always seemed to be at the center of attention. Still processing the unexpected turn of events, Lu Fan turned to Yilan and asked why she was there. With a confident expression, she told him she had come to protect him. She pointed out that every time she saw him, he was caught up in some kind of trouble, so he clearly needed her help. She told Lu Fan, "Are you surprised?" Lu Fan, taken aback, responded that he wasn't surprised but rather shocked by her sudden presence. After class, some students observed the situation closely. Lu Mei turned to Wei Wei and asked if she understood what was happening, pointing out that Ilan had clearly joined their class because of Lu Fan. Lu Mei remarked that if you wanted to win Lu Fan, she would have to try even harder. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a mysterious training base where Ilan's brother was rigorously training a group of fighters. The fighters looked at Ilan in awe. They discussed her impressive status. She was at the third stage of the Minjing grade and ranked 88th on the martial arts genius list, a position nearly impossible to attain at the young age of 18. Suddenly, Ilan's brother ordered them to stop gossiping and focus on their training. However, he couldn't help but think to himself about how popular his younger sister had become. At that moment, Ilan entered the training facility and addressed Mr. Fan, stating that she was there to take a test. Mr. Fan nodded and instructed her to proceed. She inserted her card into a machine to measure the strength of her punch. Her first punch registered a force of 275 kilograms. Seeing her disappointed expression, Mr. Fan encouraged her to try again. Determined, Ilan concentrated all her power and punched again, this time reaching 290 kilograms. As a result, her rank improved to 87th on the genius list. Mr. Fan praised her improvement but advised her not to slack off in training. Just then, the captain approached and congratulated her on her rapid progress. Ilan, however, humbly stated that she had not achieved anything special yet, as she was still far from reaching rank 1 on the genius list, which was compiled by their own department. She added that when it came to the Xian Yuan list, she wouldn't even rank at all. The captain then explained that the difference between the genius list and the Xian Yuan list was immense. While rank 1 on the genius list couldn't even match the lowest ranked person on the Xian Yuan list, the entire Xian Yuan list consisted of individuals on an entirely different level. He then mentioned the name of Devil Lu, the rank 1 on the Xian Yuan list, a position that had never changed. The captain admitted that, unlike other rankings that shifted frequently, Devil Lu's rank remained untouched, leading him to speculate that whoever he was, he must possess monstrous power. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was seen running, muttering to himself that he was running differently today because Ilan was constantly chasing him, making him feel unsafe. As he ran, he noticed a man standing by the river, placing a basket in the water. Lu Fan jumped onto the boat beside him and curiously asked what he was doing. The man, startled, asked who he was and why he was on his boat. Realizing that the man seemed suspicious, Lu Fan jokingly commented that the garbage he was disposing of was already spoiled, so he could have simply thrown it in his community's dustbin rather than polluting the river. The man, thinking Lu Fan was a fool, played along and asked him to help throw the garbage. However, Lu Fan refused, stating that polluting the river was wrong. Just then, the man suddenly jumped into the water, leaving the task to Lu Fan. Suspicious, Lu Fan opened the bag and was shocked to find a living person inside. Panicked, he muttered that he had once again gotten himself into trouble. After pulling the unconscious person to shore, he sighed in relief, stating that it was a good thing the man was still alive, or he would have been in serious trouble. When Lu Fan suggested reporting the incident to the police, the rescued man quickly refused, thanking Lu Fan for saving his life before disappearing. Just then, Lu Fan received a call from Miss June, who asked him to pick her up from the bridge. When he arrived, he found her sitting on the bridge, waiting for a cake. Before he could say anything, a group of drunk men approached her and started harassing her. Annoyed, Miss June snapped at them to leave, stating that she was already in a bad mood. One of the drunk men laughed and said he could fix her mood, but before he could do anything, Lu Fan swiftly kicked him aside and moved Miss June to safety. Lu Fan turned to her and asked if she was alright, only to realize that she had already fallen asleep. The drunk men, now furious, threatened Lu Fan for interrupting them. Lu Fan warned them to leave if they didn't want a beating, but since fate had already sealed their unfortunate destiny, they refused. Lu Fan wasted no time, swiftly knocking them out and packing them into a dustbin before leaving with Miss June. Later, at home, Lu Fan observed that Miss June, who normally didn't drink, had consumed a significant amount of alcohol. He speculated that something must have been troubling her. As she slept, she suddenly held his hand and murmured, "Don't go, Mom. I want to drink milk." Lu Fan, amused, chuckled and responded, "What are you talking about, June?" The next morning, Miss June woke up groaning about a terrible headache. She immediately realized that Lu Fan must have brought her home. As she stepped out, she noticed him holding a glass of milk. Embarrassed, Miss June asked if anyone had heard anything the previous night, specifically mentioning Lu Fan. Despite his refusal to answer, he couldn't help but laugh as he recalled the events of the night before. As she closed the gate, Miss June remarked that Lu Fan was a bad person for eavesdropping on others' conversations. Lu Fan thought he had survived the ordeal. The scene then shifted to a gang base, where a man was angrily addressing Boss Leo. He demanded to know why they hadn't dealt with Don, the man who had dared to throw Boss Leo into the water. Boss Leo calmly responded that he never attacked anyone unless provoked, but if someone crossed him, he wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. He tells Xiao Rui to investigate the matter. Meanwhile, Ilan approached from behind and grabbed Lu Fan's hoodie, accusing him of hiding from her. Lu Fan, embarrassed, admitted that he had been avoiding her but couldn't help laughing at her persistence. Ilan retorted that if it weren't for her, Lu Fan would still be rotting in jail. Lu Fan thanked her for her help but insisted she let him go. Ilan then revealed that they had captured several members of the mercenary group during their investigation. She explained that these individuals were associated with Skynet Mercenary Group, a dangerous and powerful organization known for their formidable combat skills. Ilan praised Lu Fan for single-handedly defeating 16 mercenaries the previous day. Despite his power level being at Mijing Grade 1, she questioned where he had learned to fight so well. Lu Fan admitted that he was actually at the Platinum rank and revealed that his master was none other than Great Li Hen. Ilan, skeptical, accused him of learning his skills from a video game character. Lu Fan brushed off her comments and suggested he is heading towards the hospital. Ilan says that Lu Fan is more powerful than me and his speed is also much more than mine. I am unable to understand who this Lu Fan really is. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lu Fan looks at Tang and asks if he's recovered. Uncle Tang assured him that Tang had fully recovered. Lu Fan asked about Dr. Jiang, expressing his desire to thank him. Uncle Tang explained that Dr. Jiang had resigned from the hospital. Lu Fan asks who has the courage to get her out of the hospital. Uncle Tang says that she has resigned on his own, because providing free treatment to many patients caused financial losses for the institution. Lu Fan, feeling guilty for his earlier impulsiveness, decided to invite Dr. Jiang to dinner as a gesture of gratitude. Dr. Jiang accepted the invitation. Dr. Jiang says Dad Lu Fan is coming. His dad says he also wanted to meet Lu Fan, who created the 9-flavor Hua Tua soup at such a young age. Lu Fan prepared to travel to his home. During the train ride, Lu Fan found himself seated next to a young boy who struck up a conversation. He said Lu Fan uncle, but Lu Fan said how can I look like an uncle? I don't even have a beard. The boy, bored, suggested they play a game together using his Nintendo console. Lu Fan agreed, and the two quickly bonded over their shared gaming skills. As the train approached the next stop, the boy revealed that he was visiting his cousin, who happened to live nearby. He joked that his cousin was very pretty but already taken, so Lu Fan wouldn't stand a chance. When the train arrived, Dr. Jiang was waiting at the station to pick up Lu Fan. To everyone's surprise, the young boy exclaimed that Dr. Jiang was his cousin. Dr. Jiang, equally shocked, asked why the boy had come to visit. The scene concluded with the group heading to a hotel, where the boy teased Lu Fan, saying he never expected Uncle Lu Fan to be connected to his cousin. He curiously asked how Uncle Lu Fan had won his cousin over, wondering if he played games exceptionally well or if his physical strength surpassed his own. He noted that many wealthy individuals had pursued his cousin, yet she had rejected them all. He found it puzzling that she had chosen someone like Uncle Lu Fan. As Lu Fan picked up the child, he warned him not to call him uncle again. He instructed the child to remain quiet, adding that the place seemed quite expensive and he feared it would empty his pockets. While descending, the child wondered aloud why his cousin had chosen his hotel for dinner. He boasted that he had dined here countless times. He would have preferred to eat street food instead. Lu Fan, overhearing this, pondered in astonishment. The child, despite his young age, was the owner of such a grand hotel, and Dr. Jiang clearly belonged to a wealthy family. Dr. Jiang then introduced Lu Fan to his father. Addressing his father, he explained that Lu Fan was the person he had mentioned earlier, an ordinary high school student from Jigang High School. Lu Fan greeted him politely. Dr. Jiang's father, introducing himself as Jiang Tiania, and the head of ancient medicine school, Lu Fan responded courteously, expressing his pleasure in meeting him. As they began dinner, Lu Fan observed that Jiang Tiania exuded nobility and calmness. Determined to match his demeanor, he resolved to eat slowly and with refinement. However, after tasting the food, he found it so delicious that he abandoned his initial restraint and began eating rapidly, unable to control himself. Tiania, noticing this, commented that he had heard about Lu Fan successfully treating a patient in severe condition. Lu Fan modestly replied that he had merely been fortunate. Tiania, however, disagreed, stating that he had heard Lu Fan had used Hua Tuan 9 flavor soup to alleviate his patient's pain. Lu Fan feigned ignorance, claiming he did not understand what Tiania was referring to. Tiania remained unconvinced, insisting that it was undoubtedly the work of 9 flavor soup. With great enthusiasm, Tiania admitted that he was thrilled at the prospect of finally witnessing Hua Tuan 9 flavor soup firsthand. At that moment, the child interrupted, asking what 9 flavor soup was and if it was particularly delicious. Annoyed, Tiania sternly told the child to be quiet, warning that if he continued to talk nonsense, he would punish him. As they finished their meal, Lu Fan reassured Tiania not to be so serious and thanked everyone for the delicious food. However, before Lu Fan could leave, Uncle Tiania stopped him. He explained that their medical school followed all of Dr. Hua Tuo's recipes, and at one time, Hua Tuan 9 flavor soup had been their greatest treasure. Unfortunately, it had since been lost. He clarified that he did not wish to offend Lu Fan but was desperate to know if he possessed the recipe. Dr. Jiang, visibly embarrassed, asked his father why he was bowing. Uncle Tiania interjected, pleading to ask a crucial question that was of great importance to his life. Seeing Dr. Jiang's distress, Lu Fan relented, agreeing to help. He asked what exactly Uncle Tiania wanted from him. Uncle Tiania explained that the 9 flavor soup was once their school's most prized possession, but its current condition was poor. They were unsure whether the recipe they had was even correct. He implored Lu Fan to help verify its authenticity. Lu Fan agreed, requesting to see the recipe. When Lu Fan examined the recipe, he found it to be nothing more than a collection of torn papers. He immediately pointed out that it was incomplete. Tiania admitted that it was indeed an incomplete recipe, containing only the instructions for a single flavor. However, the fact that Lu Fan could recognize its incompleteness was already a great help. Lu Fan then offered to reconstruct the proper recipe for one flavor. Adding a few missing components, he presented what he claimed to be the correct recipe. Tiania, stunned, realized that among the 200 scattered papers, Lu Fan had effortlessly identified the perfect combination. Overwhelmed with respect, Tiania dropped to his knees and declared that he was the 43rd generation head of ancient medicine school. He begged Luo Fang to accept his gratitude and address him as a disciple. The onlookers were bewildered, unable to comprehend why Tiania was showing such profound respect to Lu Fan. Dr. Jiang, taken aback, asked what Tiania was doing. However, Tiania insisted that he could no longer claim the position of head in the presence of someone like Lu Fan. From that moment onward, he declared Lu Fan to be the true head. Asking to be addressed as his subordinate, Lu Fan, maintaining his composure, urged Tiania to sit normally and explain his intentions. Tiania then recounted their school's history. He revealed that for 13 generations, the Hua Tuo recipe had been passed down, but after the 13th generation, it mysteriously disappeared. From that time until the 43rd generation, all the deputy heads had held the position temporarily, as tradition dictated that only the individual who mastered the Hua Tuan 9 flavor soup could rightfully assume leadership. Now, with Lu Fan's insight, it seemed they had finally found the person destined to lead them. Upon learning this, even Dr. Jiang appeared astonished. Lu Fan questioned whether, if a dozen people knew the recipe, all of them would be eligible to become the head. Mr. Tiania responded firmly, explaining that it was their tradition, and they could not break it. Lu Fan, skeptical, suggested that it seemed like a debt had been placed on the school and that they had simply found a scapegoat to repay a debt. Mr. Tiania denied this, insisting that the reality was different. The recipe in Lu Fan's possession was worth billions. If they were appointing him as head for that reason, it would be entirely to their benefit, and he would suffer no loss. Lu Fan then speculated that if money was not the motive, then they must have an enemy. Mr. Tiania, however, dismissed the notion. He acknowledged that their rank was the lowest among the 3 sects, 5 sections, and 9 schools, but despite this, they had good allies and no known enemies. Still perplexed, Lu Fan pointed out that they had no adversaries, no debts, yet they wanted him as their leader. He admitted he did not understand the situation and requested some time to consider his decision. Mr. Tianyi agreed, saying that no one could expect to gain such authority so easily. He invited Lu Fan to visit the school whenever he was ready to assume his position, but warned him that until he did, he would face certain difficulties. He then assigned Dr. Jiang as a personal guard to follow Lu Fan's every instruction and assist him when needed. Curious about the structure of the martial arts world, Lu Fan asked about the 3 sects, 5 sections, and 9 schools. Mr. Tianyi explained that the 3 sects referred to the Brutal Sky Sect, the Sky Sect of Taoism, and the Feather Sky Sect, each representing the pinnacle of Chinese martial arts. He recounted that within these sects, a powerful cultivator named Mo Yuan Yu had once been considered the #1 demon in the world. The 3 sects had united to defeat him with great difficulty, but he had not been killed, only subdued. Beyond the 3 sects, Tianyi continued, the 5 sections were highly respected and possessed exceptional skills. These 5 were the Wudong faction, Godflower Palace, Yin Yang faction, Free faction, and Snow Mountain factions, each specializing in different disciplines. Below them were the 9 schools, one of which was their own ancient medicine school. Further below these schools were numerous smaller factions that formed part of the martial arts world. As Lu Fan processed this information, he realized that despite being a martial artist himself, he had been unaware of the vastness of the martial arts world. He then inquired about the ranking of the ancient medicine school among these major factions. Mr. Tianyi admitted that while 17 prominent martial forces currently existed, their school ranked 17th. Though their ranking was unimpressive, their school held significant respect due to its role in treating injuries. Regardless of strength, every martial artist needed medical care, which ensured that their school had no enemies. Lu Fan, however, remained unconvinced. He questioned why he should become the head of a school ranked so low. He wondered if a better opportunity might present itself in the future. With that thought, he decided to return home. As he left, Lu Fan contemplated the magnitude of the martial arts world. He resolved to seek guidance from someone knowledgeable, like Ilan, whose boxing skills suggested she was a martial artist. Additionally, he planned to ask the vegetable store owner near his building, suspecting that he might also possess valuable insights. Just then, Dr. Jiang stopped him, asking if he was heading back. Lu Fan, sensing the implication, preemptively remarked that he hoped Dr. Jiang wasn't acting as his personal bodyguard on his father's orders. In response, Dr. Jiang handed him a token, explaining that he was not qualified to protect him but that the token would be of great help. He advised Lu Fan to present it upon his arrival at the school, assuring him that others would immediately recognize its significance. As for Tang's medical fees, she assured him not to worry, saying they would cover the expenses. Lu Fan expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much." However, he admitted that he didn't like relying on others for such matters. Later, as he arrived at his building in a cab, he noticed it was raining heavily. As he looked ahead, he saw a group of goons attacking Miss Lan's hotel. Miss Lan confronted the gangsters, exclaiming, "Why do you keep coming after me? I did not borrow money from you guys. Lin Jiafeng borrowed it, and I have no idea where he is. Please, go find him instead. I've already settled my dues." One of the goons, ignoring her plea, struck her and sneered, "We don't care about your marriage, Miss Lan. We know you own a property inside this building. Now, hand over the property papers. We can get at least 500,000 yuan for that property." Miss Lan, struggling, protested, "Why should I give you the papers to my flat? It belongs to me. On top of that, Jiafeng's debt is only worth 500,000, whereas my building is worth much more. I refuse to hand it over." The bystanders murmured among themselves, "These people are nothing but robbers." One whispered, "In this area, even a single-room flat costs at least 3 million. Miss Lan's flat is enormous. Forcing her to sell it for 500,000 is outright hooliganism." Another onlooker sighed, "They're all local gangsters. Who would dare get involved with them?" Miss Lan's husband took a loan and ran away, leaving her to suffer. She's an honest, hard-working woman who was living peacefully until that scoundrel ruined her life. Meanwhile, the loan shark barked, "You people borrowed from us, and now when it's time to pay back, you act like it's our fault. Listen up, we don't care what you do or how you do it. Get upstairs and bring the property papers. Otherwise, we'll strip you right here on the street." Watching the scene unfold, Lu Fan clenched his fists and muttered, "I'll teach these scumbags a lesson. How much more trouble can they cause to one person?" Just then, he noticed a man stepping forward with a brick in his hand. In a swift motion, the man hurled the brick at the loan shark's face. As the dust settled, Lu Fan recognized him. It was none other than Jiafeng. The loan shark wiped the blood from his lip and scoffed, "So, you finally grew a spine and dared to show your face?" Jiafeng stood his ground and declared, I take full responsibility for all the loans I took. Lan has nothing to do with this, let her go. The loan shark laughed mockingly. Jiafeng, do you really think you're in any position to negotiate? You have no chance of escaping. We'll deal with you however we like. Today, we're taking back not just you, but also our money. Jiafeng sighed. I don't have the money. The loan shark grinned wickedly. Oh, but you have a house and a wife. We'll sell both to recover our money. He then turned to his men and ordered, go upstairs and bring the property papers. Jiafeng, his voice firm, warned, if anyone dares take a step forward, they'll regret it. Wu, the loan shark's right-hand man, signaled his goons to attack. They lunged at Jiafeng, pummeling him mercilessly. Miss Lan, in tears, pleaded, please, don't hurt Jiafeng. I'm willing to give you the house. Jiafeng, his face bloodied, whispered, forgive me, Lan. I've ruined everything, our home, our money, our respect, everything you built with your hard work. I deserve this. Lan sobbed. God, please send someone to help us. Just then, a slow, deliberate clap echoed through the street. Everyone turned to see Lu Fan stepping forward with a smirk. The gangsters stopped, eyeing him warily. What do you want? One of them snarled. Lu Fan chuckled. Oh, don't mind me. I just came to watch the drama. Please, carry on. A goon swung at him, but in an instant, Lu Fan retaliated with a brutal kick, sending the thug sprawling. He dusted off his hands and smirked. If you're wondering why I'm hitting you, well, sorry. I have no reason. I just got really angry watching all this. Here's the deal, you can have the property papers. If you defeat me, Wu stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. Who do you think you are, boy, daring to mess with me? Iron Wolf. Lu Fan tilted his head mockingly. My name, it won't matter to you. You people don't deserve to call me by my name, but if you insist, he smirked, you can call me Daddy. Infuriated, the gangsters charged at Lu Fan. However, he was ready. With lightning-fast reflexes, he countered every move, taking them down one by one. As he fought, he declared that he would be unable to pay Sister Lan the next month's rent in this manner but insisted that he would not vacate the house. Determined to protect her, he picked up a brick and continued his assault, warning that no one else could take the house from her. During the fight, one of the gang members exclaimed that this man was too dangerous and that Lu Fan was slaughtering them like dogs. He swore that if they failed to defeat him, he would paint his face black and roam the city on a donkey. However, in a short time, Lu Fan had overpowered everyone, leaving them unconscious. Seated on Wu, Lu Fan mocked his opponents, reminding them of their earlier bravado. He then kicked one of them back and warned them all never to show their faces there again. As the defeated gang members fled, the local residents stepped forward to support Miss Lan, acknowledging her as a kind-hearted person who had suffered due to her husband's actions. Jiafeng urged Lu Fan not to involve himself in the matter, but Lu Fan grabbed his collar and retorted that if it were for Jiafeng, he would never have gotten involved in the first place. He insisted that Sister Lan was a good person who was suffering because of him. If Jiafeng failed to protect her, Lu Fan warned, he would become his worst enemy. Hearing this, Jiafeng admitted his mistake and vowed to fulfill his responsibilities from then on. He also warned Lu Fan that the men he had just defeated belonged to Boss Liao's Black Soil Group, a feared organization involved in criminal activities. No one in the city dared to oppose them. Lu Fan, however, remained unfazed. He remarked that he had a habit of facing difficulties head-on. For now, he needed to go to school, but he assured everyone that he would deal with the Black Soil Gang later that night. He confidently declared that by the next day, there might not be anyone left to identify them. Jiafeng, turning to Lan, questioned who this boy was. He observed that Lu Fan wasn't joking. He was serious about taking down the Black Soil Gang. He found it hard to believe that Lu Fan was just a high school student. Lan, however, admitted that she had no idea where he had come from, but she was convinced that he had been sent by heaven to help them. Later, Lu Fan went to Mr. Zhang's house to pick up Wei Wei when Mr. Zhang called him over. Sitting beside him, Mr. Zhang expressed his gratitude for taking care of Wei Wei. Because of Lu Fan's help, their family was now safe, and they had managed to defeat their enemies. He revealed that he had arranged 4 bodyguards for Wei Wei, implying that Lu Fan's services as her protector were no longer required. However, Lu Fan declined any compensation, stating that Mr. Zhang had already done enough for him. Even when Mr. Zhang insisted, Lu Fan refused, explaining that the favors he had received far outweighed any he had given. Instead of money, he assured Mr. Zhang that if he ever needed help in the future, he only had to ask. As Lu Fan left, Mr. Zhang watched him, reflecting on a promise he had made 18 years ago. I wish I hadn't made that. He found himself wishing he had chosen someone like Lu Fan for Wei Wei. I can't think of anyone better than Lu Fan from Wei Wei. Meanwhile in school, Lu Mei says that I heard that from now on Lu Fan will not be your bodyguard. Wei Wei replied that his father told her she no longer needed protection, as he had assured her that she was safe. However, Lu Mei pointed out that Ilan had been lingering around Lu Fan for a long time. Seeing her still sitting near him, Wei Wei found herself feeling uneasy. She thought to herself that she truly disliked seeing Lu Fan with someone else and wished she had the courage to express her feelings to him. Later, Ilan invited Lu Fan to join the upcoming school trip, revealing that they were headed to Jingfu Village. She acknowledged that he wasn't interested in trips but insisted that the place they were visiting was famous. According to legend, a water dragon resided in a river there, and it held a mysterious crystal in its mouth, waiting to bestow it upon someone. Lu Fan dismissed the story as mere folklore, meant to attract tourists. He argued that although both dragons and crystals seemed captivating, they always disappeared upon closer inspection. However, he conceded that the trip might present an interesting opportunity. Hearing this, Ilan excitedly asked if he would join them, but Lu Fan declined, stating that he found trips boring. Later, as school ended, Wei Wei sat in her car, preparing to head home. Lu Fan watched her leave. Feeling that his responsibility had finally ended, he realized that he had neglected his studies for a long time and now had the chance to focus on them. However, just then, he noticed a man hiding under Wei Wei's car. Alarmed, he started running. Realizing that Wei Wei was in danger, he attempted to call her, but she had already fallen asleep in the car. Then he calls Mr. Zhang that he has seen an assassin under Wei Wei's car. At the same time, Wei Wei's bodyguards received an alert about the situation. Wei Wei's car arrived at her house. They held their attacks upon noticing Wei Wei in the car. Taking advantage of the moment, Assassin swiftly killed all the other guards. As he stepped out of the car, Assassin greeted Zhang Hetian mockingly, saying he had dreamed of this moment for a long time. Zhang Hetian questioned why Chu was involving his daughter in their conflict, arguing that their enmity was between the two of them. However, Chu retorted that because of their feud, he had lost both his family and his company. He blamed Zhang Hetian for ruining him by exposing his illegal activities. Despite Zhang Hetian's insistence that someone else would have reported him eventually, Chu refused to accept responsibility. He then ordered Zhang Hetian to kneel and apologize. Without hesitation, Zhang Hetian complied, begging for his daughter's life. However, Chu sneered, declaring that an apology was not enough. He would derive more satisfaction from killing him. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Lu Fan arrived and struck him down with a powerful blow. Chu, startled, demanded to know who he was. Lu Fan simply replied that he wasn't interested in giving his name but that Chu could consider him his death. When Chu lunged to attack, Lu Fan effortlessly knocked him unconscious with a single kick. Meanwhile, it was discovered that a bomb had been planted on Wei Wei's body. The guards desperately called for anyone with expertise in defusing explosives. Lu Fan, assessing the situation, stated that the bomb would detonate if tampered with. Chu, regaining consciousness, smirked and declared that he was ready to die but wouldn't go alone. He would take Zhang Hetian and Wei Wei with him. As tensions escalated, one of the bodyguards subdued Chu while Lu Fan realized that he had to act quickly. Determined, he called for a minute's time to defuse the bomb. Wei Wei, however, pleaded with him to leave her behind, insisting that she didn't want to be the reason for others' deaths. Lu Fan, remaining calm, reassured her that he would handle the situation. Just then, Ilan and Pang arrived, but Lu Fan firmly refused to let them come any closer. He warned Pang to clear the area, explaining that if an explosion occurred, it would be extremely dangerous. Trusting Lu Fan's words, Pang immediately started evacuating everyone. Chu emphasized that do whatever you can, you will still not be able to save Wei Wei. Zhang Hetian, overcome with emotion, lamented that despite having money, he had been unable to protect his daughter. Wei Wei then turned to Lu Fan and said that if she was with him, she could die without any regrets. Lu Fan, determined, repeated that no one was going to die. With only 30 seconds remaining, he turned to Wei Wei and asked her which color she liked. Before she could answer, Chu shouted that there was no time and insisted on cutting the black wire. Hetian interjected, insisting that it's definitely not the black wire, but the red wire. At that moment, Wei Wei gathered her courage and confessed her feelings to Lu Fan. Without hesitation, Lu Fan cut the black wire. As the countdown reached 0, everyone braced themselves for the explosion, believing it was their end. However, Lu Fan calmly reassured them, saying that because of him, their ticket to heaven had not been issued. Relieved, Wei Wei stepped forward and embraced Lu Fan. While Pang's men expressed their amazement, they remarked that such dramatic moments were only seen in movies, yet they had just witnessed it in real life. Ilan, overwhelmed with emotion, slapped Lu Fan and demanded to know if he even had experience in defusing bombs. She questioned who had taught him such a skill. Lu Fan, with a smirk, responded that she could have simply asked nicely. Still puzzled, Ilan pressed him further, asking how he had known to cut the black wire. Lu Fan casually replied that he had no technical knowledge. He had simply cut it because black was his favorite color. Then, without hesitation, he announced that he had urgent matters to attend to and was leaving. Before departing, Lu Fan leaned in and whispered something into Pangui's ear. Pangue assured him not to worry as the task would be completed without any trouble. He reassured Mr. Zhang that such a problem would never arise again. With that, he bid them farewell and advised everyone to rest. Ilan insisted that Lu Fan drop him home, to which Lu Fan playfully responded that since this car is yours so it means you are leaving me home. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhang, observing the scene, mused that despite Lu Fan's actions, he had never once flaunted his accomplishments. If Lu Fan truly intended to marry his daughter, Mr. Zhang was willing to overlook an old promise. As night fell, Miss June expressed concern, asking Lu Fan if he was really going to meet Boss Liao. Lu Fan teasingly noted that Miss June seemed quite worried about him. Miss June quickly denied it, insisting she was merely pointing out how exhausted Lu Fan looked. Lu Fan then mentioned that Jia Fan had changed, which was why he had decided to help him. As for tiredness, he confidently declared that he was ready to fight her for 3 days straight if necessary. In response, Miss June, frustrated, threw a pillow at Lu Fan's face and accused him of being impossible to talk to. Lu Fan, rubbing his face, muttered to himself, questioning if he really looked tired. He recalled his time as a soldier, when he would get only 1 day of rest in an entire week, and even that had been sufficient for him. As Lu Fan was about to leave, Miss June inquired whether he was really heading to confront the boss. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Wu reported to his boss that he had failed to retrieve the money because Jia Fang had a formidable fighter on his side. He described how, unbelievably, the fighter had taken down 10 men in just 10 minutes. Hearing this, the right-hand man scolded the subordinate, pointing out that not only had he failed to recover the money, but he had also brought disgrace to their reputation. Boss Liao, noticing the Wu's trembling hand, grabbed it in anger, and without hesitation, drove a knife through it. Wu pleaded for another chance, vowing to kill the fighter this time. Boss Liao, however, turned to his right-hand man and ordered him to take over the task instead. He then instructed that the injured subordinate be thrown out, as he was no longer fit to work with them. Just then, another gang member rushed in, reporting that some police officers had arrived. Shocked, Liao demanded clarification and immediately ordered Su Jiang to handle the situation. He emphasized that their top priority was still recovering the money. The scene shifted to a bar, where Captain Peng and his team had detained a few people. Jiang, surprised, asked the captain what the issue was and what case they were investigating. Captain Peng explained that they had received reports that the Black Soil Group was involved in illegal activities and had come to investigate. However, a female officer confirmed that they had not found any evidence to support the claims. Peng, addressing the bar owner, stated that we will do an investigation tonight. Hope you will cooperate with us. Jian, observing the situation, said there is no problem, we support the law anyway. Upon hearing that the police would be stationed there all night, the crowd began to disperse, as no one wished to invite unnecessary trouble into their lives. Once everyone had left, Pangue also departed. Jian, observing the situation, wondered whether Pang had orchestrated everything with his influence, ensuring that all the people left. As Jia Fan entered the bar, he turned to Lu Fan and commented on how impressive his connections were, managing to empty the place so quickly. Lu Fan, with a smirk, replied that without connections, handling situations like these would be impossible. Looking around, Lu Fan remarked that the bar seemed unusually empty that night. He sarcastically suggested that if business was this slow, they might as well shut it down. At that moment, a staff member announced that due to unforeseen circumstances, the bar would not be providing service for the night. Just then, Jia Fang entered with his bat and questioned whether even old customers would be denied service. A man approached Jiang and whispered that Jia Fang owed the bar a hefty debt of 500,000. He also pointed out that the man accompanying Jia Fang was the same person who had recently confronted Wu. Jiang turned to Lu Fan and reminded him that if someone had a debt, it was their responsibility to repay it. He warned that interfering in such matters and resorting to violence was not the right approach. Lu Fan stated that he had a long history of loan sharking and gambling. He acknowledged that such activities had always been prevalent and admitted that he had once been reduced to begging. Because of this experience, he explained that he was already deeply involved in these activities. Declaring his dominance, he then demanded that they summon their boss, Liao, to face him directly, as Jiang prepared to attack, exclaiming, "How dare you take our boss name?" However, Lu Fan swiftly struck a chair on Jiang's mouth, and with a single blow he sends him crashing to the ground. Determined, Lu Fan announced that he would personally deal with everyone present. Jiang, undeterred, sneered and told Lu Fan that he had a lot of courage for coming to his territory and challenging him alone. He vowed to teach Lu Fan the difference between bravery and recklessness. Without hesitation, Lu Fan launched into action, attacking Jiang's men with astonishing speed. Amidst the chaos, he received a call from Miss June. The moment he answered, he learned that the people he had fought the previous day had gathered outside his home, causing a disturbance. They were making noise and knocking on doors in the building below. Lu Fan instructed Miss June to contact the police immediately, assuring her that he would arrive soon. Turning his attention back to the present situation, Lu Fan asked Jia Fan where Boss Liao's office was located. Jia Fan informed him that it was usually on the second floor. Lu Fan then instructed him to hold on while he confronted their boss. As he advanced, Jiang attempted to stop him, but Lu Fan effortlessly moved forward, stepping over those in his way. At that moment, Jiang grabbed a chair and attempted to attack Lu Fan, but with a single, powerful strike, Lu Fan shattered both the chair and Jiang, clearing his path to the second floor. Meanwhile, Liao, noticing the commotion below, asked one of his men what was happening. The subordinate informed him that two individuals were fighting their way through their men. Shocked, Liao demanded to know who had the audacity to cause trouble in their bar. A white coat man sitting nearby responded calmly, stating that if there was a problem, he would send reinforcements. Liao, however, declined the offer, questioning how anyone could dare challenge them. The man in white coat then smirked and told Liao to look at who he had brought along. At that moment, a large, muscular man stepped forward. Liao's eyes widened as he recognized the fighter as the Butcher, a 17-time underground boxing champion. The man in white coat instructed the Butcher to prove his capabilities, confident that with his assistance, the situation would be swiftly handled. As Lu Fan reached the upper floor, someone attempted to strike him by throwing a bottle. He dodged the attack just as the Butcher closed in on him. Observing the Butcher's movements, Lu Fan quickly realized that he was facing a master-level fighter. Just as Lu Fan prepared to counterattack, the man in white coat intervened, stopping the fight. He approached Lu Fan with familiarity and extended his hand, revealing that he was someone Lu Fan had previously saved. However, before he could finish speaking, Lu Fan recognized him and, pulling his hand away, declared that if the man was aligned with Liao's group, they could not be allies. He accused Liao's people of harming his friends. The man in white coat seemed surprised and asked Lu Fan what exactly had happened. He assured him that if his people were responsible, he would deal with them immediately. Liao, sensing trouble, began to worry about the situation unfolding before him. Meanwhile, Lu Fan demanded to know who Liao Ju was. Moving forward, Liao introduced himself. Lu Fan immediately confronted him, accusing him of sending thugs to threaten his landlord. The man in white coat turned to Liao, his tone sharp, and questioned his audacity, emphasizing that Lu Fan was the one who had once saved his life. He warned Liao that harming Lu Fan's people was a grave mistake. Realizing the severity of the situation, Liao's right-hand man intervened, instructing their men to stand down. His subordinates, confused, asked why they were not allowed to attack. He explained that it was the boss's direct order. Meanwhile, Miss Lan, now relieved, suggested that they leave. She expressed her concerns for her husband, but Miss June reassured her, stating that as long as Lu Fan was involved, there was nothing to worry about. After understanding the full situation, the man in white coat turned his fury on Liao, demanding to know how he could have acted so recklessly. Liao, realizing he had made a serious mistake, slapped his right-hand man and ordered him to apologize. The right-hand man, in turn, struck Jiang and demanded that he apologize as well. However, when Jiang turned to struck someone, he realized there is no one there to slap. There was only Lu Fan and Jia Fan. Later, Jiang says, "Jia Fan, you don't need to pay the debts and we are sorry we troubled you so much." Jia Fan said, "It wasn't entirely your fault. I was also partially to blame. I shouldn't have gambled." At that moment, man in white coat spoke up. "Here's what you should do. Since it was your group that injured Jia Fang, compensate him with 100,000 yuan to cover his medical expenses." Hearing this, Liao thought to himself, "Not only was I attacked and beaten, but now I also have to pay money. I've suffered a huge loss here." However, Jia Fang immediately responded, "No, Bossren, I can't accept this money." Bossren insisted, "Jia Fang, you deserve it. Am I right, Lu Fan?" As Lu Fan was about to leave, he said, "We should get going. Our work here is done." But just then, Ren stopped them and handed them his card. "If you ever need help, don't hesitate to call me." Jia Fang, still in disbelief, praised Lu Fan, admitting that he had only feared Liao. Unaware that Lu Fan knew someone even more powerful, Lu Fan responded casually, stating that it was merely luck that had connected him to these individuals. Meanwhile, Liao fumed, questioning how Lu Fan had dared to act so arrogantly. Bossren then revealed that the day Lu Fan had saved him, later he sought guidance from his fortune teller. He had been told that his fate was tied to the man who had saved him, and as long as he remained by Lu Fan's side, good fortune would follow him. Consequently, he warned Liao and his men not to cross Lu Fan, lest they bring misfortune upon themselves. Looking around, Ren noticed the Butcher was missing. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Butcher had positioned himself in front of Lu Fan. Lu Fan, sensing trouble, asked what the problem was now. The Butcher, instead of attacking, expressed his desire to learn from Lu Fan by fighting him. However, Lu Fan declined and continued walking. Determined, the butcher, who had never lost a fight, assured Lu Fan that he meant no harm. He simply wanted to challenge him in a friendly bout. As a final incentive, he even offered Lu Fan a reward of 100,000 for the fight. Unmoved, Lu Fan declined again. Seeing this, Butcher increased the offer to 200,000 yuan, but Lu Fan still refused. In a last attempt, Butcher raised the amount to 300,000 yuan. Finally, Lu Fan responded, saying that if Butcher was so eager to take a beating, he would have no choice but to oblige. Butcher warned Lu Fan to be careful, as even one of his punches could be devastating. He then charged at Lu Fan with incredible speed and threw a powerful punch. However, Lu Fan effortlessly dodged it. Observing Butcher's attack, Lu Fan pointed out that while he had great force behind his punches, he was wasting energy unnecessarily. Butcher then attempted a kick, but Lu Fan dodged that just as easily. He advised Butcher not to focus on making his attacks look powerful but to actually make them stronger through technique. As Butcher lunged forward once more, Lu Fan swiftly struck him in the throat. The impact was so intense that Butcher collapsed instantly, losing consciousness. While the ground beneath them cracked, Lu Fan remarked that if someone could be taken down with a single hit, there was no need to waste energy on unnecessary attacks. Witnessing the entire fight, Zhao Zhu, who was in the audience, was left in disbelief. He couldn't fathom that the so-called king of boxing, Butcher, had been defeated in just one move. He shuddered at the thought of what would have happened if he had ever dared to cross Lu Fan. Later, to celebrate the resolution of their conflict, Jia Feng invited Lu Fan and Miss Jun to his house for dinner. During the conversation, Jia Feng explained how even Liao's boss had apologized to Lu Fan, dissolved the feud, and had shown immense respect for him. Hearing this, Miss Jun was shocked that a powerful gang leader had humbled himself before Lu Fan. Curious, she asked him about his true identity. Lu Fan, however, dismissed the question, playfully stating that he was simply there to find one of the beauties from his campus to become his wife. Just then, a loud knock echoed through the house. The group, startled, wondered who could be at the door at such an hour. When Jia Feng opened the door, he found Butcher and Zhao Zhu standing outside. Zhao Zhu, looking remorseful, addressed Jia Feng and apologized for the chaos they had caused earlier. He explained that they had brought 300,000 yuan as compensation for the damage. However, Jia Feng refused to accept the money. Dropping to his knees, Zhao Zhu pleaded with him, saying that if he didn't accept the money, he would be fired from his position. Meanwhile, Butcher walked inside and approached Lu Fan. Lu Fan, wary, asked if he was looking for another fight. Butcher shook his head and admitted that as a fighter, he had learned to accept defeat. However, he pointed out that Lu Fan was not a true fighter. He questioned why. Despite discussing money earlier, Lu Fan had refused to take any. Lu Fan simply replied that he never accepted money without a reason. Without another word, Butcher grabbed a drink from Lu Fan's hands and took a sip. He then declared that since he had now shared a drink with Lu Fan, the money was his payment for it. Saying this, Butcher left, leaving everyone in shock at the bizarre turn of events. Gangsters were now paying Lu Fan instead of extorting him. The next day, Lu Fan went to a store to buy fast food. As he stood in line, a girl suddenly hugged him from behind. Surprised, Lu Fan asked who she was. The girl, unfazed, introduced herself as Song Dai. Lu Fan, still confused, told her that this was their first meeting and asked how he could help her. Song Dai reminded him that she had written him a love letter. At that moment, Lu Fan recalled that she was the same girl who had confessed to him on the first day of school. Song Dai commented that he looked even better in person than in his photos. However, Lu Fan quickly dismissed her words and advised that they should focus on their studies instead of such things. Song Dai smirked and remarked that she finally understood why Ilan found him so boring. She assured him that she was not joking and was completely serious. She then made him an offer. If he transferred to her class, she would do anything he asked. Suspicious, Lu Fan questioned if she was trying to compete with Ilan. Song Dai admitted that no matter what happened, she could not afford to lose to Ilan. She wanted everything that Ilan desired. Realizing her true intentions, Lu Fan decided to play along. He suddenly looked behind her and called out, "Ilan, you're here." Instinctively, Song Dai turned around to look. However, by the time she realized she had been tricked, Lu Fan had already disappeared. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, the scene shifted to the Black Force gang. A man named Dragon reported to his boss that he had successfully captured the girl who possessed incriminating video evidence against them. He reminded the boss that last time, she and Lu Fan had wrecked their entire bar. The gang leader, unimpressed, ordered his men to lock the girl up. As for Lu Fan, he declared that he wanted his head. He wanted to set an example for everyone. No one could mess with the Black Force gang and get away with it. Dragon assured his boss not to worry, promising that the job would be done soon. After Dragon leaves, the gang leader sneered at Lu Fan, saying that even if he were to kill him 100 times, he still wouldn't be satisfied. he warned Lu Fan to prepare for the upcoming fight, emphasizing how intense it was going to be. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was in class, dozing off while the lecture continued. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a message. When he checked, he found a picture of Jin-soo tied up and a location directing him to Forest Park. Realizing the kidnappers must have assumed Jin-soo was his girlfriend, probably because he had fought for her the other day, Lu Fan muttered that the Black Force gang was truly despicable. He realized they weren't after Jin-soo but using her to lure him out. Standing up, he asked for permission to leave, which Miss June granted. Without hesitation, Lu Fan leaped out of the second-floor window. His classmates gasped in shock, wondering how he always managed to jump from such heights without getting injured. Once outside, Lu Fan deliberately ran in front of a speeding car, forcing the driver to slam on the brakes. The furious driver rolled down the window, ready to curse him out, but Lu Fan casually asked, "How much did this car cost?" Annoyed, the man boasted that it was a brand new luxury car worth 5 million yuan and scoffed at Lu Fan, saying someone like him could never afford it. Lu Fan smirked and did some quick calculations. If you drive a 5 million yuan car daily, that means each day's worth is about 300 yuan. That's not too expensive. How about I be generous and give you 400 yuan for today? That makes this car mine for the day. Before the driver could fully comprehend what was happening, Lu Fan yanked him out of the car and threw him onto the pavement. The man screamed, accusing him of stealing his car for just 400 yuan. At that moment, Lu Fan received a call from Dragon, warning him to arrive at the given location within half an hour or else Jin-soo wouldn't be spared. Without wasting a second, Lu Fan hit the gas and sped towards the destination. Meanwhile, White Shark commented that Lu Fan would take some time to arrive. Dragon, growing impatient, suggested they entertain themselves in the meantime. Grinning wickedly, he moved toward Jin-soo, attempting to tear her clothes. However, Jin-soo headbutted him with full force, breaking his nose. White Shark burst into laughter, mocking Dragon for being beaten by a girl. Furious, Dragon ordered him to keep an eye on her, declaring that he'd be back in 2 minutes. White Shark assured him there was nothing to worry about. Smirking, he added that he was much more handsome than Dragon, and now that Jin-soo couldn't even scream, "Jin-soo thinks this bastard has paralyzed my body." As White Shark started unbuttoning his shirt, a sudden noise made him pause. He grabbed his belt and hurled it in the direction of the sound, demanding to know who was there. From the shadows, Lu Fan stepped forward, smirking. "Your reaction time isn't bad," he remarked. White Shark, unfazed, chuckled and revealed that 100 of his men were stationed outside. He admitted he was surprised Lu Fan had managed to sneak past them, but it didn't matter. "Now that you're here, you're mine," he declared. He then explained why people called him White Shark. It was because he could sense a person's anger just by smelling it, and right now, the rage radiating from you was intense. Lu Fan, amused, responded, "You seem interesting. Very few people possess unique skills like yours." White Shark, however, was internally panicking. He could tell that Lu Fan's power far surpassed his own. His only chance was to stall until he could discreetly press the button hidden in his pocket. But before he could, Lu Fan swiftly reached into his pocket and snatched the remote control away. Holding it up, Lu Fan grinned. "Was this what you needed? Here, let me destroy it for you." White Shark paled, realizing that Lu Fan's rage was twice as overwhelming as his own. He could already predict the brutal beating he was about to receive. His body tensed, and he found himself unable to move or even speak. Lu Fan continued, "You showed me one of your skills. Now let me show you mine." He unleashed his hockey power, an overwhelming force pressing down on White Shark. Within seconds, White Shark dropped to his knees, struggling to breathe. Lu Fan smirked. "I haven't even used my full power yet, and you're already losing consciousness." Turning to Jin-soo, he added, "I almost forgot about you." He then moved towards her, swiftly eliminating the restraints binding her. Jin-soo, still shaken, asked, "How did you even find this place? They were giving you false locations, weren't they?" Lu Fan responded with a knowing smile. "When you're in deep trouble, your friends come through. Mine helped me out this time." A flashback showed Lu Fan making a call to one of his friends, who initially thought it was just another job request and refused. But when Lu Fan revealed his identity, the man was shocked. "Boss, you called me?" he asked in disbelief. Lu Fan dismissed the small talk. "We can chat later. Right now, I need to see if your capabilities are still up to the mark." Jin-soo, now outside with Lu Fan, pointed out the massive problem ahead. "You managed to get inside, but how do you plan to get out? There are at least 100 men waiting outside, all armed with weapons." Lu Fan, instead of worrying, grinned. "This is the perfect opportunity to wipe out the Black Force gang for good." Jin-soo, still skeptical, repeated, "But there are 100 of them." Lu Fan smirked. "It's just 100. What difference does it make?" He then revealed that he had faced an almost identical situation before. The scene shifted to a different location, where a group of men was discussing the genius list. One of them excitedly announced that rank 2, Flame, had defeated Tang Jiang and was now the new rank 1. Another chimed in, mentioning that while the genius list rankings frequently changed, one thing remained constant: Devil Lu had held the top spot on the Wan Yuan list for 2 years straight. They wondered aloud, is he really so powerful that no one has been able to surpass him? At that moment, another man remarked, yes, it's true, he's incredibly powerful, he's even the idol of Qianilan. Did you know that Devil Lu once defeated M Country's special forces? And they possessed extremely high-grade weapons, while Devil Lu fought barehanded. Hearing this, the group stood in shock, exclaiming that the situation had escalated beyond reason. One of them pointed out, if one person has a gun while the other is a martial artist, the one with the gun has a higher chance of winning, and here, we're talking about 100 special forces soldiers. Meanwhile, Lu Fan had already begun taking down members of the Black Force gang. Watching his men get beaten, Dragon ordered, don't go in one by one, attack together. However, whether they attacked individually or all at once, Lu Fan effortlessly defeated them all. Dragon, now desperate, questioned, where's Black Bear? We can't win this fight without him. One of the gunmen responded, Black Bear is on his way with reinforcements. You know, something really strange is happening. Lu Fan is coming from above, right where White Shark was. Before the man could process it further, Lu Fan had already thrown another opponent aside and approached White Dragon, saying, looks like we meet again. White Dragon's men immediately stepped forward to protect him, but as Lu Fan continued to fight them off, Dragon saw an opportunity and attempted to flee. Just as he thought he had escaped, he found himself face to face with Black Bear. Dragon, catching his breath, hurriedly informed him, Black Bear, White Shark has probably been taken down. You're the only one who can defeat this bastard now. Black Bear, unfazed, stepped forward and ordered, step aside. Looking at Lu Fan, he said, you managed to evade so many people and make it all the way here. That's quite the feat. You're young, but you've already made a big name for yourself. Lu Fan, unfazed, asked, do you have a pen? Black Bear was taken aback, unsure of what Lu Fan meant. He smirked and added, you said I'm famous, right? How about I give you my autograph, right on your forehead? Enraged, Black Bear roared, this guy won't go down with mere words. Fire the RPG at him. His men immediately opened fire on Lu Fan. Black Bear sneered, let's see you dodge this. To everyone's shock, Lu Fan nonchalantly dodged the attacks with his hands still in his pockets. Seeing this, Black Bear was visibly shaken. Before he could react, Lu Fan had already appeared behind him. Black Bear, panic-stricken, thought to himself, how did he get behind me so quickly? How can he be this fast? He swung a punch at Lu Fan, but he blocked it effortlessly with one hand. Smirking, Lu Fan repeated, do you have a pen? Growing frustrated, Black Bear shouted, if I hear that question one more time, I'll lose my mind. But before he could attack again, Lu Fan grabbed his finger and tightened his grip. With a calm yet deadly tone, he said, I'm asking one last time, do you have a pen? Black Bear, now in visible pain, yelled at his men, just give this bastard a pen, or he'll break my finger. One of the men hesitated before reaching for a pen, but Dragon panicked and interjected, are you insane? He's already so powerful with just his bare hands. If we give him a pen, who knows how dangerous he'll become? Kill Black Bear and his men before they can hand it over. Following Dragon's orders, his men turned on Black Bear and shot him down. As smoke filled the air, fear gripped the gang. They couldn't see anything and whispered among themselves, did we finally kill Lu Fan? However, their fears were realized when Lu Fan casually emerged from the smoke, smirking as he said, where are you all shooting? I'm right here, standing in front of you. As soon as Lu Fan's voice echoed through the area, the attackers began firing in his direction. In the chaos, they ended up turning on each other, eliminating one another. Watching this unfold, Lu Fan smirked and muttered, what a bunch of fools. They took each other out without me having to do anything. Now, only the dragon remains. At that moment, he noticed Dragon attempting to flee. Stepping forward, Lu Fan called out, where do you think you're going? Dragon, realizing he had no escape, clasped his hands together and pleaded, it wasn't my choice. My boss ordered me to do this. I had no other option. Lu Fan scoffed, you called 100 men half-heartedly. If you had been serious, you might have actually managed to take me down. But letting you go now, that wouldn't sit right with me. Dragon hesitated before asking, what do you want from me? Luo Feng grinned, let's play another round of darts. If you win, I'll let you walk free. With no other option, Dragon agreed. He immediately unleashed his deadliest technique, Dart Rainstorm, aiming it at Lu Fan. Impressed, Lu Fan remarked, not bad, that's actually a solid attack. Meanwhile, Dragon continued to flee, muttering to himself, I don't care if he survives or not, I just need to get out of here. I never want to see him again. However, before he could escape, Dragon collapsed, lifeless. Lu Fan smirked, well, that was fun, you know. I'll probably never meet someone like you again in my life. He then glanced at Dragon's lifeless body and added, I couldn't sign my autograph on your friend's forehead earlier, but I left my signature on yours. Elsewhere, Jinsu stood unaware of the danger behind her. White Shark had positioned himself to attack when a voice suddenly rang out. You shouldn't be standing there. Startled, Jinsu turned around to see Lu Fan. Her eyes widened. You're alive. I'm so glad to see you. Then, confused, she asked, but why did you tell me not to stand here? Lu Fan smirked. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the guy behind you. At that moment, White Shark fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Lu Fan stared at him coldly. Do you know why you're still alive? White Shark quickly responded, so I can give you information about the rest of the gang. Luo Feng nodded. Listen, the police will be here soon. Don't tell them I was involved. Just say the gang members fought among themselves and killed each other. If you even mention my name by mistake, I'll make sure to deal with you in prison. As the distant sound of police sirens grew louder, Lu Fan turned to Jinsu. Please, don't tell anyone about me either. Then, looking at White Shark, he added, just because the police are coming doesn't mean I'm leaving. I'll be hiding in this building until you're arrested. If you try anything, I won't hesitate to take action. White Shark, realizing his fate was sealed, slammed his forehead against the ground in despair. I don't have the strength left to do anything. As the police arrived, Jinsu instinctively turned to glance at Lu Fan, but he had already vanished. Moving forward, the officers arrested White Shark and requested Jinsu's cooperation in providing information. Meanwhile, Lu Fan had returned to his car, reflecting on the battle. There were 100 of them, he mused. But even 100 of them weren't as strong as the ones I've fought before. He then recalled his past encounters, battles against elite special forces, moments where he had defied the odds. Sighing, he admitted, if I think about it, this peaceful life is actually better than that old one. Shaking off the nostalgia, he muttered, I should return this guy's stuff quickly before I get into unnecessary trouble. Later, upon returning home, Lu Fan received a call from Iron Face. I'm in Jinling City, Iron Face said. Where are you in Yangcheng? I'm coming to meet you. But Luo Feng refused. No need, I'll be coming to Jinling next month. Until then, don't tell anyone about it, or else. Excited, Iron Face assured him. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. I'm just happy that you're coming to see me. Shortly after, another call came in, this time from Jinsu. She informed him that she had given her statement to the police and, as a token of gratitude, invited him to dinner. Later that evening, Lu Fan arrived at the restaurant. Jinsu greeted him with a smile. How are you? They stepped inside, and Lu Fan glanced around before saying, Miss Sun, you've chosen a great place for dinner. If I had known earlier, I would have dressed better. Jinsu chuckled. You don't have to call me Miss Sun, just call me Jinsu. And about your clothes, no matter what you wear, you always look amazing. Lu Fan smirked. With compliments like that, you'll make me blush. Jinsu laughed. Looking at you now, no one would believe how dangerous you can be. Meanwhile, as he ate, Lu Fan noted that the food was quite good. He mentioned that he had recently visited a 7-star hotel and found the food here to be on par with it. He speculated that the owner of this hotel must have substantial experience in the hotel business. Jinsu agreed, confirming that he was right. She revealed that the hotel was owned by Mr. Jiang, the third son of the Jiang family. She added that the remarkable thing about the hotel was that Mr. Jiang had not opened it for profit but to make friends. As Jinsu and Lu Fan continued their conversation, a man noticed them from a distance. That man heads up to the 4th floor. He informed Master Lu and Master Yi that the person they were looking for was seated downstairs. Master Lu found this to be an incredible coincidence, as he had just been discussing with Master Yi that they should meet the person who had defeated Gang Meng. He remarked that since the person had come to them on his own, they could now speak with him personally. Master Lu, whose full name was Love Master Lu Yuchan, was recognized as the most talented individual in the Lu family. Master Yi, whose full name was Yi Jingchen, one of the top 4 masters at Jigging High School. He then turned to Master Lu and asked if he would accompany him to meet Lu Fan, expressing his curiosity about whether the newcomer was truly capable of joining their ranks as one of the 4 masters. Master Lu, however, dismissed the idea, stating that he had no interest in meeting the newcomer. He argued that no matter what the person had done, he could never replace the 4 masters. In response, Master Yi suggested that Master Lu wait while he met Lu Fan himself. He then approached Lu Fan and introduced himself as Yi Jingchen from Class 28. He expressed his pleasure in meeting Lu Fan, assuming that Lu Fan was indeed the person he was looking for. Lu Fan, however, responded with indifference, asking if he was supposed to know him. Master Yi acknowledged that they had not met before but assured him that now they did know. He further explained that his friend, Master Lu, had invited Lu Fan to the 4th floor for a conversation, as he seemed highly interested in meeting him. Jinsu interjected, Informing Lu Fan that the 5th floor of this establishment was known as Jiang's house, she explained that it was the place where Mr. Jiang formed friendships and that almost everyone who entered that floor was a noble. Despite this, Lu Fan remained uninterested, stating that he had no desire to visit the place. Master Yi found this reaction unusual. He reflected on how most people would be overjoyed to receive an invitation to Jiang's house, as it was considered a great honor and a proud moment in one's life, signifying acceptance into noble society. Yet, Lu Fan had outright refused. Lu Fan then remarked that he had finished eating and suggested to Jinsu that they should leave. However, Master Yi, determined to provoke him, asserted that he had heard about Lu Fan defeating Gang Meng, yet he now seemed terrified. He taunted him, questioning whether someone who had fought Gang Meng could be so cowardly. He further mocked Lu Fan, pointing out that despite being accompanied by a girl, he was running away with his tail between his legs. Lu Fan, unimpressed, retorted that he was not afraid, certainly not of Master Lu. He clarified that he had no interest in meeting them, which was why he had initially refused. However, since he had nothing better to do, he decided he might as well see what they wanted. Master Yi smirked, thinking to himself that Lu Fan was making a grave mistake by agreeing to meet them. He believed that soon, Lu Fan would experience humiliation like never before, one that he would never forget. As Lu Fan arrived at the 5th floor, Master Lu greeted him, confirming that he was indeed Lu Fan. He expressed his pleasure in finally meeting him. However, Lu Fan, uninterested in pleasantries, stated that he did not wish to waste time on unnecessary introductions. Instead, he directly asked them what they wanted from him. Master Lu remarked that Lu Fan was quite direct and admitted that he had a question for him. He explained that while he had invited Lu Fan, he had forgotten to mention certain rules. Anyone entering the Jiang house was required to meet specific basic requirements. Lu Fan, sensing an attempt to humiliate him, told Master Lu to get straight to the point. Master Lu then explained the first requirement. Anyone who wished to stay on the 5th floor needed a minimum net worth of 5 million yuan. He then questioned whether Lu Fan met this criterion. Lu Fan replied honestly, stating that he was just a student and did not have that kind of money. Master Lu continued, mentioning the second rule: only individuals from prominent family backgrounds were allowed on this floor. He then asked Lu Fan which prestigious family in Yanjing he belonged to. Lu Fan smirked and stated bluntly that he had no family. Master Lu, upon hearing this, questioned how Lu Fan even had the audacity to step onto the 5th floor. Meanwhile, Master Yi observed the exchange and thought to himself that Master Lu had completely humiliated Lu Fan. Lu Fan, unimpressed by the rules, sarcastically questioned which fool had created such absurd regulations. Master Yi coldly responded that Lu Fan was not qualified to know who had set the rules. At that moment, Jinsu arrived and curiously asked what was happening. She then informed Lu Fan that the rules they had been discussing were established by none other than Mr. Jiang. She added that there was no need to waste any more time with these people and suggested they leave. Just then, Lu Fan turned towards them and asked who Mr. Jiang was. Master Yi explained that Mr. Jiang was currently meeting an important guest and did not have time for idle individuals like Lu Fan. He advised Lu Fan to leave immediately and never return. Instead of complying, Lu Fan casually lay down on the sofa and smirked. He mockingly stated that he had finally realized the situation. These people were nothing more than guard dogs. Their master had put them on a leash and left to meet someone important. He declared that he would wait right there for their master's return, as talking to them was pointless. Jinsu was taken aback by Lu Fan's arrogant attitude. Furious, Master Yi demanded to know whom he had just called a dog. Lu Fan, unfazed, confidently replied that he had been referring to them. He then asked if he had a problem with it. Jinsu starts laughing. Lu also found the situation amusing. He commented that Lu Fan was indeed an interesting person. However, he warned that speaking so arrogantly about Mr. Jiang would have consequences. He assured Lu Fan that once he met Mr. Jiang, his arrogance would disappear, and he would face humiliation unlike anything he had ever experienced. Lu Fan shrugged off the warning and stated that he was not afraid of humiliation. He then yawned and requested not to be disturbed. As he was feeling sleepy, he instructed them to wake him up once their master arrived. Master Lu, growing impatient, stated that they had no intention of calling Mr. Jiang, but Lu Fan had forced their hand. He then placed a call to Mr. Jiang and reported that a man named Lu Fan was causing trouble on the 5th floor. He explained that Lu Fan wished to become one of the 4 masters of the jigging school but had neither a background nor any support. On the other end of the line, Mr. Jiang responded, instructing them to wait, as he was on his way. After ending the call, Master Lu told the Lu Fan to wait just 2 seconds, as his father was arriving, and then he would see what happened next. Meanwhile, Lu Fan had already fallen asleep. Master Lu, irritated by the sight, complained that talking to Lu Fan was frustrating. He was sleeping in front of them despite the ongoing confrontation. Master Yi advised Master Lu to stay calm, assuring him that Mr. Jiang would teach Lu Fan a lesson. A few moments later, Mr. Jiang arrived. A man with blue hair stepped forward and demanded to know who had dared to cause trouble in Mr. Jiang's presence. Master Yi quickly pointed towards Lu Fan, identifying him as the troublemaker. Without hesitation, the blue-haired man struck Master Yi and scolded him, reminding him to show respect. He warned him not to raise his voice in Mr. Jiang's presence. Lu Fan, now awake, observed Mr. Jiang. To his surprise, Mr. Jiang appeared to be just a child. He wondered why everyone treated him with such respect. Jinsu, noticing Lu Fan awake, nudged him and informed him that Mr. Jiang had arrived. Meanwhile, Mr. Jiang stated that if someone was causing trouble in his domain, he would personally handle it. Master Lu, watching the scene unfold, thought to himself that Lu Fan was finished. He believed Lu Fan was too arrogant to change his attitude, even in front of Mr. Jiang, and that would be his downfall. However, just as Mr. Jiang was about to take action, he suddenly paused and instructed everyone to wait. The blue-haired man, confused, asked what had happened. At that moment, everyone realized that Master Jiang was none other than the cousin of Dr. Jiang. Master Jiang addressed Lu Fan, asking, "Brother-in-law, what are you doing here?" Lu Fan, surprised, responded, "So, you're Master Jiang. What are you doing here?" The surrounding people, shocked, murmured among themselves, "What? Brother-in-law? Lu Fan is his brother-in-law." Master Jiang then firmly declared, "Everyone, listen carefully. My brother-in-law holds a very high status in our family. Opposing him means opposing the Jiang group. Now, tell me, who here has caused trouble for him?" At this, Master Yi hesitated before saying, "I never expected the Jiang group to support Lu Fan." Meanwhile, Lu was deep in thought. Now it all makes sense, he realized. No wonder he was acting so arrogantly. As discussions continued, Master Jiang commanded, "Step forward. Whoever is responsible for causing trouble for my brother-in-law." Two men hesitated before stepping back, revealing Mr. Yi, who now stood alone. He protested, "How can you do this to me?" Master Jiang narrowed his eyes. "So, it was you who created trouble for my brother-in-law." Mr. Yi attempted to explain, "Listen, Master Jiang." But before he could finish, a blue-haired man suddenly struck him. The blue-haired man scolded, "Everyone who steps onto this floor is our guest. How dare you treat one of our guests so rudely?" Master Lu, stepping forward, struck Yi as well and said coldly, "You're not even worthy of being my friend." Yi, now confused and frustrated, questioned, "Why are you all attacking me? Don't you realize we are related?" However, the two men who had hit him only became angrier and snapped, "Apologize, now." Just as Yi was about to comply, Lu Fan interrupted, "There's no need for that." Meanwhile, Jinsu, observing everything, thought to herself, "Now I understand why Lu Fan was acting so arrogantly and why he had no interest in coming to the 5th floor. Lu Fan then turned to Master Jiang and asked, "Would you like to eat at a stall with me? Last time, you treated me to dinner, so now it's my turn." Master Jiang, pleased, replied, "Of course, eating with you will be enjoyable." As they prepared to leave, Jiang instructed his men, "Go and fetch the contract." The blue-haired man, sensing something unusual, asked Master Jiang, "Sir, is there a problem? Why are you requesting the contract papers?" Without hesitation, Master Jiang tore the document apart and declared, "I have no interest in working with your family." Lu Fan smirked, saying, "You have quite the nerve." Master Jiang responded, "And so do you, dating other women while claiming to be committed to my cousin." Jinsu, flustered, quickly interjected, "No, we're just friends." Meanwhile, the blue-haired man, fuming with anger, turned to Lu and struck him again. "Because of you, my business is ruined. Where will I find another project this big?" Yi, now desperate, along with Lu, pleaded, "Please forgive us." The blue-haired man scoffed, "Get out of here, and never show your face to me again." Elsewhere, Master Jiang and the others continued enjoying the party. Lu Fan asked, "What brings you here?" Master Jiang replied, "You already know that once I grow older, I will inherit the family business. To prepare, my father gave me a few $1 billion so I could prove my talent. That's why I came here, to do business." Lu Fan frowned, "But because of me, you destroyed a perfectly good business deal." Master Jiang smirked, "You're my brother-in-law. I can destroy a $100 million business for your sake without hesitation, and even if I fail at business, it doesn't matter. I will still inherit my father's $100 billion fortune." Lu Fan sighed, realizing, he's absolutely right. The world of rich people is completely different from ours. Jinsu, smiling, added, "Say what you want, but I had a lot of fun today." With that, everyone resumed drinking. Eventually, Lu Fan arranged for Jiang to leave with his driver, saying, "I'll personally take Jinsu home. She's had too much to drink." As Jiang departed, Lu Fan muttered, "She barely had 2 drinks, and yet she's completely drunk. If she can't handle alcohol, why did she even drink?" With that, He lifted Jinsu and carried her toward her residence. However, as he reached the entrance, security guards stopped him. One of the guards questioned, "What are you doing here so late at night?" Lu Fan replied, "Isn't this the Spring Seedling Orphanage? I'm just here to bring Jinsu home." He mentioned that she had consumed a little alcohol. At that moment, security guard asked if Jinsu had returned, and then while putting Jinsu to sleep, commented that times were tough for Jinsu. She had been under a lot of stress lately but expressed relief that she had at least had a drink. At least she will be able to sleep peacefully tonight. Lu Fan, curious, inquired why this situation was causing so much concern. The security guard then asked Lu Fan if he was Jinsu's boyfriend, hinting that there was something important he wanted to share. Outside, the security guard explained that a lot of troubling events had taken place in the orphanage. If it weren't for Jinsu, the orphanage would have been destroyed by now. If Jinsu left, he feared the orphanage wouldn't survive for long. Lu Fan, frustrated, pleaded with him not to create suspense and to clearly explain what was going on. The security guard then revealed that the land near the road had been purchased by the Taihong Group, who planned to build a shopping mall there. While a shopping mall could have been beneficial, they had recently been shown a document stating that their land legally belonged to the Taihong Group. However, the security guard was certain that this claim was false. He was unsure how they had managed to transfer the land under their name and was deeply concerned that they now intended to demolish the orphanage. Lu Fan deduced that the group had used underhanded tactics. The security guard confirmed this, reminding him that Taihong Group worked for the Black Force gang. The problem was that they had no evidence against the gang. Despite Jinsu's multiple reports to newspapers about them, those reports were never published. In fact, Jinsu was even removed from his job. Outraged, Lu Fan questioned how such heartless people could call themselves human. They are willing to snatch away shelter from orphans who have no one else to rely on. They should at least fear God. Just then, some thugs arrived, shouting mockingly, "Is there anyone left in the orphanage, or have all the orphans already died?" Seeing them, the security guard quickly told Lu Fan that he was going outside to handle them and instructed him to stay inside and take care of Jinsu. The thugs sneered as they noticed only an old man standing in their way. Green-haired man taunted, "Our boss has given us free rein to do whatever we want. There's no need to hold back." The security guard confronted them, demanding to know what they wanted and warning them to leave immediately or he would call the police. The green-haired thug laughed, retorting that the land belonged to the Taihong Group and that they were not trespassing. Rather, it was the people in the orphanage who were illegally occupying the space. Despite this, he scoffed at the security guard's threat to call the police. Determined, the security guard vowed not to let them take the roof from over the orphans' heads. A red-haired thug, annoyed, suggested that they stop wasting time and finish off the old man immediately. Seeing the thug advancing toward him, the security guard trembled. In an instant, the red-haired thug broke the security guard's stick and prepared to strike him. Mocking him, the thug remarked, "You're already old enough to go to heaven. Why are you fighting for a property?" Just then, a stone flew through the air and struck the red-haired thug's head. Furious, he demanded to know who had thrown it. Before he could react, more stones began raining down on them. Lu Fan had arrived, accompanied by a group of children. The children shouted, "Evil people, leave this place immediately." The thugs sneered at the kids, asking if they had a death wish. One of them turned to Lu Fan and demanded to know who he was and why he was throwing stones at them. Lu Fan smirked and replied, "I don't care about names. You can just call me a nightmare, or if you prefer, think of me as these children's Superman, here to protect them from trouble." The green-haired thug scoffed, "If you're Superman, then I'm also Joker. I'll make sure you don't walk away from this. And just so you know, Taihong is my brother-in-law. If you lay a finger on me, he'll have your hands chopped off. So why don't you just surrender now?" Lu Fan chuckled and responded, "Are you a circus clown? The one who jumps around in a show? You even have green hair, just like a Joker." One of the children pointed at him and exclaimed, "Look, even his head is green. He must have escaped from the circus." At this, everyone burst into laughter. The green-haired thug, irritated, ordered his men to silence them and teach Lu Fan a lesson. Meanwhile, Lu Fan turned to the children and reassured them, "Wait here while I deal with these bad uncles." As one of the bald thugs attempted to kick Lu Fan swiftly landed a punch, knocking him unconscious. One down. "Now, it's your turn." Witnessing this, another red-haired man stepped forward to attack, but Lu Fan dodged the attack and throws him to the ground. A third fighter then approached and warned Lu Fan not to be arrogant. He proudly declared himself the Iron Fist of Iron Street and boasted that he had never lost a boxing match. However, the moment his punch connected with Lu Fan, his own hand broke. Wu Gui was left in shock, realizing that all of his fighters had been defeated. Lu Fan smirked and taunted, "What happened? Why are you just standing there? Come fight me already." Wu Gui, still shaken, demanded Lu Fan's name if he truly had the courage. Before Lu Fan could respond, the children cheered and shouted, "You're the villain, the Joker, and he's our hero, Batman." Lu Fan corrected them, revealing his real name. "My name is Lu Fan. Go tell Tai Hong that I am the one who will put an end to his dirty businesses." Terrified, Wu Gui and his men fled the scene. The security guard, grateful for Lu Fan's help, expressed his thanks. Lu Fan assured him that he would resolve the matter soon so that the criminals would never return to the orphanage. Addressing the children, he praised their courage and advised them to call him immediately if they ever saw those thugs again. Later, Lu Fan took a taxi back home. Upon arrival, he noticed Song Dai waiting outside his building. She greeted him cheerfully, remarking on the coincidence of meeting him there. Lu Fan responded dryly, pointing out that it was, in fact, his own home. Dai playfully scolded him for being boring and suggested that instead of calling it a coincidence, he assumed she was stalking him. Luo Feng nonchalantly asked, "And what's wrong with that?" Grabbing his hand, Dai urged him to take a walk in the park. Lu Fan refused, explaining that night walks were not a good idea. Dai then suggested they go inside together, revealing that she lived on the 4th floor of the same building. Lu Fan was surprised and asked why she had moved into his building. He accused her of stalking him at a whole new level. Dai teased him, saying that she would continue to stalk him until he joined Class 19 and accepted her proposal. She then dismissed the conversation, stating that she was going to sleep. Before leaving, she reminded him that if he ever needed anything, he could come to her. Lu Fan was left wondering about Dai, finding her presence unsettling. He felt as though she was always planning something dangerous involving him. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Xianyuan Court, where a group of students were discussing an upcoming fight. They speculated that the top 2 ranks on the genius list were about to face off. One of them recalled how, ever since Flame had pushed Tang Jian to 2nd place, this fight had been inevitable. Tang Jian, who had been ranked first for years, was likely trying to reclaim his position. Tang Jian himself admitted that he had always believed no one could surpass him, until Flame did. Now, he wanted to see Flame's strength in real life. Flame, determined, assured Tang Jian that he would give his best to prove himself. The fight began with Tang Jian charging at full speed. Spectators were in awe of his strength. Noting that he was only 20 years old yet possessed incredible power, rumors circulated that his punches carried the force of 350 kilograms. Tang Jian, seeing his younger opponent, resolved not to lose to him. However, Flame gathered immense energy and, with a single powerful punch, sent Tang Jian flying backward. Shocked and unable to believe his defeat, Tang Jian struggled to understand how a student from Jingyi School, known for its lack of strong fighters, could be this powerful. He suspected that Flame had trained under the Skyfire ancestor, which explains his rapid growth. Flame stepped forward and asked, "Rank 2, are you okay?" Tang Jian, furious, brushed off Flame's hand and left without a word. Elsewhere, the scene returned to Lu Fan, who was peacefully reading a book at home. Suddenly, a knock on his door interrupted him. It was Miss June, who informed him that dinner was ready and asked him to come out quickly. As Lu Fan looked at the food, he questioned what was so special that she had prepared such a grand meal for him. Miss June explained that the English contest was about to start, and she had already registered him for it. She insisted that he needed to take the competition seriously. Lu Fan casually replied that he would handle the competition, but he was curious about why it was so important to her. Miss June revealed that her family had always been a bit unusual. Despite the lack of family support, she had always aspired to become a teacher. Now, she needed to prove herself in that role. Lu Fan reassured her, saying that as long as he was by her side, she would not fail. Just then, Uncle Tang called Lu Fan. While speaking to him, Lu Fan assured him that he would be there soon. Turning to Miss June, he requested her to store the food in the fridge, promising to reheat and eat it later. When Lu Fan arrived at Uncle Tang's house, he informed him that an old associate of Tai Hong had come forward. This person was willing to testify against Tai Hong. Lu Fan, surprised, asked the man if he was truly prepared to give his testimony. The man confirmed his willingness, acknowledging the difficulties he would face but stating that he was ready to go to any extent, even risk his life, to bring down Tai Hong. He considered going to prison a minor consequence compared to his mission. Lu Fan acknowledged that they had found a witness but noted that they still lacked solid evidence. The man then revealed that they would need to go to a secret room where they could find substantial proof against Tai Hong. Lu Fan warned him of the consequences if he were lying, but the man, he poured bear on himself, declared that he had no reason to lie. For him, prison was the safest place, and seeing Tai Hong behind bars would be his greatest pleasure. Determined, Lu Fan agreed, declaring that they would destroy Tai Hong together. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Wu Gui arrived at Tai Hong's office to report Lu Fan's actions. Upon hearing that Lu Fan had once again sabotaged his plans, Tai Hong flew into a rage and ordered Wu Gui to leave immediately. Wu Gui was puzzled by Tai Hong's anger. As he was usually composed, he suspected that Tai Hong had a deeply personal feud with Lu Fan. Tai Hong, still seething, muttered that the Black Force members were all worthless and incapable of accomplishing anything. He lamented that Lu Fan had even killed his son, yet he had done nothing in retaliation, concluding that it was time for him to take action personally. After formulating a new plan, Luo Fang discussed their next steps, suggesting they work on their plan on Friday. Until then, he instructed his allies to keep a close watch on Tai Hong. As they talked, Tang brought food for them, but Lu Fan and his bandaged companion excused themselves, saying they had urgent matters to attend to and would return later. As Lu Fan was leaving, Tang called out to him, stopping him in his tracks. Lu Fan turned and asked if something was wrong. Tang admitted that he felt like a burden to them and hated being dependent on others. He expressed his desire to become strong and brave, just like Lu Fan. Lu Fan smiled and encouraged him, saying that if he could run for 4 hours straight, he would personally help him train. Tang, filled with determination, thanked him for giving him another chance and vowed to give his best effort. Later, Lu Fan arrived at school. Ilan approached him excitedly, reminding him that the contest was about to start and asking if he was prepared. Lu Fan confidently responded that he was always ready. Ilan then inquired if he would join the upcoming trip, to which Lu Fan replied that he was considering it. Just then, Wei Wei approached and invited Lu Fan to a party that night. Lu Fan, realizing that it was a high-class party, assumed that the food would be excellent. With a grin, he agreed, stating that he never turned down free food. He told Wei Wei that he would see her that night. Ilan, irritated, playfully grabbed Lu Fan by the neck, complaining that he never spoke to her with such enthusiasm. She accused him of being overly sweet when talking to Wei Wei. That evening, Lu Fan accompanied Wei Wei to the party. There, Bao pointed at Lu Fan and complained to his father, saying that this was the guy who had stolen Wei Wei from him. Bao's father looked at Lu Fan dismissively and remarked that he was just an ordinary high schooler. He scolded Bao for struggling against someone so insignificant. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhang, warmly welcoming Lu Fan, expressed his pleasure at meeting him again. At that moment, Lu Fan replied, "Mr. Zhang, in my excitement over the free food, I completely forgot to ask, what is today's event about?" Mr. Jiang responded with a smile, explaining, "This is a charity auction for children living in the mountains. But don't worry about all that, just relax and enjoy your meal." Just then, the host announced, "Every penny you donate will be used for the welfare of children living in the mountains. I hope all of you will participate. That is why we are presenting our first collection to you today. The bracelet before you is made of purple and gold, and the starting bid is set at 1,000 yuan. Without hesitation, Mr. Zhang immediately declared, 200,000 yuan. The host, visibly impressed, remarked, "Mr. Zhang once again proves why he is the most successful businessman in this entire province. Your opening bid has left everyone here speechless." Jiang, however, clarified, "I'm not doing this for show, I'm doing it to help the children." Meanwhile, Lu Fan observed the scene and thought to himself, the world of the rich is entirely different from ours. At the same time, Bao turned to his father and pointed toward Lu Fan, saying, "Dad, are you seeing this? Wei Wei looks so happy with that guy." His father, noticing the interaction, replied, "I will take care of this matter." As the next item was brought out, the host announced a starting bid of 1,000 yuan. Before anyone could react, young Master Bao declared, "I will pay 600,000 yuan for this." After the count was completed, the host announced, "Congratulations, Mr. Bao, this item is yours." Mr. Bao then stepped forward and said, "I have something to say." As he took the stage, he continued, "Do you all understand what a charity auction is? The biggest rule for attending this auction was that you must have participated in a previous auction and brought an item from that event. I recognize almost every face here, except for one. I have been attending charity auctions for the last 10 years, and as someone who has earned that right, I want to ask, who exactly are you, and how dare you enter here?" Saying this, he pointed directly at Lu Fan and added, "Before I call the security guards, leave this place immediately." Wei Wei, frustrated, defended Lu Fan, saying, "He is with me, why does that bother you?" Bao, watching her reaction, thought to himself, Wei Wei is protecting him. Just then, Uncle Bao intervened and gently said, "Wei Wei, I understand he is with you, but this man does not qualify to be here." Lu Fan, unbothered, responded, "You are right, I should contribute something to the children in the mountains. That's why I have brought an item to auction." Uncle Bao smirked and warned, "Whatever item you have, think carefully before putting it up. Everyone here is powerful, and let me be clear, neither the Zhang family nor anyone associated with them will buy from you. If they do, it would make this auction a joke. Also, I will be the one to decide your item's price. Now, tell me, do you still wish to proceed with the auction?" Bao grinned internally, thinking, Dad is about to completely humiliate Lu Fan. Wei Wei started to protest, but Lu Fan stopped her and reassured, "Trust me, I will handle everything." Uncle Bao, impatient, said, "Stop wasting time and tell us what you have for auction." Lu Fan then pulled out a bun and declared, "I am putting this up for auction." The entire audience was shocked. Someone muttered, "Only for Zhang family." Someone might have bought something from him, but he's auctioning a bun, and that too at this event? Another person whispered, if I were in his place, I would have quietly left instead of embarrassing myself like this. Uncle Bao, visibly annoyed, snapped, are you joking with me? Lu Fan calmly responded, I have no interest in making jokes. This is my special Uncle Bao bun. I am confident someone will buy it. The audience burst into laughter. Uncle Bao, now furious, ordered the guards, throw this fool out right now. Before the guards could reach him, Lu Fan spoke up, the auction has not started yet, has it? Until then, stay back. The bidding price starts at 10 cents. Uncle Bao shouted angrily, why are you all even listening to this nonsense? Throw him out. Bao smirked, feeling victorious, while Wei Wei looked worried. But just then, a voice rang out, I will pay 10 million for that bun. The crowd went silent for a moment before exclaiming in disbelief, who in their right mind would pay 10 million for a bun? Uncle Bao, seething, declared, if someone is joking around, I will personally deal with them. However, as he turned to see who had spoken, his face turned pale. Standing before him was none other than Liaoren, the president of Black Earth Group. Liaoren looked directly at him and said, do you really think I can't afford 10 million? Uncle Bao, now nervous, stammered, of course not sir, you can afford 100 million if you wish. Internally, however, he was panicking. Who exactly is Lu Fan, that Liaoren would personally stand up for him? Bao, too, was rattled. He thought, Black Earth Group is 10 times larger than ours, and they are extremely dangerous. How does Lu Fan have connections with them? Meanwhile, Lu Fan turned to the host and said, you seem to be enjoying this drama. Now that the bidding is done, hurry up and complete the sale. The host quickly began the final countdown. The audience murmured, Bao Jinghua has just made the biggest mistake of his life. Finally, the auction host handed the bun over to Liaoren. The moment Liaoren took a bite, he spit it out in disgust. He then declared, this bun is worthless, just like the person on whom it is named. The crowd immediately understood his message. Someone whispered, that was a direct warning to Bao Jinghua. He should just leave now. Bao Jinghua, realizing the humiliation, made an excuse and left hurriedly. Lu Fan turned to Liaoren and said, Mr. Liao, thank you. Liaoren smiled and responded, you are my friend. I would do anything for you. Lu Fan said he was leaving, asking Liaoren to enjoy his dinner. Mr. Zhang, curious, asked him how he knew Mr. Liao. Lu Fan responded that they had met before and he knew Mr. Liao would definitely help him. The scene then shifted to Ilan's brother, who was sitting at a bar, looking utterly dejected. Just then, Flame approached him and asked if he would like to have a drink together. Ilan's brother, recognizing him, said, Big brother, aren't you ranked number 1? Flame smiled and told him there was no need for such formalities, suggesting that he could just call him cousin. Noticing Ilan's brother's sadness, he asked why he looked so down and if something had happened. Ilan's brother sighed and explained that his sister, Ilan, had been infatuated with a certain guy for a long time. Because of this, she had stopped practicing and had lost interest in it altogether. He feared that this guy would take her far away from martial world. Listening carefully, Flame asked him the name of the person. Ilan's brother revealed that his name was Lu Fan and that he was just an ordinary high school student. Upon hearing this, Flame's expression darkened, and he muttered that Lu Fan would not be able to escape now. The scene then transitioned to Master Lu's school, where students were discussing how Master Lu had been humiliated because of Lu Fan. They mentioned that ever since then, he had been in a terrible mood. Just then, a student shouted Lu Fan's name, enraging Master Lu. Kicking the student, Master Lu yelled that he had forbidden anyone from mentioning that name. He then demanded to know what had happened without hearing the name again. The student, kneeling, explained that Lu Fan had arrived at the school. He reminded Master Lu that the English contest was being held at their school and that he had seen Lu Fan's name on the registration form. Enraged but smirking, Master Lu remarked that it was good Lu Fan was coming. However, he boasted that no matter who he was, defeating him on his turf was impossible. He then ordered that Lu Fan should not even be allowed to participate in the contest and should leave the school severely injured. Meanwhile, Lu Fan arrived at Master Lu's school in a taxi. Looking around at the Grand High School, he decided he needed to ask a student for directions to the auditorium. As he walked forward, a girl suddenly bumped into him, and he instinctively grabbed her hand to prevent her from falling. However, instead of thanking him, the girl pulled away abruptly and accused him of touching her inappropriately. Lu Fan tried to explain that he had only been helping, but the girl caused a scene, attracting a large crowd. The students murmured among themselves, expressing disbelief that the infamous Lu Fan could also be so shameless. Frustrated, Lu Fan insisted that they were misunderstanding the situation, but no one was willing to listen. To make matters worse, more false accusations were thrown at him. The girl, pretending to be in distress, ran to a student named Kai and tearfully claimed that Lu Fan had taken advantage of her. Hearing this, Lu Fan realized that this was a deliberate trap set against him. Just then, another student approached him and sneered, saying that if Lu Fan wanted to leave unscathed, he had to kneel, crawl between his legs, and beg for forgiveness. He further warned that if Lu Fan hesitated, he would miss the contest altogether. Lu Fan thought whether he should just beat them and make a quick escape. At that moment, Song Dai arrived and demanded to know who dared to harass Lu Fan. Turning to Lu Fan, she reassured him not to worry, promising that she would handle the situation. Song Dai then confronted the girl, questioning her accusation. The girl insisted that Lu Fan had indeed taken advantage of her. However, Song Dai dismissed her claim, confidently stating that it was impossible. She pointed out that someone like Lu Fan, who had a girlfriend as beautiful as her, would never look twice at someone as unattractive as the accuser. Song Dai went on to insult the girl, telling her to take a look in the mirror and compare herself to Lu Fan before making such outrageous claims. The gathered students gasped, realizing that Song Dai was actually Lu Fan's girlfriend. They murmured amongst themselves, noting that she was one of the top 10 beauties of Jigging High School and doubting the truth of the other girl's accusation. Left with no valid arguments, the opposing students fell silent. Song Dai continued, emphasizing that Lu Fan was the most handsome guy in the entire city. She claimed that if anyone searched for information, they would find that every girl in their school admired him. Furthermore, she mockingly added that even their school's cleaner looked 1,000,000 times better than the girl making the false accusation. To settle the matter, Song Dai challenged them to check the security cameras if they still doubted Lu Fan's innocence. With that, she turned to leave with Lu Fan. As Kai moved forward to attack, he spoke, "You can't escape from here so easily." But before he could react, Lu Fan turned around and delivered a powerful punch. He then looked at Song Dai and said, "Wait here for a second. I'll take care of this." Without hesitation, Lu Fan charged at the group of attackers, taking them down one by one as if they were nothing more than mere obstacles. Seeing that all 10 of Kai's classmates had already been defeated, Kai's confidence shattered, and fear gripped him. Lu Fan smirked and said, "Consider yourself lucky that I have a contest to attend, otherwise, I would have made sure to teach you all a proper lesson." Song, who had been watching in awe, remarked, "Lu Fan, you're even cooler than I had imagined." Meanwhile, Master Lu sat alone, feeling pleased with himself. He was certain that his men would soon bring him good news of Lu Fan's humiliating defeat. However, when his men arrived, their expressions told a different story. "Master Lu, Lu Fan is unbelievably strong. He completely crushed us," one of them stammered. Master Lu's face darkened with rage. He struck his men and shouted, "Because of you fools, I've lost all my respect. How dare Lu Fan come to my high school and defeat my people? Get out of my sight. Don't show your faces again." Soon after, the competition began. When it was Song's turn, she delivered her speech in English. The judges, impressed, commented, "Her English is quite good, much better than the previous contestants. She performed well." However, they agreed that they had yet to find a contestant worthy of the first rank. As Lu Fan stepped onto the stage, Song looked at him and said, "I don't think I did well enough." Lu Fan smiled reassuringly. "It's okay, you did your best. Now, it's my turn to give my best." Watching him walk onto the stage, Song whispered, "I believe in you, my boyfriend. I know you'll give your best." However, the judges exchanged doubtful glances. "He looks like a complete fool. I doubt he can accomplish anything impressive." Lu Fan stood before the audience and announced, "Today, my speech will be about my dream." The judges instructed him to begin but remained skeptical. He probably won't even be able to recite a memorized speech properly. Talking about his own dreams, that's just foolish. But as soon as Lu Fan started speaking, the entire room fell silent. The audience was completely captivated. It was as if a god was giving a speech before them. The judges, who had never expected such eloquence, were moved to tears. They had assumed that Chinese students could barely get past basic English alphabets, yet here was Lu Fan, delivering a speech so fluent and powerful that every word resonated with passion and clarity. Song Dai, observing from the sidelines, thought to herself, "Now I finally understand why Elan likes him so much. To be honest, I'm starting to like him too. He's incredibly talented." As Lu Fan concluded his speech, he looked at the audience and said, "Thank you all for listening." Even the men who had previously tried to attack him were now in tears. His words had struck a chord deep within them. Without hesitation, the judges awarded him a perfect score. Song beamed with excitement. "You secured first place without a doubt." Lu Fan, however, humbly replied, "I owe it all to you. If you hadn't helped me, I wouldn't have even made it here." Song laughed. "Then you better invite me to dinner at your place." Lu Fan chuckled. "All right, you're invited." Just then, a man approached and asked, "Miss Jean, you called Lu Fan's speech perfect, yet you haven't given him a score." Miss Jean replied firmly, "What is there to think about? He's clearly the first place winner." Meanwhile, Lu Fan took Song Dai to a 5-star hotel to treat her. Song Dai expressed her surprise, admitting that she had always thought he was extremely stingy, yet here he was, taking her to such a luxurious place. Lu Fan replied that he simply wanted to show his sincerity. However, in his mind, he was thinking that the real reason he brought her there was to avoid paying the bill himself. As Lu Fan entered the hotel, Jinsu approached him, asking if she could help. Curious, Lu Fan asked what she was doing there. Jinsu explained that his cousin, Jiang, had helped her secure a job and had even made her the manager of a department. Song, who was also present, remarked that Lu Fan seemed to know a lot of people. Just then, Lu Mei and Wei Wei arrived, exclaiming that it was quite a coincidence to see him there. They explained that they had come to try out the newly opened hotel. Recognizing Song, they asked if she was indeed the same person. Song, smiling, expressed her pleasure at meeting them. Lu Fan, noticing the string of coincidences, found it unusual. Meanwhile, Jiang was seen walking in with Jiang Ju. Jiang mentioned that your shop was just across the street and invited her to visit his hotel whenever she wanted. He proudly stated that, with the money given by his father, he had managed to buy the hotel himself. At that moment, Jiang Ju noticed Lu Fan. Jiang asked what he was doing there. He also inquired how brother-in-law knew he had brought his cousin along. Lu Fan, equally surprised, asked Jiang and Jiang Ju what they were doing there. The mention of brother-in-law left all the girls in shock. Jiang, realizing the situation, accused Lu Fan of bringing all his girlfriends to the same place. Lu Fan quickly clarified that they were all just his classmates. Just then, Lu Fan received a call from Uncle Tang, who asked him to meet. Excited, Lu Fan announced that he would be back soon. Before leaving, he instructed Jiang to take care of his classmates, explaining that an urgent matter had come up. Saying this, he dashed out like a rocket. Watching him go, Jiang remarked that Lu Fan was his idol and that one day, he wanted to charm women just like him. When Lu Fan met Uncle Tang, he informed him that at 8 p.m., the defense at Taihong Company would be significantly weakened, making it the perfect time to attack. Lu Fan agreed, stating that it would be the day their enemies met their end. Uncle Tang, filled with rage, declared that he would finally avenge his wife. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was overheard by Tang from outside. Upon reaching Taihong Company, Uncle Tang observed that most workers had left for home, leaving only Taihong's elite guards behind. The bandaged man remarked that the Black Force gang was Taihong's right hand, while the construction company was its left. He speculated that his wife and son were likely being held captive inside the building. Lu Fan assured him that as long as he stood with them, they would take full responsibility for rescuing his family. Inside the building, Wu Gui was scolding his subordinates. He angrily declared that his brother-in-law needs that orphanage, and we have to get it for him no matter what. Frustrated, his men cursed Lu Fan for ruining their previous plan and vowed that the next time they saw him, they would not let him escape. One of Wu Gui's subordinates announced that he was heading out to destroy the target. He added that if he encountered Lu Fan along the way, he would make sure Lu Fan did not survive. Just then, Lu Fan burst through the door and pinned the man down. Smirking, he remarked that it seemed like the last beating had not been enough, as they were still searching for him. Wu Gui admitted that he had planned to come after Lu Fan once he destroyed their target, but now that Lu Fan walked in himself, things had become much easier. The bandaged man pleaded for his wife and son to be released. Wu Gui mocked him, stating that they had come on a rescue mission but had brought only 3 people with them. He pointed out the overwhelming number of his own men in comparison. Just then, Tang stepped forward and corrected Wu Gui, saying that they had 4 people. He acknowledged that he might be weak, but for his mother, he was ready to fight. Lu Fan praised Tang for his dramatic entrance, while Uncle Tang, visibly moved, told him that he was a brave child. Wu Gui's men, unimpressed, stepped forward, stating that they had no interest in watching a family drama. However, before they could attack, Lu Fan punched one of them, grumbling that they had ruined his good mood. Furious, Wu Gui ordered his men to finish Lu Fan. In response, Lu Fan launched a fierce attack, knocking down one opponent after another. Watching the battle unfold, the bandaged man remarked that Lu Fan is incredibly skilled at fighting. Uncle Tang, with a knowing look, told him that he had yet to witness Lu Fan's true power, as he was still holding back. Meanwhile, seeing his men being beaten to a pulp, Wu Gui decided that he needed to escape before he became the next victim. Lu Fan demanded to know, "If you don't want to get beaten up, tell me where the hostage is." The captives, terrified, pointed toward the corner of the inner room, saying that the hostage could be found there. However, before Lu Fan could enter, Wu Gui arrived and immediately sealed the room. He then declared, "Now, no one can enter this room. Outside, my men are already dealing with your allies. It's time for me to take my revenge on you." At that moment, Lu Fan shattered the back wall effortlessly and remarked, "Even though you own a construction company, the quality of your work is terrible. It looks like you use cheap cement." Meanwhile, Tang was struggling in battle, managing to land 2 hits while taking 4. Concerned, Uncle Tang asked, "Tang, are you okay?" Just then, the bandaged man stepped forward to assist Tang and reassured everyone, "I'll help him." As a group of attackers advanced toward Uncle Tang and the others, Wu Gui suddenly yelled, "Stop! If you move any closer, Lu Fan will kill me." Seeing this, the bandaged man's family rushed back to him. Lu Fan stated, "This man has been involved in every criminal activity of Taihong. That's why he's going to the police now." Upon hearing the word police, the remaining criminals panicked and started to flee. Wu Gui, watching them run, sneered, "Cowards." But Lu Fan assured him, "Don't worry, your friends won't escape. They'll go to jail with you." Lu Fan then turned to his team and said, "If any of you are injured, stay behind. I can handle this alone." However, the bandaged man insisted, "Lu Fan, I'm coming with you. I know where the secret room is." His family, however, was reluctant to let him go. He tried to reassure them, saying, "I've made many mistakes by working with Taihong. If I want to live with dignity, I need to do this. Don't worry, Brother Tang is a good man. He'll keep you safe." Meanwhile, Taihong was inside his building, preparing his men for battle. Smirking, he said, "Lu Fan, you're walking straight to your death today." Lu Fan and the bandaged man soon arrived at the building where the secret room was located. Observing the surroundings, Lu Fan noted, "There aren't even any security guards here. That means they're expecting us." The bandaged man warned, "There must be traps set up inside." Lu Fan stepped forward and instructed, "You don't need to come in. Once I handle this, I'll call for you. If you're with me, I won't be able to fight them properly." Seeing Lu Fan's confidence, the bandaged man wondered, who is this guy? Even though he knows it's a trap, he's still walking in without hesitation. As soon as Lu Fan entered, a voice echoed from the darkness, "You don't even have the courage to show your face," Lu Fan challenged. A masked figure stepped forward and snarled, "You destroyed my Black Force gang. Now, I finally have a chance to end you." Lu Fan responded calmly, "I didn't destroy your gang, your evil deeds did." The masked man scoffed, "You talk about my gang, but you should be worrying about whether you'll leave here alive." At that moment, several daggers flew toward Lu Fan, but he dodged them effortlessly. He smirked and remarked, "So, you've hired martial artists?" The masked man laughed, "Even if you are a martial artist, you won't survive their attacks. Today, I will watch you die." As the martial artists lunged at him, Lu Fan blocked their attacks and realized, "They're trying to keep me in one place. They don't want me to escape." The masked man taunted, "How does it feel to be trapped? Do you really think you can win this fight?" Lu Fan replied confidently, "Honestly, your so-called preparation isn't that impressive." Frustrated, the masked man ordered, "Kill him, use the ultimate attack, 5 rings of death." The martial artists surrounded Lu Fan, moving rapidly with their daggers. Lu Fan observed, "Your teamwork is commendable, but you're still missing one crucial thing, something that will prevent you from hurting me." The fighters launched their attack, and as the dust settled, the masked man smirked, "Lu Fan, even in death, you managed to put up a fight." But then, Lu Fan's voice rang out, "Why don't you open your eyes and check? No one has died here." The masked man was shocked to see Lu Fan standing unharmed. "Those flying daggers? I caught them mid-air. Your accuracy was good, but your power was too weak. Here, take your knives back." With immense force, Lu Fan hurled the daggers back, piercing the bodies of his attackers. The masked man, in disbelief, gasped, "You took out my #1 killer group in a single move?" Lu Fan smirked, "You gave them excellent weapons, but they didn't know how to use them. If you have anything else, show me now, or else, I'll finish this." Enraged, the masked man charged at Lu Fan and landed a punch, sending him backward. Lu Fan grinned and said, "Finally, someone worth fighting." Removing his mask, Taihong revealed himself and declared, "You want to know who leads the Black Force gang? It's me." Lu Fan examined him for a moment before replying, "Before we start, why don't you introduce yourself properly? Didn't your mother teach you that unless you introduce yourself, people won't recognize you?" Furious, Taihong shouted, "You destroyed my gang, tormented me for so long, and you don't even know who I am." Taihong then smirked and added, "You may be fast, but you're not faster than a gun." At his signal, his men emerged, all aiming their guns at Lu Fan. Without hesitation, he ordered them, "Shoot this bastard and finish him off." Finding himself surrounded by snipers, the bandaged man panicked and muttered, "We are not going to survive this. Today is our last day." Meanwhile, despite having their targets in sight, the snipers hesitated to shoot. Furious, Taihong snapped, "Are your hands not working or what? Why are you waiting? Shoot already." Lu Fan, watching the situation unfold, smirked and said, "It seems like you still don't understand. Look closely. Who is actually in control here?" Suddenly, countless guns were pointed at Taihong. Lu Fan continued, "Whether it's intelligence or strength, I surpass you in every way." Taihong, now visibly shaken, stammered, "How is this possible?" At that moment, Pangue entered the scene and calmly stated, "Your men did nothing wrong. They were simply standing at their assigned positions. However, I have arrested them all. And now, an additional charge is placed on you, attempt to murder." Taihong, in utter disbelief, muttered, "Have I lost? I have never lost in my entire life. Could this be real? Have I truly been defeated?" Pangue, still composed, warned him, "Listen Taihong, don't make any sudden moves. If you do, we will shoot." Tai Hong, refusing to accept defeat, smirked and declared, "You can't arrest me." As he spoke, he used a secret passage to escape. Seeing this, Pangui instructed his men, "Move forward. He's using a secret room." However, Lu Fan quickly intervened, cautioning, "No, this cunning Tai Hong is extremely smart. This could be a trap. Wang, take Captain Pang and go into the secret room. Gather all the evidence against Tai Hong's crimes." Lu Fan then turned to everyone and added, "Wang may have committed many wrongs in the past, but today, he played a crucial role in capturing Tai Hong. According to the law, we should help him as much as possible." Pangui nodded and said, "Yes, I will assist him." The scene transitioned to the police station, where Lu Fan apologized. "I'm sorry, Tang. I couldn't capture Tai Hong." Uncle Tank reassured him, "Tai Hong's gang has been destroyed. Even if he survived, he has lost all his power. I may not have been able to take full revenge, but at least I got half of it. That is enough." Tang says, "Thank you, Luo Feng. I will take my revenge myself." Lu Fan responded with a smirk, "All right, then, I will help you with that revenge." As Lu Fan approached his building, he sighed, "I'm exhausted. The good thing is, today is Saturday, and I can finally sleep for a long time." Just then, he noticed Song walking away with a suitcase. He called out, "Are you leaving?" Song, without stopping, replied, "Isn't this what you wanted? That's why I am leaving." Feigning sadness, Lu Fan lamented, "My neighbor is leaving. I feel terrible." Song, unimpressed, reassured him, "There's no need to be sad. I am just going to visit my family." Lu Fan, curious, asked, "Does that mean you'll be back?" Irritated, Song scoffed, "Did you think I was leaving forever?" Lu Fan, "You really are the worst. Just wait. I will be back soon." Later, when Lu Fan entered his room, he found Miss June sleeping soundly. He muttered to himself, "I don't understand her habit of sleeping on the couch." As he tried to wake her up, Miss June suddenly hugged him tightly and murmured, "Thank you, Lu Fan, for saving me." Blushing, Lu Fan stammered, "Miss June, what are you doing?" As she slowly opened her eyes, Lu Fan says, "Why are you holding me so tightly?" Suddenly, Miss June hits Lu Fan, but she realized her actions, awkwardly apologizing. "I'm sorry." Lu Fan chuckled and reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm getting used to this." Miss June then revealed, "I had a dream about you. Oh, by the way, I received a call from the contest organizers. They informed me that you are the only student who passed with full marks. You even secured the first rank in the contest. That's why I was waiting for you, but since you took so long, I fell asleep." Later that night, Lu Fan lay in bed, deep in thought. He recalled that Tai Hong's stance resembled that of the martial artist Kang Imo. He concluded, Tai Hong must have been a martial artist in the past, but whom should I ask about this? Then, he thought of someone and murmured, "Yes, I can ask Ilan." The next day, Lu Fan went to the park in search of Ilan. He spotted her on the training ground, practicing her martial arts. Watching her, he thought, "If I want to know anything about the martial arts world, Ilan is the only one I can ask." He observed Ilan executing a technique called leopard fist. Recognizing it, he mused, "I have learned this technique before. The issue with it is that it contains many useless moves. However, if refined correctly, it could be highly effective." Absent-mindedly, he tried imitating her technique and accidentally struck a tree, breaking it. Startled, Ilan turned to him and exclaimed, "What do you think you're doing?" Lu Fan scratched his head and explained, "I saw you practicing, so I thought I'd try copying you, but I guess I got carried away and broke the tree." Ilan smirked and challenged, "If you really want to learn, then call me master, and I'll teach you the technique." Lu Fan immediately declined, "No, I have no interest in learning this." Trying to change the subject, he pulled out a mask and asked, "Do you know what this is?" Ilan's expression darkened as she asked, "Where did you get this?" Lu Fan casually responded, "I found it in the market. I want to know if this mask is related to Kang Imo." Ilan examined it and explained, "This belongs to the martial arts world, but it is not from Kang Imo. From what I can tell, it is linked to the 7 Abyss Evil Schools." Lu Fan suddenly asked, "What exactly is the 7 Abyss Evil School?" At that moment, Ilan explained, saying that the 7 Abyss Evil School represented the 7 evil forces. She added that these 7 organizations had mysteriously disappeared 10 years ago. She then turned to Lu Fan and questioned him, "Where did you get this from? Tell me the truth." Lu Fan, realizing that Ilan could always catch his lies, responded, "Yesterday, the police destroyed Zhang Taihang's group. There was an intense battle at the scene. I happened to be passing by and found this mask lying there." Ilan, narrowing her eyes, asked, "You were scared, right? You didn't actually enter the crime scene, did you?" Then, lowering her voice, she added, "What I'm about to tell you, don't share it with anyone." Lu Fan immediately assured her, "If you say so, I won't tell anyone." She then revealed, "The Xianyuan court has been searching for Tai Hong, and he will soon be captured. By the way, you know my Uncle Ping, right? It's his birthday next week. Would you like to come with me?" Lu Fan hesitated and replied, "You always take me to strange places. I'm not interested, it'll probably be really boring. Ilan, trying to convince him, said. But there will be many martial artists there, everyone will be talking about martial arts. Lu Fan, rubbing his eyes sleepily, said, fine, I'll think about it. I'm really sleepy right now, I'm going to bed. The scene shifted to Uncle Ping's birthday party. Ilan was looking around impatiently and muttered, the party is about to start, but why hasn't Lu Fan arrived yet? He's not even picking up his phone. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was sitting alone on a building rooftop, deep in thought. He murmured to himself, I really don't like attending birthday parties. I'd rather sit here and observe from a distance. At the party, Ilan's brother stepped forward and addressed the guests. Thank you all for attending this banquet and for celebrating my father's birthday. To make this even more enjoyable, we've organized a martial arts competition. The winner will receive a grand prize from my father. He then asked, if everyone is ready, let's begin the competition. Lu Fan, now paying attention, thought to himself, this should be interesting. Just then, a man stepped into the arena and introduced himself. My name is Ding Jiuyong, and I am from Gold Mountain. As far as I can see, there's no one here who can match my skills. Another contestant entered and countered. My name is Dao Chao, and I'm from Wang Village. Their fight began. But Lu Fan quickly lost interest and mumbled, this is so boring. At that moment, Flame entered the arena, exuding a powerful aura. He declared, let me show you what real fighting looks like. The spectators gasped and murmured among themselves, that's Flame from Jingyi School. He's definitely going to put on a great show. Lu Fan, intrigued, thought, this guy looks really interesting. Flame's entrance interrupted the fight between Dao Chao and Jiuyong, angering both of them. Enraged, they lunged at him, but with a single move, Flame effortlessly defeated them both. Lu Fan analyzed the situation and mused, this guy is using Snake Fist. It's far more flexible compared to Leopard Fist. After his swift victory, Flame challenged the crowd, is there anyone else who dares to compete with me? The audience, awestruck, murmured, he's ranked number 1. Who would even dare to challenge him? Flame smirked and boasted, see, I ended this competition before it even started. Suddenly, a girl descended gracefully from above and announced, since you're a disciple of the 9 schools, it will be thrilling to challenge you. Master Ping, shocked at her presence, exclaimed, she's from the Skeleton Abyss, one of the 7 Abyss evil schools. Lu Fan, not surprised, thought to himself, I had a feeling the Abyss school members would reveal themselves sooner or later, and now, they have. The girl smirked and remarked, interesting that you still remember us after all these years. My name is Jiang Ji, and I'm here to personally wish Master Ping a happy birthday. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, but the Abyss school disappeared 10 years ago. Why are they revealing themselves now? Are they planning a comeback in the martial world? Master Ping, unfazed, sternly replied, Jiang Ji, I am not welcoming you here. When you return, tell your leader this. If the Abyss school dares to re-enter the martial world, our Jingyi school will destroy you. Jiang Ji chuckled and taunted, oh, I just came to compete, but why do I sense fear in your eyes? Is there really no one in your school who can defeat me? Flame stepped forward and retorted, don't be so arrogant, Abyss school. The spectators cheered, Flame, show them their place. Flame launched a series of powerful attacks at Jiang Ji, but she effortlessly deflected all of them. Smirking, she asked, is this the best you've got? Determined, Flame gathered all his strength and prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. Ilan's brother, watching intently, said, Flame is about to use his ultimate skill. She won't be able to block this one. However, just before Flame could strike, Jiang Ji countered with a devastating attack, sending him flying into a wall. Master Ping, enraged, shouted, how dare you attack on my student like that? Jiang Ji scoffed and replied, to be honest, I'm quite disappointed with the 9 schools. I didn't expect that a single attack would be enough to make Jingyi School's leader himself step in and challenge me. Lu Fan was deep in thought, his gaze fixed solely on a student from Evil School. The mere presence of this student had unsettled everyone around. It seemed that when these individuals had existed in the past, their impact on the world had been extremely dangerous. Just then, Dr. Jiang arrived at the scene. Addressing the Skeleton Abyss, Dr. Jiang remarked that it was still not capable enough to offend them. Lu Fan, noticing Jiang Ju's presence, questioned what she was doing there. He was convinced that she was no match for the girl standing before them. Jiang Ji scoffed, expressing how unfortunate it was that despite having so many fighters present here, a lone girl had to step up to fight. Without hesitation, Dr. Jiang moved forward to launch an attack. Lu Fan, however, was aware that Jiang Ju had no chance against the opponent. He knew he had to step in to help her, but he also had to ensure that his identity remained concealed. Spotting a piece of cloth nearby, he quickly devised a plan. Meanwhile, Jiang Ju was being relentlessly attacked and beaten. Just before she could hit the ground, Lu Fan intervened and saved her. Shocked, Dr. Jiang exclaimed his name, Lu Fan, you are here. Lu Fan simply instructed her not to reveal his presence to anyone. He then addressed the onlookers, claiming to be a mere beggar in need of food. His words left everyone puzzled as they struggled to comprehend his intentions. Lu Fan then feigned interest in the competition, declaring that he wanted to participate. Jiang Ji, skeptical, warned him that his life was already difficult. Why would he willingly walk into death? Ignoring her concerns, Lu Fan introduced himself as Little Lang from the nearby beggar sect. However, Jiang Ji was unconvinced, stating that he was merely pretending to be weak, while hiding immense power. Meanwhile, the spectators whispered among themselves, questioning how can this guy defeat this girl, whom Flame could not defeat. They assumed he was either insane or had come there just to get beaten up. As Jiang Ji moved forward to attack, Lu Fan effortlessly dodged her strikes. This left her stunned. How could an ordinary-looking man evade her attacks so easily? Frustrated, she launched multiple attacks, yet not a single one managed to touch him. Lu Fan began to wonder how this girl was able to predict his every move. Then, it struck him, she possessed mind-reading abilities. Smirking, he announced that now that he had figured it out, she had no chance of escaping. Saying this, he executed the leopard fist technique. The sheer force of the attack shocked everyone, as a massive explosion erupted in the arena. As the dust settled, the onlookers stared in disbelief at the crater left behind. Does the leopard fist really hold such immense power? They murmured. Jiang Ji, still processing what had happened, noted that Lu Fan had not even used internal strength. Deciding she had accomplished what she came for, she announced her departure. Lu Fan, on the other hand, realized that every student in this school seemed to use the leopard fist. If he were to simply walk away, they wouldn't let him leave unnoticed. Just then, Jin Ning stepped forward and demanded to know Lu Fan's rank within their Jingyi school. Lu Fan, maintaining his cover, reiterated that he was just a beggar. He then pointed out that the sex warrior, Flame, appeared to be severely injured and advised them to focus on helping him instead. As Jin Ning rushed to assist Flame, Lu Fan seized the opportunity to slip away. Meanwhile, Dr. Jiang had treated Jin Ning's injuries. She explained that a mild poison had been used on him but assured them that he would recover quickly. Grateful, Jin Ning thanked her for her help. As she left, Dr. Jiang pondered how Lu Fan could be so powerful. Elsewhere, Master Ping questioned Jin Ning about the beggar's true identity, but Jin Ning denied knowing anything. Master Ping explained that such a powerful leopard fist technique couldn't possibly belong to any of their students. He suspected that someone senior must have taught it. Jilin guessed that the person behind it was Ilan's classmate, Lu Fan. He confessed that he had already been suspicious of Lu Fan for a while, as the boy had been linked to several incidents before. As for the fist technique, he was sure that Lu Fan had learned it from Ilan and had come here just to show off his abilities. Master Ping said that if that was the case, then they had no choice but to teach Lu Fan a lesson. He emphasized that no one could learn their techniques without joining their group. Later, when Lu Fan returned to his apartment, Song was already there. Lu Fan asked her why she had returned so soon, saying his good days had only just started. Song told him that her grandmother had lied about being sick. When she went to visit her, she discovered the truth, that her grandmother had sent her on a blind date instead. Realizing this, she had returned immediately. Lu Fan teased her, saying that a blind date was probably a great thing for her. Song then asked if he would go on a date with her instead. Lu Fan, clearly flustered, playfully called for someone to help him, saying a crazy girl was chasing after him. The scene shifted to a nearby location where a group of men were seen vowing revenge on the company that had kidnapped their sister, saying those responsible wouldn't be spared. Meanwhile, Lu Fan arrived at a hotel to meet Pan Gui and Uncle Tang. They informed him that Tai Hong had been arrested. Lu Fan found this odd. Knowing that Tai Hong was a skilled martial artist, it seemed strange that someone like him would be captured so easily. Pan Gui added that when Tai Hong was arrested, he had taken his own life shortly afterward. As soon as he was brought into the police station, he killed himself, which everyone found deeply suspicious. Uncle Tang remarked that for someone like Tai Hong, that was quite an ironic end. Lu Fan told Pan Gui that things didn't add up. They had to investigate. Pan Gui agreed, saying he had already started looking into it. He also mentioned that Wan Kong, the one who had helped them, his sentence significantly reduced and would likely be released in 2 years. While they were discussing this, Jiangning arrived. He jokingly asked Lu Fan why his future brother-in-law was here. Lu Fan replied that he was just talking with his friends. Jiangning then mentioned that his cousin had just opened a pharmacy that day and asked if he would come with him. Lu Fan agreed immediately and asked Tang to join them, saying Dr. Jiang had helped him a lot and he hadn't even thanked her properly yet. At the pharmacy, Tang thanked Dr. Jiang. Seeing the place empty, Jiangning asked his cousin if business was slow. Dr. Jiang smiled and said that an empty store meant everyone was healthy, and that made her happy. Just then, Lu Fan noticed someone entering the shop. It was Master Ping. He congratulated Dr. Jiang on opening the new pharmacy, and she thanked him. Jilling then saw Lu Fan and asked what he was doing there. Lu Fan responded by asking if Jilling had a problem with him being there. Master Ping asked Jilling why he was speaking so rudely. Jilling turned to his father and revealed that this was the same Lu Fan who had come disguised as a beggar and had secretly learned their martial arts techniques. Master Ping asked Lu Fan if he was from the ancient medical school. Lu Fan replied that he wasn't from any school, he had just come as a friend. Master Ping admitted he had heard a lot about Lu Fan and warned him that the martial arts world was dangerous. Without backup, it was difficult to survive. He asked Lu Fan if he would consider joining their Jingyi school. Lu Fan declined. Master Ping acknowledged Lu Fan's strength and asked if he would like to see their technique in action. Lu Fan agreed enthusiastically, saying it would be fun to watch. Jilling thought to himself that Lu Fan was a fool. His father's punch strength was 550 kilograms, and yet this guy dared to challenge him. Dr. Jiang also tried to intervene, asking Master Ping not to fight Lu Fan because Lu Fan didn't understand who he was up against. Master Ping assured her that he wouldn't hurt him. Lu Fan said he hoped to learn something from the fight. Master Ping told him he would soon realize just how powerful the Jiangyi school was. As Master Ping began to release his energy, Dr. Jiang warned Lu Fan again, but he was eager to fight. Ilan also arrived and tried to stop him. When Lu Fan refused to back down, Ilan asked Master Ping not to take the fight seriously. Lu Fan was just joking. Master Ping again promised he wouldn't harm the boy. Lu Fan asked why everyone assumed he was going to lose. He might actually win. Jilling scoffed, saying he had seen arrogant people before, but Lu Fan was on another level. Lu Fan told Master Ping that everyone was underestimating him, and if Master Ping didn't give his best, he would definitely lose. As Master Ping moved closer, he realized that Lu Fan's attack was about to connect. Dodging the strike, Master Ping admitted that Lu Fan's reflexes were remarkable, but still declared that he wouldn't be able to stand against true martial arts strength. He launched another attack, but Lu Fan dodged again with ease. Ilan was deep in thought, wondering how Lu Fan was able to counter Master Ping's attacks so effortlessly. Meanwhile, Master Ping himself couldn't believe his eyes. Was it really possible for someone younger than his own son to be faster than him? As Luo Feng dodged an incoming attack, he taunted Master Ping, saying that an old snake like him would never be able to land a hit. Hearing this, Master Ping grew furious. As he launched another attack, he shouted that the boy was going to pay dearly for provoking him. But Lu Fan continued to evade his strikes with ease, thinking to himself that although Snake Fist was a powerful technique, it lacked the flexibility to land a blow on someone like him. Master Ping, growing more anxious, thought that if even one of his 500 kilograms punches hit Luo Feng, the boy wouldn't survive. Then he challenged Lu Fan, asking whether he was too scared to fight him head-on. Lu Fan, preparing his counterattack, calmly replied that he hadn't intended to fight, but Master Ping had left him no choice. He then used the leopard fist technique, sending Master Ping flying backward. At that moment, Ilan realized something shocking. The beggar she had seen the other day was none other than Lu Fan himself. Jilling rushed to help his father up, asking if he was okay. Master Ping, groaning in pain, asked Lu Fan how he dared to secretly learn their technique. Lu Fan responded with a cheeky grin, saying that the technique was so simple he learned it just by watching. This remark enraged both father and son. Master Ping, unable to contain his anger, launched another attack using the seventh form of the Snake Fist, a powerful technique, but Lu Fan, unfazed, used the same fist technique, responding with an even stronger blow. Shocked, Master Ping exclaimed, "That's Snake Fist." The force of the counterattack sent him crashing to the ground, coughing up blood. Jilling rushed to his father's side. Concerned, Lu Fan casually said he hadn't used anything serious. Ping would recover with just a week of rest. Master Ping, stunned, asked how Lu Fan had learned their Snake Fist technique. Lu Fan joked, "What do you mean, weren't you just teaching me now?" With that, Master Ping fainted from the humiliation. Lu Fan then turned to Tang and Jiang, saying it was time for them to leave. Ilan watched everything unfold, thinking to herself that their Master Ping was a grade 8 martial artist. Even without using his internal energy, he had been defeated effortlessly by Lu Fan. Sometimes it feels like I know him well, other times, it's like he's a complete stranger. I might not even know 5% of who he really is. Who are you really, Lu Fan, a friend, or a foe? The scene then shifted to one of the 5 great factions. A martial arts master was seen practicing his technique when one of his disciples approached and informed him of a hero invitation sent from Jingyi school. The master read the letter. It warned about a rising threat in the martial arts world, a troublemaker named Lu Fan who had even defeated Master Ping. Disgusted, the master threw the letter away, saying he couldn't believe Ping had lost to a mere child. He doubted any of the 5 factions would assist him. Then the disciple offered to spread the word in Yanqing that none of their faction would get involved. The master, surprised, questioned whether it was really necessary to go to Yanqing City to stop Lu Fan. If so, he said, the free faction would certainly step in. The master smirked, thinking to himself that their young lady was already in Yenching City, so they had to go there anyway. This was a perfect opportunity to both help and find her. The scene changed again, this time to the Jiang family, where their head, worried, informed Lu Fan of grave news. Jingyi School had invited all the heroes to defeat him. Lu Fan, staying calm, asked why he seemed so troubled. "Let's face whatever comes," he said. But the Jiang family head insisted Lu Fan wasn't taking it seriously. He warned that all 5 great factions were coming for him. Although they were from a smaller school, their strength was nothing compared to the combined might of those 5. "You need to be more careful," he said. "You'll be facing some deadly attacks." Lu Fan shrugged it off. "Then why are you so worried? Things will play out the way they're meant to." The Jiang head offered a solution. If Lu Fan agreed to become the head of their medicine school, he could guarantee his safety. "It's not just about our fearsome reputation," he explained. "Everyone needs our cures. No one would dare touch the man holding the secret Huatu Supreme recipe." But Lu Fan refused. "Absolutely not. If they want to fight me, let them come. I'm heading out now. But when I return, I'll join their tournament myself." Head Jiang then instructed Dr. Jiang to tell everyone at the medicine school to prepare for the worst. This competition on the 15th will be incredibly difficult. Meanwhile, Lu Fan returned home to rest. He reflected on how not just the 5 factions, but also the 9 schools were after him. He found it ironic that the competition was scheduled for the exact day he would return from his trip. At that moment, Song knocked on his door but noticed it was already open. As she stepped inside, she nervously thought to herself that this was her first time entering a boy's room. She noticed a photo of one of Lu Fan's old friends and wondered who the girl in it was. Lu Fan, seeing Song in his room, thought to himself that today the fish had fallen right into the net. While he considered himself a good person, he also thought that any girl entering his room was practically giving him a chance. He grabbed Song and asked what she was doing there. Surprised by his sudden appearance, Song dropped the photo frame. In an attempt to save it, Lu Fan pushed her aside and managed to catch it. Lu Fan scolded her, saying she shouldn't touch his things without permission. If that frame had broken, what would she have done? Tearing up, Song replied that she was the one who got hurt, yet he was scolding her over a photo frame. She ran out of the room, saying he was a terrible person and that she would never talk to him again. Looking at the photo frame, Lu Fan thought about how school life had been her dream, a dream he was now living alone. Every time he went to high school, he wished she were there with him. The next day, Lu Fan's school bus departed for the trip. He had a strange feeling that something was calling him to the destination. As the bus jolted along the road, Wei Wei and Lu Mei shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Lu Fan joked, wondering whether it was a bus or a paradise. Tang asked him why Ilan hadn't come along despite being so excited about the trip. Lu Fan replied that she said she wasn't feeling well. In his thoughts, he remembered how she refused to join and looked genuinely unwell. Still, he thought it was good that her absence meant he could enjoy the trip more freely. Wei Wei offered him some fruit, and Lu Mei told Lu Fan that Wei Wei had peeled it herself just for him. He smiled and replied that it was as sweet as Wei Wei herself. In the background, someone watching them was burning with jealousy. That person thought Lu Fan had become a thorn in his eye and couldn't bear to see Goddess Wei Wei with someone else. To him, Wei Wei belonged only to him. Meanwhile, Ilan was in the Wan Yuan court researching Lu Fan but couldn't find any information on him. She wondered if even his name was fake. At that moment, Master Fang arrived and asked whom she was looking for. Ilan asked if he had ever heard of someone named Lu Fan. Master Fang said yes. Jingyi School was organizing a hero meeting, and all the factions were going to fight against that very man. He believed Lu Fan had military connections, which was why the court had no data on him. Ilan was shocked to learn this and recalled how Lu Fan had been so friendly with the Pangue, who even called him chief and captain. She thanked Master Fang and silently vowed that she would soon uncover the truth about Lu Fan. Back on the bus, everyone was thinking about how long the journey was. Wei Wei asked Lu Fan what he planned to do in Jingfu village. Lu Fan admitted he hadn't thought about it yet. Wei Wei then shyly asked if he'd like to walk around with her. Before he could answer, the jealous guy from earlier interrupted them. He insulted Lu Fan, calling him the most useless guy he had ever seen and told him to stop wasting Wei Wei's time. Lu Fan coolly replied, calling him a mosquito and asking who he was. The guy corrected him, saying his name was Litian and accused Lu Fan of overestimating himself. In response, Lu Fan ignored him and casually began eating the fruit by Wei Wei's hand. Litian tried to impress Wei Wei by talking about Water Dragon in Jingfu village and asked her to come along, but Wei Wei refused, saying she had no interest in such places. Lu Fan whispered that it seems Li Tian was just using the dragon story to show off. Tang added that Ilan had already told them about the dragon earlier, so Li Tian's act was unnecessary. To Li Tian's surprise, Wei Wei turned to Lu Fan and asked if he would go with her to see the dragon, saying she had heard many rumors about that place too. Li Tian was fuming internally, thinking to himself how Wei Wei had rejected him outright but was now asking Lu Fan about the dragon right in front of him. Lu Mei chimed in, explaining that the story about the dragon was nothing more than a rumor. She said many skilled adventurers had explored the area but found nothing. Still, she admitted there was no harm in going to check it out. Tang added that it was up to Lu Fan now, and they'd see if he was interested in joining. However, Lu Fan, while glancing at a message on his phone, declined their offer. Irritated, Lydian lashed out, questioning how Lu Fan had the audacity to turn down someone like Goddess Wei Wei. Wei Wei immediately cut him off, telling him to keep his mouth shut. Couldn't he see that Lu Fan was clearly busy? Lydian thought to himself how strange girls were. The ones who cared about them were always ignored. He muttered bitterly that today Wei Wei had chosen coal over a diamond. Meanwhile, Lu Fan received a message from his friend, Iron Head, asking when he would arrive. Lu Fan replied that he'd be there in about half an hour. Soon after, the group arrived at Jingfu Village. The students were thrilled to see the hotels. They had managed to get rooms at extremely affordable prices. Lu Fan, however, was preoccupied, wondering where Iron Head was. Just then, Iron Head showed up, cheerfully calling out to him. Lu Fan handed his luggage to Tang and said he'd be back after meeting some old friends. As Iron Head approached, he greeted Lu Fan happily, saying it felt great to see him again. Lu Fan gave him a playful punch and joked that his face was still as soft as ever. Tang watched this interaction and wondered what kind of strange friendship they had. Suddenly, a guy in a hoodie stepped forward and demanded to know how Lu Fan dared to hit his subordinate. Angrily, Lu Fan asked if he was Iron Head's new boss. The hooded man proudly replied that he was indeed the new and improved boss. Without another word, Lu Fan lunged toward him, ready to attack. Caught off guard, the hooded man immediately backed off and apologized. He said he was just joking and admitted it had been a long time since they last met. Still, he was amazed that Lu Fan's strength hadn't diminished at all. Lu Fan, helping him up, commented that the guy had become a lot more talkative than before. He suggested they all go somewhere and catch up properly. Meanwhile, Tang and Wei Wei exchanged looks and remarked how weird Lu Fan's friends were. Later at a restaurant, Iron Head grumbled that Lu Fan had bruised his cheek. Lu Fan replied that he had asked him to keep his return a secret. But clearly, Iron Head couldn't hold it in and told Judge. Iron Head protested, saying it wasn't his fault. Judge had caught him lying. Judge joked that ever since he started hanging around Lu Fan, he had become smarter himself. The three of them sat down and began drinking together. Judge remarked that it had been a long time since they were all together. He informed Lu Fan that all their brothers were waiting for him and would follow his every command. Lu Fan told them there was no need for that. He encouraged them to live peaceful lives. Judge commented that Lu Fan still seemed trapped in the past. Ignoring that, Lu Fan asked if they had heard about the dragon and the sphere inside its mouth. Judge replied that they had investigated it too. From a distance, the dragon and sphere were visible, but nothing could be seen up close. Lu Fan was deep in thought. He wondered if Judge had realized something. If he suspected anything, then something was definitely off. Lu Fan felt he needed to investigate the situation himself. After drinking for a while, Judge and Iron Head seemed a little tipsy. Meanwhile, Song was quietly watching Lu Fan from a distance. She thought to herself, I came here to apologize. But Lu Fan has already left. As Lu Fan reached the beach, he muttered, everyone mentioned seeing the dragon around this area. Just then, the ground began to tremble. Right before his eyes, a dragon appeared. Lu Fan was stunned and said, there really is a dragon here. As he ventured deeper into the area, Lu Fan wondered where the dragon had gone. He had already descended quite far and felt it was impossible to go any further without the right tools. If only I had brought some equipment, I might have been able to go deeper. Suddenly, a glowing object entered his body, causing him intense pain. He began to lose consciousness. Back outside, Song was sitting by herself, thinking, if only Lu Fan were here, we could have had so much fun. But he's such a strange person. He never gets angry over serious things. But he scolded me just for a frame. That frame must have been really important to him. Maybe I should just apologize. Just then, she noticed Lu Fan's body floating in the water. Alarmed, she rushed toward him, exclaiming, Lu Fan, are you okay? As she held him, a mark glowing on his back suddenly disappeared the moment Song touched it. She tried pressing on his stomach to get the water out, but his body was so firm that it wouldn't compress. Realizing she had no other option, Song thought, I'll have to give him air through my mouth. As she performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, Lu Fan suddenly found himself in an entirely different universe, one filled with dazzling, top-tier martial techniques. Shocked, Lu Fan said, what is happening? Then, a brilliant light appeared before him. As he tried to get up, he found himself awkwardly stuck between Song's balloons. Confused, Lu Fan thought, what is this? So soft. Startled, Song pulled back and shouted, Lu Fan, you pervert. Just then, the water from Lu Fan's body spilled onto Song, soaking her clothes. With her outfit now see-through, Lu Fan saw everything. Mortified, Song yelled while running away, you pervert, you're the worst. Lu Fan, on the other hand, was simply trying to ask what she was doing there. Meanwhile, Song remembered her grandmother's words before she left the village. If a man ever sees you naked or touches your body without consent, don't hesitate, kill him instantly. And now, Lu Fan had managed to do both. Back in his thoughts, Lu Fan tried to make sense of everything. Just a while ago, after seeing that dragon, I ended up in some strange realm. Could that place be connected to me somehow? He then began meditating. Suddenly, he was transported back to that mysterious space. Lu Fan speculated that the dragon pearl he had received must have created that realm. In front of him, countless incredible techniques began to appear. The first one that caught his eye was the brutal sky sect technique. He thought, using this, I can regenerate bones. This is one of the top 3 techniques. Could I really master it and see her again? As another powerful technique appeared before him, Lu Fan exclaimed, this place is amazing. I'm learning so many techniques just by being here. When he opened his eyes again, his strength had significantly increased. Even though he hadn't fully mastered the technique, what he had learned was already incredibly helpful. Lu Fan wondered, brutal sky sect. I wonder how this pearl is related to them. Well, no matter what, I'll find out during the hero meeting. Elsewhere, Lu Fan went to see Iron Head, who reported, Captain, I reviewed the account details you asked for and submitted everything. Just then, the judge appeared and asked, Captain, is there any task for us? Lu Fan nodded, yes, we'll need to fight together very soon. Excited, both of them shouted, so you've finally decided. We're taking revenge on the Wan Yuan court. Lu Fan clarified, that's not what I meant, I'll explain everything later. He thought to himself, now is not the time for revenge, but I will return. I have to find out what really happened on that clip that day. As everyone returned, disappointed, they said, we didn't even get to see the dragon pearl. Meanwhile, Lu Fan noticed that Wei Wei had been staring at him for quite a while. Lu Fan asked, why are you staring at me, Wei Wei? Meanwhile, Lu Mei replied, saying she only wanted to ask where he had been, as she hadn't been able to spend any time with him lately. Wei Wei while pressing her balloons against Lu Mei, she told her to keep her mouth shut. Lu Fan responded calmly, saying he needed to talk to her and asked if she could come aside for a moment. Wei Wei wondered what he could possibly want to talk about in private. Lu Fan explained that he had discovered some issues in her father's company but had now solved them by embedding a chip that would fix everything. He told her that if she had any other questions, she could just give him a call. Wei Wei thought to herself how quickly Lu Fan had managed to complete everything. Later, Lu Fan arrived at Jiang Ying's hotel. Ying, appearing nervous, mentioned that the guest in room 206 seemed very dangerous. Lu Fan asked why Ying looked so scared. Ying, visibly relieved to see him, exclaimed, brother-in-law, you're finally back. He shared that a strange guest had checked in 5 days ago and hadn't stepped out of the room even once. He feared the guest might be involved in something illegal. Lu Fan brushed off his concerns, saying that if the person was just staying in the room, there was nothing to worry about and that Ying was stressing over nothing. Ying still looked concerned and asked what they should do if there was a problem. Lu Fan reassured him, saying, that's exactly why I'm here. Ying smiled and said that's the reason Lu Fan was his favorite. Elsewhere, the head of the Jiang family informed Lu Fan that since he had returned, they had already arranged the formal ceremony for him to become the head. They were just waiting on his approval. Lu Fan, however, declined, saying he was too busy. Head Jiang pleaded with him, even grabbing his feet, urging him not to say no. He explained that if Lu Fan became the head before the upcoming hero meeting, he'd be able to properly represent them. Lu Fan asked skeptically why they thought others would be able to trouble him, confidently claiming that no one could even touch a hair on his head. Seeing Lu Fan's resistance, the Jiang family had offered him a scroll containing a secret martial technique called the God Neck Technique, exclusive to the ancient medicine school. Lu Fan, taking the scroll, thought to himself that the man was going to such lengths just to make him the head of the family. He now had 2 powerful techniques, the Prosperity Technique and the God Neck Technique, and decided he'd master whichever one proved more useful. Just then, Song approached him and said, you're back. Lu Fan grew nervous, remembering what had happened between them the last time they met. He feared she might try to kill him for it, but to his surprise, Song invited him on a date instead. As they walked in the park, Lu Fan asked if she was still mad at him. When he noticed her mood shift, he regretted asking that question. Song replied that she had forgiven him a long time ago. Then, curiously, she asked whether the girl in the photo frame meant a lot to him. She admitted that the girl must be lucky, since even appearing in just one picture had earned so much of his affection. She confessed that at times, she even felt jealous of that girl. Song then revealed her real name. It wasn't Song Dai, but Song Jiyun, and she belonged to Dunan village. Lu Fan was shocked and realized she was the same person someone had asked him about just 2 hours ago. He recalled that a big, burly man had approached him asking, "Do you study at Jigging High School?" Lu Fan confirmed and asked if there was anything he could help with. The man introduced himself as Song Ben and said he was looking for his sister Song Ji-yoon, who studied at Jigging High School. Since Lu Fan hadn't known that Song Dai and Song Ji-yoon were the same person, he had denied knowing her. Song Ben mentioned that he and his siblings had been searching for her, but since she was on a school trip, they hadn't been able to find her and had to stay in the area. Lu Fan told him that most students had already returned from the trip and school would reopen the next day. He offered to help him find his sister if he came by the school. Song Ben thanked him and asked for his name. Lu Fan replied, "My name is Lu Fan." Back in the present, Lu Fan told Song Ji-yoon that her brother had been looking for her, but since they had mentioned the name Ji-yoon, he hadn't realized they were talking about her. Ji-yoon asked if he had really met her brother. Lu Fan nodded and said it was just 2 hours ago. He thought to himself, why do these siblings look so different? Do they have different parents? Just then, Ji-yoon, looking tense, said that since her brothers were nearby, she couldn't be seen with him anymore. At that moment, Song Ben appeared behind Lu Fan. Shocked, Ji-yoon exclaimed, "Brother." Song Ben asked Lu Fan, "Didn't you say you didn't know her? Were you lying?" Other men with him also began murmuring that Lu Fan was a liar. Lu Fan realized that Ben had brought a group with him and thought to himself that this could get messy. Ji-yoon stepped forward to defend Lu Fan, saying, "Don't blame my friend. I never told him my real name, that's why he didn't recognize I was Ji-yoon." Her other brothers also greeted her happily, saying how glad they were to finally see her. Since they hadn't been able to contact her, Lu Fan was surprised to see that although all the brothers looked like gangsters, they were speaking very gently in front of Ji-yoon. Ji-yoon told them she didn't need their protection anymore, but her brothers yelled that the outside world was full of danger and if they didn't protect her, who would? She calmly replied, "Lu Fan will protect me. I have something to do now, so you all can leave." Song Ben grew furious and shouted, "What's your relationship with my sister? Are you the reason she's asking us to leave?" Lu Fan quickly clarified, "We're just classmates." But Ben didn't believe them. Enraged, he lunged at Lu Fan, ready to attack. However, Ji-yoon stepped in close to Lu Fan, stopping her brother from going through with it. Lu Fan said, "So you're attacking me just because I'm standing next to your sister? You guys are way too overprotective of her." At this, Song's brother stepped forward and said, "We don't gang up on someone. Ben, go ahead and attack him yourself. Teach him a lesson." Lu Fan smirked and warned them, "Come at me together else you'll all end up getting beaten." As the Ben charged toward him to attack, Lu Fan swiftly dodged and stopped his punch just inches away from his face. He said firmly, "I told you all, come at me together, or you'll get hurt." In his mind, Lu Fan thought, "Ever since I started training seriously, my strength has improved a lot." Meanwhile, Song was watching and thinking, "My brother and sister are both really strong, yet even they can't do anything against Lu Fan. He's seriously tough." A bit shaken, Ben finally asked, "Who are you?" The other guys standing nearby were stunned too. "He beat Ben so easily," one of them whispered. Lu Fan replied calmly, "I'm just an ordinary high schooler, and let me tell you guys clearly, there's nothing going on between me and Song, at least not in the way you all are thinking." Song's brother stepped forward and said, "All right, Lu Fan, I believe you, but I hope you'll keep your distance from our sister. If you do that, we won't bother you either." Lu Fan nodded with a small smile. "Sounds good. Go enjoy your family time. I'll head out." As he turned to leave, Ben called out, "Brother, I'm sorry. I lost." But his brother reassured him, "It's not your fault. That kid's just really powerful." Song, still thinking to herself, reflected, "Lu Fan truly has the strength to defy the rules of our village. But after everything that happened that day, how can he still say we're just classmates?" The next day, Lu Fan went to the park, where he ran into Ilan. He greeted her, commenting that it had been a while since they last met. Ilan, however, was quick to warn him. She said he should be careful. He was about to be targeted by the Free Faction. Ilan explained that the second princess of the Free Faction had gone missing, and it was suspected that she was hiding nearby. Because of that, members of the faction would soon arrive in search of her, and they were likely to confront Lu Fan directly. Lu Fan scoffed, asking if she really thought he was afraid. He said they could find their princess and leave, but they wouldn't be able to harm him. Just then, Wei Wei appeared and called out to him. Ilan excused herself and left. Wei Wei remarked that Ilan seemed like a good friend. Lu Fan replied, "You could call her a friend, or maybe a rival." Wei Wei silently thought to herself that rivalry is often the first step toward love. She then informed Lu Fan that her father was waiting at the school gate to speak with him. When Lu Fan arrived there, Mr. Zhang spoke up, praising him. He called Lu Fan a business genius. He admitted that even though he had hired thousands of employees, he hadn't realized there were fake accounts infiltrating his company. But Lu Fan uncovered everything in just one day, saving the company billions. Lu Fan humbly replied that he didn't deserve the praise. Internally, he thought, "This wasn't even my doing. It was Iron Head who figured everything out, and I'm the one getting the credit." Wei Wei asked if it was true that the company had grown thanks to Lu Fan. Mr. Zhang affirmed it and added that it would grow even more. Wei Wei turned to Lu Fan and said, "You're incredible." Lu Fan, however, felt conflicted. He was good with computers, but he wasn't at Iron Head's level. He couldn't have done what Iron Head did. That's when Mr. Zhang made an unexpected request. He asked Lu Fan to become the general counsel of Heikian Group. Shocked, Lu Fan replied, "But I'm just an ordinary high schooler." Mr. Zhang reassured him, saying he didn't need to come to the office regularly, and whatever amount you ask for his salary, we will have no problem with it. They just needed his help solving occasional problems. After repeated requests from both Wei Wei and Uncle Zhang, Lu Fan reluctantly agreed. He thought, how could I say no to Wei Wei? Later, Lu Fan arrived at Ying's hotel. Ying was in distress, saying, "Finally, you're back." He explained that the guest in room 206 was causing major trouble. Normally, Jinsu dealt with her, but she hadn't come today. They had sent others instead, but the guest had assaulted all the staff members and even trashed the room. Ying asked Lu Fan to come and help. As they approached the room, Lu Fan asked, "Is this the one?" Ying confirmed and warned him to be careful. As soon as Lu Fan opened the door, a vase flew at him. Dodging it, he muttered, "That could have hurt someone. There's definitely a little devil in here." Inside, he saw a small girl wearing a mask. "So, this is the troublemaker." He introduced himself as a hotel representative there to talk, but before he could say more, the girl launched an attack, yelling, "I don't want to hear anything." She began punching him repeatedly, but Lu Fan effortlessly dodged her strikes. He realized that she was trained in martial arts. Her technique was even better than Jiang Fei's. Catching her fist mid-air, Lu Fan said, "You're just a kid. Your punches don't have much force. You're wasting your energy." The girl demanded, "Who are you? Let me go." Lu Fan replied, "Not until you tell me who you are, and why you're wearing a mask. I won't tell you." She snapped. Without warning, Lu Fan removed her mask. The girl began to cry and said, "You're so mean. Let me go." Trying to calm her, Lu Fan said gently, "Quiet down, or people will think I'm bullying a child." "You're already a bully," she muttered. Lu Fan reminded her that she had injured the staff, and she attacked him first. "And now you're crying? That's what we call being two-faced." The girl finally opened up. She said the people who tried delivering food to her weren't nice at all. Lu Fan asked, "So what kind of person do you think I am?" "You don't look like a bad guy," she admitted, "and after defeating me, you didn't do anything mean. So, I think you're a good person." Lu Fan smiled, then stopped crying. "My name is Lu Fan. What's yours?" "I'm not telling you," she said stubbornly. Just then, her stomach growled loudly. Lu Fan chuckled and said, "All right, let me treat you to dinner tonight." Later, with the room finally calm, Ying rushed in asking, "Brother Lu, is everything okay?" Lu Fan nodded. "Yeah, all good. Send food to the room." Just then, the head of the Jiang family arrived and observed Lu Fan from a distance. He asked if Lu Fan had been practicing his God neck technique. Lu Fan replied, "Not yet, but just now, I saw someone use a technique. Let me show you. Tell me which martial school it belongs to." Then, Lu Fan mimicked the move he had seen from the masked girl earlier. The Jiang family head responded that it was the universal palm technique, a skill exclusive to the Free faction. He was amazed that Lu Fan had secretly mastered it. Lu Fan replied that he only needed to know where the technique came from. Internally, he thought he had suspected from the beginning, that little girl must be the missing princess from the Free faction. He returned to the girl and asked her if she didn't get bored staying alone in the house all day. The girl admitted that she did feel bored, but since she didn't know the area well, she was afraid to go outside. Lu Fan remarked that small children shouldn't go out alone anyway. Then he offered to take her on a city tour. Her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed how fun that would be. Lu Fan agreed, but only if she promised not to cause any more trouble afterward. Later, Lu Fan took her around the city. Meanwhile, someone secretly snapped a photo of them together. Back at the hotel, the girl thanked him and said she had a question. She showed him a photo and asked, "Do you know this person?" "She is my sister, the one who ran away from home 7 years ago," Lu Fan asked. "So you came here looking for her?" In his mind, he mused that both the first and second princess of the Free faction had run away from home. Maybe it's a family tradition. He then asked the girl, "If you're here to find your sister, why are you wearing a mask? Without it, she might recognize you, but like this, she never will." The girl replied, "I ran away from home. My family is looking for me, and I can't return until I find my sister." Lu Fan reassured her, saying, "Don't worry, I'll help you find her." The girl thanked him again. Lu Fan told her to go rest and promised he'd come see her the next day. As he left, he thought to himself, "I know how it feels to search for someone you've lost. I have to help this kid." Just then, a man appeared behind Lu Fan and lunged at him. Lu Fan dodged the attack, quickly realizing that the assailant was a soldier king. The soldier king said he hadn't expected Lu Fan to dodge his strike. Lu Fan demanded, "Who are you?" The attacker replied, "My name is Howard Marone. Remember it, because it's the name of the man who will end your life." Lu Fan scoffed and said, No one in this world strong enough to kill me has even been born yet. Howard, irritated by Lu Fan's confidence, growled, "You're arrogant, and I especially enjoy killing arrogant people." Lu Fan smirked and retorted, "You're ranked last on the 100 nation warrior list." Howard, visibly shocked, asked, "How do you know my ranking?" Lu Fan coolly answered, "I even know your real father's name, which is Lu Fan." Furious, Howard lunged at Lu Fan again. As they fought, Howard shouted, "Even if I'm last ranked, I'm still a soldier king. There are only a few people in this country who can match me. You can't make a fool of me." But Lu Fan dodged every move with ease. "You might be powerful, but not than me." He grabbed Howard's head and slammed it into a wall, then kicked his leg and fractured it. Grabbing him by the collar, Lu Fan demanded, "Tell me, who hired you to kill me?" In his thoughts, Howard admitted that Lu Fan was insanely strong. He tried to reach for his dagger, but Lu Fan stomped on his leg and blocked his hand before he could grab it. "You know," Lu Fan warned, "by refusing to answer my question, you're signing your own death warrant." Trembling, Howard finally gave in. "It was Jin Cheng. He hired me." Lu Fan sneered, "That bastard, one of the 4 masters, the same guy whom I brought to his knees that day. Looks like he's still holding a grudge." Howard, terrified, pleaded, "I was just doing my job. Please forgive me." As Howard begged for mercy, Lu Fan tossed his dagger aside. Lu Fan said he was sparing Howard's life, but in return, Howard had to send a message to Jin Cheng. As soon as Jin Cheng picked up the call, he asked, "Is the job done, Howard?" Howard replied angrily, saying that he had almost died because of Lu Fan. Jin Cheng mocked him, saying, "Weren't you a so-called soldier king? You talked big, but you couldn't even handle Lu Fan." Howard, still frustrated, told him that Lu Fan had left a message for him. He said he'll give you a gift very soon, something you'll never forget. Grumbling to himself, Howard asked why Lu Fan was so arrogant. In a fit of rage, as he tried to throw his phone, he accidentally hit his hand on the table, breaking a bone. Meanwhile, Master Ping was seen on a video call with the head of the Free Faction. The faction leader asked, "Are you saying our second princess is in Yancheng with that bastard Luo Feng?" Master Ping confirmed it. "They're in the same hotel. We believe Lu Fan lured her in to steal one of your techniques." The elder from the Free Faction responded, "I'm sending our people immediately. Keep the princess safe until then. Lu Fan must not be allowed to harm her." Master Ping reassured him, saying he had already dispatched his men, but in his mind, he thought grimly, "Lu Fan, this time, you won't escape." When Lu Fan returned to the hotel, he noticed a large number of people discussing the second princess. He found it suspicious and thought it was strange for so many people to be looking for a little girl. Upon closer observation, he realized they were from Jingyi's school. He wondered how they had found out the princess was there. One of the men from the group confronted Lu Fan, saying, "We're here to retrieve the second princess of the Free Faction. Tell us where she is." Lu Fan claimed he didn't know, but another man showed him a photo from the night before, of Lu Fan with the princess. "You're saying you don't know her, but this photo says otherwise." Grabbing the man by the collar, Lu Fan growled, "How dare you track us?" He thought to himself, "Because of me, that girl might get caught." The man warned him not to act arrogant and demanded he reveal the princess's location, or the Free Faction would make sure he paid dearly. But Lu Fan threw him aside and said coldly, "Tell the Free Faction they can't do anything to me. And as for your Jingyi school, if you ever follow me again, I won't spare any of you." As the group left, they muttered that they would report everything to their leader. Lu Fan thought grimly, "Now the Free Faction will come at me with full force." When he reached the second princess, she asked in surprise, "You're back so soon?" Lu Fan said he had something to ask her. "I almost forgot. You're the second princess of the Free Faction, aren't you?" Shocked, the girl responded, "What are you talking about? I don't know anything about that." Lu Fan explained, "Your universal palm technique revealed your true identity." Confused and a little hurt, the girl asked, "If you knew who I was, why did you treat me like that?" Lu Fan answered softly, "Because you're just a child who needs help. But now there's a problem. Jingyi School and the others have found out your location." The second princess was visibly shaken. "How did this happen?" Lu Fan admitted, "It's my fault. They were tracking me, and because of that, you got exposed." She asked why they were chasing him. "It's a long story," he said. "But for now, just tell me, do you want to go back to the Free Faction?" The girl shook her head and said she still hadn't found her sister. "Everyone says she'll never come back and that I should stop searching. But I don't want to give up." "So you won't return?" Lu Fan asked. The girl replied, "Now that everyone knows, they won't leave me here. They'll take me back." Lu Fan gently placed a hand on her head and said, "No one can force you while I'm here, and as for your sister, I'll use all my strength to help you find her." He thought to himself, "This child is so innocent. I have to protect her." Elsewhere, Master Ping reported to Elder Fu that Lu Fan had beaten their men and refused to reveal the princess's location. Elder Fu said, "That bastard sure has guts." Master Ping added, "To be honest, I've never met someone this arrogant in my life. The second princess isn't safe with him." Elder Fu replied, I've already sent Elder Disciple to capture Luo Feng and rescue the princess. He won't return empty-handed, Master Ping noted. Lu Fan is powerful. Only Elder Disciple can take him down. Elder Fu agreed, saying that Elder Disciple was extremely powerful, and the people of Jingyi School couldn't underestimate him. Master Ping apologized for overstepping earlier. Still, he thought to himself, Lu Fan will be the one to show them their place. I know how strong that bastard really is. Back at the hotel, Lu Fan was walking while speaking on the phone when he realized someone was following him. He attacked, only to hear a familiar voice. Captain, it's me, Judge, Lu Fan asked, surprised. What are you doing here? Judge said he missed him, but Lu Fan wasn't convinced. You're terrible at lying. You found out I'm in trouble, didn't you? That's why you came to help. Judge smiled and said, if you already know everything, why bother asking? Just then, Elder Disciple from the Free Faction arrived at the hotel. Judge joked, speak of the devil and he appears. Lu Fan said, let's go meet him. I want to know where this guy came from. As they approached, Lu Fan asked, you guys should be from the Free Faction. I'm Lu Fan. If you're looking for me, your search ends here. The man turned around and said, so you're Lu Fan. I'm Sun Miao, Elder Disciple of Elder Fu. Now tell me, where's the second princess? He added, you're coming with me to meet Elder Fu. As they stood face to face, Sun Miao thought to himself, so this is Lu Fan. Until now, he had only heard rumors that Lu Fan was just an ordinary guy. Still, Sun Miao had always found that hard to believe. However, after meeting him today, he was shocked to find that Lu Fan didn't have any internal energy at all. Lu Fan then said, when you don't even know the truth about your own second princess, how would I know anything? Sun Miao responded smugly, accusing him of arrogance. He said he would teach Lu Fan a lesson for acting so overconfident. At that moment, Judge stepped in, saying, you're not even worthy of facing my captain. If you want to fight, fight me first. Sun Miao asked, so, you're with Lu Fan? Judge nodded and replied, yes, he's my boss. Now, are you going to fight or not? Without answering, Sun Miao launched an attack, but Judge easily dodged his strikes. Lu Fan watched silently and thought to himself, Sun Miao is strong, no doubt, but there's nothing truly exceptional about his technique. As the fight continued, Judge suddenly came to a halt, waiting for Lu Fan's command. Lu Fan gave a quiet order to finish the fight. As Sun Miao rushed forward again, Judge countered with a single punch, knocking Sun Miao backward in one powerful blow. Shocked, Sun Miao gasped, how is this possible? Judge calmly replied, boss said to do it, so I did. That punch was just the first move. Within the next two moves, I'll end you. Still not giving up, Miao launched another attack, mocking, you think you can defeat me with just a regular brush? That's ridiculous. But Judge moved in swiftly, attacking again. This time, Sun Miao collapsed in defeat. Members of the Free Faction stood nearby, shouting angrily, how dare you attack our leader? You'll pay for this. Judge turned to Lu Fan and asked, boss, was that good enough? Lu Fan chuckled and replied, you had to use 2 full moves just to knock down a rat. Judge laughed and admitted he tried to show off, but couldn't do it. He then turned to Lu Fan and asked, why are these people even after you? Lu Fan simply replied, it's a long story. I'll explain it later. But in his mind, Lu Fan was already concerned. The Free Faction won't sit quietly now. It's not safe to leave the second princess here. Later, Lu Fan took the second princess back to his home. Upon seeing them, Miss June asked, Lu Fan, who is this? He replied, she's my cousin. Her family is dealing with some issues right now, so I brought her here. You know how unsafe it is to leave a child in someone else's care. I thought it would be safer this way. Miss June praised him, saying he did the right thing. Introducing herself to the girl, she said, my name is June Lianman. The second princess shyly greeted her. Lu Fan said he would come back later to pick up his cousin, and then left. Meanwhile, Elder Fu was seen yelling at Sun Miao. How could you lose to someone who doesn't even possess internal strength? That wasn't even Luo Feng you fought. It was just one of his lackeys. Sun Miao begged, please forgive me, Master. Master Ping asked, what should we do now? Elder Fu replied firmly, no one must find out about this incident. Jingyi School and Sun Miao jointly investigate Lu Fan. I'll personally attend the hero meeting. On that day, I'll defeat Lu Fan in front of everyone, and take the second princess too. Master Ping nodded, sounds like a solid plan. I'll take my leave now. As Ping departed, Sun Miao asked, Master, why haven't you taken direct action against Lu Fan yet? I'm seriously worried about the second princess. Elder Fu said coldly, only Lu Fan knows where she is. Without him, we'll never find her. Use that scoundrel. However, you must just find the princess. Once we have her, I'll deal with Lu Fan myself. The next morning, Lu Fan was seen running in a park when Elan approached him urgently. There's bad news, she said. The Free Faction will definitely attend the hero meeting. Their Elder Fu is coming, and he plans to fight you personally. Lu Fan sighed. I had a feeling this would happen. Elan pressed him further. Tell me, what trouble have you caused recently? Lu Fan smiled and replied, Do you really think someone with a face this cute could cause trouble? Ilan warned him seriously. If you haven't done anything wrong, don't start now. I just came to tell you, aside from the free faction, many others have sent their teams. Everyone's going to be at the hero meeting. Lu Fan nodded. I figured everyone would show up. Ilan shook her head and said, you're really strange. Aren't you afraid at all? I've been overthinking everything, wondering what might happen to you. Lu Fan reassured her. Why are you worried? Nothing will happen. Just then, Ilan handed him a book and said, this is the best I can do for now. Lu Fan flipped through it. This is the participant list for the competition. You've done a great job collecting this. He looked at the names and added with a grin, looking at all these strong opponents, this is going to be fun. Ilan spoke, this is going to be fun. Don't you see how powerful all of them are? I'm afraid you might end up losing your life. Lu Fan, calm and unfazed, replied, these people can't do anything to me. And if they're calling in a team for help, do you think I don't have a team of my own? Ilan asked sharply. Who's going to help you? The ancient medicine school? Lu Fan smiled and said, you'll find out soon enough who's coming to help me. They're so strong, they can easily defeat all of these guys. Ilan, blushing slightly, thought to herself, where does this guy get all this confidence from? As she began walking away, she warned him, I've already told you, whatever happens to you in the hero meeting now, it's all on you. Lu Fan responded with a smirk, why are you even bothering? It's not like you care about me, yet you're putting in all this effort. Later, Lu Fan called Ironhead. Annoyed Ironhead answered the call, grumbling, who the hell is disturbing my sleep so early in the morning? Lu Fan chuckled and said, maybe calling you this early was a huge mistake. Ironhead, flustered, quickly tried to cover up, Captain, I was just mumbling in my sleep. I didn't mean anything by it. Lu Fan reminded him, you wanted a task from me that day, didn't you? Well, here it is. Will you fight for me? Later, Lu Fan returned to their hotel. Looking around, he wondered, they still haven't arrived yet. At the same time, the head of the Jiang family questioned, Head, how did you even get into conflict with the free faction, and now you're getting involved with the matter of the second princess too? I don't understand. Are you the problem, or does trouble just follow you? Lu Fan admitted, even I haven't figured that out yet. After being informed about the entire situation, the Jiang family had cautioned, if you support the second princess, you're clearly opposing both the Jingyi school and the free faction. Lu Fan replied firmly, I don't care who I have to oppose. I made a promise to a little girl, and now I can't back down no matter what. He thought to himself, it's possible the three sects might also appear at this meeting. I need to learn the truth about many things from the past. The Jiang family had added, the free faction is incredibly powerful. While we can't do much, if you've made up your mind, we'll support you fully. Lu Fan said, there's no need for you to get involved unnecessarily, let's not drag the school into this. But the Jiang family had insisted, you're our leader, your problems are our problems, and ours are yours. We'll do everything we can for you. I'm heading to the council now. We need to talk to Elder Fu. Lu Fan thought, how do I explain to them that I don't need anyone's help, because I already have my brothers, and as long as we're on the battlefield, my brothers will never let me lose. Just then, Ironhead appeared, walking toward Lu Fan. With a grin, Ironhead said, fighting alongside you is going to be fun. Lu Fan teased him, weren't you just yelling earlier, wondering who dared call you? Now I'm going to attack you and see how powerful you've become. Ironhead panicked, Captain, I didn't mean it that way. I was just joking. Meanwhile, the judge recorded a video of Ironhead getting beaten up. Lu Fan remarked, your strength hasn't dropped, but you haven't made any progress either. Looks like you've gotten lazy. Anyway, today's training is enough. Let's go inside and talk. After learning the full story, Ironhead exclaimed, how dare those bastards hold a meeting against you? The judge added, you did the right thing by calling us. We'll destroy them now. Lu Fan nodded, that's exactly why I called you here. We'll show these martial world guys their place. Against the three of us, they don't stand a chance. Later that night, after drinking together, Lu Fan's comrades fell asleep. Lu Fan, still restless, said to himself, I can't rest. I need to head to the school. If Ilan is already on her way to join, I wonder if she brought umbrella with her. Scene shifts. The guests for the hero meeting had begun to arrive. An elder announced, the hero meeting will begin in a few days. Tell our enforcement team to get into action. Another elder added, I've already personally sent a team to capture Lu Fan. Elder Ping added, that Qianilan, the daughter of Qianyan, is a traitor. She gave Lu Fan the list of hero meeting participants. The first elder was furious. How could she do something like that? Send a team to arrest the Qian family too. If they're traitors, they must be punished. Elder Ping, fuming with vengeance, thought to himself, Lu Fan, you embarrassed me in front of everyone. Now, you'll regret it. Scene shifts to a park. Ilan was walking in the park. As she opened her umbrella, she said, where's Lu Fan? She had brought umbrella for him when suddenly, members of the enforcement team rushed toward her. They shouted, so it's you, the daughter of Qianyan, Qianilan. Ilan replied, you're from the enforcement team. aren't you? But before she could say more, the enforcement team attacked her. They accused her, saying, "You helped Lu Fan, which means you violated the rules of Jingyi's school." Ilan denied it firmly. She said she had neither betrayed Jingyi's school nor was Lu Fan a bad person. As she defended herself, she began to fight back against the attackers, fighting them off. She shouted, "Something as cowardly as this doesn't run in the Chen family's blood." While attacking her, a girl stepped forward and introduced herself. "I'm Tong Hongyu," she declared. "I've never failed in my life, and you think you'll escape me?" As she spoke, she unleashed her bands to restrain Ilan, but because Ilan quickly moved to the side, the bands wrapped around a tree instead. Ilan warned her, "I am a member of the Wan Yuan court. You have no authority to arrest me." She responded, "We know you're from the Wan Yuan court, but you only got that title because of Jingyi's school, and now, that school has labeled your entire family as traitors." Ilan was stunned. All this, for such a small incident? Jingyi's school branded my whole family as traitors? She thought in disbelief. Just then, Tong Hongyu used her abilities and managed to capture Ilan. As she beat her down, she commented, "Despite being so young, you're incredibly powerful." Trying to restrain Tong Hongyu, Ilan attempted to punch her, but at that very moment, someone launched a sneak attack from behind, rendering Ilan unconscious. Tong Hongyu stood over her, saying mockingly, "It hurt me so much to beat you up, not because I pitied you, but because soon, your dear Lu Fan will be caught too, and the next time you open your eyes, Lu Fan might not even be in this world anymore." With that, Ilan lost consciousness completely. Meanwhile, Lu Fan arrived on the scene, drenched in rain. He muttered, "The rain's getting heavier, but where's Ilan?" Looking around, he spotted bloodstains on the ground and 2 umbrellas lying abandoned. His expression darkened as he realized something terrible must have happened to Ilan. As he stood there processing everything, someone launched an attack on him, but Lu Fan swiftly countered with a punch that knocked one attacker out cold. The enforcement team ordered, "Surrender now, or else, you'll suffer the same fate as Ilan." Lu Fan growled, "Tell me, where is Ilan?" They sneered, "She's already been arrested, and soon, you will be too." But Lu Fan didn't wait for another word. He began pummeling them, one after another. Watching their comrades getting beaten up, the rest of the team decided to launch a coordinated attack. Lu Fan, unfazed, said coldly, "Now, I'll show you what hell looks like." As they threw kunais at him, Lu Fan charged forward and attacked them head-on. The impact of his strikes was so powerful that all of them were left with broken limbs. Lying in pain, they gasped, "This guy, he's a monster." Lu Fan grabbed one of them and lifted him up. "Answer my question, or I'll end you right here." Terrified, the man broke down and said, "We didn't capture Ilan, it was the other enforcement team." Lu Fan demanded, "Why would Jingyi's school do this to their own disciple?" The man explained, "Ilan secretly collected and passed on evidence to you. That's why the entire Chen family was arrested." Lu Fan was shaken. "She did all that, just for me." Throwing the man aside, Lu Fan muttered, "You all messed with my friend, and now, you'll pay the price." 15 minutes later, Lu Fan returned home, drenched. Song noticed and asked, "Lu Fan, why are you so soaked?" He brushed it off. "It's nothing. I just stepped out without an umbrella." Song says, "I came to your place earlier, but your friends were still asleep." Lu Fan asked, "They're still sleeping?" Just then, Song's brother arrived and started asking which room belonged to Lu Fan. Seeing them, Lu Fan quickly pulled Song into his room and shut the door behind them. Confused, Song asked, "Lu Fan, what are you doing?" He replied, "Your brother's here. If they see you in my room, they'll blow things out of proportion." Song said, "But I didn't even give them your address." Lu Fan shrugged. "Maybe they found it on their own, and don't ask me how. I've got no clue." Just then, Song's brother knocked on the door. Lu Fan whispered to Song, "Don't say anything, let me handle this." He opened the door and stepped outside, leaving Song inside. Thinking to herself, "Lu Fan was standing so close to me just now." Lu Fan was speaking, "Brother Song, you're here?" Brother Song interrupted, saying they thought Lu Fan would be at school. Just then, Ben added, "How did you end up like this?" Lu Fan replied that he had forgotten his umbrella and was just about to change clothes. He asked curiously, "What happened, brothers? Why are you here?" At that point, Brother Song apologized for their past behavior and explained that they were from Dunan village. They said they would help Lu Fan in the upcoming hero meeting. Lu Fan, surprised, asked why they would help him. Brother Song explained, "The head of the ancient medical school told us you are their future head." Song, overhearing this, thought to herself in shock, "Is Lu Fan really one of the future heads of the 9 schools?" Lu Fan questioned them, asking if the ancient medical school had promised them something. Brother Song nodded and explained, "Head Jian promised us that if we help you during the hero meeting, he'll support our village in the future. Getting support from the ancient medical school is like receiving a blessing from heaven. That's why we're ready to risk everything for this hero meeting. To be honest, we're not doing anything noble, it's business. We help you, and we benefit." Lu Fan agreed, saying, "All right then, Do as Head Jiang instructed. Internally, Lu Fan couldn't believe Head Jiang was going this far for him. He even contacted everyone he knows just to help me, Brother Song asked. So, Lu Fan, what are you going to do? Lu Fan replied. I have a few plans of my own. If I need help, I'll definitely call you. Brother Song said. Alright then, we'll return to Head Jiang. Just don't tell Song about any of this. Ben added. You know how dangerous the hero meeting is. If Song finds out, she'll never let us get involved in something this risky. After they left, Lu Fan spoke to Song. So, you heard everything, didn't you? Song responded. You're the future head of the ancient medical school, and the hero meeting is being held against you. Who are you really? Lu Fan replied. Just remember, I'm your classmate, nothing more. I just needed to talk to my friends. Can you give us a moment alone? Song insisted. Look, I know the hero meeting is extremely dangerous, but I support my brother. Promise me, you and my brother will come back safely. Lu Fan smirked and said. Do you really think anyone can harm me? Meanwhile, Song was thinking, if Lu Fan comes out of this situation safely, I won't hesitate to make him my official suitor in front of the entire family. Ironhead was sleeping when Lu Fan suddenly punched him in the face. Startled, Ironhead shouted, Who dares attack me in my sleep? He looked up and saw Lu Fan standing over him. Judge walked in and asked, Captain, what happened? Why are you soaked? Lu Fan replied, One of my classmates has been kidnapped. Judge, go find out where all the hero meeting participants are staying. Judge answered, I know. They're at a hotel near Cloud Mountain. Jingy School booked a 5-star hotel for them, Ironhead said. If we know where they are, let's go rescue your classmate right now. Lu Fan shook his head. No, the three of us won't go. We'll reveal our true power at the hero meeting in front of everyone. As for my classmate, Judge can handle that alone. Judge saluted and said, Yes, Captain, I'll take care of it. Ironhead started crying. Why do I always get punched but never get a real mission? Just then, Miss Jun called. She informed Lu Fan, that girl has run away. When I came back from school and told her you didn't show up, she disappeared. Lu Fan reassured her. Don't worry, Miss Jun, I'll find her. He thought to himself, she must think I've been caught by the Free Faction. Suddenly, Ji from Skeleton Abyss entered his room through the window. She asked, You're Lu Fan, right? The one the hero meeting is targeting? Judge asked. Who are you? Ironhead yelled. How dare you barge into our boss's room? Haven't you seen 3 handsome men here? You must be crazy to walk in like this. Just look at your face. Definitely a pervy girl. Unfazed, Ji said. My name is Jiang Ji. I'm from Skeleton Abyss, and I'm here to help you. However, Lu Fan immediately questioned her intentions. You're not helping me out of kindness. What do you want in return? Jiang Ji replied that the Jingy School was also their enemy. To be honest, people only talk badly about our name, but the real villains are the righteous sect. Since they're your enemies too, we're willing to help you. But there's a condition. You must join Skeleton Abyss. One of our members defeated all the heroes at the hero meeting. That news will spread fast. If you join us and win the next meeting, it'll benefit both sides. Lu Fan, unconvinced, responded, You know my strength. You're expecting me to win easily and bring attention to your group. Let's be honest. You just want to use me. Ironhead chimed in sarcastically, saying, We're not 2-year-olds to fall for that trap. Jiang Ji insisted, Don't be arrogant, Lu Fan. How do you expect to win the hero meeting alone? You might lose your life. Joining us would benefit both of us. Lu Fan stood firm. I'm not joining anyone. You can leave now. Frustrated, Jiang Ji warned, This will be the biggest mistake of your life. No matter how strong someone is, they can't win an entire war alone. With that, she left. Ironhead commented, She was just here to use you. When you refused, she flipped and blamed you instead. Lu Fan dismissed the topic. Forget about her. Go and rescue my classmate, Ironhead. Come with me. We need to find a young girl. Ironhead grinned. Boss, you've really changed. A girl from Skeleton Abyss just left, and now you're out looking for a child. Lu Fan hit him lightly and replied, Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Outside, Jiang Ji reported. Lu Fan refused to join us. But don't worry, Zhang Weiwei has already fallen into our trap. I'll bring that girl back soon. Meanwhile, Master Ping had tied up Elan's entire family. Elan protested. What you're doing is wrong. You've branded us as traitors without any proof. Her father added, Has our school fallen so far that you're doing this just because a kid defeated you? Elder Ping scowled. If you will not accuse Lu Fan of stealing our technique, I will destroy all your cultivation myself. Anyone who becomes my enemy is an enemy of the Jingy School, and a friend of our enemy is a traitor. Elan snapped back. You pathetic old man. Lu Fan defeated you once, so you are just talking nonsense here. Elder Ping declared. That scoundrel Lu Fan will die. And if you support him, you'll die too. Your family has served the Jingy School well, which is why I'm giving you one last chance. Just admit that Lu Fan stole our skill, and I'll let you go. After Elder Ping left, Elan's father lamented. We gave everything to this school, and this is how they repay us? I feel terrible for that boy too. Elan reassured him. Dad, Lu Fan won't lose. When they were talking about the hero meeting, just then, Judge entered and interrupted. No need to be surprised. I've come under the captain's orders to rescue the entire Qian family. Qianilan asked, but there were so many disciples here. Judge replied confidently, boss ordered me to save you. These disciples were nothing. Even if the whole army were here, I'd still get you out. After freeing them, let's go. The captain is waiting. As they exited, they saw that all the disciples had been defeated. Ilan thought to herself, these were powerful martial artists, yet they were all taken down, and we didn't hear a thing from inside the room. He wiped them out like they were nothing. Lu Fan is a monster, and so are the people around him. Moments later, Elder Ping arrived at the scene and was stunned. How did this happen? One of his subordinates pointed to a pillar. Look, Elder, there was a message written on it. Be ready. On the day of the hero meeting, you will not survive. As Ilan sat in the vehicle, she reflected. The entire floor where we were imprisoned was destroyed. Just what kind of power do Lu Fan's allies possess? Judge spoke again. Captain, I delivered your message. Meanwhile, Elder Ping reported to Elder Dang, who was furious upon learning what had happened. Ping tried to explain. I don't know how Lu Fan's ally got in. No sound. No cameras caught him. He came like a storm and left like a hurricane. Elder Dang snapped. Lu Fan has humiliated us. He will die. As for the Qian family, banish them from the Jingyi school. If any disciple sees them, they are to be captured and brought in immediately. We'll punish them ourselves. Lu Fan, elsewhere, wondered aloud. Where did that second princess go? Once I return home, Miss June will definitely ask about her. At that moment, Ilan suddenly ran up and hugged him. Lu Fan was asking, how did you even get injured like this? Ilan brushed it off, saying it was just a minor injury and nothing to worry about. Lu Fan apologized sincerely, saying that it all happened because of him, and he promised to take revenge soon. Iron Head, observing the situation, remarked that now he finally understood why Lu Fan had been so worried. Honestly, this girl of his is really cute. Just then, Uncle Qian arrived, and as soon as Ilan saw him, she distanced herself from Lu Fan. Lu Fan also took the opportunity to apologize to everyone around for the inconvenience. Qian said solemnly, this time, the fault lies entirely with Jingyi school. I'm ashamed to have ever been associated with them. He turned to Lu Fan and asked, so, what do you plan to do next? Lu Fan reassured everyone not to worry and said he could easily handle the situation from here on. Suddenly, Ilan grabbed Lu Fan's hand and said excitedly, come with me. I'll take you to a truly amazing place. It will be very helpful for you. As they sat in the car, Lu Fan wondered to himself where she was taking him. Soon, Ilan brought him to a place called the Zhuanyuan Court. Lu Fan, surprised, thought to himself, is this really the Zhuanyuan Court? Ilan then explained, I want you to join the Zhuanyuan Court with us. Lu Fan was puzzled. He hadn't expected the Zhuanyuan Court to have such a small branch. Then, Ilan takes her mom and dad for the first test. While looking around, Lu Fan noticed that he was still ranked number 1 on the Zhuanyuan ranking list. Even after all this time, no one had been able to surpass him. Ilan said with admiration, do you know who that is? That's Devil Luo. He's incredible. I've never seen him in person, but he's my idol. Just think, everyone dreams of defeating him, but no one ever has. I wish I could meet him just once in my life. Lu Fan joked, what if you meet him and end up regretting it? Ilan rolled her eyes and snapped, stop talking nonsense. Get ready for the test. Here's your application form. Lu Fan, meanwhile, thought to himself, I just hope no one here recognizes me. Meanwhile, Master Jun arrived at the Zhuanyuan Court and remarked, this place is much smaller than our headquarters. Then his eyes fell on Lu Fan. Shocked, he wondered, was that Lu Fan? To confirm, he asked some people nearby, what area is that where that person was just standing? They informed him that it was the test area for new applicants joining the Zhuanyuan Court. Master Jun thought to himself, if that's where newcomers go, then why would Lu Fan be there? I must be mistaken. Back on the other side, Lu Fan's test had already begun. After seeing the results, even the examiner was shocked. Lu Fan's stats were far below average. The examiner simply said, you may leave. Lu Fan smirked to himself, satisfied that he had successfully fooled them. Ilan returned and asked, how did your test go? Lu Fan lied with a straight face, it went really well. Ilan said happily, even my parents did great on their tests. I think you'll enter the genius list as soon as you officially join. Lu Fan then suggested, you all should stay with me for a few days. It's not safe to be out alone right now. Meanwhile, after inspecting the entire place, Master Jun remarked, the masters here are quite weak. It'll take serious effort for anyone from here to reach headquarters level, the branch in charge admitted. Well, our branch is quite small. At that moment, Master Jun spotted Lu Fan again and urgently said, bring me that guy's form. I can't be mistaken. This is definitely Lu Fan. Soon, he received Lu Fan's form. The in-charge asked, Master Jun, "What's so special about this boy?" Master Jun replied. "He's no ordinary person. You could say he's the most talented individual in this entire city." The branch in charge was stunned. "How did someone like him end up joining us?" After verifying Lu Fan's form, they confirmed, "Yes, it really was Lu Fan." Dong Fan muttered, "What's so great about him anyway? His stats are completely average." Master Jun said the data was completely wrong. He added that if Dong Fan knew who this person actually was, he'd understand just how inaccurate those stats were. He revealed that this person was once a member of the Inferno Warriors. Shocked, Dong Fan exclaimed that the man used to be part of the strongest squad in Zhuanyuan Court's history. He recalled that this was the same squad that had once ruled the top 20 ranks of the Zhuanyuan list, but for some unknown reason, the entire group had disbanded and vanished. Master Jun continued, saying he had been wondering why Lu Fan had returned. He noted that if Lu Fan wanted to come back, he could have done so under his original identity. So why had he come back with a new one? He warned them that the information he shared was highly confidential and should not be leaked. Then, he instructed them to let Lu Fan join and not to focus on his current stats. Master Jun thought to himself that perhaps Lu Fan had finally found a reason to return, and maybe the misunderstandings of his past could now be resolved. Half an hour later, Ilan approached Lu Fan and told him she wanted to go with him to the hero meeting, but Lu Fan, with a firm yet gentle tone, declined and asked her to wait at home. He promised her he would return safely. Internally, Lu Fan thought she shouldn't be worried about him, but about the Jingyi school, because they had no idea who they had picked a fight with. Meanwhile, only 2 days were left until the hero meeting. Jingyi school was aggressively recruiting more members to strengthen their side. Over at medicine school, everyone did what they could to assist Lu Fan. As preparations continued, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of the hero meeting finally arrived. Scene shifted to Cloud Mountain. At the base of the mountain, 2 guards stood watch to prevent Lu Fan from climbing up. They noticed Lu Fan approaching with 2 other young boys. One of them, using binoculars, scoffed that Lu Fan had only brought 2 people with him for support. He assumed Lu Fan wouldn't survive this. The fatty guard taunted Lu Fan, demanding he kneel and beg for forgiveness. Perhaps then they might spare his life. He warned Lu Fan that 18 elite disciples from the top 3 schools were stationed along the mountain trail. He and his companion were the weakest of the group. The higher up Lu Fan went, the stronger his opponents would become. He advised Lu Fan to surrender immediately, or else the others would show no mercy. Unfazed, Lu Fan told his companions to shut those 2 up. Judge and Iron Head rushed forward in an instant and took both of them down effortlessly. Lu Fan noted that 2 were down, with 16 more to go, and urged them to move faster. Scene shifts to the mountain peak. A disciple reported that 2 of their 18 fighters had already been defeated. He added that in the upcoming sequence of 9 battles, Lu Fan's team had already won the first. The head of Red Fist School told everyone not to worry. He said Lu Fan's team would soon face Pinnacle, who was at the peak of grade 9, and that Lu Fan wouldn't stand a chance against him. At that moment, another man came running in with an urgent report. He said Elder Pinnacle had been seriously injured. Everyone who had fought Lu Fan had been sent down the mountain. The 2 companions Lu Fan brought were extremely dangerous, and so many of their fighters had already been beaten that there was barely any space left for anyone else to even stand. Enraged, Elder Dang shouted at everyone to calm down. He reminded them that Pinnacle wasn't their only grade 9 master, there were others as well. He said their trump card, Fan Haotian, had yet to appear, and Lu Fan would be powerless against him. The head of Red Fist School agreed, saying Fan Haotian was the strongest among all grade 9 cultivators. It was said that no human at his level could defeat him. When did he join Jingyi school? Elder Dang added that a year ago. After witnessing my power, he joined us. Master Ping then remarked that their Elder Dang is truly exceptional. Meanwhile, Dr. Jiang was seen growing increasingly anxious about Lu Fan. Downstairs, her team was busy treating the wounded. Lu Fan, visibly frustrated, muttered that they were supposed to fight 18 opponents. He then asked how many they had defeated so far. Iron Head replied calmly that they had already taken down 17, only 1 remained. Just then, Fan Haotian launched a sudden surprise attack on Lu Fan from above. Just then, Judge moved swiftly and eliminated both Fan Haotian and his sword. Judge announced that with this, the battle was finally over. However, before they could catch their breath, another man stepped forward. He challenged Lu Fan directly, saying he was here to prove himself by defeating Lu Fan. But before he can attack Lu Fan, Iron Head stops him midway. Master Dang questioned why the number 1 genius of Red Fist School, Tian Min, was even there. He reminded him that according to his own words, his disciple was currently in seclusion, which meant Tian Min shouldn't have shown up in the first place. At that moment, Red Fist School's head, yelling in frustration, he scolded Tian Min, reminding him that he had forbidden him from coming in the first place. Tian was nowhere near Lu Fan's level and shouldn't have tried to challenge him. But Tian didn't listen. He repeatedly attacked Iron Head, who effortlessly dodged every strike. Lu Fan sighed in irritation, muttering that his time was being wasted again. Judge shouted from the sidelines, urging them to hurry up and finish off this trash. Tian shouted angrily, "Who are you calling trash?" But before he could do anything, Judge suddenly launched an attack on him. Iron Head quickly grabbed Tian and said, "Good thing I caught him, otherwise he would have fallen off the mountain." But while trying to catch Tian, his clothes got torn, leaving him humiliated. That moment became a permanent stain on his martial career, something he would never live down. Furious, Master Dang screamed at Lu Fan, accusing him of having the audacity to beat up everyone from their side. He warned that Lu Fan should realize that if all 9 schools and the 5 great factions joined forces, they could defeat him. Judge muttered sarcastically to his boss, questioning whether Master Dang had gone senile. He pointed out that first Dang had organized a pointless competition, and now that his fighters were being humiliated, he was spouting nonsense. It felt like they had been summoned here just to get beaten up. Lu Fan responded bluntly, saying, "This isn't your father's kingdom, we'll do whatever we please." He then encouraged his team to show everyone what they were truly capable of on the battlefield. Before engaging in another fight, Lu Fan addressed the crowd, "Before I beat you up, I want to ask something. You claim that anyone with internal strength is a martial artist, right? And you people were the ones who called me the biggest disgrace to martial arts. But the truth is, I don't even have internal strength, so if I'm not a martial artist, how can I be called the disgrace of martial arts?" Elder Dang stepped in, accusing Lu Fan of misleading everyone. He claimed that Lu Fan had stolen the snake fist technique from their Jingyi school and had even kidnapped one of their disciples. After committing so many crimes, how are you not a disgrace? Lu Fan snapped back, saying, "Your brain must be full of hay. There's no point talking to you. I'd rather speak with the sensible martial artists here." He then addressed the audience and posed a question. "Other than members of Jingyi school, did anyone actually see me steal their technique? If I really did, where's the evidence?" He continued, "Now they're saying I even kidnapped their female disciple. Fine, I'll bring her here in front of everyone so she can tell the truth. Who's right and who's wrong? The real issue is that Jingyi school can't handle their loss. They're just trying to fool you into ganging up on me." Elder Dang, still fuming, shouted, "You've said enough. Even now, you're lying. This just proves you have no intention of walking out of here alive. And don't talk to us about proof. In this world, the only truth people accept is the strength they see." Lu Fan smirked and replied, "Since you said that with your own mouth, remember, I will defeat you all in front of everyone. I'll show my strength, and when I'm beating you down, don't dare say I did anything wrong, because you're the ones who said that this world only respects the strong." Ilan, wearing a mask, quietly observed the entire situation unfold. Back at the scene, Lu Fan's words stirred chaos. The crowd began criticizing and cursing him. They couldn't believe someone so young could possibly defeat Master Dang. Just then, Master Dang stepped forward. Elder Dang declared that he would fight all 3 of them together so that they wouldn't later claim he had bullied them by challenging them one-on-one. However, Judge scoffed at this, saying that Elder Dang wasn't capable of fighting all 3 of them at once. He remarked that Elder Dang couldn't even match a single one of them in strength. If it weren't for this competition, Elder Dang would have never had the courage to stand before them. Judge challenged him to prove his worth. He suggested that if Elder Dang truly wanted to justify his victory in front of everyone, he should quickly call for reinforcements. Otherwise, people would say 3 fighters came and beat Elder Dang like a dog. Seeing the situation escalate, the other 2 school heads stepped forward as well. Lu Fan, excited by the development, said that things were finally getting interesting. It would now be a fair 3-on-3 fight. He volunteered to take on Elder Dang himself and asked his teammates to handle the other 2. Iron Head smirked and said he would see if head of the Red Fist school could match his Iron Fist today. With that, the 2 began their duel. Judge taunted the head of Eagle School, saying that he would sign his name on his shiny bald head, so the whole world would remember that he was defeated by Judge. As the fight between them broke out, Dr. Jian observed that Lu Fan's companions were incredibly powerful. She thought to herself that Lu Fan hadn't acted impulsively. He truly was capable of fighting at this level. As long as the Free faction didn't interfere, he had a real shot at winning. Head Jiang reassured her, saying not to worry, Lu Fan's strength was enough to defeat these old men. Meanwhile, the crowd began shouting at Elder Dang, demanding to know why he wasn't fighting yet. They urged him to show this brat his true power. Stepping forward, Elder Dang finally said, "Now you'll see what real Snake Fist is." As he prepared his Snake Fist technique, Lu Fan responded confidently, "Then see for yourself how powerful I really am." Both their attacks clashed, and then, in a flash, they vanished. Elder Dang shouted, claiming this proved Lu Fan had stolen their technique. He warned that this time, Lu Fan wouldn't be able to dodge his leopard fist, but Lu Fan simply asked, "Do you know the difference between you and me?" He explained that Elder Dang's leopard fist was old and weak, whereas the one Lu Fan had crafted was far more powerful and refined. Their attacks clashed once again, causing a massive explosion. As the dust cleared, Lu Fan's leopard stood tall while Elder Dang's was crushed beneath it. Frustrated and angry, Master Dang accused him of stealing not one, but both of their techniques. Lu Fan coldly replied that it seemed old age had dulled both his mind and his eyes. "Do you think every leopard fist technique in this world belongs to you? My technique is far superior, refined and modified beyond yours." Ilan, observing Lu Fan's performance, was stunned. She recalled how Lu Fan had defeated Elder Ping with a single move, and Elder Dang is nothing in front of him. She now felt sure that the hero in the robe who appeared that day was none other than Lu Fan himself. Suddenly, she remembered something embarrassing, how she had praised that mysterious rogue hero in front of Lu Fan. She blushed, wondering what he must have thought about her after that. Meanwhile, Lu Fan noticed Ilan and sent her a flying kiss, which made her even more flustered. Elder Dang, furious, shouted at him to focus on the fight and, unleashing his full strength, combined both of his techniques into a massive attack. But Lu Fan remained calm. He summoned an even more powerful leopard fist that instantly obliterated Elder Dang's combined attack. Elsewhere, Judge was also dominating his fight. The head of Eagle School couldn't even stand his ground. Eventually, all three friends defeated the three school heads. Everyone watching was left in utter shock. How could three young men pull off such an incredible feat? Ilan cheered with joy, announcing that Lu Fan had won. Dr. Jiang added that their victory was truly unbelievable. Those powerful school heads were now lying defeated on the ground. The spectators murmured in awe. These three weren't just fighters, they were geniuses of another level. They had defeated the heads of three major schools. Their power was beyond imagination. Someone remarked that in every era, only one king usually rises to the top, but in this martial era, three kings had appeared at once, each with a future too great to even predict. As everyone marveled at their abilities, a doubt began to grow in their minds. Why had the Jingyi sect wanted to eliminate such powerful individuals? Could it be that their true motive was to suppress anyone who posed a threat? Just then, Elder Dang began to put on an act. He said that just because someone was stronger didn't mean they could steal from others and get away with it. He called out to the powerful elder, pleading with them to protect their technique and eliminate Lu Fan once and for all. Lu Fan said firmly that just a while ago, the man had refused to provide any proof and tried to avoid the matter by talking about strength. But the moment Lu Fan revealed his own power, that same man suddenly started labeling him a villain. Judge, turning to the crowd, asked, "Why is no one among the disciples speaking up now? Weren't all of you acting so righteous a moment ago? Just look at your leader, look at what he's doing." Meanwhile, the disciples began requesting, "Elder Fu, please punish all three of them." But Elder Fu remained composed and replied, "This is a hero meeting. I have no authority here. I only came to Yancheng for one purpose, to find the second princess." He then looked directly at Lu Fan and stated, "Tell me where the second princess is, and I'll let you walk away." Lu Fan responded truthfully, "I honestly don't know where she is." Elder Fu's expression turned cold as he said, "Then you're in deep trouble." Without hesitation, Lu Fan turned to his allies and said, "Judge, Iron Head, step back. Elder Fu is extremely powerful. I'll handle him alone." The scene shifted to the battle arena, where tension filled the air. Everyone had assumed that Lu Fan and his friends would fight Elder Fu as a team, which is why so many people had bet in their favor. But now, seeing Lu Fan standing alone, the crowd began demanding refunds in frustration. Elder Fu stepped forward and sneered, "You plan to fight me alone? Don't be arrogant, call your teammates, or you'll be beaten badly." But Lu Fan replied without fear, "Instead of wasting your breath, why don't you just show me your strength?" Hearing this, Elder Fu moved forward and declared, "Then watch carefully, let me show you the power I possess." Watching from the sidelines, Elder Dang commented with a serious tone, "Our Elder Fu is already incredibly strong, and yet this foolish boy dares provoke him. He's practically inviting death." As Elder Fu launched his attack, Lu Fan swiftly dodged, combining his snake and leopard fist techniques to strike back at Elder Fu. Just then, the second princess rushed in and pleaded, "Elder, please don't hurt Brother Luo." Everyone present was shocked to see the second princess arrive. Lu Fan wondered why she had come. He was sure she wasn't supposed to be involved in this. The second princess firmly told Elder Fu not to attack. Elder Fu exclaimed, "You've returned, second princess?" Lu Fan was surprised by her loyalty and courage. He thought to himself that he hadn't expected her to stand up for him like this. Elder Fu respectfully greeted the second princess, but she ignored him and walked straight toward Lu Fan. The onlookers were stunned and whispered amongst themselves that even Fu Jincheng was showing this young girl great respect. What shocked them even more was when the second princess affectionately called Lu Fan her brother. People began to murmur in disbelief, wondering what their relationship really was, and whether they were in trouble now. The second princess asked if she had arrived too late. Lu Fan, amused, thought she had actually come quite early. He had hoped to learn some new combat techniques during this fight, but hadn't managed to learn anything at all. She then asked her elder to step back and not engage in a fight. Watching this unfold, Dr. Jiang teared up and said with relief, "Lu Fan is finally safe. He came prepared from the start. I was worrying for nothing." Elan, blushing, whispered to herself, "What is it about Lu Fan that makes all the girls, young and old, fall for him?" Meanwhile, the three schoolheads were in despair. They complained that since Elder Fu wasn't going to fight, their plan was ruined. They grumbled that the hero meeting had turned into a joke, and they were the ones who had ended up defeated. Suddenly, 3 students from Elder Dan's school collapsed in front of him. Upon examining their bodies, they noticed the mark of the skeleton abyss on them. Elder Dan, furious, demanded to know who dared to kill disciples from the Zingi school. Then, noticing the mark again, he muttered, "Skeleton abyss." Fear gripped everyone. A mysterious pollen began to spread, and panic ensued. Someone shouted that it wasn't just pollen, it was poison. A moment later, an elder from the skeleton abyss arrived with a group of followers. She announced loudly, "I heard there's a hero meeting happening, so I came to watch. But today, we're here to eliminate the trash from the Zingi school." The crowd gasped. Someone exclaimed that the skeleton abyss had disappeared 10 years ago. How could they return now? If they were truly back, they wouldn't spare anyone. Elder Fu tried to calm everyone. He explained that the skeleton abyss once had the legendary 13 pink devils, who were immensely powerful. But after the last Great War, most of them were injured, and only one original member remains. Then he turned to the woman leading the group and asked, "Do you remember me, Yin? Or did you forget me after getting beaten 10 years ago?" Yin glared at him and said, "Fu Jincheng, how could I forget? Your righteous sect destroyed the 13 pink devils. I'm here to avenge my sisters." She then smirked and added, "And look who we have here, your precious second princess. What an extraordinary physique she has. If I take her back and train her in the skeleton abyss, she could become a true demoness of the martial world." The second princess was alarmed. She thought to herself that if she was taken away, her sect would be completely humiliated. Turning to Lu Fan, she said nervously, "Brother, she's threatening me." Lu Fan reassured her, saying, "Don't worry, your brother is here. No one will lay a hand on you." Elder Fu was enraged and shouted, "How dare you insult our second princess? Last time, my master destroyed you, and this time, I will finish the job myself." Yin responded confidently, "I admit we are not the original 13 pink devils, but your master isn't here either, is he? Defeating someone like you will be far too easy." As soon as Elder Fu was surrounded, the group advanced to attack him. While the intense battle continued, Lu Fan commented on the explosions, saying Elder Fu was truly remarkable in combat. He pointed out that Elder Fu had successfully pushed back their opponent's disciple. However, the second princess offered a different perspective, saying, "They aren't trying to fight him, they're trying to poison him." She explained that the group was using a powerful technique known as pink skeleton, a technique so fearsome that even the most powerful cultivators were terrified of it. Dr. Jiang, clearly alarmed, confirmed that the enemies were indeed using the pink skeleton technique. Head Jiang added that when multiple powers are combined into a single poison, it becomes what's known as pink skeleton. Meanwhile, Elder Fu tried to dodge the incoming attacks, but Yin managed to stab him. As the poison spread, Elder Fu thought to himself that only Lu Fan could protect the princess now. Yin, confident in her victory, declared that Elder Fu had lost and asked the crowd who dared to challenge her now. Although many disciples stood in anger, none had the courage to step forward. She mocked them, saying that the so-called heroes at the meeting lacked any real bravery. Lu Fan, hearing this, stepped onto the stage and boldly declared, "If no hero has the courage, then the villain of this hero meeting will challenge you." His unexpected move shocked everyone present. Yin remarked to her sister that Lu Fan was becoming arrogant, and suggested they show him why they were known as the 13 Pink Devils. As she spoke, all the girls began throwing poison at Lu Fan. Dr. Jiang warned Lu Fan to be extremely cautious, explaining that the powder being used was highly poisonous. Without hesitation, Lu Fan charged forward and delivered a powerful punch to one girl, then quickly knocked out another. He taunted them, saying, "There were 13 pink devils, now you're down to 11. If anyone else wants to try taking me down, come quickly," because Devil Luo is back on the battlefield. Seeing his overwhelming power, Yin grew visibly nervous. Meanwhile, Iron Heen and Judge cheered with excitement, exclaiming that their captain had returned. Judge noted that Lu Fan had been holding back all this time, but was now revealing his true strength. It was explained that Devil Luo wasn't feared solely for his power, but also because of his brutal battle instincts and reputation as a formidable king. Both admitted that the remaining pink devils didn't stand a chance against him. Yin, furious and desperate, screamed for them to kill Lu Fan. The girls resumed their attack, surrounding him and launching another wave of poison. They even activated their ultimate technique, the pink skeleton. But Lu Fan shattered their skeleton formation with a single punch. More girls tried to attack him, but with one explosive strike, he threw 4 of them back. Then, one by one, he began defeating all of them. When the smoke finally cleared, Lu Fan stood alone, victorious. Every girl had been defeated. Ian asked in disbelief, "Who are you?" Lu Fan responded with calm authority, "Time may change, but the name Lu Fan never does. I've made enemies today, but I will be the one to bring down your evil school." Furious, Ian swore that even if she died, she'd take him down with her. With that, she hurled a poison bomb at Lu Fan. The explosion released a massive cloud of poisonous gas. As she fled, Ian shouted, "Wait for me, Lu Fan. I'll be back soon." Meanwhile, Lu Fan turned and told the others to protect the second princess. Elder Fu, regaining consciousness and looking around, realized she was nowhere to be seen. Just as he was about to order a search, the second princess called out, saying she was safe. Lu Fan then casually mentioned he had forgotten that both the judge and Iron Head were present, ensuring no one would dare cause trouble. Elder Fu bowed his head and apologized sincerely, saying, "Lu Fan, forgive me. I trusted baseless rumors and attacked you. I hope you can pardon this old man's foolishness." Lu Fan replied, "It's alright, though there was misunderstanding between us. Our goals are the same, to fight evil." Everyone was stunned to witness Elder Fu bowing to Lu Fan. They acknowledged that Lu Fan had single-handedly defeated the 13 pink devils. If he hadn't been there, they would all be dead. He hadn't just fought, he had completely destroyed them. They realized Lu Fan wasn't a villain, but a true hero. The crowd erupted in cheers for Lu Fan. The girls who already admired him now adored him even more. All the disciples bowed respectfully to Lu Fan and his companions. Elder Fu, now filled with admiration, thanked Lu Fan, saying, "You and your friends are true heroes. Thank you for defeating the skeleton abyss." Lu Fan humbly responded, "I just hope that now, no one on the righteous side will misuse their power again. Isn't that right, head of the Zingi School?" The Zingi School's head stepped forward, admitting their misunderstanding. "Please forgive us. We'll never again misuse our influence." Elder Dan thought to himself, "Thank goodness Lu Fan is a good person. With the power he possesses, he could have destroyed us all if he wanted to." Elder Fu turned to his disciples and instructed them to take the second princess back and keep a close eye on every move made by the skeleton abyss. The second princess protested, saying she didn't want to leave. At that moment, Lu Fan interjected and told Elder Fu that now that everything was settled between them, perhaps they could all have dinner together. Elder Fu agreed warmly, saying he would be delighted to dine with them. The scene transitioned to the Ying's hotel, where a celebration was being held in honor of Lu Fan's return. Ying had organized a party, and everyone was toasting to Lu Fan's victory. Lu Fan thanked everyone sincerely for their support. Meanwhile, Head Jiang remarked that he had always known their leader wasn't an ordinary person. While others used to mock their school as the weakest, things had changed ever since Lu Fan became their head. Dr. Jiang chimed in, saying Lu Fan had done an outstanding job today. Elan added that he had become quite famous now. Both Elan and Dr. Jiang exchanged glances as they looked toward Lu Fan. Lu Fan smiled and said he was happy he could follow through on his words. As Dr. Jiang served him, she suggested they talk a little about the medical school. Elan agreed and questioned just how much of his strength Lu Fan had been hiding all along. Meanwhile, a silent rivalry began brewing between two girls, creating a subtle tension. Caught in the middle, Lu Fan tried to excuse himself when the second princess called out to him. He told the others he would be back in a moment. Elan frowned, muttering that he had escaped again using another excuse. Later, Lu Fan asked Elder Fu if he would like to share a drink. Elder Fu responded with surprise, grateful that Lu Fan had forgiven him so quickly. He said it meant a lot. While they were drinking, the second princess used the opportunity to slip away. After chatting for a while, Elder Fu reflected on how impressive the three boys were. He thought that if they had them on their side, their future would be very bright. Suddenly, he looked around and asked where the second princess had gone. Lu Fan asked if something was wrong. Elder Fu responded with concern. The second princess had disappeared. Everyone immediately began searching for her. After some time, they reported back that she was nowhere to be found. Elder Fu ordered every available person to be deployed, and even suggested hiring more help if needed. Lu Fan asked if he could assist in the search. Elder Fu nodded and said it was very important to find her. Lu Fan chuckled and said that if he found her, he would definitely inform them. Later, Lu Fan went to Judge and instructed them to keep an eye on the Free faction and make sure they didn't reach his apartment. He thought to himself that he needed to deal with the child soon. Meanwhile, members of the Song family greeted Lu Fan respectfully as they left. Head Jiang mentioned that the reappearance of Skeleton Abyss was a serious issue, and that he would need to return to headquarters to report everything. He told Lu Fan to take care, warning that the enemy could come for revenge at any time. Lu Fan promised he would stay alert. Elan told him that the results from the Wan Yuan court would be out soon, and she would inform him as soon as they arrived. Lu Fan silently panicked, thinking that he had intentionally done poorly on the test. He realized Elan would find out soon, and when she did, she would definitely kill him. Elan's father stepped forward and told Lu Fan that if he ever needed help, they would be staying at Miss Zhang's pharmacy for a few days and could come assist anytime. Uncle Qian thought privately that Lu Fan was the perfect candidate to be their son-in-law. Anne had the same thought. She was determined to pair Elan with Lu Fan no matter what. Lu Fan, puzzled by their sudden sweetness toward him, grew suspicious. Something didn't feel right. It was too good to be true. Elsewhere, Brother Song was speaking on the phone with Ji-yun. She said their plan had worked. They had gotten Lu Fan drunk. Now it was Ji-yun's turn to do her part. Pulling out a love potion, Ji-yun declared that from now on, Lu Fan belonged to her. No other girl would be able to claim him after tonight. Half an hour later, Lu Fan arrived at his house. Song, watching from a distance, smiled as she saw him finally come home. She secretly slipped the love potion into a glass. As Lu Fan entered his home, he noticed Song. She told him she had heard about what he did during the hero meeting, and that he had done an incredible job. Beaming, Lu Fan thanked her, complimenting her on her outfit. He asked if there was something special going on. Song replied coyly that she was just heading to bed and assumed he must be tired. She figured he might be thirsty, so she offered him the glass containing the love potion. Just as Lu Fan was about to drink it, there was a knock at the door. He looked up and muttered, "That must be the second princess." Song was thinking to herself, "Who is this girl who just barged in and ruined all of my plans?" Lu Fan said aloud, "The second princess is here." As the gate opened, the second princess stepped in and announced confidently, "Look, I've arrived here without anyone even noticing." Song watched silently, recognizing her. "So, this is the second princess of the Free Faction?" Lu Fan asked. "So, you were hiding in Miss Jun's house? After talking to me, you just went back there again? As long as you stay there, no one will be able to find you." Just as Lu Fan reached out for some water, Song quickly stopped him. "You can't drink this." Lu Fan looked confused and replied, "It's just water. What's wrong with drinking water?" Song explained, "This water has been left open for too long. It's not safe anymore. I'll get you a fresh glass." Lu Fan started wondering, why is she acting so strangely? Then, the second princess addressed Lu Fan, "Brother, I came here to talk to you about my sister." Song was watching silently, thinking, once she leaves, I'll go back to using this water. Lu Fan turned to her and asked, "All right, tell me what you need. But how are you going to find your sister if you're stuck here?" The second princess replied thoughtfully, "Because of Elder Fu. I can't go outside myself, and there are very few people here whom I can truly trust." "You're one of them?" Lu Fan asked. "But how would I even recognize her? I've never seen her before and I don't even know her name." She replied, "Her name is Lu Mei, and she has a red birthmark just below her collarbone." Lu Fan paused, thinking aloud, "Lu Mei, I do know a girl named Lu Mei." The second princess quickly asked, "Does she have that birthmark?" Lu Fan shook his head. "I have no idea about any birthmark, but a princess from the Free Faction should be noble and refined. The Lu Mei I know is very pretty, but she's not very smart. I'm certain she can't be your sister." Sneezing, Lu Mei said, "Who's talking about me?" The scene shifted to Wei Wei's house. Lu Mei looked at Wei Wei, concerned. "You seem upset. What's wrong? Did Lu Fan not come to school today? Are you worried about him?" Wei Wei shook her head. "No, it's not that. Dad said some very important guests are coming today. I was just wondering who they might be." They both looked toward the entrance, and to their surprise, the guest turned out to be none other than Jiang Jia. Wei Wei asked, "Who is this girl? I've never seen her before." Lu Mei told her. Wei Wei, wait a second. Wei Wei asked, "What happened?" Lu Mei whispered, "That girl, she is from evil school. I sensed her breath. It won't be safe for you to stay near her." Meanwhile, back with Lu Fan and the second princess, Lu Fan had asked her everything he needed to know about her sister. He reassured her, "As soon as I find out anything, I'll let you know immediately." Song was thinking to herself, how long is this girl going to keep talking to Lu Fan? My grandma's 100th birthday is coming up, and if I manage to win Lu Fan over before then, that would be perfect. Grandma's definitely going to pressure me into getting married, and I'm certain there's no better candidate than Lu Fan. After all, he's the head of the ancient medicine school, and his future is incredibly bright. Song interrupted, "Lu Fan, it's getting late. You should ask this kid to go to bed now." Lu Fan nodded. "All right, I'll take her back to Miss Jun's house." But the second princess protested. "No, I want to stay at brother's house tonight." Lu Fan hesitated but eventually gave in to her stubbornness, and allowed her to stay the night. Song sighed, thinking to herself, if she stays here, how am I supposed to carry out my plans? The second princess smirked at Song, knowing she had ruined her scheme. She thought proudly, "She came here to trap my brother, but as long as I'm here, no one can lay a finger on him." Song, now visibly annoyed, thought, how can such a young girl be this cunning? Meanwhile, Wei Wei and Lu Mei arrived at Uncle Zhang's place. Wei Wei asked her father, "Dad, who exactly was that girl?" Lu Mei asked earnestly, "Uncle, who was that girl, and where did she come from?" Uncle Zhang explained, "That girl is the daughter of Jiang Zhongtian. He saved my life many years ago. I made a promise to him back then, and now, I'm fulfilling it." Wei Wei, confused, asked, "What kind of promise, Dad?" Lu Mei, deep in thought, wondered if that girl was really Jiang Zhongqian's daughter. Uncle Zhang continued, "Her father wants to accept you as his disciple." Shocked, Lu Mei protested, "Uncle Zhang, you can't do this. It seems like you don't know anything about Jiang Zhongqian. If you did, you'd never make this decision." She then revealed the terrifying truth. Jiang Zhongqian practices evil techniques. He steals the life force of young girls by absorbing their vital energy. He recruits them as female disciples, only to use their bodies to enhance his own cultivation. None of the girls who fell into his trap survived for more than a year. Wei Wei was horrified. "Is Jiang Zhongqian really that evil?" Lu Mei replied. He knew Uncle Zhang wasn't a martial artist. That's why he tried to trap him, and unfortunately, he almost succeeded. Overwhelmed with guilt, Uncle Zhang turned to Wei Wei and said, "My child, forgive me. I nearly sent you to your death, but now that I know the truth, I'll protect you no matter what." Wei Wei asked, "But Dad, he is a martial artist, right? What if Jiang Zhongqian comes here to fight?" Uncle Zhang responded, "I'll arrange for extra security." Lu Mei shook her head. "It won't work, Uncle. One of Jiang Zhongqian's fighters could take down your entire security team. They can't handle someone like him. That's why I'll protect Wei Wei myself." Uncle Zhang questioned, "But how will you do that? You only know a bit of martial arts. How will you protect her? I've always considered you like my own daughter. How can I sacrifice one daughter to protect another?" Lu Mei took a deep breath and said, "Uncle, there's a truth I've hidden from you all for a long time. You all know me as a homeless girl whom Wei Wei helped 7 years ago, and I've lived with your family ever since. But the truth is, I'm the first princess of the Free Faction, one of the 5 great martial arts sects. My real name is Princess Lu Mei." Upon hearing this, both Wei Wei and Uncle Zhang were left speechless. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was walking through the school, wondering, where should I start looking for Lu Mei, the first princess of Free Faction? Just then, Elan ran up to him, excited. "I've got amazing news for you." Lu Fan asked curiously, "What kind of news could make you this happy?" Elan grinned. "You passed the test for the Wan Yuan court, along with the others. All 3 of you will be issued orange access cards." Lu Fan blinked in disbelief. "They actually let me pass. I thought my performance was awful." He wondered silently, "How did I manage to pass with such a poor performance?" Elan punched his shoulder playfully. "What's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to say my parents are not capable enough to pass?" Lu Feng stammered. "No, you're misunderstanding me. I thought I'd fail for sure, so passing is honestly a surprise." Elan smiled. "Come to the branch office by 7 p.m. today. Our chief executive wants to meet you in person." As she walked away, Lu Fan thought to himself, "I'm sorry, Elan. I'm planning to disappear soon. According to the rules, if someone doesn't report in within 3 days of passing the test, they're expelled. That's exactly what I'm going to do." He looked around the school. Lu Mei and Wei Wei didn't show up today. What could have happened? Back at home, Lu Mei warned Wei Wei, "It's not safe for you or your parents to stay here anymore. Come with me to my sect. You'll be safe there." Wei Wei hesitated. "But didn't you run away from that sect as a child because you hated living there? Then what's the point of going back after all these years? Besides, my dad can't just abandon his company." Lu Mei replied firmly, "Staying here means inviting death. You have to understand, Skeleton Abyss is incredibly dangerous. As for me, I know how to escape the Free Faction. I did it once, years ago. I can do it again." While they were still talking, Wei Wei's phone rang. It was Lu Fan. "Wei Wei, why didn't you and Lu Mei come to school today? You didn't even submit a leave application." Wei Wei answered, "We're in trouble. A girl from the evil faction named Jiang Jia came to our house. She wants to take me away." Lu Mei quickly interjected, "Don't tell him everything. He won't understand anything about evil sects or the martial world." But Lu Fan had overheard enough. "Wait, Jiang Jia? Are you talking about Jiang Jia from Skeleton Abyss?" Wei Wei confirmed, "Yes, that's exactly who we're talking about." Lu Mei looked at him in disbelief. "How do you know about Skeleton Abyss?" Lu Fan replied, "It's a long story. I'll come over and explain everything in person. Stay where you are, I'm on my way." He hung up and thought to himself, how did Wei Wei get tangled up with Skeleton Abyss? No matter how wealthy she is, she's still just an ordinary person. Getting involved in martial world, it's dangerous beyond imagination. The scene shifts to Skeleton Abyss, where Jiang Jia was making a call. She seemed frustrated and said, "Why isn't Zhang Hetian picking up my call? Something definitely feels off." Turning to the group, she added that some of them should accompany her to the Zhang family estate. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to Lu Fan, who had just arrived at Wei Wei's house. Concerned, he asked her why there was unusually heavy security stationed around her home. Wei Wei then explained everything to Lu Fan. In response, he reassured her confidently, saying that as long as he was around, neither Skeleton Abyss nor anyone else could harm her or her family. Wei Wei admitted that after hearing his words, she felt much calmer. She recalled how terrified she had been when she first heard the truth from Lu Mei's mouth. On the other hand, Lu Mei was lost in thought. She realized that while she wanted to protect Wei Wei couldn't bear to see her struggle and didn't trust her enough to believe she could handle everything on her own. Instead, Wei Wei placed unwavering trust in Lu Fan, sharing all her problems with him because she believed he could protect her from anything. Lu Fan then asked Lu Mei how she knew about the situation. Lu Mei bluntly said she wouldn't tell. Wei Wei, trying to ease the tension, chimed in, explaining that Lu Mei was a very secretive person. She revealed that Lu Mei used to be the first princess of the Free faction. Lu Mei, visibly annoyed, reminded Wei Wei that she had asked her to keep it a secret. Wei Wei defended herself, saying, "But you never told me not to tell Lu Fan." Lu Mei countered, "A secret is a secret, whether it's from Lu Fan or anyone else." Shocked, Lu Fan asked, "You belong to the Free faction?" Wei Wei nodded and added, "I've known Lu Mei for 7 years, and even I found out about this today." Lu Mei then turned to Wei Wei and pleaded, "Please, do me a favor and never bring up this matter again." Switching the topic, Lu Fan pointed out, "Lu Mei, what happened to the birthmark below your collarbone?" Right-hated, Lu Mei asked, "How do you know about that?" Luo Feng teased, "I guess it's far enough below your collarbone that I couldn't see it." Embarrassed and angry, Lu Mei slapped him and snapped, "If you know about it, that means you must have seen it at some point. Tell me, when exactly were you staring at me?" Wei Wei stepped in, saying, "Lu Fan is a good guy, he would never stare at you like that." In the midst of all the banter, Lu Mei accidentally fell onto Lu Fan. As he caught a glimpse of the birthmark, he muttered to himself, "That girl misled me. It's not below the collarbone, it's above her basketball." Lu Mei, blushing, called him a pervert. Lu Fan quickly defended himself, "I wasn't staring at you. I was just trying to confirm whether you're the girl from the photo." Wei Wei, looking at the photo, asked, "Lu Mei, isn't this a picture of you as a child?" Shocked, Lu Fan said, "I can't believe it. She's really the first princess." Lu Mei, still stunned, demanded, "Where did you get that photo? Who told you to keep an eye on me?" Lu Fan replied, "There's a 12-year-old girl who ran away from home, just to look for you." Wei Wei was completely confused. What is even going on right now? Lu Mei, growing emotional, revealed, "That girl is no one else but my little sister." She then remembered a scene from her childhood. When she was leaving home, her younger sister had promised that she would find her one day. Surprised, Wei Wei said, "Lu Mei has a younger sister too." She turned to Lu Fan and said she wanted to meet her. Lu Fan nodded and said, "All right, come with me. I'll take you to her." Soon after, they arrived at Lu Fan's house. As he opened the gate, a young girl, Lu Mei's sister, ran up and greeted him. "Brother Lu, did school end early today?" Lu Fan smiled and said, "I've got a big surprise for you today." Wei Wei looked at the girl and exclaimed, "She looks exactly like a younger version of Lu Mei." Overwhelmed with emotion, Lu Mei said, "Jiling, you've grown so much." Jiling ran up to her, crying, and hugged her tightly. "Sister, I finally found you. Please, don't ever leave me again." Lu Mei hugged her back and said tearfully, "Forgive me, Jiling, this was all my fault." Watching them, Lu Fan reflected, "I must admit, the bond between these sisters is something special." They hadn't seen each other for years, and yet they remembered, and loved each other like no time had passed. Just then, the scene cuts to the Zhang family estate. Skeleton Abyss's men had slaughtered all the bodyguards. Zhang Etian said, "Jiang Jia, listen to me carefully, Wei Wei isn't home right now." Jiang Jia snapped, "Don't try to fool me, just tell me, where's Wei Wei right now?" Scene shifted to another location where Lu Mei said sincerely, "Lu Fan, thank you so much for taking care of my little sister." Jiling also added gratefully, "Yes, thank you, brother, for looking after my elder sister." Lu Fan responded casually, "There's no need to thank me. Anyway, if you've noticed, the Free faction is still searching for Jiling. Now that you two are together, you need to be extra careful." Jiling remarked thoughtfully, "You know, sister, brother Lu Fan is incredibly powerful. He's even stronger than our elder Fu." Lu Mei asked in surprise, "Wait, does Lu Fan have any special status?" Jiling nodded and began explaining, "There was a hero meeting. Lu Fan attended it, and with his allies, he defeated everyone. Even when a massive attack occurred, he protected everyone there. After that, he became the true hero of the hero meeting." Lu Mei, now shocked, exclaimed, "Hero meeting? And the 13 Pink Devil were involved too? What is going on? How come I've never heard about this?" Jiling continued, "You know the people from the Jingyi sect were chasing Lu Fan? After that, many things happened." Jiling went on to explain everything in detail. Lu Mei, now fully shocked, said, "Lu Fan, you're really that strong?" Wei Wei added with a proud smile, "I already knew it. Our Lu Fan is truly incredible." Lu Mei pressed further, "Tell me quickly, who exactly are you?" Lu Fan chuckled and replied, "I'm just a handsome, ordinary high schooler, with a little bit of power, so, tell me, do you like me?" Lu Mei responded irritably, "If you don't want to tell the truth, fine, but at least don't joke around." Meanwhile, Lu Mei thought to herself, "I've never heard of such a young and talented guy before. Lu Fan's background must be extraordinary, even beyond our expectations." Jilin chimed in teasingly, "Sister, when brother Lu Fan first told me about you, he said you had some big basketballs, but a tiny brain. That's why you can't be the first princess of the free faction." Hearing that, Wei Wei burst into laughter. Lu Mei angrily shouted, "That jerk! How dare he say such nonsense about me?" Suddenly, a phone call comes in on Wei Wei's phone. It's from Zhang Hetian. She answers, but to her shock, it's Jiang Jie speaking. Wei Wei asked anxiously, "Where's my dad? Why are you speaking?" Lu Fan and Lu Mei, now alert, asked her, "What happened?" Jiang Jie replied over the phone, "Right now, I'm sitting at your house, chatting with your mom and dad. If you want to see them safe, come home immediately." Lu Fan clenched his fist, thinking, so that wretched Jiang Jie has already reached the Zhang family. Wei Wei, now trembling, pleaded, "Please, don't do anything to my mom and dad." Jiang Jie replied coldly, "That depends on how quickly you get here." Wei Wei dropped to her knees and begged, "My parents are in danger. I don't know how to protect them. Lu Fan, can you help me?" Lu Fan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and said, "Leave this to me. I promise you, those skeleton abyss people will be beaten so badly that they won't dare to return to the Zhang family ever again." Scene shifts to the Wan Yuan court. Elan and her father were waiting, trying to reach Lu Fan by phone. Elan's father asked, "Didn't you tell Lu Fan the time to come?" Elan replied, "I did. I don't know why he's not answering his phone." Inside, the court in charge, Dong Fang, was waiting personally with an orange card, something he never did for newcomers. Nearby people whispered, "Dong Fang never gives special treatment to new recruits. This guy is already an hour late. Who has the guts to keep Dong Fang waiting?" Elan spoke up, "Lu Fan never does anything without a reason. If he didn't show up, that means he's deliberately staying away." Dong Fang sighed, "Looks like our third newcomer of the day isn't coming. No point in waiting anymore. You all can leave." As he thought to himself, "I knew this would happen. The guy was part of the Inferno Warrior faction, and he performed the worst test our branch has ever recorded. Even a 5-year-old would have done better. He came just to fail, so how could he possibly show up now?" Elan stood up and said earnestly, "Master Dong Fang, I apologize. I will personally bring Lu Fan here within 3 days." But Dong Feng calmly replied, "There's no need to force him. The rules and regulations of our Wan Yuan court don't apply to someone like Lu Fan. He can take as much time as he wants." Elan sincerely thanked Master Dong Feng for giving Lu Fan another chance. Internally, Dong Feng reflected, "Lu Fan is a hero. For a hero like him, I'd wait not just a day, but an entire year." The scene then shifts to the Zhang family's residence, where Zhang Hetian and his wife had been captured. Zhang, filled with rage, shouted, "I don't care what your reasons are, I won't hand my daughter over to the demons." Jiang Jie sneered and asked, "How do you even know who we are?" Zhang glared at her and said, "You think I don't know what Jiang Zhongtian plans to do to my daughter? I'm not sending her off to die with you." Jiang Jie, pressing Zhang's throat in frustration, snapped back, "You can't stop us." Just then, Lu Fan arrived and cut in confidently, "Maybe he can't stop you, but I can." Jiang Jie turned, startled, "Who the hell are you?" With a composed voice, Lu Fan replied, "My name is the Evil Blade, Zhang Tuesday." Jiang Jie was shocked. "What, Evil Blade?" The scene flashes back to 30 minutes earlier. Lu Fan, now wearing a cloak and mask, stood ready. Lu Mei looked at him and commented, "You look way scarier than even the skeleton abyss guys." Lu Fan explained, "I made sure Jiang Jie wouldn't recognize me. I've had major conflicts with the skeleton abyss. If they find out I know you, it could bring trouble for everyone." He added that he wouldn't even reveal his full strength in front of Wei Wei's parents to maintain secrecy. Wei Wei assured him, "Don't worry, Lu Fan. I'll keep your identity a secret from mom and dad." Internally, Lu Fan smiled. Keeping this identity hidden is more important than they realize. Meanwhile, Zhiling emphasized how important choosing the right name would be. "To fool them, you need a powerful name," Lu Fan asked. "I'm not sure which names are famous in the martial world, but whatever name you give me, make sure the surname is Zhang. That'll help me pretend I'm a member of the Zhang family." Second princess chimed in, "There's one well-known name, Evil Blade Zhang too." Lu Fan nodded, "Thanks. I'll go now." "Wei Wei, I promise I'll bring your parents back safely." Wei Wei thought to herself, "Lu Fan always does so much for me." Lu Mei, trying to remember, said, "That name, Evil Blade Zhang too. It sounds familiar, but I can't place it." The second princess added, "Sister, Zhang Tu is the elder from Hell Abyss. I've heard he's an incredibly powerful evil cultivator." Lu Mei was shocked. "Wait, you gave Lu Fan the name of a powerful evil martial artist? One from the 7 evil schools?" Wei Wei pointed out, "But Skeleton Abyss is also an evil school, right? So why would members of the same faction be fighting each other? That doesn't even make sense." Zhiling admitted, "I'm sorry. I completely forgot about that." Lu Mei quietly hoped, "I just pray everything turns out okay." Jiang Jie glared and asked, "Evil Blade Zhang too, what are you doing here?" Lu Fan snapped, "Even your father wouldn't dare utter my name, yet you do, openly. Seems like your Skeleton Abyss doesn't care whether it survives or not." The Skeleton Abyss members moved forward, growling, How dare you speak to us that way? But before they could act, Lu Fan cut them all down effortlessly and advanced toward Jiang Jia. The moment his attack struck near her, Jiang Jia realized just how powerful he really was. He's no imposter, he is Zhang Tu. Before he could attack again, Jiang Jia pleaded, "Please, Mr. Zhang Tu, show some mercy. I'm Jiang Zhongtian's daughter, from Skeleton Abyss. Please spare me." Lu Fan thought, people only use their father's name when they're desperate. Does this Jiang Zhongtian know who this evil blade Zhang Tu is? Probably not. Oh well, I'll just keep acting. He then roared, "How dare you lay a hand on my relatives?" Uncle Zhang, nearby, was stunned. When did our relatives get so powerful? Jiang Jia begged, "Forgive me. I didn't know they were related to you. My father once saved your relative's life. Please spare me in return." She was thinking, I heard Zhang Tu has no one in this world, so how does he even have relatives? Regardless, this guy is clearly far more powerful than us. I can't afford to offend him. Lu Fan pressed a blade to her throat and growled, "Should I spare you just because of your father? Is he even qualified enough to have his name used this way?" Trembling, Jiang Jia whispered, "Please, forgive me." Lu Fan silently observed her terror, and continued to act the part. Lu Fan was deep in thought, wondering what kind of mess Zhiling had gotten him into. What kind of background does this Zhang Tu guy have? Jiang Jia's father knows this man, Zhang Tu, and Jiang Jia also knows just how powerful he truly is. Still, I can't kill her, not in front of uncle and aunt, that would be too much. Then, turning to Jiang Jia, he kicked her and warned coldly, "From today onward, don't ever step foot in the Zhang family's house again. If you do, I don't even know how many pieces I might break you into." All the men from the Skeleton Abyss dropped to their knees and gratefully said, "Thank you for sparing us." After escorting everyone out, Lu Fan began to unlock the chains on Zhang Hetian. Zhang Hetian asked respectfully, "Senior, may I know your name?" As he removed his mask, Lu Fan replied, "Uncle, it's me." Meanwhile, Wei Wei returned to her parents, and Zhiling revealed to Lu Fan who Zhang Tu actually was. Shocked, Lu Fan asked, "Wait, you seriously give me the name of one of the most powerful elders of the Hell Abyss?" Lu Mei nodded and replied, "Yes, and it's actually a good thing your identity wasn't exposed." Lu Fan then thought to himself, if Zhang Tu ever speaks to Jiang Zhongtian, my true identity will definitely be revealed. Now I understand why Jiang Jia looked so terrified the moment he heard my name. Zhiling tried to reassure him, saying, "Brother, you really don't need to worry. It's possible Zhang Tu died during the battle 10 years ago. He was severely injured back then." Lu Mei added, "But no one ever found his body. There's a chance he survived, and had a breakthrough, making him even more powerful." Lu Fan grew tense. If that's true, then he might be a major threat to me in the future. Just then, uncle and aunt approached him again, and thanked him sincerely. Lu Fan responded with humility, "Please, don't keep thanking me. It makes me feel small. I didn't do anything special. I simply fulfilled my responsibility." Zhang Hetian smiled and said, "Honestly, with you around, I never feel worried." Lu Fan shared, "A few days ago, I learned a new skill. I'm glad it helped you." Wei Wei's mom stepped in and said gratefully, "Lu Fan has done us a huge favor today." Turning to Wei Wei, she asked, "You know how to return a favor, right?" Hearing that, Wei Wei blushed shyly. When Lu Fan stepped outside, he noticed that he had missed 50 calls from Elan. "Great, I've helped solve everyone else's problems, but now I've landed in trouble myself." Meanwhile, Jiang Jia was walking out, muttering, "Our luck really is awful. Who would have thought that Zhang Hetian is actually related to evil blade Zhang Tu?" One of Jiang Jia's subordinates asked, "What should we do now?" Irritated, Jiang Jia snapped, "We need to leave Yanqing immediately. I've heard that evil blade is extremely dangerous. He was in a good mood today, which is probably why he let us go. Otherwise, we'd be dead. We need to return to headquarters as soon as possible, and protect ourselves." Back to Lu Fan, he suddenly found himself face to face with a furious Elan. She stormed toward him, grabbed his collar, and yelled, "Do you know I waited 3 whole hours for you yesterday? Where were you? Why didn't you answer my calls?" Lu Fan explained, "I lost my phone, and something came up unexpectedly. That's why I couldn't make it." Elan crossed her arms, "Be glad I believe you. You're lucky. Master Dong Fan removed all the rules and restrictions for your entry. You can now join whenever you want." Lu Fan asked, "But why would he do that for me?" Elan replied, "Maybe it's because of your performance at the hero meeting. You were incredible." But Lu Fan wasn't convinced. There must be more to this. Perhaps Dong Fan discovered something about me. Then Elan asked directly, "So, where are you planning to join?" Lu Fan looked serious. "Elan, to tell you the truth, I don't intend to join the Wan Yuan court at all." She was stunned. "What? Why not?" Lu Fan continued, "The court might seem like heaven to you, but for me, it's hell. There are extremely dangerous enemies hidden inside. I can't tell you everything, but trust me, Wan Yuan court is a dangerous place." Elan was shaken. Lu Fan never acts this serious. Then she stepped closer and said, "Lu Fan, listen, I don't care who your enemies are, I'll always be on your side. She placed her hand on his shoulder, and then punched him hard. "You could have told me all this yesterday. I waited 3 hours because of you." Lu Fan winced and thought, man, this girl is really something else. Later, when Lu Fan arrived at his hotel, he was greeted by the Song brothers. "Brother Lu, our grandma's 100th birthday is coming soon, and we promised she'd see all of us together that day. But now that we're asking Ji-eun to come back with us, she's refusing. You're one of her closest friends, right? Can you help convince her?" Lu Fan replied, "I can try." The Song brother nodded. "Great, then I'll wait for you at the school gate tomorrow." Meanwhile, Song herself was scheming about how to trap Lu Fan through her love potion. Later, she asked Lu Fan, "So where's the girl? Did you send her back?" Lu Fan replied, "Yeah, she's staying with her sister now. Actually, I needed to talk to you. Your brothers want me to convince you to come to your grandma's birthday." Song sighed. "I'm not going, but could you help me deal with them? I have some really important matters to take care of." Lu Fan asked, "What important work could it possibly be?" Song replied that if her task succeeded, she could happily return home. Lu Fan nodded and said he would make up an excuse tomorrow. He then took the potion-infused water and returned to his room. Meanwhile, Song watched him go and wondered whether she should follow him into his room. She also thought about all the possible outcomes in the future. Song muttered to herself that one thing was certain: Lu Fan wouldn't be able to escape from her hands. Inside his room, Lu Fan looked at a photo of his friend and said he would soon uncover information about 3 sect and learn the bone regeneration technique to revive her. Then, he drank the potion-infused water and sat down to cultivate. Soon after, he began to feel a strange energy surging in his abdomen. Lu Fan realized that this must be the internal energy of a martial artist. He had only ever heard of it before, but now, for the first time, he could actually feel it. Outside, Song tried to check if Lu Fan had drunk the water, but just as she approached, she was pushed back by a powerful shockwave from within the room. She gasped, wondering what kind of powerful impact it had been. Lu Fan called out, asking why she was standing outside his room. Song nervously made up an excuse, and checked again to see if he had drunk the water. She saw that the glass was indeed empty, but Lu Fan didn't seem affected at all. He simply told her to go get some rest, and returned to his room. Song thought to herself, is this guy immune to drugs? Even such a potent love potion had no effect on him. Inside, Lu Fan felt his energy had increased tenfold. Though he was still at the Minjing Grade 1, the lowest realm of cultivation, he believed his body strength alone was now enough to defeat powerful opponents. He declared to himself that the top rankers of the martial world better prepare themselves, because Devil Lua was coming to take their ranks. The next day, Song's brothers met Lu Fan at the school gate. They told him they would wait for him until school ended. Lu Fan replied that whether Song would agree to meet them or not was entirely up to her. He reminded them that there was no rule preventing them from entering the school, so why were they waiting outside? Ben responded that the guards always chased them away. Brother Song added that their grandmother had told them schools were secret places, and that only fools would try to enter. He admitted that now it made perfect sense. Grandma's warning wasn't nonsense after all. Lu Fan thought to himself how innocent they were. They didn't even realize it was their clothing that kept the guards from letting them in. Then Brother Ben said they often waited outside the gate for Sister Song, but she never came out. He asked Lu Fan where she might be sneaking out from. Lu Fan guessed she might be jumping over the wall, and told them to keep an eye on it. The Song brothers were thrilled by his suggestion, saying it was brilliant. Since all 7 of them were present, they could easily cover the entire school wall. After they left, Lu Fan thought to himself how foolish all of Song's brothers were. He knew the campus had at least 100 exit routes, and he didn't believe Song was dumb enough to jump over a wall when so many other exits existed. He was satisfied, thinking he had come up with the perfect excuse to cover for her. Later, when school ended, Lu Fan was on his way home when Wei Wei approached and said her father had invited him for dinner. Lu Mei added that her sister really wanted to meet him. However, Lu Fan declined politely, saying he had too much work to do, but promised to come next time. Watching this, Song thought to herself that Lu Fan was surrounded by thousands of girls, every one of them a beauty who could rival her. If she truly wanted to win him over, she would have to work much harder. Just as she was about to sneak out by jumping the wall, she noticed Ben sitting in a tree. As she climbed, she thought she had a brilliant idea. She muttered, "Sorry, Lu Fan, but you're about to walk into my trap." Watching Song climb the wall, Ben thought, "Lu Fan, you're a genius. Your tactics always work." Meanwhile, Lu Fan met Brother Song and said that Ji-eun hadn't spoken to him, only mentioning she had urgent work. He apologized, saying he couldn't get her to talk. Brother Song replied that if she didn't want to talk, it wasn't Lu Fan's fault. He thanked Lu Fan for trying and said goodbye. As Lu Fan walked away, Brother Song received a call from Ben, who told him he had found Sister Song. Brother Song asked where she was now. Ben replied that he was following her, and would send the address as soon as he reached her house. Meanwhile, Song had already reached Lu Fan's house. She thought to herself how difficult it was to ensnare Lu Fan, and decided she needed even more dangerous tactics. She then began taking a shower. Outside, the Song brothers gathered near a building. Brother Song said, "Lang Feng apartment, isn't this Lu Fan's house?" The second brother asked if he was sure their sister lived here too. Ben confirmed confidently that he was absolutely sure. He had just seen Ji-eun enter through the same entrance. The brothers started talking among themselves, finding it quite the coincidence that both brother Lu Fan and Ji-eun lived in the same apartment complex. What surprised them more was that Lu Fan didn't seem to know this himself. They admitted that the building was large and densely populated, so it wasn't unusual for residents not to know each other. Soon after, Lu Fan arrived at the building's lobby and spotted the Song brothers. He asked what brought them there. The brothers smiled and said it was good to see him. They credited Lu Fan's idea for helping them get this far. One of them added with excitement that he had something amazing to share. Lu Fan and Ji-eun were living in the same building. Lu Fan, thinking to himself, recalled that Song had recently called him to say the shower in her apartment was broken, and she had come over to use his. It dawned on him that she might still be in his apartment. He told her to take the spare key from Miss Lan and assured her it would be fine. Song thought to herself that her plan was about to succeed. The Song brothers then suggested they go up to Lu Fan's apartment to sit down for a bit, complaining that they were tired from standing around. As they headed toward the room, Lu Fan quickly made up an excuse. He said he had lost his key and needed to find it before they could enter. But one of the brothers pointed out that the door was already open. Lu Fan panicked internally, realizing that Song must have entered, but had forgotten to lock the door. As they all walked in, they were completely stunned to see Ji-eun stepping out of the shower. Lu Fan froze in thought. "I'm doomed." Ji-eun, equally surprised, asked, "What are you all doing here?" The brothers quickly turned around and apologized, saying they had no idea she was there. Then, still confused, they asked, "But wasn't this Lu Fan's apartment?" The brothers looked to Lu Fan for an explanation. One of them asked where he was planning to go. Lu Fan stammered that yes, it was his apartment, and maybe Song had accidentally come in. But Song, now standing close to Lu Fan, cut him off. She said there was no point in lying anymore. Everyone had already seen the truth. She turned to her brothers and declared that she lived with Lu Fan, and that he was her boyfriend. This revelation shocked everyone, but none more than Lu Fan, who had no idea when he had officially become her boyfriend. He turned to Song and asked what she was saying. Song simply told him not to be so embarrassed. The brothers, still processing the situation, asked why Lu Fan had kept it a secret. Why had he lied and danced around the topic, if she was living with him all along? Lu Fan, caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, recalled how older brothers often beat up their sisters' boyfriends, especially the ones who lied. And here, Song had not one but multiple brothers. "If they all took turns hitting me once, I'd be done for." Then one of the brothers smiled and said, "So you kept it a secret to surprise us, right?" Terrified and desperate, Lu Fan simply nodded. At this point, anything's better than getting beaten up. The brothers were delighted. They said it was amazing that Lu Fan was dating Ji-eun, and called him a respectable man. They wondered why he had felt the need to hide it at all. There was nothing shameful about it. Lu Fan, meanwhile, was reeling. How did this story take such a wild turn? He had been convinced that Song's setup would get him in serious trouble. Instead, it ended like a happy ending from a romantic drama. Now how am I even supposed to tell them that I only agreed out of panic? One of the Song brothers declared they should head back and tell Grandma that her future son-in-law was about to become the head of the ancient medicine school. He said that would definitely make her happy. Song smiled to herself. She had known from the beginning that once her brothers got to know Lu Fan as her boyfriend, they would never disapprove. As they left, the brothers joked that Lu Fan should take care of himself, and that they'd love to see a little Lu Fan running around soon. Lu Fan sighed, wondering why it felt like these siblings had all teamed up to trap him. After they left, Lu Fan turned to Song and asked, "Why did you do this?" Song looked at him calmly and replied, "What did you think? I've been honest about my feelings from the very beginning." Lu Fan said that no matter what the situation was, if it concerned someone's dignity, especially Song's, then he simply couldn't bring himself to lie. Song replied gently that he didn't need to lie in the first place. She added confidently that she was ready to turn any of his lies into the truth if necessary. Lu Fan looked at her and asked what it was that she really wanted from him. At the same time, he was silently thinking to himself that he couldn't agree to anything just yet. He had made a promise to someone, and until he fulfilled it and protected that person, he couldn't allow himself to think about love or relationships. Song then shared something heartfelt. She told Lu Fan that, if she were being honest, everything she was doing was for her grandmother. Her grandma wanted a grandson-in-law, and her 100th birthday was coming up next week. Song said she wanted Lu Fan to come with her and make her grandmother happy. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow and asked if she was basically asking him to pretend to be her boyfriend. Song nodded and said yes, because if he didn't, her family would find someone else to marry her off to, and she knew he wouldn't let that happen to her. Hearing this, Lu Fan finally agreed. He said that if that was the case, then of course he would help her. Just then, Song kissed him on the cheek, and told him sincerely that he was truly a good man. As she stepped out of the room, she thought to herself, if not today, then someday, you'll be mine for sure. Lu Fan thought to himself that as long as it was just acting, there was nothing wrong with it. Meanwhile, Miss June was contemplating whether or not she should call Lu Fan to ask about Juling. Just then, someone knocked at her door. When she opened it, she was surprised to see a man in ceremonial robes standing there. Recognizing him instantly, she exclaimed, "Dad, it's you." Her father stepped inside, and they both sat down. He gently said, "It's been a long time since we've sat and talked like this, hasn't it?" But Miss June didn't waste any time. She looked at him and replied, "Dad, if you've come here for that matter, I'm sorry. I can't do it." Her father tried to reason with her. "This is a huge opportunity, my child. Please don't reject it." Tears welled up in Miss June's eyes as she responded emotionally, "I don't want to do this. Do I not even have the option to say no?" Her father spoke with deep seriousness. "Our entire family's fate is at stake. In 2 days, they'll come to take you. If you agree, our family will rise higher than ever before. It could be a blessing for all of us. But if you refuse, it might mean the end of our family. We're not in a position to say no to the Godflower Palace. I'm sorry. I hope someday you'll understand that I did everything not just for the June family, but for you too." Still crying, Miss June asked, "How much time do I have left?" Her father replied, "You'll have to leave the day after tomorrow." Miss June whispered to herself, "That means I only have 1 day left, just for myself." She forced a faint smile and said, "1 day is enough." That night, she called Lu Fan over to her house. When he arrived, she greeted him warmly and said, "You're the only one I want to say goodbye to." Lu Fan noticed her wearing a beautiful dress, and drinking alone. He asked jokingly, "You call me over late at night, dressed like that, and drinking? What's going on? Something feels off." Miss June blushed and said, "Stop overthinking. Just have a drink with me." As they drank together, Lu Fan noticed how much she was consuming. "Miss, you're drinking too much. You really shouldn't." Suddenly, Miss June leaned toward him, climbed into his lap, and asked softly, "What am I to you?" Lu Fan, embarrassed, replied, "We share a room, and you're my very beautiful teacher." She smiled and gently closed his eyes. "Do you know what you are to me?" She kissed his forehead and said, "You're the most special person in my life." After drinking for a while, Lu Fan said he was feeling sleepy, and decided to leave. Miss June thanked him for coming. He asked, "Are you okay now?" She nodded with a sad smile. "Yes, I'm fine." "Student, you go get some rest," Lu Fan said. "All right, see you tomorrow." She replied softly, "Yes, if fate allows." As Lu Fan left the house, he had a strange feeling. It felt like she just threw a farewell party for me. He shrugged it off, thinking, "I'll ask her tomorrow what's really going on." The next morning, as Lu Fan was getting ready to leave for school, Song stopped him and asked, "Can't you wait a little for me? I'm almost ready." "I'll come with you," Lu Fan replied. "Sorry, I have something important to take care of. I can't take you with me today." When he reached Miss June's room, he was surprised to find Miss Lan instead. He asked, "Miss Lan, why are you here? Where's Miss June?" Miss Lan looked troubled as she said, "She's gone." Shocked, Lu Fan asked, "Gone? What do you mean? Where did she go and why?" Miss Lan replied, "I don't know all the details. She just asked me to give you this note." Lu Fan unfolded the letter and began to read. "Lu Fan, by the time you read this, I'll already be gone. I've resigned from school, and cut all ties to this city. Please don't try to find me. I'm going to the Godflower Palace. Becoming a teacher was my dream. I came here to live that dream, and during this journey, I found an amazing friend, you. But fate is not something I can escape. Today, we must part ways. I still hope that someday, our paths will cross again. Until then, remember me, your teacher, Jun Lian Meng." Lu Fan stood frozen, overwhelmed by the letter. "I knew something was wrong. The Godflower Palace faction, that's one of the 5 great factions. How did Miss June end up involved with them?" He couldn't explain it, but a heavy, uneasy feeling crept over him. "I have to find out what's going on." Without wasting a moment, Lu Fan ran to find Lu Mei and told her everything. Upon hearing that Miss June had left, Lu Mei was visibly shaken. Lu Fan explained, "I'm sure the Godflower Palace is behind this. I don't know the full details, but after reading that letter, I know they're involved." Lu Mei's expression turned serious. "What if Miss June is a chosen one, just like me?" Lu Fan asked. "Chosen one? What do you mean?" Lu Mei explained, "The Godflower Palace selects someone to send to the Universal Taoist Rites. 7 years ago, they chose me. That's why I ran away from home. Every 5 years, the portal to the Universal Taoist realm opens. It's a place where the most powerful martial artists in the universe gather. The 5 great factions and the 3 major sects all come there to choose their successors, hoping to shape a brilliant future." Lu Fan asked, "Then what's the issue?" "Every sect chooses suitable talents for themselves and helps them grow. Isn't that a great thing?" Lu Mei replied seriously, "Everything I've told you so far has only been about the light side of the Universal Taoist Rites. but its dark side, it's terrifying. Girls like me and Miss June aren't chosen based on our qualifications but on our appearance. Lu Fan was shocked. What does appearance have to do with martial arts? Lu Mei nodded grimly. Whatever you're thinking, you're absolutely right. The disciples of the three major sects come here and handpick girls for themselves. If any of them refuse, they're forced. You could say those girls are nothing more than tools for the three major sects. The men do whatever they want with them simply because they're from those sects. The other sects offer girls to them to maintain good relations. Some girls aren't even allowed to leave without permission. The three major sects imprison them just for their bodies. When I was selected for this, I left my home 7 years ago. I refused to live my life as a prisoner and a tool. Lu Fan's mind reeled. I can't believe that the three most powerful sects in the martial world, along with the 5 major factions, are involved in something this disgusting. One sect even sacrificed their own princess for it. Lu Mei added, the families of the chosen girls benefit greatly from this arrangement. That's why the 5 major factions willingly offer girls to the 3 major sects. Even my own family was prepared to hand me over for profit. She sighed. The worst part is, no matter who you are, you can't refuse. This rule has existed for years, and no one dares to break it. Lu Fan clenched his fists and swore silently. No matter what happens, I won't let Miss June fall into this filth. I'll protect her from the universal Taoist rites. Out loud, he demanded, tell me, Lu Mei, where exactly does this take place? Lu Mei shook her head. There's no fixed location. Besides, Lu Fan, you can't even enter. He asked. Why not? She explained. Only members of the 3 major sects, the 5 major factions, and the 9 prestigious schools are allowed in. And from the 9 schools, only the elders and heads are granted entry. Disciples aren't permitted. Without authority, you can't set foot inside. Lu Fan asked. Can the heads of the 9 schools attack this place? Lu Mei answered. Only a few individuals, some elders and heads, are allowed to enter. As Lu Fan started to leave, he said, thank you for the information. Looks like I have no choice now. I must become the head of the ancient medical school. Lu Mei, watching him go, worried silently. Lu Fan, don't do anything reckless. The scene shifted. Lu Fan arrived at Dr. Zhang's place. She asked, Lu Fan, what brings you here? Without wasting time, he said, I don't have much time. I need to become the head of ancient medical school as soon as possible. Dr. Jiang looked surprised. You want to be the head? But you've always rejected that role. Lu Fan replied. Back then, I didn't understand what I was turning down. Now I know, and I want to help people as the head. She responded calmly. It'll take a bit of time. Things are a little unstable at the school right now. Once everything settles down, we'll appoint you as head. Privately, she wondered. There must be a reason behind Lu Fan's sudden change. Still, it's a good thing he's finally ready to take this responsibility. Lu Fan urged, look, I really don't have time. Please ask your father to appoint me as head before the Universal Taoist Rites trial opens. Miss Jiang asked, how do you know about that? Lu Fan replied, I can't explain right now, but I have to attend it. She finally relented. All right, I'll speak to my father once I get home. Later, Lu Fan was deep in thought again. I can't rely solely on becoming the head of the ancient medical school. I need a plan B. At that moment, Song approached and said cheerfully, Lu Fan, let's go shopping. He was about to refuse when Song added, it's my grandma's birthday. As her grandson-in-law, you need to get her a gift. Lu Fan smiled. In that case, let's go. He thought to himself, Song's grandmother is quite famous in the martial world. Maybe this is my chance to get access to the universal Taoist rites. The scene shifted to the antique market. As they entered, Lu Fan thought, Song has been shopping only for cosmetics since we got here. Finally, maybe now we'll buy something useful. Song was speaking. My grandma only likes 2 things, poison and antiques. Since we obviously can't gift her poison on her birthday, we'll give her something antique instead. And for antiques, this is the best place in the entire market. Lu Fan thought to himself, antiques? My luck with antiques has never been great. As they walked by a stall, Song noticed a jade pillow that belonged exclusively to the Yuan family. She asked sweetly, brother, how much are you charging for this? Can't you give me a small discount? The poor shopkeeper, caught off guard by Song's cuteness, lowered the price. Lu Fan thought, bargaining is so easy for girls. If I had tried that, this guy would have kicked me out of the stall by now. Soon after, Lu Fan's eyes landed on a box. He approached it curiously. The shopkeeper said, looks like you really like that box. You can get both the box and the item inside for just 500 yuan. But when Lu Fan opened the box, all he found inside was a plain stone. Lu Fan scoffed and said, I'm pretty sure you picked up this rock from behind the river. If you're not giving this free with the jade pillow, we're leaving. The shopkeeper quickly replied, wait, brother, keep it with you, just in case. As Lu Fan turned to leave, the shopkeeper admitted, you're right. I did pick that stone up from near the river, but when I found it, it was glowing. I don't know how to use it, but something tells me you might. Maybe this stone was meant for you, Lu Fan thought sarcastically. All he did was give me a useless rock, and now he's spinning some story around it like it's fate. Back at home, Song asked, Lu Fan, apart from this stone, did you even buy anything? What are you going to gift her? Do we need to go shopping again? Lu Feng replied, you already bought the jade pillow. That's enough as a gift. Song wasn't convinced. No, I bought that. What are you giving? If you really want to show sincerity, you'll have to give an extra gift. Lu Fan thought to himself in frustration. Does this mean I have to spend more money? If I knew earlier that I'd be the one giving gifts, I would have refused to come in the first place. Just then, the box Lu Fan had picked up began to emit a faint glow. Scene shifts to the skeleton abyss. Jiang Jia was reporting to her father. Jiang Zhongtian, my mission has failed. Jiang Zhongtian asked, what happened? Tell me everything. Jiang Jia explained the full situation, describing everything that had gone wrong. After hearing the whole story, Jiang Zhongtian muttered, that boy, Lu Fan, he seems quite interesting. Jiang Jia added angrily, he's the bastard who ruined our entire plan. We were defeating all the schools in the hero meeting, but he showed up and killed 12 of our elite pink evils. The remaining are severely injured. Jiang Zhongtian commanded, find out who's backing that boy. He couldn't have become so powerful on his own. He ruined my plan, and I'll make sure I punish him myself. Jiang Jia then asked, what about the Zhang family? They're relatives of evil blade Zhang too. What do we do with them? Jiang Zhongtian replied thoughtfully, I haven't decided yet. Evil blade is very dangerous, and we can't afford to offend him. For now, we'll drop that issue and focus on what matters. Our priority is to destroy 9 school. Right now, 3 major schools, Skeleton Abyss, Blood Ice Abyss, and Cannon Abyss, have joined forces. This is the best chance we have to crush 9 school. I won't punish you now. Instead, go find out where 9 school's headquarters is. Once we have that information, we'll show the world the true power of the Skeleton Abyss. Scene shifted to the school gates. Elan walks up to Lu Fan and says, so, you're at Minjin grade 1 now. Lu Fan replied, so, you've seen my real rank. Elan dismissed it. Stop talking nonsense. A weak person can't win at the hero meeting. Master Dongfang told me he wants to meet you. Lu Fan protested. But I already told you I won't go to the Wan Yuan court. Elan smiled and said, I know, that's why we're meeting him at the park. You won't need to go to the court. Lu Fan thought, what does Master Dongfang even want from me? At the park, Elan said respectfully, Master Dongfang, Elder Jin Yen, I've brought Lu Fan. Jin Yen looked at Lu Fan and thought, this kid's just at Minjin grade 1. Why would Master Dongfang want to meet someone like him? Dongfang said, Jin Yen, Elan, both of you wait here. I want to talk to Lu Fan alone for a bit. Jin Yen thought, what's so special about this guy that even Master is giving him so much respect? After stepping aside, Dongfang introduced himself, saying, my name is Dongfang. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lu Fan smiled and replied respectfully, Master Dongfang, I've heard a lot about you from Elan. Just then, Dongfang unexpectedly began listing the code names of Lu Fan's teammates. Hearing this, Lu Fan's expression turned serious. He wondered if Dongfang had figured out that he was actually Devil Luo, but before he could dwell on it, Dongfang asked calmly, may I know your code name? Lu Fan, maintaining his usual cover, replied with a casual smile, I'm just a regular high school student. Why would someone like me have a code name? Deep down, he was thinking, so he only knows I'm one of the Inferno Warriors, but he doesn't know who I really am. Dongfang narrowed his eyes and said, it seems you're still hiding something. How about this? Let's fight. If I win, you tell me who you really are, and if I lose, I promise never to ask you again. Lu Fan smirked and replied, I like people who are direct and clear like you. With that, their battle began. Dongfang launched the first attack, but Lu Fan easily dodged it. Dongfang wasn't surprised. He had already suspected that Lu Fan was concealing his true strength. I'll finally learn today how powerful the members of the Wan Yuan Court's elite team really were, as he unleashed a flurry of attacks. But with just a light blow, Lu Fan defeated him. Panting, Dongfang admitted, I've lost. I acknowledge that you were truly a member of the Inferno Warriors. Lu Fan warned him, don't forget what was said between us. Dongfang nodded and promised, I won't bother you again, but I do hope you'll consider joining us someday. As Lu Fan walked away, he casually added, all right, but don't go telling anyone about our fight. Later, Elan approached and asked, what were you two talking about? Lu Fang simply said, nothing much, just some playful banter. Dongfang clarified to her, I tried to convince Lu Fan to join us by showing him my strength, but he didn't accept. Jin Yen, one of Dongfang's subordinates, questioned, Master, why would you try to recruit someone who's only at the first level of the Mingjin grade? Elan immediately cut in. Don't make the mistake of underestimating Lu Fan. In reality, he's incredibly strong. Meanwhile, Lu Fan quietly began to leave. Elan said to the others, I'll catch up with you all later. As she left, Jin Yen whispered, Master, I saw that guy. He's just at the first level of Mingjin. How dare he reject you? Dongfang responded sternly, speak with respect. He's a rare talent. Even if we have to wait 100 years for someone like him, it would be worth it. Jin Yan, now brooding, thought to himself, both Master and Elan seem to be very fond of Lu Fan. If he stays around, I'll never have a chance to win Elan's heart. Looks like it's time to show my strength. The scene shifted to young Master Yi, who was speaking with his older brother. Big brother, will you help me deal with Lu Fan? His brother responded coldly, no one insults our Yi family and gets away with it. If he has, then he won't survive. Young Master Yi continued, so, what should we do? Even the soldier King Howard Morton was defeated. The elder brother replied, Lu Fan is tough. You underestimated him. Now that he has offended the Yi family, survival is no longer an option. I spent a fortune hiring a shadow mercenary from abroad. He's far stronger than Howard. That mercenary will kill Lu Fan, and also retrieve the girl he stole from you. The scene shifted again. Song had prepared a delicious meal for Lu Fan, thinking it would make him really happy. But as she was setting up, she sensed someone trying to open the gate. Expecting it to be Lu Fan, she went outside to check, but instead, it was the shadow mercenary, sent to kill Lu Fan. The mercenary looked at her and commented smugly, such a pretty girl. Now I understand why young Master Yi fell for her. Song demanded, who are you? The man replied coldly, I'm a mercenary. I've been paid to kill Lu Fan, and take you back. Just then, Song launched a poison dart attack, but the mercenary effortlessly destroyed them. Song was stunned. Why isn't the poison working on his gloves? The mercenary swiftly knocked her unconscious, and left a note for Lu Fan before taking Song with him. Lu Fan arrived home to find the door lock broken. Inside, the food was spilled, and signs of a struggle were evident. His eyes narrowed when he saw a note left behind by the shadow mercenary. It mentioned a meeting at an abandoned factory at 8 p.m. Lu Fan clenched his fists. Song's been kidnapped. I have no choice but to go. At the factory, the shadow mercenary handed Song over to Yi Jin Cheng, who had arrived to make the payment. The mercenary greeted him. Brother, you're right on time. We've completed the task you gave us. We brought the girl. Yi Jin Cheng nodded and said to Commander Milken, as soon as you take care of that Lu Fan, we'll pay you in full. Milken assured him, the girl's here. The boy will arrive soon. Song glared at Yi Jin Cheng, shouting, so it was you behind all this? Yi Jin Cheng smiled darkly. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will hurt you. Song pushed him away, yelling, keep your filthy hands off me. What are you planning to do by kidnapping me? Yi Jin Cheng responded smugly, I just want to show you how much better I am than that loser Lu Fan. He always wants to play the hero, right? He'll definitely come here, and when he does, you'll see him get beaten down right in front of you. Realizing she wasn't the real target, Song gasped, Lu Fan, he's the one they're after. Meanwhile, one of the shadow mercenaries, Fangbu, heard the name Lu Fang and found it familiar. Fangbu asked Milken, Commander, may I see Lu Fan's information? Milken shrugged, if you want to, go ahead. But he's nothing special, just an ordinary high schooler. Still suspicious, Fangbu discreetly forwarded Lu Fan's information to someone else. The scene moved to Yan Cheng's villa, where a red-haired man furiously shouted at someone, how dare you sell illegal weapons on my turf? Looks like you don't value your life. The group trembled, begging for mercy. Just then, Fangbu's message arrived on the red-haired man's phone. As he looked at Lu Fan's photo, he was visibly stunned. Back at the factory, Yi Jin Cheng turned to Milken, Commander, once you kill Lu Fan, the deal is complete. Milken nodded. We left a note for him. He should be arriving any minute now. Song pleaded, you're doing all this, for such a petty reason? Yi Jin Cheng scoffed, petty for you, maybe, but for me, that bastard humiliated me. I'll make sure he dies right in front of you, and I won't even leave his body for his family to find. Song screamed, you can't do this. I won't let you. Yi Jin Cheng smirked, you can't stop it. You won't be able to warn him. I don't understand girls like you. You always chase after the guys who don't even care about you. Meanwhile, the ones who actually like you, you ignore them completely. He stepped closer menacingly. If your heart won't accept me, then your body will. With that, he tried to tear her clothes. Song screamed, crying out for Lu Fan. Suddenly, a few men came crashing down from the sky. Fangbu turned and shouted, Commander, he's here, and he came alone. Lu Fan stepped forward, calm and fearless. Pigs move in herds, but lions hunt alone, and I alone am enough to handle all you dogs. Song cried out, Lu Fan, don't come, it's a trap. Yi Jin Cheng chuckled, perfect, you walked right into it. Lu Fan's eyes turned sharp. Yi Jin Cheng, take your disgusting hands off Song. For what you did to her, your time on this earth is over. One wrong move, and this could be your last day alive. Jin Cheng declared, as long as Commander Milken is around, no one can lay a finger on me, and you'd better not act cocky today. This will be your last day. At that moment, Milken ordered his men, capture him alive. All of Milken's men surrounded Lu Fan, but Lu Fan, with astonishing speed, beat them down one after another and pushed forward. Milken was in disbelief. How could anyone move faster than a gun? Lu Fan rushed toward Song, but before he could reach her, Jean Ching held Song at gunpoint and threatened, "Take one more step, and I won't hesitate to kill her." Just then, the shadow mercenaries attacked Lu Fan, and managed to hold him at gunpoint. Jean Ching smirked and said, "Didn't I tell you? I'd be the one winning today." Lu Fan retorted, "Only cowards use women as shields. If you've ever had a drop of courage in your life, then let Song go and fight me." Jean Ching sneered, "You're clearly not going to back down. Fine, there's no use killing Song. Let me show you something far more entertaining." Saying this, he reached toward Song's basketball. Lu Fan growled, "You're going to lose those hands today." The shadow mercenaries laughed. "What a fragile little girl. This is turning out to be fun. Maybe the young master will let us play with her later too." Lu Fan's expression turned cold. "I will not let you disrespect Song's dignity today." Then, turning around, he knocked out one of the mercenaries with a single blow. He warned, "Jean Cheng, if you even touch Song, I will kill you without hesitation." Jean Cheng replied mockingly, "You think one gun is enough to scare me? Look around. How many guns are pointed at you? When your own house is made of glass, you don't throw stones at others." Lu Fan responded calmly, "Then let's make a bet. Let's see who walks out of here alive." Seeing Lu Fan's unshakable confidence, Jean Ching hesitated for a moment. Sensing this, Commander Milken ordered, "Shoot Lu Fan." But before they could fire, Fang Bu grabbed Milken and held him hostage. "Go ahead, whoever has the guts, take the shot. I'll blow your commander's head off in 1 second." Milken stammered, "Fang Bu, have you lost your mind? What are you doing?" Fang Bu snapped, "You're the ones who are insane, for trying to mess with Lu Fan. Even if the god of death himself stood before you, you might survive. But if Lu Fan wants you dead, not even God can save you." Seeing their commander as a hostage, no one dared to shoot. Jean Ching shouted in frustration, "You cowards! I paid you! Why are you hesitating?" That's when Lu Fan fired a shot at Jean Cheng's shoulder, forcing him to release Song. Lu Fan then delivered a brutal kick to Jean Cheng and quickly apologized to Song. "I'm sorry for all of this." Song smiled softly and replied, "I always knew you'd save me." Milken looked at Fang Bu and asked in disbelief, "Who is this guy that you're willing to betray all of us for?" Fang Bu answered with pride, "He's one of the Inferno warriors." Milken was stunned. "You mean, one of the strongest Inferno warriors in history?" All the soldiers started murmuring among themselves. The Inferno warriors were legendary. A small unit of theirs had once ended a war in the Middle East, a war that the world couldn't resolve even after 40 years. They did it in just one. Fang Bu told Lu Fan, "Commander of Hell sent me to assist you." Lu Fan asked, "Commander of Hell? Are you talking about Leopard Shadow?" Fang Bu nodded, "Yes, he's waiting for you." As Milken tried to break free, he shouted, "Shoot them all." But before anyone could act, Fang Bu shot Milken and ended his life. Seeing their commander fall, the shadow mercenaries erupted in rage, and pointed their guns at Fang Bu and Lu Fan. Jean Ching yelled, "This is your end." But before anyone could pull the trigger, a group of armed men appeared, and began shooting down the mercenaries one by one. Jean Ching was shaken, unsure of what was happening. Meanwhile, Lu Fan gently covered Song's eyes and said, "Don't look at any of this." Then Leopard Shadow himself entered. All his men greeted him, "Boss, mission complete." Leopard Shadow praised them, "You all did an outstanding job." He then approached Lu Fan, bowed respectfully, "Boss, it's an honor to finally meet you." Song watched in shock. She couldn't understand why a man commanding such a powerful force would bow to Lu Fan. Leopard Shadow smiled and said, "Captain, give me a hug. I've missed you so much." Lu Fan chuckled, "You've grown up, but you're still childish as ever." Leopard Shadow's men looked on in disbelief. Their boss, whom no one dared to speak against, was treating this high school kid as his boss. They couldn't comprehend how someone like Lu Fan could command such respect from their leader. Then, the scene shifted to reveal information about Leopard Shadow. After Lu Fan's team disbanded, a new team called Hell Mercenary was formed. It was composed of the most powerful mercenaries from the Middle East, and its leader was none other than Leopard Shadow, who had once been part of the Inferno warriors. Fang Bu was explaining all of this to Lu Fan. Lu Fan remarked with admiration, saying Leopard Shadow had accomplished great things. However, Leopard wasn't proud of his achievements. Instead, he was genuinely happy that Lu Fan had acknowledged him. He said it wasn't the accomplishments that brought him joy, but rather the fact that Lu Fan personally praised him. And compared to Lu Fan, he admitted he hadn't achieved much yet. Leopard Shadow's team members stood in disbelief, unable to process how their ruthless and feared boss was behaving so humbly, almost like a close friend. Before Lu Fan, they whispered among themselves, wondering how someone who looked like a mere high school student could command such respect from their boss. They began questioning if this boy was actually stronger than their own leader. Someone muttered that it's true what they say. You can't judge strength by appearances. Lu Fan might look gentle, but even their boss was bowing before him. Meanwhile, Song was deep in thought. The more she learned about Lu Fan, the more she felt he didn't belong to their world. He came from someplace much bigger and more powerful. Just then, Leopard Shadow's men dragged Jean Ching into the room. Furious, Leopard grabbed him and snarled, "You bastard. You tried to get my boss killed? Let me show you what it means to offend him." But Lu Fan stepped in, calming Leopard down. He looked at Jin Cheng and asked, "Your men are already dead. What do you have to say now?" Still full of arrogance, Jin Cheng scoffed and said, "So what if the mercenaries are gone? I still have my family." Without warning, Lu Fan punched him hard and said coldly, "That's for the disgusting way you treated Song. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. You probably think that was just a punch, but you don't know that from now on, your little elephant will never wake up again. Killing you wouldn't be as satisfying as watching you suffer." Jin Cheng, trembling in pain, stammered, "Lu Fan, you're a monster. How can you do all this to me? You are also a boy." Lu Fan ordered Leopard Shadow, "Break his arms and legs, then destroy this entire factory. Not a trace should remain." Leopard nodded and began pummeling Jin Cheng. Furious, he said, "I'm so mad right now. I feel like burying you alive." A single punch from Leopard knocked Jin Cheng completely unconscious. Lu Fan turned to Song and said gently, "You don't need to feel sorry for him. That bastard deserved it." Song, watching him in this ruthless mode, thought to herself, "I've never seen Lu Fan this merciless before." Lu Fan told her, "I'll handle the rest of this with Leopard. You go home and rest for now." As she walked away, Song reflected, "I once read a story that said, you should always stay with the man who makes you feel the most protected, and with Lu Fan, I feel safer than I ever have. Even if I have to wait 100 years for him, it would still feel too short." After Jin Cheng was beaten up, Leopard tossed him outside into the trash heap. Lu Fan asked him, "How did you know I was here?" Leopard explained, "After leaving the army, I started a small security company. These so-called shadow mercenary were our business rivals, so I infiltrated their team with my man Fong Bu to take them down. I had to leave for some work, which is why I returned a little late. Fate has been kind to me. I never stopped looking for you, and because of that, my entire team was informed about your appearance. When Fong Bu heard your name, he passed your information to me, and that's how I ended up here with you today." Lu Fan chuckled and said, "Jin Cheng had terrible luck. Thanks to that idiot, we met again, and he had to face the consequences." Just then, the entire factory exploded in a fiery blast. Leopard Shadow turned to Lu Fan and said respectfully, "Captain, or should I say, Demon Luo, welcome back. That was a little return gift from your humble servant." Lu Fan replied quietly, "Devil Luo died a year ago." Leopard shook his head and said, "The one who died was Raksha. We didn't die in that battle." Lu Fan looked down and said, "Maybe when Raksha died, my fighting spirit died with her." Leopard responded firmly, "No, Captain, only Raksha died that day. The rest of us are still alive. Infernal Warriors weren't just a team, we were a family. Just because one of us is gone, you forgot about your brothers? You left us. You don't know how hard life became for us without you. We mourned Raksha, but the pain of losing you was far worse." Lu Fan said, "Brother, I just need a little more time. I made a promise to Raksha, and I intend to fulfill it. I swear, once that promise is completed, we'll meet again on the battlefield, and then, we'll unleash such devastation that our enemies will wet themselves just hearing our names. But, will you wait for me until then?" Placing his hand on Lu Fan's shoulder, Leopard Shadow replied, "I was just waiting for you to say that. If you've decided, then of course I'll wait." Lu Fan thought to himself, "Raksha, without you, I may still be Lu Fan, but I can never be the Devil Luo. I swear I'll learn the bone resurrection technique, and bring you back to life." Waving goodbye to Leopard Shadow, Lu Fan added, "Next time, I'll introduce you to Judge and Iron Head as well." Leopard Shadow laughed and said, "I really miss those two blockheads. Captain, if you ever need me, just call. My team and I will always be ready to help." With those words, he turned and left. Later, when Lu Fan entered his house, he found Song waiting for him. Surprised, he asked, "What are you doing here? Didn't you go to your room to sleep?" Song replied, "I was waiting to thank you." Lu Fan shook his head and said, "There's no need to thank me. You're my friend. It was my responsibility to rescue you. Don't worry. I made sure that scumbag Jin Cheng won't dare to touch you, or any other woman again. I broke his weapon myself." Song looked down and softly said, "Many people died during today's incident. The police are bound to investigate." Lu Fan reassured her, "Don't stress. My friend Leopard Shadow is an expert in this kind of situation. He'll erase all the evidence and witnesses. No one will ever know what happened tonight." Song smiled and said, "You really are amazing. You did such a great job tonight. As a reward, I can give you anything you want." But Lu Fan quickly dodged the moment, saying, "I'm exhausted. I'm going to bed." Song watched him go, puzzled. Any other guy would have melted at such a chance. What's wrong with Lu Fan? Just then, Song's phone rang. It was Ben, who informed her, "Tomorrow we all have to go to the village. You and Lu Fan should be ready too." Excited, Song thought to herself, "Now this is the perfect chance to win Lu Fan over." The scene shifted to a hospital, where Jin Cheng had been admitted. His brother asked the doctor in frustration, "What happened to my brother?" The doctor explained, "His body has suffered severe trauma, especially his head and more private areas. We're doing everything we can, Jean Cheng's brother offered money, saying, "Don't worry about the cost, my family has plenty of it, just save him." The doctor reassured him, "We're already doing our best." Once outside, Jean Cheng's brother muttered in frustration, "All the shadow mercenaries are dead, Jean Cheng is barely alive, and no one knows what actually happened last night." He asked his men if they had any information about Lu Fan, but they replied that no one knew anything about him. Fuming, Jean Cheng's brother declared, "I'm losing my mind. Until Jean Cheng wakes up, we won't know what happened, but the moment he does and tells me who's responsible, I swear, Lu Fan won't survive." The next day, Lu Fan and Song arrived near Dunnan village. As they entered, Song warned him, "Everyone here worships the Chiyu god, so be careful not to say or do anything disrespectful." Lu Fan nodded, "I'll keep that in mind," but he thought to himself, "Chiyu god? I've never heard of that before." Looking around at the beautifully decorated village, Lu Fan asked, "Is all of this for your grandma?" Song explained, "Yes, it's her 100th birthday. The entire village treats her like family, so everyone joins in. Even martial artists from nearby villages will be attending. Honestly, my grandma's birthday is more like a festival for this village." Soon, Lu Fan was brought into the main hall to meet Song's grandmother. Grandma and Grandpa warmly said, "Today, we welcome another child into our family." Introducing himself, Lu Fan said, "My name is Lu Fan. I'm just an ordinary high school student." Song quickly added, "Grandma, he's my classmate, and also my boyfriend." Grandma smiled knowingly and said, "Who doesn't know the hero of the heroes meeting, the future head of the ancient medicine school? Welcome to our village." Grandpa silently observed, "She picked a remarkable boy. If he's really the next head of the medicine school, his cultivation level can't be this low. He must be hiding it. He's capable." "No doubt about that," Lu Fan humbly responded. "Thank you for the kind words." Grandma then said, "You must be tired from the long journey. Come, let me show you your room." To their surprise, she led Song and Lu Fan to a single room with only one bed. Both of them were shocked. Grandma chuckled and said, "You two will be husband and wife sooner or later. That's why I had this room prepared for you. I may be old, but I'm not old-fashioned. With 8 grandchildren of my own, I think it's clear I have a modern mindset. All I ask is, don't give me a great-grandchild before marriage, all right?" Blushing, Song replied, "Grandma, what are you even saying?" Meanwhile, Lu Fan was thinking, "I'm certain now, they brought me here just to trap me into this relationship." As Grandma left the room, Song tried to say something, but Lu Fan gently hushed her. He gestured toward the door, whispering, "She's definitely eavesdropping on us. She doesn't trust us. We'll have to pretend for now." Playing along, Lu Fan said aloud, "You must be really tired today. Let's just finish our work early tonight." Hearing this from outside, Grandma smiled in satisfaction. "Looks like my granddaughter really is dating this boy. I don't need to worry about their wedding anymore." Back inside the room, Lu Fan said, "Now we can finally sleep in peace. I'll take the floor." Song whispered, "But what if Grandma comes in to check? We should at least pretend to sleep in the same bed." As Lu Fan settled into the room, he said, "If that's the case, I'll keep some distance." But Song was thinking, "No matter how much distance you try to maintain, I'm not going to do the same." After changing clothes, Lu Fan got into bed to sleep, but when he saw Song moving toward him, he blushed and nervously asked, "Song, do you need something?" Song replied playfully, "What could I possibly need at night from my fiancé?" Hearing her flirtatious tone, Lu Fan began to panic. He quickly told her not to make such jokes, but Song raised an eyebrow and said, "Who said I was joking?" Trying to escape the situation, Lu Fan quickly said, "We have to wake up early tomorrow, so let's just sleep now." Song, meanwhile, was thinking, "What's wrong with this guy? If I had tried this on anyone else, they would have given in by now. Fine, just for today, I'll let it go, but starting tomorrow, I'll be even more aggressive." Then, holding Lu Fan's hand, she said, "We'll need to act well, or we might get caught." Meanwhile in the main hall, Grandma asked Ben, "Do you know anything about Lu Fan's background?" Ben replied, "He appeared in Yencheng not long ago, and quickly became very famous. I only know he has strong connections with many powerful people, and he's soon to be the next head of the ancient medicine school." Grandma reflected on his words and said, "He's hiding so much at such a young age. I guarantee this boy's background is far greater than we can imagine. We won't find a better son-in-law for Song. We must make him a part of our family, no matter what." The next morning, Song and Lu Fan headed to the Chiyu God Temple. Song explained, "The temple is at the top of the mountain. People from our Dunnan village deeply revere the Chiyu God. That's why on important days, everyone comes to offer prayers." As they entered the temple grounds, Lu Fan noticed everyone standing reverently with folded hands before the statue of Chiyu God. He thought to himself, "This is the most heavily guarded temple I've ever seen. The people here have an intense faith in this god. Could it be someone tried to steal the statue before? Is that why security is so tight?" Just as he was lost in thought, a group of intruders appeared, intent on stealing the statue. The guards shouted, How dare you try to desecrate the Chiyu God's temple? The thieves launched an attack on the guards. Lu Fan was stunned. I was just thinking about this. How is it suddenly coming true? The intruders began beating the guards, but the guards bravely declared, even if we die, we won't let anything happen to the statue. One thief raised a knife to stab a guard, but just in time, Lu Fan jumped in and blocked him. He warned, as long as I'm here, you won't harm anyone. The thief charged at him and sneered, trying to be a hero? You'll be the first to die. But Lu Fan effortlessly disarmed him, and caught him in a lock. Toys like this are for big kids, not amateurs like you. Stop resisting, or I'll shove your dagger where it hurts. Infuriated, the thief ordered his comrades, take him out. All the thieves lunged at Lu Fan, which made Song extremely anxious, but Lu Fan suddenly vanished from in front of them, and appeared behind. The shocked thieves gasped, where did he go? Lu Fan mocked them, try looking behind you, fools. By the time they turned around, 2 of the men had already been taken down. The leader rushed at Lu Fan again, but with a single strike, Lu Fan knocked him out cold. He looked down at the unconscious body and muttered, who sent such weaklings to pull off a theft like this? If you were planning a robbery, you should have come to me for tips first. The villagers of Dunnan, who had been hiding, came out in awe. This kid is incredible. While we stood back in fear, he took down all those thieves like it was nothing. Another thief muttered, we were told there were no strong warriors in Dunnan village, but who the hell is this guy? Even the villagers were puzzled, saying, we've never seen him before. Who is he? At that moment, Song stepped forward and announced, he is Lu Fan, my fiancé. Everyone was shocked, and then said in unison, oh, so he's our village chief's future son-in-law. Now it makes sense why he's so powerful. Thank you so much for helping us. Lu Fan responded humbly, I only did what was right. The villagers quickly tied up the remaining thieves. One of the defeated men scoffed, you may have the Chiyu God statue, but you'll never receive his blessings. Then, with a sinister smile, he activated the poison within his own body, and took his life on the spot. At that moment, Lu Fan was deep in thought. He sensed that something much bigger was happening behind the scenes. This wasn't just a petty theft. There's a major issue at play here. Soon, word of the incident reached Grandma as well. She remarked with certainty, I'm sure the water village is behind all this. The villagers responded with gratitude, saying, it's a blessing Lu Fan was here today. If not, many of us might not have made it out alive. Meanwhile, Song's father addressed his children, instructing them, from now on, you'll guard the temple in shifts. If you notice anything unusual, or suspect someone trying to sneak out, report it immediately. Later, Lu Fan turned to Song and asked, what exactly is this water village, and why are they so determined to steal the Chiyu God statue? Song explained, the people of Water Village don't believe in Chiyu God the way we do. They're jealous of the respect we've gained because of our devotion to him. That's why they want the statue, to claim it as their own. They used to be weak and powerless, but lately, their strength has been rising. If they succeed in stealing the statue, they'll try to convince everyone that they are the true descendants of Chiyu God. That way, they'll gain more recognition and power in the martial world. Lu Fan nodded. So, it's a status play, Song replied. Exactly. And now that Grandma's birthday is approaching, they saw this as the perfect time to strike, knowing our village would be busy with preparations. Since they failed today, I'm sure they'll try again on her birthday. Lu Fan reassured her, don't worry, as long as I'm here, they won't be able to do anything. Song smiled with relief. I trust you. At this rate, you'll become a hero to the entire village, or maybe even my husband, she thought with a blush. The scene then shifted to Water Village, where a man named Li Jiang was reporting to the Guardian of Blood Ice Abyss. Lu Fan defeated our men. The Guardian frowned. If he keeps interfering, stealing the statue will become impossible. As long as he's in Dunnan Village, our people can't do anything. Recall all the teams. I'm sending the Magic Fox to deal with Lu Fan personally. Li Jiang left immediately to carry out the order. Nearby, Magic Fox overheard the conversation and said, so it's that same Lu Fan, the one who defeated everyone at the hero meeting. Even Skeleton Abyss lost his 13 pink evils to him. The Guardian nodded. If we manage to kill Lu Fan, we'll also avenge Skeleton Abyss. After that, there'll be no one left in Dunnan Village strong enough to stop us. He continued ominously, very soon, a 100-kilometer radius around Dunnan Village will become our base. Once Dunnan is destroyed, Blood Ice Abyss will grow even more dangerous. Back in Dunnan Village, everyone was on high alert. The chief had stationed guards all around. Just then, a man came running up to him and said, Sir, the old chief is calling you. The village chief quickly went to meet his father. Dad, why did you call me here? The old chief responded, come with me, there's something I need to show you. After walking for a while, the chief said, I don't see anything. Why did you bring me here? There's nothing strange around. Suddenly, the old chief's expression changed. Your death is standing right in front of you, and you can't even see it. The village chief stepped back, alarmed. Your voice, it's different. You're not my father. Before he could react, the Magic Fox, disguised as the old chief, poison him, causing him to faint. Removing his mask, the magic fox said to his hidden allies, "You can come out now. This man is the current head of the Song family and chief of Dunnan village. He'll be very useful to us. Strip him of his clothes and hand them to me. Toss his body to the side." The magic fox then took the chief's appearance. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the village, the members of the Song family were gathered together. The fake chief, Magic Fox in disguise, entered. Brother Song greeted him. "You're back so soon?" The chief replied, "There was nothing suspicious outside. I've already deployed everyone, so I came back." Song, still feeling secure, said, "Lu Fan showed everyone yesterday just how powerful he is. I doubt anyone would dare mess with us again. Now the whole village knows we've gained a powerful member." Lu Fan, a bit puzzled, asked, "Member? What do you mean by that?" Song chuckled and replied, "After we get married, you'll officially become a member of this village, won't you?" Lu Fan confronted her, saying he might be able to fool others, but she at least know the truth, that we are acting as boyfriend and girlfriend, so why are you still playing along? Magic Fox, who had taken the chief's form, thought to himself, "I didn't expect Lu Fan to be so close to the people of this village. If he truly matters to them, then eliminating him becomes my top priority." With that, he silently released his poison into the room. Within moments, Brother Song began feeling unwell. He murmured that he might be dizzy because he hadn't slept all night. Ben echoed the same, saying he too felt faint. One by one, people started collapsing, and Lu Fan immediately sensed something was wrong. Just then, Song fainted as well. Fortunately, Grandma and Grandpa had already taken precautions. By releasing their energy, they neutralized the poison. Before it could take effect, Grandma exclaimed, "Someone has poisoned the room." Grandpa frowned and asked, "But how did the poisoner even get close to us?" That's when the magic fox revealed himself. "I've heard a lot about the Song family of the Dunnan village, but looking at you all now, I'm starting to think your reputation was grossly exaggerated. You've truly disappointed me." Brother Song stood up weakly, glaring at him. "You're not my father. Who the hell are you?" With a smirk, Magic Fox removed his disguise and said, "I am your death." Grandma gasped, "You're Magic Fox, one of the most infamous disguise masters in the martial world. You committed countless crimes using your transformation techniques, but weren't you killed years ago by Wudang during the Great War?" She then speculated, "Someone from the Seven Evil School must have saved you, just like they saved their own." Magic Fox confirmed it. "I'm here for 2 reasons. First, to take the Chiyu God statue. Second, to eliminate our biggest obstacle, Lu Fan." Lu Fan replied, "I don't even know you. What did I ever do to make you come after me? Who sent you?" Magic Fox revealed his allegiance. "I was once a disciple of Skeleton Abyss, and now I serve as a commander under Blood Ice Abyss. That alone gives me 2 very strong reasons to kill you." Upon hearing his connection to the Seven Evil School, both Grandma and Grandpa were visibly shocked. Lu Fan, however, realized something deeper. He thought to himself, if this conflict between the 2 villages was about religion or pride, that would be one thing. But now that the Seven Evil School is involved, it's obvious they're after the statue, or the power, behind Chiyu God. Anyone who values power over their own family certainly wouldn't care about religion. At that moment, Magic Fox lunged at Lu Fan in a lethal attack. Even Grandma feared Lu Fan wouldn't survive the deadly poison, but to everyone's shock, Lu Fan retaliated with a devastating punch that sent Magic Fox flying. He then revealed, "You all couldn't beat me, so I had to pretend to be weak. But don't worry, Song family. As long as I'm here, no one can touch you." Magic Fox, stunned, shouted, "Why isn't the poison affecting you?" And then, his body gave in. He collapsed to the ground, still struggling. Magic Fox gasped, "Lu Fan, the poison may not work on you now, but eventually, it will. If you take me somewhere safe, I can give you the antidote. This isn't just about you, it's about the entire Song family. Your arrogance could get them all killed." In his mind, Magic Fox plotted, "Once he takes me to a safe place, I'll give him a fake antidote, then it'll be too late to save the Song family, and I'll escape unharmed." But Lu Fan replied sharply, "Magic Fox, you clearly underestimate people. God gave us all brains, some use it for good, some for evil, and I've been thinking all this time about how best to torture you." Magic Fox froze. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, Lu Fan stepped forward and shattered one of his legs. "You're not going to save the Song family, and the poison doesn't affect me, so that only leaves one option, revenge. I'll keep you alive, but I'll crush every single bone in your body. Even if I can't save the Song family, I'll make sure you die the most painful death possible." He leaned closer and whispered, "Did you know the human body has 206 bones, and 360 joints? When all of them break, I guarantee you won't be able to handle it. I'm just wondering what kind of mess you'll look like by the end." And hearing those words, knowing what Lu Fan was about to do, Magic Fox's spirit broke completely. Magic Fox claimed that the purple pill in his possession was the antidote. Lu Fan, holding the pill in his hand, warned him coldly that if he was lying, he would kill him on the spot. Just then, Grandma stepped forward and used her insight technique to probe Magic Fox's body. She told everyone that she had implanted a blood-dissolving insect inside him. She admitted that they didn't have an antidote for his poison, but confidently added that the insect inside him was something even Magic Fox couldn't cure. It would slowly devour him from within, drop by drop, until no blood remained. If he had lied, the truth would eventually come out, along with his life. Lu Fan, watching this unfold, thought to himself that it was the first time in his life he'd seen such a terrifying grandma. He recalled how he had come to this place simply as Song's boyfriend, but now he feared that if she ever broke up with him, she might just plant one of those insects inside him too. Magic Fox began shouting in outrage, claiming they were monsters. Even after giving you the real antidote, this is how you treat me? Grandma remained calm and requested the antidote from Lu Fan. She first sniffed it cautiously, and after detecting nothing suspicious, consumed a bit herself. When she showed no ill effects, she confirmed the pill was indeed genuine, and instructed Lu Fan to begin detoxifying the others. As Lu Fan administered the antidote, Song ran to him and hugged him tightly, thanking him deeply for saving their lives. Meanwhile, Ben grabbed Magic Fox by the collar and demanded, "Where's my father?" Magic Fox sneered and said he would release Song's father only if they agreed to release him first. Grandma replied that they were willing to make that trade. Magic Fox laid out his own conditions. Grandma agreed but added one condition of her own: not a single scratch on my son Song. She then instructed Ben to tighten village security, and to inform everyone to remain on high alert, as another attack could come at any time. She declared that she and Lu Fan would personally go retrieve Songhua. Everyone was frightened at the thought of only 2 people going on such a dangerous mission. Ben argued that it was reckless, and Song also protested, worried that it could be a trap. "How can you trust Magic Fox? He's from one of the 7 evil schools." Lu Fan calmly explained, "That's exactly why we're going alone. No offense, but if you compare the strength of the entire village to just me and Grandma, we'd still win. Sending 4 villagers to protect us wouldn't guarantee anything, but keeping those 4 here means 100 weaker people can defend each other." Grandma agreed, saying Lu Fan was absolutely right. She added, "My son will come back safely. With just the 2 of us, me and Lu Fan, we're more than enough. Even if the evil school itself stands in our way, they won't survive." Lu Fan grinned and said, "Grandma, I have to admit, our thinking really does match. I'm ready to fight those bastards with you." Meanwhile, in the enemy camp, the Guardian was seething with rage upon learning Magic Fox had failed. Just then, Li Jian approached him and asked, "Master, what should we do now?" The Guardian replied, "They're bringing Magic Fox back for an exchange. I guarantee they won't come alone. This is the perfect time to attack Dunan village. Take our men and strike while we have the chance. As for Lu Feng, I'll handle him myself." Soon after, the Guardian and his forces reached their designated ambush site. Li Jiang informed him that Lu Fan and another person were approaching. The Guardian asked, "How many people are coming?" Li Jiang answered, "Only 2, a frail old woman and a young man, the same one who humiliated Magic Fox." From distance, Magic Fox began yelling desperately, "Guardian, that old woman implanted a blood-dissolving insect inside me. If you don't help me, I won't survive." The Guardian muttered in disbelief. Even as an old woman, she's this ruthless? He silently thought to himself that although only 2 people were coming, they were clearly the strongest members of Dunan village. He acknowledged that while they hadn't brought many people, the absence of these 2 had already left Dunan village dangerously weak. Now is the perfect time to attack. Grandma firmly told the enemy, "Return my son and take your companion with you." The Guardian responded, "Before we proceed with the exchange, detoxify my man first." Without hesitation, Grandma retracted the insect she had implanted in Magic Fox's body. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and Li Jian began approaching the center of the field for the exchange. Lu Fan declared that they would begin the exchange on the count of 3. Both sides would release their hostages simultaneously, but Li Jian had a hidden dagger concealed behind his back, and was thinking to himself, "The moment you lower your guard, I'll slice your neck open." However, before Lu Fan even began counting, he struck Li Jian in the face with a powerful punch, catching him completely off guard. As Li Jian fell to the ground, he shouted angrily, "How dare you launch a sneak attack?" Lu Fan responded calmly, "You were planning to betray us after the count of 3. I just beat you to it. Whoever takes the first action wins. That's the rule." Song Hu laughed in approval and told Lu Fan, "You've truly impressed me. Honestly, my daughter might not be worthy of you. You deserve someone even better, but as a son-in-law, I'll never find anyone greater than you." Just then, the Guardian ordered all his men to attack Lu Fan and retrieve Magic Fox. As Song Hu was pulled to safety, Grandma and Lu Fan started taking down the enemy soldiers one by one. While the 2 were fighting, Magic Fox attempted to slip away toward the Guardian. Lu Fan noticed this and quickly picked up the enemy's dagger, stabbing Magic Fox before he could escape. The wound proved fatal, and Magic Fox died instantly. Lu Fan was briefly shocked. He had struck a spot that should have only injured, not killed him. He had been careful. The Guardian, enraged, lunged at Lu Fan and shouted, "You killed Magic Fox." Lu Fan calmly replied, "You think I killed him? I've been fighting since I was a child while others were playing games. I know exactly where to strike to injure but not kill. Magic Fox didn't die because of me. He died from the poison coated on the dagger. Your dagger. You were planning to use it on me. Now you're just mad because your own weapon backfired." He smirked and added, "You finally tasted your own medicine." The Guardian stepped forward with fury and snapped, "I've never seen someone so arrogant. I won't leave until I've killed you." A fierce battle erupted between the two. Lu Fan admitted, "You're strong. I won't deny it, but you're not strong enough to kill me." The Guardian snarled, "Keep bluffing while you can. I can see the fear behind your grin." In response, Lu Fan kicked the dagger away and tossed it aside. The Guardian was stunned. He couldn't understand how Lu Fan's power had suddenly surged. Had he been hiding his full strength this entire time? With a single punch, Lu Fan dealt the Guardian a crushing blow. Both Grandma and Song who were stunned by his overwhelming strength. Lu Fan looked down at the defeated Guardian and said, "So this is the Seven Evil School? I'm disappointed. I thought you'd at least give me a challenge." The Guardian coughed and retorted, "Don't get cocky. You're already at the top of our enemies list. Because of your actions, you've brought your own death closer." Lu Fan smirked and replied, "I don't care about the future. Right now, you're my prey. If you think you're tough, then come at me and let's see who's stronger." Realizing he couldn't win, the Guardian turned and tried to flee. But Lu Fan kicked a metal rod at him and yelled, "You really think you can just run away?" Just as the rod was about to strike, one of the Guardian's men jumped in to shield him. The rod missed, and the Guardian barely escaped with his life. Lu Fan growled in frustration. That bastard slipped away because of his lackey. Song Woo stepped forward and tried to console him. "It's all right, dear. You've done so much for us already." Meanwhile, back in the village, fireworks began going off, signaling an emergency. Lu Fan looked alarmed and muttered, "Something's wrong in the village. I need to hurry." At the same time, Li Jiang had arrived outside the village with his men. He ordered them, "Kill anyone who tries to stop us." Inside the village's main shelter, Song protested to her grandfather, "You can't stop me. I want to fight for our village too." But her grandfather remained firm. "Soldiers from another village have brought over 100 men. Take the elders and children, and go meet up with Grandma and Lu Fan. Take your little brother too." Song hesitated and said, "Is he capable of leading all these people?" Her grandfather assured her, "He'll manage." Song replied, "Grandma and Lu Fan will definitely come back to protect us." Grandpa added, "They didn't leave for a vacation. They went to fight the Blood Ice Abyss. They won't be able to return quickly. I won't listen to your protests. Go now, with your brother." Reluctantly, her younger brother took her hand, and began to lead her away. Song thought to herself, "Lu Fan, you're the only one who can save this village now." Back at the village front, Grandpa had gathered the remaining warriors, and prepared for battle. Grandpa declared with pride that they were the descendants of the Chiyu god, and that the blood of the war god ran through their veins. He said they would rather die than ever abandon their village. All the villagers raised their weapons and shouted in unison, agreeing that the former chief had spoken the truth. Meanwhile, Li Jiang broke through the village gate, ready to launch his attack. Warriors from both villages clashed, weapons ringing as they struck. Li Jiang shouted that both the Song family and the Dunan village would be wiped out together, but Grandpa firmly stated that destroying the Song family and Dunan village would remain nothing more than a dream for Li Jiang. Li Jiang laughed and told him they were no longer weak. With the support of the Blood Ice Abyss, their power had grown significantly. He mocked them, pointing out how their people were already falling in battle. Li Jiang then went on to defeat Grandpa, and arrogantly declared that along with Grandpa's death, the statue of the Chiyu god would also belong to him. Seeing Grandpa cornered, the villagers were struck with fear. In that moment, saving him seemed impossible, until a small stone came flying through the air, striking Li Jiang's hand and stopping the fatal blow. From a great distance, Lu Fan had thrown the stone and saved Grandpa. He shouted that as long as the son of Dunan village stood, no one could conquer it. Li Jiang immediately realized that the Guardian must have been defeated. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, furious and unstoppable, fought through Li Jiang's men with ease and reached him. The moment Li Jiang saw Lu Fan, he panicked and started running at full speed, thinking to himself that it felt like a monster was chasing him. But Lu Fan closed the gap with a single kick, knocking him to the ground. Li Jiang pleaded, "Please don't kill me." Lu Fan told him to immediately order his men to stop and to retreat from Dunan village. Li Jiang, terrified, shouted to his troops to cease the attack. Hearing their chief's command, all of Li Jiang's forces stopped fighting. Lu Fan warned them coldly, if any of them dared harm the people of Dunan village again, he would break their chief's neck on the spot, and none of them would leave alive. He said he didn't want an entire village to be destroyed because of him, which was the only reason he was sparing them. Hearing this, the enemy soldiers dropped their weapons to protect their chief. Lu Fan told them that he would personally escort them far away from the village. Ben offered to go with him, but Lu Fan refused, saying he could handle them alone. He added that Grandma would arrive in just a minute, and after that, everyone would be safe. He emphasized that it was important for him to explain a few things to the enemy personally, things they needed to understand. Just then, Grandma and Song-Hu arrived at the scene. Song-Hu commented that Lu Fan was so fast, they hadn't even been able to keep up with him. Grandma noticed that everything was already over. Grandpa told them they had missed an incredible show. Lu Fan had beaten everyone to a pulp. He proudly added that Lu Fan had officially become the village's savior that very day. Song-Hu agreed and said if power was the measure, then Lu Fan was a true monster. Grandma remarked that now she understood how Lu Fan had gained so much fame during the hero meeting. In fact, he deserved even more recognition than he had received. Meanwhile, Lu Fan had taken Li Jiang and his men far away from the village. Li Jiang pleaded again, saying, "We're already far from the village. Please let us go." In his mind, Li Jiang was scheming. He knew they had reached the area where the Guardian had hired numerous shadow killers. Once Lu Fan let them go, he planned for the assassins to finish him off. But Lu Fan asked him coldly, "Why should I let you go? Give me one good reason how it would benefit me." Li Jiang hesitated and said, "I thought you didn't want to destroy an entire village." Lu Fan replied flatly, "That was just a joke. I didn't want to kill anyone in front of the Dunnan villagers. But you're allied with the 7 evil schools. You're not even loyal to your own people. You've been blinded by greed for power. That's why I won't spare you. You'll die today, by my hands." Hearing this, Li Jiang turned and fled. As he ran, he called out, "Shadow killers, kill him now!" The shadow killers immediately attacked Lu Fan, but he disarmed one of them and charged forward. And just like that, Lu Fan brought Li Jiang's chapter to an end. Lu Fan called out loudly, telling anyone who wanted to fight to come quickly. He didn't have time to waste. Everyone around him was stunned by his incredible speed. Enraged, the remaining fighters shouted that he had destroyed their village's pride, and they couldn't let him get away with it. But before they could act, Lu Fan charged in and began taking them down one by one with brutal precision. The villagers watched in awe, thinking that he had just wiped out all the shadow killers in less than a minute. Lu Fan issued a stern warning. If any of them were ever seen near Dunnan village again, he would kill them without hesitation. Hearing this, the rest of the attackers panicked and started fleeing. He sighed and said, "Finally, it's over." Without the evil school and their leader backing them, these guys would never have had the courage to attack the village in the first place. On the other side, the village chief and others were waiting anxiously at the gate. As soon as Lu Fan returned, he asked why his uncle was waiting for him. The chief and the others welcomed him with cheers, saying their hero had finally returned. Lu Fan replied humbly that he had only done his duty. Just then, Song rushed to him and hugged him tightly. She confessed that she had been terribly scared, and felt guilty for dragging him into this internal matter. Lu Fan reassured her, telling her not to worry, nothing could harm him. The chief smiled and told Song to take Lu Fan home, saying he must be exhausted. He added that they would handle the cleanup, because they had to prepare for Grandma's birthday the next day. Lu Fan then informed them that around 100 enemy bodies were lying dead near the base of the secret mountain, 2 miles from the village. He requested they be taken care of properly. The chief nodded and promised the task would be completed by morning. Song then mentioned that Grandma and the others were waiting for him at the main hall. When Lu Fan entered the hall, Grandma smiled and said she was relieved to see him safe. She thanked him deeply for protecting their village. Lu Fan replied that there was no need to thank him. He had only fulfilled his responsibility. Song added warmly, "Grandma, Lu Fan is part of our family now." Grandpa agreed, saying the children were absolutely right. Lu Fan was now one of them. Grandma smiled and said that speaking of family reminded her of something. She asked Lu Fan to come with her. As the others were told to head off to bed, Song noticed Lu Fan leaving with Grandma and thought to herself, "It looks like Grandma has chosen him." Soon, Lu Fan and Grandma reached a temple. Curious, Lu Fan asked why she had brought him there in the middle of the night. Grandma explained that their ancestral land was called the Land of Miao, and she was about to reveal its greatest secret to him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Guardian was seething with rage. After hearing that the Shadow Killers had been defeated, he demanded to know how it had happened. In his mind, he cursed the Blood Ice Abyss. He had provided them with a token, promising to destroy Dunnan village in exchange for 100 elite killers. But because of Lu Fan, everything had failed, and instead of a victory, he suffered heavy losses. The trembling soldier standing before him reported that Li Jiang was dead, and most of their elite forces from the water village were either dead or severely injured. He admitted that they no longer had any remaining strength to fight against Dunnan village. The Guardian, furious, shouted, Are you here just to list our losses? He ordered them to send a report to headquarters declaring their mission a failure, and instructed all surviving troops to retreat. We can't take over the land of Miao right now. It's no longer safe. Who knows if that Lu Fan will come after us next? The soldier replied nervously that they had dreamed of conquering the land of Miao for a long time. They had trained the warriors of the water village for years. Could they really abandon their dream after just one loss? The guardian scoffed, saying, "Do you think I enjoy retreating empty-handed? We're not giving up. We're only postponing our plan. For now, we'll shift our focus and target the 9 school first. Once that's done, we'll return, and when we do, this land will be ours." Back at the temple, Lu Fan and Grandma were praying to the Chiyu god. Grandma explained that Chiyu god was once the most powerful war god in the world, but he had lost to the Yellow Emperor in a legendary battle. After that, he had chosen to live in the land of Miao. That's why this entire land inherited a fragment of his power. She revealed that the power they had inherited was their poison technique, which had made their village famous. However, the bulk of Chiyu god's divine power was still sealed within the land of Miao. Grandma believed that someday, someone worthy would appear, someone who could awaken and wield that divine power, to bring glory to the Chiyu god's name once more. Lu Fan thought to himself that the idea of divine power sealed in the land sounded like something out of a fantasy. Any ordinary person would laugh it off, but considering how the evil school had their sights set on this very land, he was starting to believe that everything Grandma said might actually be true. It wasn't just the village they wanted to destroy, it was the Chiyu god's power they were after. Grandma looked at Lu Fan and said that while it might all sound mythical, as descendants of the Chiyu god, they believed in it wholeheartedly. They had been waiting for the one who would truly inherit the god's divine powers. Many candidates had come and gone, but none had succeeded. Every one of them had been called the Son of God, and until now, all of them had come from their own family. But looking at Lu Fan, she said with confidence, "Because you are so powerful, I now declare you our new Son of God." At that moment, Lu Fan hesitated and said he couldn't accept the title. He explained to Grandma that he didn't belong to the Song family bloodline, he was just an outsider. He questioned how she could entrust him with such a huge responsibility. Grandma gently reminded him that, as she had already said before, he was no longer an outsider, he was part of their family now. She explained that Song was a blessing from the Chiyu god to their family, and it was Song who brought Lu Fan to their village, and he, in turn, had saved it. That couldn't be mere coincidence. Destiny had played a role. It was in his fate to become the Son of God. She confessed that they had been waiting for a worthy candidate for years, and hadn't found anyone until now. That's why she earnestly requested him to accept this role, and if nothing else, she said with a soft smile, he could consider it a birthday gift to his grandma. That was all she wanted, just for him to fulfill this one wish. Reluctantly, Lu Fan accepted the token from her hand and agreed. He said, "All right, Grandma, I'll accept your wish." Smiling warmly, Grandma told him to follow her. They walked deeper into the hidden area of the temple. She pressed a section on the wall, revealing a secret door. She turned to Lu Fan and explained that from this point forward, 2 paths would open. One would lead him far away from the village to a distant lake. The other would take him directly to the divine powers of the Chiyu god. They chose the second path. Grandma reminded him that the token she had given him was the key to the divine gate. He could only enter between 7 o'clock and 9 p.m., and he must return before 5 a.m. Tonight, he would face his first trial. She hoped he would be back before sunrise. Lu Fan, inserting the key, muttered to himself that he had gotten into trouble once again. As the gate opened, he stepped forward into the unknown. Inside, he noticed luminous pearls embedded in the walls, rare and incredibly valuable gems that sold for hundreds of millions in the outside world. Yet here, they were being used like ordinary lamps. Seeing this, he thought there must be something unimaginably precious hidden deeper inside. As he explored further, Lu Fan arrived at a wide hall. It was empty except for several towering statues of martial artists along the side. He looked up in awe and chuckled, realizing he barely reached their feet. After examining the entire hall, Lu Fan remarked that there seemed to be no treasure at all. It looked more like a place built for sightseeing. Besides, Grandma never said he'd find anything extraordinary in there, so, with nothing else to do, he decided to head back. When he returned, he told Grandma that he was back already. She was surprised to see him return so soon. Lu Fan explained that he hadn't found any significant clues inside, and since he had to return to the city the next day, he figured staying longer wouldn't be worth it. However, he promised that the next time he came, he would make sure to complete the trial properly. Grandma smiled and advised him to keep his identity as the Son of God a secret. For now, only the two of them knew the truth. She added that he was free to visit the forbidden area anytime he wished. As Grandma watched him leave, she thought to herself, all the previous Sons of God had spent hours inside the forbidden area, yet Lu Fan treated it like a sightseeing spot, and came out in 5 minutes. Is he really the one? He's so different from everyone else. Later, Lu Fan returned home quietly. He thought to himself that he wouldn't make any noise. It was already late, and Song must have fallen asleep, but to his surprise, Song was awake. She immediately hugged him. Lu Fan asked her why she was still up so late. Song said she had been waiting for him, and demanded to know where Grandma had taken him. Lu Fan, trying to dodge the question, told her they had just been patrolling nearby. Song walked closer and looked at him seriously. Son of God, do you really think you can lie to me? She explained that she knew Grandma was trying to find a worthy successor for their Song family, and had likely chosen him because she hadn't found anyone suitable for years. Lu Fan admitted that he had agreed to accept the role. He added that he would help explore the forbidden area, but nothing more. He gently stepped aside and said, "After Grandma's birthday party tomorrow, we'll be leaving. Your little game of showing off your fake boyfriend will be over too. It's late, get some sleep." As Song watched him walk away, she thought to herself, "The path to your heart is long, Lu Feng, but that's alright. I won't give up until the end." The next day, the birthday party began. Everyone in the village was chatting happily, talking about how Lu Fan had saved them and even defeated Li Jiang. When Lu Fan arrived, the villagers began cheering, calling him their hero. Many of them finally understood why Miss Song Jian had personally chosen him. He truly was extraordinary. Lu Fan and Song went up to greet Grandma, and wished her a happy birthday, offering their heartfelt blessings. Grandma smiled warmly and thanked the children, telling them that because of their heartfelt wishes, she was able to celebrate her 100th birthday. She joked that if they continued blessing her like this, she might even outlive them all. Everyone laughed at her playful remark. Meanwhile, the Song brothers invited Lu Fan to join them for a drink. Lu Fan politely declined, saying that he couldn't really handle alcohol, and preferred not to drink. The brothers teased him, insisting that a real man should be able to drink. They said that if he appeared so tough on the outside, he must be just as strong inside. Moments later, all the Song brothers passed out from drinking too much, while Lu Feng, despite being a lightweight, hadn't even gotten tipsy. Grandma then thanked everyone for attending her birthday celebration. She turned to Lu Fan and told him that the gates of their village would always be open to him. He was welcome anytime. Song asked Grandma if she could return with Lu Fan, and Grandma agreed, reminding her to take good care of him. As they prepared to leave, Song thought to herself that she had just proven to the entire land of Miao that Lu Fan belonged to her. She vowed that the next time they visited, she would ask Grandma to arrange their marriage. He may have escaped this time, but next time, he won't be so lucky. Just then, Lu Fan received a call from Dr. Jiang. She informed him that her father had returned, and said he could help Lu Fan gain access to the universe Taoist rites. Later, Lu Fan arrived at Ying's hotel. Head Jiang informed him that the headquarters had requested he first hand over the recipe for Huatua's 9-flavor soup, before they could consider appointing him as head. This was their way of verifying whether he possessed the real recipe. Lu Fan frowned and replied that, according to what they had told him earlier, anyone who held the recipe had the right to become head. But if he handed the recipe over to headquarters, they could simply choose anyone they wanted as leader. He asked whether they took him for a fool. Dr. Jiang sighed and said the problem was that Lu Fan wanted to enter the universe Taoist rites, and that couldn't happen unless he officially became the leader. Head Jiang added that the people at headquarters had begun backing down. They never wanted to appoint an outsider like Lu Fan in the first place, and now they were using this recipe issue as an excuse. He expressed frustration, saying he felt ashamed for insisting Lu Fan get involved, only to watch those cowards at headquarters betray their word. Lu Fan responded calmly, telling him not to worry. He said he'd go speak to them himself the next day. He made it clear that he still had no interest in becoming the leader. All he cared about was entering the universe Taoist rites, and he was ready to do whatever it took to achieve that goal. Head Jiang nodded and said, "Alright, then tomorrow we'll head to headquarters." Lu Feng clenched his fists and muttered, "Let's see who dares say I can't become the head once I get there." The scene transitioned to night. In the middle of the demon forest, members of Skeleton Abyss stood together. One of them declared that it was the last day for ancient medicine school. He claimed that even if they thought hiding in the forest and setting up arrays would protect them, it was useless. They had already captured one of the disciples and extracted all the information they needed about the defensive arrays. It was revealed that to destroy ancient medicine school, the Skeleton Abyss had joined forces with two other powerful groups, the Blood Ice Abyss and the Bone Devouring Abyss. The guardians of those two factions stepped forward and growled, "You people destroyed us 10 years ago. And now, the time has come for us to take our revenge. We'll start with the weakest sect of all, the ancient medicine school." Zhong Tian shouted to his comrades not to hesitate any longer and to attack immediately. All the warriors of their school charged forward. Back inside the ancient medicine school, the guards were fast asleep. Taking advantage of the situation, the invaders stormed through the gates and launched a surprise assault, slaughtering the defenders. Moments later, Head Zhang's father arrived at the battlefield with his own fighters. Furious, he shouted, Asking how the cowards from the evil factions had the nerve to attack their school in the dead of night, he began retaliating, fiercely attacking the intruders. But despite their efforts, Ancient Medicine School stood no chance. With 3 powerful factions attacking together, the school was utterly overwhelmed and completely destroyed. Standing amidst the ruins, Jiang Jie smirked and said it felt good to finally destroy Ancient Medicine School. The next day, Dr. Jiang and Lu Fan arrived at the outskirts of the Demon Forest. She explained that the headquarters of Ancient Medicine School was located deep in the forest, in a completely isolated area. Head Jiang frowned and commented on how strange it was that no one had come to receive him, even though he had already informed them of his arrival. Normally, the elders would be there to greet the head personally. He questioned when they became so bold as to ignore their own leader's return. Lu Fan suggested that it wasn't their fault. Something bad must have happened to the school. This possibility shocked both Head Jiang and Dr. Jiang. As they pushed deeper into the forest, they noticed that the air was thick with demonic energy. Head Jiang started running and told Lu Fan to stay behind him, saying he knew how to cross the corrupted zone safely. Meanwhile, Lu Fan sensed the scent of blood in the air. He hoped his fears weren't true. When they finally reached the school, the entire compound lay in ruins. Atop the destroyed buildings flew 3 flags, the banners of Skeleton Abyss, Blood Ice Abyss, and Bone Devouring Abyss. Lu Fan pointed to the flags and asked who the other 2 were besides Skeleton Abyss. Dr. Jiang explained that one was Blood Ice Abyss and the other was Bone Devouring Abyss. The 3 had clearly joined forces to destroy Ancient Medicine School. As they stepped inside, they saw nothing but devastation. The entire school was in ruins and all the disciples had been slaughtered. Head Jiang, heartbroken and furious, cried out in grief, saying, "Why? We were just doctors. We never harmed anyone." Lu Fan thought silently to himself that in just one night, one of the 9 great schools had been annihilated. If the 7 Abyss schools were capable of such a reckless act, they surely wouldn't stop here. Suddenly, Lu Fan heard a faint voice coming from beneath a pile of rubble. He told the others that something was trapped below. Head Jiang said there used to be a secret tunnel there. Someone must have taken shelter inside and now couldn't get out. With a single punch, Lu Fan cleared the debris, and Head Jiang opened the hidden gate. From inside, a figure suddenly burst out, attacking blindly and yelling, "You bastards from the evil schools, I'll destroy you." Lu Fan quickly stopped him and said they weren't the enemy. Head Jiang recognized the man and called out, "Jipeng, you're safe." Jipeng, catching his breath, confirmed it and shouted inside, "The leader is here, everyone can come out now." Head Jiang apologized for arriving so late and expressed his relief that Jipeng was still alive. Head Jiang's father added grimly that they had been completely ruined. No one had expected the evil schools to launch such a sudden sneak attack. He said that out of everyone in the school, they were only able to save 10%. The remaining 90% had perished right before their eyes. Head Jiang clenched his fists in rage and declared that he would never forgive the evil schools for their crime. He swore they would retaliate, but first, they needed to seek help from the remaining 8 schools. Without their support, they wouldn't stand a chance. At that moment, Lu Fan reassured everyone not to worry. He said that as long as he was there, the attackers wouldn't dare to strike again. And if they did, they wouldn't be able to leave unharmed. Head Jiang's father asked, "Who is this young man?" Head Jiang then explained, "He is Lu Fan, a very powerful master and our future head. He is the holder of the Huatua 9 flavor soup recipe." He reminded everyone that the one who held the recipe was traditionally considered their leader. When everyone saw someone so young stepping up as the new head, they were visibly shocked. Lu Fan told them not to panic. He added that the evil school had committed a despicable act, and he knew exactly how they deserved to be punished. But this wasn't the time for revenge. Right now, they needed to focus on healing the wounded and relocating the children to a safe place. Following Lu Fan's command, Head Jiang immediately instructed everyone to act as the future head had ordered. However, not everyone was pleased. Among the group of disciples, there stood an elder who was clearly not happy about Lu Fan becoming their leader. Later, they cremated the bodies of the fallen. Head Jiang stood before the flames, vowing to avenge everyone who had died. Lu Fan echoed his anger, stating that the 7 Abyss schools had committed an unforgivable crime, and for that, they would not be spared. Elsewhere, Jiang Jie was seen observing the scene from a distance. She thought to herself that she had remained behind only to assassinate Jiang Tianyan, the head of Ancient Medicine School. But now that Lu Fan was present, she would have to abort the plan. Jiang Jie turned to her subordinate and said they should leave. Her subordinate asked, confused, "Weren't we here to kill them?" Jiang Jie responded sharply that as long as Lu Fan was around, it wasn't possible. They'd deal with him another time. Meanwhile, Tang, who had left the school, was deep in thought. He felt the place had become unbearably dull without Lu Fan. He mentioned trying to call him but couldn't get through. "Where are you, Lu Fan? I miss you a lot. Just then, a masked stranger approached Tang and swiftly kidnapped him. Back in the forest, Head Jiang informed Lu Fan that defensive arrays had been set throughout the demon forest. He said no one could have entered without inside help. That meant someone had betrayed them, and they were already investigating. He also added that they had reached out to other schools for support, and asked for Lu Fan's understanding if they had missed anything else. Suddenly, an elder stood up and said he had something to report. Head Jiang asked what was wrong. The elder voiced his suspicion. Lu Fan had not yet handed over the complete 9-flavor soup recipe, so how could they confirm him as the official head? At this, Head Jiang exploded with anger. He asked if the elder had lost his mind. He reminded everyone that he had personally verified Lu Fan held the recipe, and that anyone who possessed it had the right to be leader. No one was to question or make demands of Lu Fan. Head Jiang's father interrupted, warning Head Jiang that he was forgetting his responsibilities. Head Jiang responded firmly, saying he had already verified everything. He reminded them that he was the current leader, and if he was willing to step down for Lu Fan, why was everyone else complaining? But Jiang's father argued that they were in a crisis. People would criticize Head Jiang as a coward for passing leadership to a mere child, and even if Head Jiang didn't care, they couldn't place their trust in someone so young during such dangerous times. Elder chimed in, raising doubts about Lu Fan's background. He pointed out that someone as powerful as Lu Fan, who was only at Mingjing Grade 1, could only have gained such strength at a young age if he came from the evil schools. He asked how they could be sure he wasn't a spy. Lu Fan, upon hearing this, began to grow suspicious of the elder himself. He turned to Head Jiang and said there was no need to argue. He understood their concerns. If they wanted proof, he would give it. Lu Fan presented one of the 9 flavors of the Huatua soup, telling them to inspect it and see that it was perfect. He added that if they still weren't convinced, he would simply walk away. Upon examining it, everyone agreed that it was indeed one of the 9 flavors, but the elder demanded the other 8. Lu Fan refused. He explained that he had initially planned to give them all the recipes and help them rise again, but their distrustful behavior had deeply disappointed him. He said, "Where there is trust, I work without profit, but if I'm not trusted, I won't lift a finger. If you don't believe in me, then I don't need you either." As Lu Fan turned to leave, the elders suddenly attacked him, yelling for him to hand over the recipes. But with a single punch, Lu Fan defeated him. Lu Fan then declared, "Keep your head position. If you let me enter the universe Taoist rites, I'll give you the rest of the recipe. If not, you get nothing. I've only forgiven you because of Uncle Jiang. But if you attack me again, I'll cut off your hands." Seeing Lu Fan storm off in anger, Head Jiang also grew furious. He scolded the elder, saying he had forgotten his place. "You have no idea who you just offended. Because of your foolishness, our chances against the evil schools have dropped below 50%. Remember this next time. You're just a minor elder." The elder, realizing his mistake, apologized to Head Jiang. As Head Jiang stood watching Lu Fan, he muttered to himself, "Now I must figure out how to win him back." At that point, Dr. Jiang asked her father what he meant by others. He explained that they needed to convene a hero meeting, and inform everyone of what had happened to them. After returning home, Lu Fan was seen deep in cultivation. He thought to himself that if he truly wanted to enter Universe Taoist rites through ancient medicine school, he would need to help them first, by eliminating the 7 evil school. He also considered that maybe the elder wasn't entirely wrong in suspecting him. From the outside, Lu Fan appeared to be only at Mingjing Grade 1. Even though he possessed vast experience and strength, the elder couldn't see that, so perhaps it was time to show the world his true level. With that, Lu Fan sat down to break through, and within seconds, he succeeded. As he opened his eyes, he found himself standing before a book within his mind. Upon reading its first page, he was instantly granted the powers of the King of Boxing. Lu Fan thought to himself that this was the first time in his life he had seen such incredible moves. He believed that if he mastered these techniques, his boxing style would become extraordinary. The book stated that it contained 199 unique boxing techniques, and that once mastered, Lu Fan's defenses would become nearly unbreakable. Opening his eyes again, Lu Fan was filled with awe. He had previously seen techniques like Leopard Fist and Snake Fist from the 9 schools, but what he had now discovered far surpassed them. He immediately began practicing these new boxing techniques. The next morning, Lu Fan woke up and remarked that despite practicing all night, he had only mastered 19 of the 199 techniques. Still, he considered it impressive that he could learn a move after just watching it once. If he hadn't had that ability, learning every variation would have taken him forever. At that moment, Elan entered and told him that something major had happened. Lu Fan guessed she was about to talk about the attack on Ancient Medicine School. Elan was surprised he already knew, and informed him that the 7 evil school had returned to the world. They were now targeting 9 schools and attacking them. Chaos had once again descended upon the martial arts world. Lu Fan realized that the attack on Ancient Medicine School was only the beginning. The evil schools clearly had more planned. Elan then told him that the ancient medicine school had called for a hero meeting to prepare a response against the 7 evil school. As Lu Fan read the invitation, he said, "So the fight will be on the 29th. Elan added that she doubted the evil schools would sit quietly while the hero meeting took place. If they were already hunting down members of the 9 schools, they would definitely show up there too. Lu Fan agreed. He said he had no choice now, he would have to help. Just then, Elan received a message on her phone. After reading it, she told Lu Fan that their Juanyuan pavilion had received a lead on the Skeleton Abyss. According to the intel, members of the Skeleton Abyss were located in City of Circle, and had even kidnapped a student from their school. Lu Fan asked urgently if there was any information about the kidnapped student. At the same time, he wondered why he was getting such a bad feeling, as if someone close to him had been taken. Elan replied that they didn't have any information yet. However, the pavilion was already gathering people to launch an attack on Skeleton Abyss, and she was planning to join. Lu Fan immediately said he would come too. He asked her to consider him as a member of Juanyuan Pavilion, adding that he couldn't let them handle such an important mission without him. Elan, in her mind, thought that Lu Fan really did behave oddly sometimes. Later, Lu Fan and Elan arrived near the outskirts of the district. Elan's senior brother asked Lu Fan what he was doing there. Before Lu Fan could answer, Elan explained that when she got the message to come, Lu Fan was already with her, and now, he was here to help them. She then asked her senior brother for a briefing. What exactly was going on? He explained that the members of Skeleton Abyss had taken refuge on a nearby isolated island. Because there was no internet connectivity on that island, they hadn't been able to trace them accurately. But one thing was certain, they hadn't left that island. Elan suggested that the island they discovered might be the headquarters of Skeleton Abyss. However, her senior brother immediately disagreed, explaining that many fishermen had confirmed the place was too small and unqualified to be a base. He assured her that they would know more soon, as one of their teams was already headed there for reconnaissance. Elan insisted that they needed to eliminate the enemies by tonight. Her senior brother nodded and told her to go rest, as she would be accompanying him in tonight's operation. Meanwhile, Lu Fan said he was going out for a walk and asked them to inform him before they departed. Elan cautioned him not to stray too far. Lu Fan, walking near the shoreline, was deep in thought. He found it suspicious that the Skeleton Abyss had been located so easily. He speculated that this might be a trap, possibly set up to lure and kill their team. Just then, Elan's senior brother approached and sarcastically commented on Lu Fan's relaxed demeanor, saying he must be in a good mood to be enjoying himself. Lu Fan replied lightheartedly, "Hey, you strange-looking guy, are you planning to join us?" Senior brother scoffed and retorted, "What's that supposed to mean? I look handsome. Just because you look good doesn't give you the right to insult others." He then introduced himself as Jiao Jinan, a direct disciple of Elder Dongfeng, and demanded that Lu Fan address him properly. Lu Fan chuckled, saying Jinan's name sounded even stranger than his face. Jinan was clearly irritated and questioned what Elan and the master saw in someone like Lu Fan, whose cultivation level was so low. Lu Fan responded casually, "Ever heard of looks? Sometimes people like others just based on appearance, and the thing with looks is, you either have it from birth or you don't." Jinan, still angry, said he wasn't in the mood to waste time and declared Lu Fan unfit for the mission due to his low cultivation. Lu Fan didn't back down. "Even if you say no, I'm still going." Jinan shouted that as the mission commander, he wouldn't allow Lu Fan to participate without permission. Lu Fan challenged him to a duel, suggesting they test whose strength really mattered. Without hesitation, Jinan launched a fierce attack on Lu Fan. He warned Lu Fan that his overconfidence would get him beaten badly and told him to stay away from Elan. Lu Fan laughed, replying, "I still don't get what makes you so jealous. Now I get it. You're upset because the girl who ignores you is always following me around." That only made Jinan angrier. Lu Fan continued, saying, "Can't help it. It's not my fault she's into me." With that, Lu Fan hit him with a powerful leopard punch, knocking Jinan to the ground in a single blow. Lu Fan calmly added, "That was just a punch at Elan's level. If you can't even handle that, how do you expect to stand beside her?" Jinan, shocked, wondered how someone at Mingxing Grade 2 could be this strong. Lu Fan told him, "Since you lost, I'm joining the mission." Jinan fumed silently, vowing to show Lu Fan his true power when the time came. Later that night, the team boarded a boat to head toward the isolated island. One by one, they climbed aboard. Jinan offered Elan a hand, but she refused. As she tried to climb without help, her foot slipped and she fell, right into Lu Fan's arms. Blushing, Elan thanked him for catching her. In her mind, she wondered why her heartbeat was racing. It's just a normal fall. Meanwhile, Jinan was fuming with rage. How dare that bastard touch Elan? He'll pay for that later. Once they reached the island, Jinan ordered some of his men to stay behind and monitor the area. If they saw anything strange, they were to signal the main group immediately. As Jinan and his team moved ahead, the scene shifted to a Skeleton Abyss member. He laughed to himself, saying, "Finally, the kids will have some food. We have some guests arriving." Back on the island, Jinan warned everyone to be careful. According to the local fishermen, the area was filled with poisonous snakes, and even eating the local snacks was dangerous. He specifically told Elon, "If you see any snakes, don't panic, just let me know. You know, I never feared vipers." While kids played with toys, I rode anaconda and played with king cobras. Snakes are like humans to me. Just then, Lu Fan pointed at the ground and said, "Look, your little viper buddy is saying hi from beneath your foot." Startled, Jinan asked, "Where?" Lu Fan laughed and said, "Oops, my bad, it's just grass. But hey, you played with vipers as a kid, right? Then why are you so nervous just hearing their name?" Before Jinan could retaliate with a comeback, a real viper attacked, but Lu Fan killed it effortlessly with just one hand. He warned the group, "Looks like we're surrounded by snakes." The team began fighting off a wave of venomous snakes together. Jinan worried aloud that if Skeleton Abyss found out they were here, it could become very dangerous. He suggested that they leave immediately. Elon agreed, saying he was right, but Lu Fan suddenly raised his hand and said, "Wait, someone's approaching us." Just then, a Skeleton Abyss member appeared and arrogantly said, "So, someone actually dared to enter our territory?" His companions behind him muttered, "Must be a few fishermen. By now, they're probably already dead, killed by our vipers." Jinan informed the group that the man ahead was none other than the Snake Demon, one of the elite guardians of Skeleton Abyss. He explained that the Snake Demon had killed thousands using venomous vipers and was infamous for wielding one of the deadliest techniques known. Elon, clearly worried, asked what they could possibly do against someone that powerful. Lu Fan reassured her, saying they shouldn't panic. He smirked and said the Snake Demon was simply unlucky to have run into him. "If he's planning to use his snakes against us, then I'm the worst opponent he could have. His poison won't affect me." When the Snake Demon saw his vipers lying dead, he became furious. He growled that ordinary fishermen couldn't have killed his snakes, and concluded it had to be the work of a martial artist. Enraged, he ordered all his vipers to hunt down the person responsible. As fate would have it, one of Elan's team members was soon targeted by a snake. In trying to defend himself, he accidentally revealed their location. The Snake Demon responded swiftly, launching poison bombs in their direction and dispatching his sentries to engage in close combat. As the team fought back, the Snake Demon began spreading a thick poisonous smoke throughout the island. He taunted them, saying, "Even if my snakes don't bite you, you still have to breathe. I'll flood the entire island with poison. Let's see where you run then." To everyone's shock, Lu Fan stepped forward and inhaled the poison smoke, absorbing it into his body. The Snake Demon laughed mockingly and called him a fool, saying he had never seen someone so stupid. "Taking in my poison directly?" Jinan was horrified. He couldn't believe what Lu Fan had done. Even warriors at Mingjing Grade 8 couldn't survive such concentrated poison. He was sure Lu Fan wouldn't make it out alive. The Snake Demon advanced and assumed Lu Fan was immobilized. He offered to end his pain by killing him swiftly, but before he could act, Lu Fan suddenly grabbed the Snake Demon by the throat. Shaken, the Snake Demon stammered, You're still alive? You can move?" Lu Fan calmly explained, "Your power is poison, but poison has no effect on me." With that, he slammed the Snake Demon into the ground. One blow was all it took to knock him unconscious. Everyone watching was stunned. A guardian of Skeleton Abyss had been defeated with such ease. Jinan stood there, thinking silently to himself, "Lu Fan didn't even use 10% of his power when he fought me earlier. If he had, I might not be alive right now." As they regrouped, Elon, still surprised, asked Lu Fan how he had resisted the poison. Lu Fan replied that his body had been exposed to lethal toxins since childhood. "There probably isn't a single poison in this world that my body hasn't already endured." Hearing this, Jinan and the others were left speechless. Elon asked what their next move should be. Lu Fan said they now had proof that Skeleton Abyss operatives were present on the island. If even a guardian was stationed here, something serious was going on. He declared that their objective was now clear. They needed to eliminate the enemies and uncover the truth behind the operations here. Jinan nodded, accepting Lu Fan as the de facto leader. "Whatever you say, boss." As the group moved forward, they stumbled upon a hidden training base of Skeleton Abyss. Elon was shocked to see so many tents set up. Lu Fan speculated that this might be a training camp. They noticed a large group of children standing in formation. A fat man stood before them, shouting, "You've all survived brutal training, hunted poisonous beasts, and fought hard. Your survival proves your strength. Someday, your talents will make you our finest killers." Elon and Jinan, disgusted, whispered to each other, wondering how anyone could treat children like this. "Do these people even have a heart?" The fat man continued, "Today, I'm taking you to the headquarters. From now on, you'll serve as killers for Skeleton Abyss." Just then, one child dared to resist and lunged forward to stab him. The fat man grabbed the child and slammed him into the ground without hesitation. he sneered, saying, "This happens every year. You think that after some training, you've become strong enough to take me down? Every year I have to kill a few of you to remind the rest what happens to traitors." More children moved forward to attack him, but before any of them could strike, Lu Fan stepped in and kicked the fat man away. Jinan declared angrily, "Enough. None of you are getting away today." The fat man, getting up, growled, "Looks like we left a gate open. That's how rats like you got into Skeleton Abyss's restricted zone." Lu Fan revealed his identity. "We are disciples of the Juwen Yuan court. Surrender now, or die." The fat man burst into laughter. "Surrender? To you four? What do you think this is, a movie? You think 4 people can take out all of us?" He called in reinforcements. Jinan and the rest looked around, realizing they were surrounded. What they had walked into was not a base, it was a trap. Elan quickly addressed the children, telling them not to worry. She assured them that their handsome big brother would beat all these bad people. Lu Fan spoke up. "You left clues behind on purpose. You wanted us to find this place, to lure us in." The fat man laughed. "Our guardian ordered us to kill as many as possible. That's why we left some evidence behind. But I'm shocked. How did you survive the snake demon's venom?" Lu Fan replied bluntly, "Cowards hide or run. We didn't. We killed the snakes, and we killed your demon. Their corpses are lying behind us." The fat man refused to believe it. "Impossible. You're just Mingjing realm warriors. There's no way you could kill him." As he shouted, the Skeleton Abyss army advanced toward them. Lu Fan charged ahead on his own. Before Jinan and the others could even decide to assist him, Lu Fan had already defeated every enemy single-handedly. Each of his strikes was so powerful that not a single opponent remained standing. Watching this, Jinan and his companion realized that Lu Fan never needed their help at all. In fact, from the very beginning, it was they who had been a burden to him. The children nearby cheered excitedly, shouting how amazing Big Brother Lu Fan was, and confidently claiming that he would surely defeat the fat blood demon next. Elan smiled proudly and reminded them, "Didn't I tell you? Handsome Big Brother can do anything." After the battle settled, Lu Fan turned to the blood demon and said calmly, "Now it's your turn. Everyone else is down, but I still feel like fighting. Until I get tired of it, I'll keep hitting you." The blood demon stood confused, wondering how a mere Mingjing Grade 2 warrior could possess such overwhelming strength. Jinan and his friend were thinking the same. Lu Fan confronted him again, recalling, "A few days ago, you attacked my high school and kidnapped someone. I want to know where that hostage is." The blood demon scoffed and retorted, "I don't work for your father. Just because you ask for information doesn't mean I'll give it to you. If you want to know where the hostage is, defeat me first." Without hesitation, he lunged at Lu Fan with a dagger. Lu Fan caught his arm mid-swing and replied coldly, "You have 2 options. 1, say nothing and let me beat you to death. I'll find out the truth about the hostage eventually. Or 2, answer me and avoid a beating. If you're smart, you'll make the right choice." The blood demon backed off, trying to provoke Lu Fan by saying he was getting arrogant and claiming there was a vast difference in their power levels. But Lu Fan swiftly struck the blood demon in the heavenly part of his body, causing him to reel in pain. Jinan and his friend were stunned. That single attack, they realized, was strong enough to take down even a god-level warrior. They couldn't believe they hadn't thought of such a move before. As the blood demon struggled to fight back, he accused Lu Fan of using a cheap technique. In response, Lu Fan grabbed his arm and shattered all the bones in it. "That takes care of your hand. Now for your back." With a ruthless twist, Lu Fan crushed the blood demon's spine, leaving him paralyzed. The blood demon, now crying, stammered, "I still can't believe someone at your realm level defeated me. Who are you?" Lu Fan answered, "What would you do with my name? You can call me Dad. I'm the one who killed your Skeleton Abyss's 13 devil pinks, so consider yourself lucky to be beaten by me." Shaking in fear, the blood demon muttered, "Are you Lu Fan? The one who attacked our people during the hero meeting?" Lu Fan replied with a smirk, "Yes, you guessed right. So what's it going to be? Answer me, or die." The blood demon remembered how their guardian had warned them that disciples would attack, but he hadn't expected Lu Fan himself to appear. He also recalled the guardian's words, though some enemies might come, they would all be weak. Then it struck him, the hostage, Tang, was Lu Fan's close friend. If Lu Fan found out Tang had been kidnapped, he would come running, exactly as he had. Seeing Lu Fan draw his dagger again, the blood demon began to panic. Lu Fan warned him, "I've already broken half your body. If you don't speak, I'll start removing your organs next." Terrified, the blood demon pleaded for a moment, "Wait, don't you care about your friend Tang? If you kill me, you'll never reach him." Lu Fan's expression darkened. "What did you just say?" The blood demon, trembling, revealed that when their forces left, their guardian took Tang to the bone-devouring abyss. That was all he knew. Beyond that, he claimed he had no more information. Lu Fan didn't hesitate. He finished him off with a powerful kick, ending the blood demon's life. As he walked away, Lu Fan muttered to himself, "They used my friend as bait to trap me in the Seven Evil School, but they have no idea what kind of mistake they've made by dragging him into this." The children celebrated the blood demon's death, their faces lit with hope. Even Jinan admitted, "I might not like Lu Fan personally, but there's no denying it, this guy is incredible. With that kind of power, he could easily rank on the genius list." Elan then declared she would go with Lu Fan to continue the mission, asking the others to report back to headquarters about what had transpired here. In her thoughts, Elan wondered if Lu Fan might have some connection to the Juan Yuan court, given his extraordinary strength and calm demeanor. She had a gut feeling that Lu Fan was already ranked among the top warriors in the world. As the scene progressed, we saw that the headquarters had sent boats to transport the captured members of the Skeleton Abyss organization. They were being taken away under heavy watch. Meanwhile, a few children approached Lu Fan and asked him hesitantly, "Brother, is it really true that we're going home? Will our parents even recognize us after all this time?" One of them added that they killed a lot of people during their training. They had been forced to do terrible things, and now they believed they had become bad people. They feared their families would never accept them again. Lu Fan gently reassured them, saying they hadn't done anything truly good or bad, they were just children. He told them to forget the life they had lived so far, and once they returned to their families, their real lives could begin again. He insisted that they shouldn't worry about being hated by their parents, because parents never truly hate their children. Just then, another child stepped forward and said, "Brother, when I grow up, I want to become a hero just like you, someone powerful enough to save everyone." Lu Fan smiled and told the boy that he already was a hero. Amidst everything, the boy had shown great courage by surviving on his own. Lu Fan added that he truly believed the boy would become even greater than him one day. As he watched the children leave, Lu Fan thought to himself that he trusted the Wan Yuan court to take good care of them. He was disturbed by how Skeleton Abyss had turned these innocent children into weapons. Despite their young age, they had become so skilled that they could easily take down anyone. He knew that if these children weren't guided back onto the right path, they could become a serious threat to society. He realized Wan Yuan court had a lot of work ahead of them. Elan commented that Skeleton Abyss had committed unforgivable acts. She admitted she now felt sorry for those still working under them. After all, they had once been innocent children too, turned into tools of destruction by the very people they now served, completely unaware that their lives had been ruined by them. Lu Fan responded that he was sure the evil schools run many more such operations, and countless children were still being turned into living weapons. Earlier, he hadn't wanted to destroy these schools, they were just obstacles in his path, nothing more. But now, knowing what they were doing, he declared he would not spare even a single one. Elan said she was taking the rescued children to a larger headquarters in another city, which could provide the help they needed. She asked Lu Fan if he wanted to come with her. Lu Fan agreed. He explained that his friend had been taken hostage by Skeleton Abyss, and was now somewhere in the bone-devouring abyss. If they had dragged his friend into this mess, then it was his responsibility to get him out. Elan nodded, expressing her frustration at how Skeleton Abyss dragged even innocent people into their dark world. She promised Lu Fan that Wan Yuan court would do everything it could to rescue his friend. They agreed to head to the capital as quickly as possible. Soon, they reached the capital. Lu Fan looked around and remarked that its brilliance hadn't faded. The shining buildings and golden sunrise still felt as mesmerizing as ever. Elan invited him to come with her to the branch office of Wan Yuan court, explaining that it was a massive facility and she could even introduce him to the director. But Lu Fan declined. He said he had no interest in these big institutions, and trusted that she would bring him the necessary information anyway. He added with a grin that a chance to visit such a beautiful city didn't come often. He was going sightseeing. Internally, though, Lu Fan was cautious. He knew many people at the capital branch recognized him, and several of his former allies still worked there. Visiting the branch would almost guarantee he'd be identified, so he decided to stay out of sight and mind his own business. As Elan left for the branch, Lu Fan strolled through the city, telling himself he wouldn't get involved in any trouble this time. He was here to work peacefully, and to leave just as quietly. But trouble, as always, found him. Suddenly, a girl nearby was yelling at a boy named Ouyang Yuan. She shouted, "Are you crazy? I told you already. I don't want to date you. I have school to get to. Now move out of my way." Ouyang Yuan tried to charm her, saying, "Come on, I know you're beautiful, but how many times are you going to reject me? Do you even realize that no one in this entire city is better than me? I've got looks, money, status, background, and real love for you." The girl snapped back, saying she had no feelings for him. He was wasting both his time and hers. Ouyang smirked and said, "If not me, then who? Aside from your brother, I'm the only guy in this city worthy of being your boyfriend. If you keep rejecting me like this, that must mean there's someone else, and I want to know who he is. If I believe he's better than me, I'll back off for good." The girl glanced around nervously. Meanwhile, Lu Fan had a bad feeling. Something told him he was about to get pulled into something unexpected. Sure enough, the girl suddenly pointed at Lu Fan and said, "He's the one I have feelings for." Lu Fan sighed to himself, thinking he had seen this coming. Ouyang squinted at him and scoffed, "Do I look stupid to you? I can clearly see that guy was just looking at the bridge, and you randomly picked him to get rid of me. If we're faking things now, then fine. I could say Mr. Beast is my brother too." The girl insisted she wasn't joking. She reminded him, "You told me to find someone better than you. Well, look, I did. Just take a look at him. Compared to him, you're nothing." According to her, Lu Fan was so attractive, one could never get tired of looking at him, unlike Ouyang, whom she claimed was hard to even look at. Lu Fan thought to himself that this girl was clearly trying to trap him, and staying there any longer wouldn't be safe. Just then, Ouyang Yuan grabbed the girl's hand and firmly said he wouldn't tolerate her nonsense anymore. He added that he knew the other guy meant nothing to her. The girl snapped back at Ouyang, demanding he let go of her hand. She warned that if he didn't, she would punch him. She reminded him that she, too, came from a powerful family, specifically, the prestigious Sidhu family from the capital. Lu Fan overheard this and was surprised to learn that she belonged to the renowned Sidhu family. Ouyang Yuan continued, saying he didn't care what she said here. He wasn't going to let her leave without giving him an answer, and that answer, he emphasized, better be yes. But at that moment, Lu Fan stepped in and grabbed Ouyang's hand. He asked whether Ouyang had no self-respect, or if he simply didn't understand human language. He reminded him that the girl had already said no, so why was he still trying to cling to her? Ouyang questioned Lu Fan's interference, asking why he was involving himself in something that didn't concern him. At the same time, he was shocked that he couldn't even move his own arm. Just who is this guy? Lu Fan calmly said that he was in a good mood today, and didn't feel like hitting anyone, but he warned Ouyang to leave while he still had the chance. As soon as Lu Fan released Ouyang's hand, Ouyang gave the order for his men to attack, but within 2 minutes, Lu Fan had beaten them all and thrown them back into their car. Stunned, Ouyang exclaimed that all his bodyguards were ex-military soldiers. How had they lost so easily? Meanwhile, the Sidhu family girl was equally shocked. She thought to herself that Lu Fan wasn't just strong, he was using brilliant tactics. Was he once a soldier too? Ouyang, still trying to maintain his pride, said Lu Fan's skills had impressed him, but warned him not to overestimate himself. He reminded Lu Fan of a popular saying, "You don't provoke a crocodile while living in its pond." Then he added, "My friend, you've just made that mistake." The Sidhu girl warned Lu Fan to back off, telling him that Ouyang was a trained martial artist, and he wouldn't be able to handle his attacks. She thought to herself that Ouyang was at grade 4 of Minjing grade. Although she had been told not to fight publicly, she knew she had no choice now. She had to fight to protect Lu Fan. But before she could step in, Lu Fan once again grabbed Ouyang's hand and said, "If you're a crocodile, what are you doing outside the water? Let me help you return to your habitat." With that, he tossed Ouyang into a nearby lake. Seeing this, the Sidhu girl was completely stunned. From the lake, Ouyang started yelling for help, admitting he didn't know how to swim. The Sidhu girl gasped in disbelief and asked Lu Fan how he had defeated a grade 4 Minjing grade martial artist so effortlessly. Lu Fan casually replied that she was now free, and instead of asking questions, she should have thanked him. He added that clearly her family hadn't taught her basic manners. "But don't worry, I'm teaching you now. Next time, be sure to say thank you." The Sidhu girl said urgently that he had no idea what kind of trouble he had just created. She begged him to stop and asked where he was even going. Blushing slightly, she mumbled to herself, "Who is this guy? He didn't even glance back at me." In the next scene, we see 2 soldiers. One of them salutes and reports, "Officer Sidhu, we are ready. We've learned that our enemy is within 1 mile. We'll locate and engage them soon." Officer Sidhu nodded and instructed them to move fast, emphasizing that the professor's life was in danger. The photographs he was examining were none other than Lu Fan and the Inferno warriors. As he left, Officer Sidhu muttered to himself that the boss had made him promise something long ago, and even today, he was fulfilling that promise. He was still waiting for the day the boss would return. Scene shifts again. Lu Fan had arrived at a hotel. Elon called him and explained they still hadn't found any information on the bone-devouring abyss. The last time they were seen was 10 years ago, and since then, there had been complete silence. She added that the Abyss Group was responsible for destroying the ancient medicine school, but they had done it so cleanly that no trace of evidence was left. She told Lu Fan not to worry, they would soon find out where his friend was. Lu Fan agreed and said he would wait for her update. In his thoughts, he reflected that the Guardianing knew he was determined to take revenge for the destruction of the ancient medicine school. That's why they had taken Tang hostage, and shifted his focus to the bone-devouring abyss. Back on the call, Elon mentioned she would have to stay another night, since many children had been reunited with their families, but some were still unclaimed. She asked Lu Fan what he planned to do until then. Meanwhile, a professor walking by said to herself that her father had entrusted her with all the research material. She had to get it safely to headquarters at any cost. As she passed by Lu Fan, she heard his voice and found it oddly familiar, like she had heard it somewhere before. Lu Fan, meanwhile, told Elan he was staying at Jingyi Hotel and could wait there for a day. Elan, sounding annoyed, replied that Jingyi was the most luxurious hotel in the entire city, and while she was working hard, he was enjoying himself. She finally understood why he hadn't come with them. Lu Fan, lost in thought, remembered that the ancient medicine school had organized the hero meeting at Manhwa. He was sure the Seven Evil School would attack there, and maybe he'd find Tang there too. No matter what happened, he knew one thing for sure: he had to reach Manhwa by the 29th. Just then, the professor walked up to him and asked, "Do you recognize me?" Lu Fan apologized and said that he couldn't recognize her. The professor introduced herself, saying her name was Yi Shujuan, and reminded him that he had saved her and her father exactly 3 years ago. On June 17th, she explained that some foreign soldiers were chasing them at the time because they were returning to China with highly confidential research. She recalled that they had nearly died, but he had appeared and saved their lives. The scene then shifted to a flashback of June 17th. 3 years ago, Yi Shujuan and her father, along with a group of scientists, were held hostage by foreign soldiers. Her father told the soldiers that they had worked hard to obtain the sensitive information, and wouldn't give it up so easily. The soldiers coldly responded, saying they had been paid a hefty sum to retrieve the research no matter what. One of them, leering, added that Yi Shujuan was quite cute, and suggested that the men might have some fun with her as a bonus. As they began to tear her clothes, Shujuan cried out in desperation, praying to God and asking if heroes truly existed. If so, she pleaded for one to come save her, saying she would lose faith in God if help didn't arrive. Just then, Lu Fan appeared like a storm, swiftly taking down the enemy soldiers one by one. He commanded his team to eliminate all of them without mercy. His men, known as Inferno Warriors, quickly overpowered the foreign attackers. As they died, the enemy soldiers muttered in disbelief, asking why the Inferno Warriors were there. Meanwhile, Shujuan watched in awe as Lu Fan fought with deadly precision. She thought to herself that if real heroes existed in the world, they must be like him. After the battle, Officer Sidhu reported to Lu Fan that all enemies had been killed, and the confidential research was safe. Lu Fan nodded and ordered that headquarters be informed about the successful rescue of Professor Yi and his daughter. The professor rushed to check on his daughter, giving her his coat while asking if she was alright. Lu Fan assured them that they would be escorted home safely, and told them not to worry. Professor Yi thanked him. Shujuan then asked if she could know his name. Lu Fan replied that people like him didn't have names, only code names, and if she wanted to remember him, she could refer to him as Inferno Warrior. Shujuan noted with amazement that even after 3 years, he looked exactly the same, like he hadn't aged a day. She wondered aloud if he even aged at all. Lu Fan dismissed her observation, saying she must be mistaken. He wasn't the person she thought he was. But in his mind, Lu Fan was surprised that someone among the thousands he had saved actually remembered him. Shujuan said she could never forget him. His face, his voice, they were engraved in her memory. She called him her hero and insisted he couldn't pretend otherwise. Lu Fan thought to himself that she had become his fan, and he wasn't sure how to handle that. At that moment, an assassin had Shujuan in his sights. The assassin, identified as Black Scorpion, reported that he had her tagged and would soon put a bullet through her head. Lu Fan sensed his presence and saw him stationed on a rooftop, ready to fire. He immediately pulled Shujuan away to safety. Black Scorpion, shocked, realized the target had moved, and suspected he might have been discovered. He radioed his team, saying he couldn't complete the snipe and instructed the next team to be on standby. He thought he needed to reposition. Just then, Officer Sidhu approached from behind and asked if he was Black Scorpion. He told him that if so, today was going to be a very bad day for him. Back at the hotel, Lu Fan had pinned Shujuan to a wall. He was thinking about how unusual it was for a sniper to be operating in the capital, and concluded that the girl must have been the target. Shujuan blushed as Lu Fan leaned in close. He asked her where her room was. Embarrassed, she hesitated and asked if things weren't moving too fast. Lu Fan insisted she take him there immediately. Shujuan thought to herself that this was happening too quickly, and she hadn't prepared for something like this. Meanwhile, the leader of the foreign mercenaries was informed by his men that Black Scorpion had failed. The leader said it was okay. If the tiger had missed his chance, their bear would take over. Back at the hotel, Shujuan led Lu Fan to her room. He assessed the situation, concluding that there wasn't any threat from outside. But if there were snipers after her, more enemies could already be inside the building. He speculated they could be hiding in the room, ready to ambush her. Shujuan nervously mentioned that only the two of them would be entering the room. Lu Fan replied that she needed his protection, and that for the next 4 to 5 hours, she would need him the most. As they entered, Lu Fan noted that for such a large hotel, there was surprisingly no staff around. He was certain something major was about to happen. Xu Zhuan, still processing what he had said, blushed and thought to herself that her hero was far bolder than she had expected. Lu Fan surveyed the surroundings. There was no sign of danger outside, which meant the enemies had likely infiltrated the building. Xu Zhuan then said she would take a shower first, as she was tired from being out all day. Lu Fan was left confused, unsure why she suddenly needed to shower. As she walked away, she told him to wait patiently and that she'd be back soon. Lu Fan stood there, puzzled, wondering if she had misunderstood his intentions. At that moment, the mercenary leader peeked through the window, observing the scene. He commented to himself that modern girls were getting bolder by the day. He hadn't expected her to bring such a handsome man with her, but smirked and warned that they wouldn't be spending too much time enjoying each other's company. Something dangerous was coming. Lu Fan questioned the man in front of him, asking who he was. The enemy leader smirked and replied that Lu Fan was going to die soon anyway, so what was the point of fighting? Meanwhile, Officer Situ was tracking the situation and explained that Black Scorpion, Foreign's top sniper, had arrived along with two of his elite comrades. All three were known as top-tier killers. Dragon Scorpion was deep in thought, realizing that their enemies already knew about them. He then confronted them, saying, "Did you really think you could cross our borders unnoticed? You split up after crossing the line, then regrouped outside this hotel in the capital. I have to admit, you put a lot of effort into assisting just one person." Black Scorpion laughed and claimed their plan was flawless. He asked how they had been discovered. Officer Situ calmly responded that the technology the enemy relied on was outdated. "While you're stuck using level 1 tech, we're already beyond level 10. Even if I explained how we tracked you, you wouldn't understand." Black Scorpion's tone turned serious. He asked if they were allies of Devil Luo, and said that if he had known that earlier, he would have never come. Using subtle gestures, he signaled his teammates to escape, but Officer Situ quickly disabled their communication device, and declared none of them would leave alive. Black Scorpion retorted that he was the best sniper in the world, and as long as Situ was within 10 meters, there was no way he could be defeated. Elsewhere, Vulture launched an attack on Lu Fan. Lu Fan asked mockingly if he was just another spy, and how he even managed to enter their country. He recalled a small passage beneath their border, designed for dogs, and sarcastically asked if Vulture had crawled in from there. He noted they had removed security just to avoid disturbing the animals. Vulture admitted that he was right. They had entered through that passage. He criticized them, saying the presence of such protections despite knowing about enemy access showed how careless they were. Lu Fan replied coolly that it wasn't carelessness, they just knew the enemy couldn't harm them anyway. As he prepared to counterattack, Xu Zhuan suddenly appeared and was taken hostage by Bear. Xu Zhuan pleaded with Bear to release her. Lu Fan then realized they had brought another man along. Vulture threatened that if they didn't let him go, the girl would die. Without hesitation, Lu Fan threw Vulture directly into Bear, attacking them both. Vulture groaned that Lu Fan was getting too arrogant, and declared that taking him down had now become a priority. Both he and Bear advanced to attack Lu Fan again. On the other side, Black Scorpion fired at Officer Situ, but Situ dodged all his shots with ease. He disarmed him, then punched him hard and said, "Remember this, as long as even one member of Inferno Warriors stands on Chinese soil, no outsider's mission will ever succeed." Meanwhile, Lu Fan had already subdued both Bear and Vulture. As he slammed them to the ground, he said, "Inferno Warriors may have left the field, but we haven't forgotten how to fight, and today, you're unlucky, because you ran into us." Xu Zhuan, visibly impressed, exclaimed how cool Lu Fan looked. She said she had never seen a more stylish warrior in action. Back at the scene, Officer Situ ordered his team to seal off the entire hotel, declaring that since the sniper was dead, no one should be allowed to escape. He noted that Vulture and Bear must still be inside. Seeing Officer Situ, Lu Fan thought to himself, "So, he's Situ Feng, just as I expected. He's staying in the capital, protecting people. As long as he's here, I don't need to worry about my country." When Situ Feng saw the defeated Vulture and Bear, he was amazed. He wondered who could possibly be powerful enough to take down such skilled assassins with their bare hands. Xu Zhuan told him it was a very young man who had asked her to keep his identity a secret. She couldn't share his name or background. In her mind, Xu Zhuan was filled with emotion. She thought about how her hero had come to save her, and how she had misjudged him all this time. She even remembered agreeing to questionable things because of those misunderstandings. Situ Feng asked where the man who saved her had gone. Xu Zhuan said he had left just a short while ago. She didn't know his name or have his phone number. She thought to herself that even if she didn't know his name today, she would definitely find him, and repay him for his kindness. Watching through a window, Situ Feng wondered who this powerful stranger was. As a member of the Inferno Warriors himself, he admitted it would have taken him some time to defeat Vulture and Bear, yet this mysterious man had crushed them effortlessly in one swift strike. That's when he spotted Lu Fan walking away. He thought, just as I suspected, it's him, my boss. It's been an entire year since I last saw him. He assumed that Lu Fan had returned for a specific reason, even if they hadn't met directly. He believed they would meet soon. Meanwhile, Lu Fan had reached Elan. Lu Fan was thinking to himself, right now, my biggest concern is the ancient medicine school and my teacher. Elan told him she had been practicing a new boxing technique for the past 2 days, so the next time he tried staying in a hotel without her, she could teach him a proper lesson. Lu Fan apologized, smiling. He admitted he knew how much she liked being with him, and now he realized that even one night apart had made her upset. Blushing, Elan told him not to joke around. She said she had already informed their elders. If they found any new information about bone-devouring abyss, they would let them know. Later, Lu Fan arrived at the ancient medicine hall. Upon seeing him, Dr. Jian expressed concern, saying she had been trying to contact him for several days but hadn't been able to reach him. Lu Fan explained that he had been away on a long trip. He mentioned that he had heard a hero meeting was going to be held soon at Manhwa, and assured her that he would fully support her. Dr. Jian told him that her father had been handling that matter alone, but a bigger concern now was that the universe Taoist rite was about to be activated. Startled, Lu Fan asked if it was really about to open. Dr. Jian confirmed that it was. She explained that just yesterday, the people from Brutal Sky Sect had sent their envoys. They had summoned their leader to Ying's hotel, room 303. They had to report there within 3 days in order to qualify for entry into the universe Taoist rite. Lu Fan was excited and said this was incredible news. He told her she should hurry to room 303 to learn more about the opportunity. However, Dr. Jian explained that her father was currently too busy forming alliances in the West to support their cause. He wouldn't be able to return within 3 days. She then looked at Lu Fan seriously and said that if he wanted to know more about the universe Taoist rite, he would have to take her father's place. She told him he had the strength and capability to become their leader, and most importantly, he also wanted to enter the rite. Then she asked, "Would you be willing to become our leader?" Lu Fan replied that he believed he was worthy of the responsibility. He explained that his reason for entering the universe Taoist rite was to save his teacher. However, he added that if he entered the rite as their leader, and ended up fighting against them, it would cause problems for their school, something he would never allow. As he said this, he handed the leader's token back to her. Jian Zui, worried, asked if he understood the consequences of his decision. She reminded him that he would be standing against the top 3 sects. Lu Fang replied with determination that he had already made up his mind. He was willing to do whatever it took to save his teacher. He said he would follow her for now so he could locate the rite's destination. He assured her not to worry and promised he would make sure their school's name wouldn't be dragged into anything. As for the top 3 sects, he said they were the ones who should be afraid of going against him. Dr. Jiang replied that if he had made up his mind, then she wouldn't try to stop him, but she urged him not to offend any of the 3 sects unnecessarily. She silently thought to herself how brave and courageous Lu Fan was, willing to take on everything just for the sake of his teacher. Lu Fan reassured her again not to worry and said everything would be fine. Dr. Jian, however, still had her concerns. She thought to herself, "I know everything about your character. You won't tolerate even a bit of the arrogance shown by those top 3 sects. Saving your teacher will come later. You'll beat them just for the way they talk." Meanwhile, Lu Fan returned to his home. He thought aloud that he would be meeting the top 3 sects tomorrow, and they were undoubtedly powerful. If he wanted to stand among them, he too had to become stronger. He noted that his current cultivation level was only Minjing Grade 2. Standing beside the medicine school's representatives with such a low level would definitely raise suspicions. He regretted not having more time. If he did, he would have visited Dunan village. He believed that if he could harness Chiyu God's power, he could become significantly stronger in a short time. Then, Lu Fan noticed the mysterious stone that he had found in front of the box meant for his grandmother. He looked at it thoughtfully, wondering if the power of Chiyu God was truly real. Sometimes, he felt that no one would blindly follow a myth, unless there was truth behind it, but at other times, he doubted how a man who had lived thousands of years ago could still have influence today. As Lu Fan began to cultivate, the stone began to glow. In the next moment, he found himself in the forbidden place of Dunan village. Shocked, Lu Fan tried to make sense of what had happened. He remembered clearly that he had been cultivating in his room, so how had he ended up here? He wondered if it was just a dream. Suddenly, the ground beneath him started to shake, and a hidden door opened in front of him. Lu Fan stared in disbelief. It felt like the entrance to some great treasure. He thought to himself that this was the first time he had ever seen such a vivid dream. Normally, when he slept, his mind would be blank, but this felt real. Out of nowhere, a sword formed from blue fire appeared before him. Amazed, Lu Fan muttered that he had never seen such a thing in his life. The dream was beginning to feel too real. He jokingly considered slapping himself to wake up, but before he could, the fiery sword suddenly launched toward him, striking his body. In that instant, Lu Fan woke up, gasping. He whispered to himself that it had been a strange dream. For a moment, he had truly believed it was real, but then, to his utter shock, he noticed the same blue fire sword lying in front of him. Lu Fan, stunned, asked aloud how it had gotten there. Wasn't it just in his dream? He began to wonder if he had actually been transported to Dunnan village somehow. As he touched the sword, he recalled the legends of Chiyu God using powerful weapons. To his surprise, the sword felt completely real. He thought that perhaps the tales of Chiyu God's relics were true after all. But suddenly, the sword began to move, flying away from Lu Fan. Lu Fan remarked that the sword was rather mischievous. He attempted to grab it, but it kept evading him. Despite several efforts, the sword darted away and eventually returned into the stone it had come from. He muttered to himself, realizing it was the same stone he had picked up from the shopkeeper earlier. The next day, Lu Fan explained the entire incident with the stone and the sword to Song. Song responded with disbelief, saying, "So you're telling me that the same stone we got from the shop contains a sword? Honestly, it sounds like you've read one too many comics. How could such a huge sword fit inside such a small rock?" She added that just because he had a strange dream, it didn't mean she should believe it. "You're asking me to call Grandma based on that?" Lu Fan insisted he was telling the truth and asked why she didn't trust him. Song replied that it wasn't about trust. It was like he was claiming to be Spider-Man instead of Peter Parker. Nonetheless, she said she had already messaged Grandma about the incident, and promised to let Lu Fan know once she got a response. Lu Fan speculated that the blue flame and the strange sword might be linked to the forbidden area. Song, half mocking, proposed a bet. "If Grandma replies the same way I did, then tonight, you'll have to sleep next to me." Lu Fan, a bit startled, asked if she was serious. Song teased, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Lu Fan accepted the challenge, reaffirming he had spoken the truth. Song responded that she hoped he wouldn't back out of it. Internally, she thought, sooner or later, "Lu Fan, you'll be mine." Just then, Song received a call from her grandma. Grandma shouted over the phone, "Song, is everything you wrote in your message true? Yesterday, there was a massive earthquake near our sacred mountain, and it originated from the forbidden area." She added that the events they witnessed matched exactly what Lu Fan had described. Lu Fan moved closer and turned the phone to speaker mode. He asked Grandma to explain things clearly. Grandma replied, "What you saw wasn't a dream, it was real. You summoned the ultimate treasure of the Chiyu God. The vision you had was of the sacred weapon, the Julie Holy Knife, one of the top 10 spiritual weapons." Lu Fan asked if the weapon was the same blue, flaming spiritual object he encountered. Grandma confirmed, "Yes, but it's not a physical weapon, it's a spiritual one. You could say that the sword chose you as its master." She explained that the weapon had disappeared years ago and was never found again. It had been waiting in the forbidden area all this time for a worthy owner. Lu Fan wondered why the sword revealed itself to him and not anyone from Grandma's clan. Grandma speculated that the sword had been testing him, only revealing its true form once it deemed him worthy. "Lu Fan, you don't realize how great an opportunity this is. If you can bond with the Julie Holy Knife, you'll become incredibly powerful." Lu Fan admitted the blue flame was tricky and difficult to catch. Song asks, "Grandma, is Lu Fan really the son of God?" Grandma replies, "Yes, it's the first time the forbidden area has reacted like this to anyone. If Lu Fan can control the spirit of the Julie sword, then he's worthy of it. Lu Fan, take good care of that fire and try to come to Dunnan village as soon as possible, because that's where you'll find the true form of the Julie sword." Lu Fan promised to complete his pending tasks and visit Grandma soon. Internally, he thought he might be close to acquiring an extraordinary treasure. Grandma told him, "Our future is now tied to you. I truly believe a bright destiny awaits." Song, although glad for the village, felt a little sad about losing the bet. Lu Fan teased, "Now do you believe me, Song?" Song explained her skepticism. Many people have claimed to be the son of God in the last 7 years, but none succeeded in achieving anything. You lived far away from the village, while others lived within it for years. They never found anything, yet you had one dream and suddenly a divine sword appeared before you. Lu Fan smugly replied, "Maybe I'm just that special. The sword couldn't resist coming to me." He then checked his phone and said he had an errand to run, thanking her for helping clear his doubts. As he left, Song muttered to herself, "I've never seen a guy get so many chances and still do nothing about them. Honestly, Lu Fan is exhausting." Meanwhile, Lu Fan arrived at the Ying's hotel. He was supposed to meet envoys in room 303. Upon entering, Lu Fan joked, "Jiang, you barely recognize me now, do you?" No one could tell I'm the same handsome Lu Fan anymore. Dr. Jiang laughed and said he looked unusually cheerful. Lu Fan confessed, "You have no idea how long I've waited to uncover the mystery of the universe Taoist rites. Finally, I have a clue." Blushing, Dr. Jiang thought to herself, I assumed Lu Fan was excited because he was going somewhere with me. Maybe I was overthinking it. The scene then shifted to the brutal sky sect, where the atmosphere was tense. As Lu Feng and Dr. Jiang arrived, guards questioned who they were. Dr. Jiang showed her token and introduced herself as the new leader of the ancient medicine school, adding that Lu Fan was a disciple from her school. One of the guards mocked her, saying that their school used to be weak, and that promoting such disciples to leaders showed how desperate they had become. Still, he told them to follow him so he could take them to the envoy. Lu Fan was visibly irritated by the insult and muttered, asking how that dog dared to talk rubbish about them. Dr. Jiang urged him to stay calm, reminding him that while this behavior might be new to him, it was common among the top 3 sects. Lu Fan clenched his jaw and admitted that if this weren't about the ancient medicine school, he would have shown them what real arrogance looked like. But for now, he chose to remain silent, for the sake of the school and Dr. Jiang. Eventually, they reached the envoy. The guard introduced Dr. Jiang as the new leader of the ancient medicine school. The envoy seemed surprised and sarcastically asked when she had become the leader, as he hadn't heard about it. Dr. Jiang clarified that her father was still the actual leader, but due to his busy schedule, she was there to represent the school. Lu Fan, observing carefully, noted that the envoy's surname was also Ouyang, and suspected he was related to the powerful Ouyang family. The envoy questioned why someone with such weak strength would want to enter universe Taoist rites. He warned that they might be bullied by other sects. Dr. Jiang replied that many of their students had already died, and if they wanted to rebuild, they needed new young talent, so no matter the cost, they would go. The envoy smirked and said that if she was willing to become a sacrifice, he would gladly help restore the ancient medicine school, but reminded her that she knew exactly what that price would be. He added that even if she was a sacrifice, he would treat her well. Seeing all this, Lu Fan gets very angry. Stepping forward, he grabbed Ouyang's hand and warned him not to touch their leader again. Ouyang, angered and offended, asked who Lu Fan was, and how he dared touch him. Lu Fan was about to shout, "I'm your worst nightmare." But Dr. Jiang quickly covered his mouth before he could speak. Dr. Jiang calmly addressed the envoy, explaining that Lu Fan was a new disciple unfamiliar with the rules, and begged forgiveness for his behavior. Ouyang, still smug, said he could forgive such fools 100 times if it pleased her, but reminded her again, if she wanted to revive her school, she knew the price. He called it a small price in exchange for a lifetime of happiness for her family. Dr. Jiang thanked him and signaled Lu Fan to leave with her. She also stopped him from retaliating. As they turned to go, Ouyang muttered that their presence had ruined his good mood. He gave them 2 days to decide whether they wanted to participate in the Universe Taoist rite or not. Before they could leave, he added a warning: if the ancient medicine school joins the upcoming event, it will remain one of the top 9 schools. But if not, there may only be 8 left. As they walked out, one of the guards sneered at Lu Fan, mocking him for being only a Minjing grade 3 disciple and still daring to offend their envoy. The guard said he must have forgotten his place. Lu Fan replied, "Don't belittle someone so much that they begin to hate you. You may have ranks, but deep down, you're worse than students from average schools. Even if you think no one is watching, God is, and your punishment will come soon." The guards laughed and jeered, asking who exactly would punish them. God. They joked that even if God himself came down to earth, he wouldn't be able to touch them. Lu Fan silently vowed that the brutal Sky Sect had made a grave mistake showing off their arrogance. Their punishment was coming, and God wouldn't have to descend. Lu Fan himself would be enough. Later, they returned to the ancient medicine school. Lu Fan, still fuming, told Dr. Jiang that the perverted envoy had openly threatened her. If she hadn't stopped him, he would have beaten that guy to a pulp. Dr. Jiang calmly explained that they couldn't afford to act rashly. The envoy held the power to decide whether they could join the event or not, and if she refused to be the sacrifice, they would be banned from participating. Lu Fan declared his only goal was to save his teacher from being sacrificed, and that he wouldn't hesitate to say no if it meant someone else had to be sacrificed in her stead. Jiang Zui replied sharply, asking if he really thought she was happy about doing this. She reminded him that their ancient medicine school was already in bad shape. Among the 9 schools, they were ranked the lowest, and after the last attack, they had lost 90% of their power. Without the help of the 3 great sects, they'd lose their standing completely, and with that, the entire Jiang family would be ruined. She said she couldn't let that happen. Lu Fan reassured her. He told her there were other ways to save everything. He promised her that she could still participate in the event, and it wouldn't come at such a great cost. He said their ancient medicine school would become powerful, but not through someone's sacrifice. Instead, it would rise through its own strength. He added that he wanted to see who had the guts to stop her from entering the event. Dr. Jiang replied, almost smiling, that even though she knew these words might not change anything, hearing him speak like that gave her a lot of courage. As she prepared to leave, she asked Lu Fan to promise one more thing: not to offend the people from the brutal Sky Sect. Lu Fan chuckled and said she had already told him that at least 10 times. He promised he wouldn't do anything that could bring trouble to the ancient medicine school. The moment Dr. Jiang left, Lu Fan changed into the robes of an evil cultivator. He smirked to himself and said that trouble would only come if people knew it was Lu Fan beating them up. But if they thought it was Xingdu, the evil cultivator, then no one would question the ancient medicine school. Scene shifts to hotel lobby. Two guards were chatting. One said that the leader from the ancient medicine school was incredibly beautiful. He commented that soon, thanks to their envoy, she would become a sacrifice, and everyone knew what happened to sacrifices in the envoy's hands. Once he was done with her, maybe they'd get a chance to play with her too. The second guard added that the ancient medicine school probably made her their leader on purpose, so they could show off her beauty directly to the envoy. He asked the first guard if he remembered the disciple who had come along with her, the one who was talking nonsense about punishments. He laughed, saying he still found that guy hilarious. Just then, he turned and froze. Lu Fan was standing right behind them. One of the guards asked who he was. Lu Fan answered calmly that he was Xingdu, the enemy of the brutal sky sect, and surely they had heard of him. The guards, now trembling, muttered that he was one of the elders from the evil school. Without warning, Lu Fan stepped forward and beat both of them up. He said coldly that for people so weak, they sure had a lot of arrogance. One of the guards begged for mercy. Lu Fan scoffed, asking why he would spare him. Was he his uncle's son or something? Then he beat him down again. Scene shifts inside a private room. Perverted envoy Ouyang was with a woman, clearly about to engage in spicy moment, but Lu Fan's sudden arrival interrupted him. Ouyang glared at him and asked if he had come to assassinate him. Lu Fan replied smugly that he wouldn't bother dirtying his hands on a bug like him. Enraged, Ouyang shouted that Lu Fan was here to kill him and even had the nerve to insult him. Suddenly, Lu Fan attacked him with leopard fist technique. Ouyang was shocked. He recognized it as a technique from the Jingyi school. Without hesitation, Lu Fan punched him in the nose. Ouyang yelled, asking who he was and why he'd never heard of him before. Lu Fan teased, asking why Ouyang was so desperate to know about him. Was he planning to send a marriage proposal to his family? Furious, Ouyang shouted that he didn't care if Lu Fan was from the Jingyi school or the evil school. He wasn't getting out of here alive. He could tolerate Lu Fan's attacks, but not his terrible one-liners. Ouyang then launched a full power crush punch at Lu Fan, which pushed Lu Fan back a few steps. Ouyang smirked and declared that Lu Fan wouldn't leave the room alive. Meanwhile, Lu Fan observed to himself that Ouyang's crush punch was clearly an Earth-level technique. He remembered what Elan had told him earlier that day. Earth-level techniques give off a dust-colored aura, while Heaven-level ones have a golden glow. He asked Elan whether Earth-level techniques were powerful. Elan replied that yes, Earth-level techniques were rare, even among the top 3 sects. Most common sects didn't have such skills. Now, Lu Fan thought to himself that while he had just discussed it in the afternoon, he was now seeing it firsthand. He had expected Earth-level techniques to be more impressive, but if a clown like Ouyang could use it, then it clearly wasn't that special. Ouyang, still advancing, shouted that he would crush Lu Fan using this technique. Both of them clashed with their punches. Ouyang poured all his force into an attack on the ground. The impact shattered the floor beneath them, and they both dropped to the level below, landing on the lower floor. Lu Fan checked himself and muttered with relief that at least his clothes weren't ruined. Just then, he noticed a few people nearby in the middle of a spicy moment. He apologized, saying they'd wrap up their fight in 2 minutes. Ouyang mocked him, calling him a coward. He challenged Lu Fan to take a punch directly to the body if he truly believed Ouyang's technique was weak. Lu Fan said fine. He was ready to take the punch directly, but first, Ouyang would have to take a hit from him. He rushed forward, closing the distance in a flash. Ouyang was startled by the sudden increase in speed and tried to block Lu Fan's kick, but the impact caused a huge explosion. Lu Fan reminded him that there were others in the area. They shouldn't be fighting here anymore. Seeing Lu Fan's power, those two people were extremely frightened. Lu Fan apologized for disturbing them, and said they could continue what they were doing. Outside the room, Ouyang was rattled. He realized that Lu Fan hadn't just gotten faster, his strength had also increased significantly. And stranger still, Lu Fan hadn't even used his full power yet. As they stepped out, Lu Fan asked Ouyang whether he still wanted to continue the fight. Annoyed, Ouyang sneered that Lu Fan was getting arrogant. From his technique, it was now clear he was from the Jingyi school. He warned Lu Fan that while he might have escaped today, he wouldn't be so lucky next time. He added that Jingyi school wasn't even one of the top 3 sects. Lu Fan stood tall and spoke coldly. Who told you I'm from Jingyi school? If you really want to know where I'm from, beat me first, then I'll tell you. As he advanced, Ouyang scoffed and said, that mask won't hide the truth. You're just another rat from Jingyi school. I'll dig you out soon enough. But before he could finish, Lu Fan suddenly grabbed Ouyang's arm mid-strike. Ouyang's eyes widened in disbelief. How did he stop my crush punch? In the next instant, Lu Fan launched a devastating punch straight into Ouyang's chest, sending shockwaves through the air. Ouyang staggered back, coughing blood, and muttered, "I can't match this monster." Lu Fan narrowed his eyes and growled, "Who said this fight was over? This is just getting started. Today, I'm going to beat you so badly, your body will remember it for the rest of your life." Terrified, Ouyang stammered, "What did I ever do to you? Why are you even attacking me?" Half an hour later, a couple at the scene had already called the police, and now stood trembling as they explained what happened. They wrecked the whole area, that Ouyang guy and the other one. They turned the place into a war zone. The police officer raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. "Do I look like an idiot to you? You're telling me two guys punched through walls? What is this, a superhero movie? You all sound like you've been watching too many action films. Get your heads checked." But one witness burst into tears and pleaded, "Please, believe me, we saw it with our own eyes." The officer sighed and turned serious. "Look, we did find 3 people in severely injured condition, one of them's in critical shape." The scene then cut to Ouyang, lying battered on the ground. His face was swollen and unrecognizable. Lu Fan had completely wrecked him. Through clenched teeth, Ouyang thought bitterly, "I don't care who you are or where you came from, I swear, I'll find you again one day." From a distance, Lu Fan watched in silence, then he chuckled darkly to himself and muttered, "Maybe I went a little overboard, but honestly, it's not my fault. Beating that bastard was way too satisfying. I just couldn't stop myself." The scene shifted to the majestic Shenyuan Palace. Miss June was seen kneeling respectfully before the master of the palace. The palace leader looked at her and asked sternly if she knew why she had been accepted as a disciple. Miss June responded hesitantly, saying she had no idea and considered herself just an ordinary person with no understanding of martial arts. She expressed her gratitude for being accepted but admitted she didn't know the reason behind it. She asked humbly if the leader could enlighten her. The leader began explaining that mastering martial arts demanded immense effort and resources, but without innate talent, no one could attain true martial prowess. What made Miss June exceptional, the leader revealed, was that she possessed one of the top 10 holy bodies, a rare gift that allowed her to learn martial arts 50 times faster than ordinary practitioners. With half the effort, she could surpass those who train day and night. The leader concluded by saying, "Lian Meng, you are blessed in the world of martial arts." Shocked, Miss June asked if that was true. Did she really have one of the top 10 holy bodies? The leader confirmed it and said her future looked exceptionally bright. In the next 20 years, she would rise to the top ranks of the martial arts world. The specific power within her was called the Holy Body of Jasper. Still stunned, Miss June said quietly that she didn't want to become a martial artist. Her dream was to return to her teaching profession. She had no desire for power or fame, but the leader dismissed her concerns, explaining firmly that she had no choice now. The moment she was brought to Shenyuan Palace, she had left her normal life behind. There was no going back. The leader told her to accept her new reality, especially since the universe Taoist rite were about to begin, and she must prepare. Miss June asked for a little time to think and started walking back to her room. On the way, she murmured to herself that while she might be able to forget her old life for a while, she could never forget Lu Fan. Meanwhile, at his own home, Lu Fan sat lost in thought, wondering why he was feeling so strange today. His eyes fell on a stone that had earlier absorbed the mysterious blue fire. Curious, he wondered aloud if the fire was still inside the stone. He recalled how elusive the fire had been. It had never let him touch it. Remembering that his master had instructed him to guard the fire carefully, he decided to check. Placing his hand on the stone, he channeled his energy into it. Unexpectedly, the stone began to absorb his energy rapidly. Surprised, Lu Fan muttered that the stone was acting oddly, but if it wanted energy, he had no shortage. Absorb all you want. Soon, the stone cracked, and from within emerged a bead, similar to the one he had previously found inside a dragon's body. Lu Fan observed closely and realized that the only difference was that the earlier bead contained a dragon, while this one seemed to hold a knife. He speculated it could be the holy heart of the Julie holy knife. Suddenly, the bead flew into Lu Fan's body and was absorbed. In shock, he exclaimed that the stone had entered his body on its own, and now his body was beginning to glow. A moment later, Lu Fan collapsed, unconscious. When Lu Fan regained consciousness, he found himself inside his inner world once again. This time, he had acquired a top-tier technique, GK Dongling. He realized he had unlocked the second level of the technique. Eagerly, he began reading the contents of the book associated with the technique, noticing it was of much higher grade compared to the others. Just then, he sensed someone trying to wake him up. Opening his eyes, he saw Song leaning over him. Song scolded him, saying she had been trying to wake him for a while, and was scared when he wouldn't respond. Lu Fan explained that he had been extremely exhausted and had fallen into a deep sleep. In his mind, though, he wondered how he could possibly explain that a holy knife's bead had entered his body. It would sound like something straight out of a fantasy novel. Song, still annoyed, asked why he hadn't informed her that he had returned. She said she had been waiting for him. Lu Fan asked curiously why she had waited. Internally, He told himself that once the matter of the universe Taoist rite was resolved, he would try to figure out what was going on inside his body. Song reminded him of the bet they had made that morning, saying she had lost. Lu Fan confirmed it, then Song cheekily said, "You promised that if I won, you'd sleep in my bed, but now that you've won, I'll do the same." The bet was fair either way, wasn't it? Lu Fan thought to himself that Song had completely outplayed him. He would never have agreed to such a bet had he known he could lose both ways. As they lay down, Song asked why he was hesitating. Lu Fan admitted, "Honestly, sleeping next to you makes me a bit nervous. It feels like you might take advantage of me." Laughing, Song pulled him closer and said he shouldn't worry. "Even girls aren't this scared. I'm just here to sleep, nothing else." Lying down, Lu Fan muttered, "Let's hope you don't try anything weird." The next day, members from Brutal Sky's sect arrived to pick up the head of ancient medicine school. Lu Fan said that it was time for them to leave for the universe Taoist rite. Dr. Jiang informed them that Envoy Ouyang had been gravely injured, and was in no condition to give them permission. As a result, they were allowed to go. She added that since they had been the ones to go last time, Brutal Sky had used that logic to his advantage. She said, "That bastard Ouyang was deliberately putting all these conditions in place. A sect leader wouldn't normally have to go through all this trouble." Lu Fan remarked how small the world truly was. Just yesterday, he had told those people that God would punish them, and today, it seemed like God had already done his job. Dr. Jiang, however, was skeptical. She said it didn't feel like divine justice to her. It felt more like his handiwork. Lu Fan responded with mock innocence, asking whether she really thought he spent his entire day getting into fights. Dr. Jiang quickly shifted the focus, telling him to hurry and check on their luggage. Those people wouldn't wait for them much longer. Soon, they arrived at the universe Taoist rite. Lu Fan remarked on how long and exhausting the journey had been. A representative from the Brutal Sky sect greeted them at the entrance and welcomed them. He pointed toward a towering mountain peak ahead and said the main event would be held at its summit. Lu Fan, eyeing the mountain, groaned. He pointed out that the climb looked incredibly steep, and half-joked that surely they weren't expected to scale it themselves. But the Brutal Sky sect confirmed bluntly, if someone can't even climb this mountain, they're not qualified to attend the event. As they began the ascent, Lu Fan teased Dr. Jiang, saying she'd have to put in some effort now. They both started climbing, but the trail grew steeper with every step. It was clear from her expression and labored breathing that Dr. Jiang was struggling. Lu Fan, observing this, thought to himself that it might be too much for her, and the worst part was, the climb was only going to get harder. Concerned, he moved to help her. Meanwhile, members of the Brutal Sky sect mocked them quietly. One of them commented sarcastically that this was exactly why people from ancient medicine school ranked so low. Another joked that by the end of the climb, they'd probably have to carry them on their shoulders. Lu Fan overheard the remarks. He muttered that the Brutal Sky sect members were all the same, slandering others behind their backs. But these people weren't even subtle. They insulted him right to his face. Dr. Jiang urged him to stay calm. Lu Fan retorted that he was staying calm, and that was the only reason those men were still standing. Otherwise, he would have thrown them off the mountain long ago. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through. Holding on to Dr. Jiang, Lu Fan warned her to be careful. The wind was only going to get stronger. The Brutal Sky sect shouted down to them, urging everyone to climb faster, warning that a storm might be rolling in from below. If they got caught in it, escape would be impossible. And sure enough, a violent storm began. A Brutal Sky member panicked, saying this was bad. He hadn't actually thought those two would get caught in the storm. Another man explained that every week at 1 p.m., a storm like this hit the area, and it was always the most dangerous of all. Lu Fan told Dr. Jiang to keep moving forward, but she screamed that she couldn't move her body anymore. Without hesitation, Lu Fan lifted her into his arms and began to run. However, he quickly realized he wouldn't be able to carry her and escape the storm himself. With no other choice, he hurled her toward the Brutal Sky members. In the process, Lu Fan himself got swept into the storm. Elder Ouyang, watching this, remarked that the boy had sacrificed his life to save her. Dr. Jiang, refusing to believe what had just happened, tried to rush back into the storm to rescue Lu Fan. Elder Ouyang stopped her and dragged her away. "You'll get yourself killed, and then I'll be the one held responsible." Meanwhile, it turned out Lu Fan hadn't fallen to his death. He had managed to save himself. Speaking to himself, he said, "Jiang Zui, forgive me, I could have saved us both. But I needed the imposter you brought along to die in front of everyone, so that nothing I do next would affect the ancient medicine school." With that, Lu Fan flew toward the Xinyuan Palace. Back with Dr. Jiang, she was struggling against Elder Ouyang's grip. "Let me go." Elder Ouyang snapped. "Girl, have you lost your mind? That boy fell into the storm while saving you. Say what you will, but your school had at least one decent disciple who gave his life for you, and now you're throwing away that sacrifice by running back into the storm?" Dr. Jiang insisted. "He's not dead. My heart knows it. Nothing's happened to him. Elder Ouyang sighed and told her to start acting like the leader of the ancient medicine school. Every move she made now would reflect on her sect. Honestly, by now that boy's probably been torn to pieces. He gave her two choices: either move forward and join the Universe Taoist Rite, or leave and give up the opportunity to attend the event. Dr. Jiang didn't reply. She sat down in silence. Ouyang told her to stay in that room and not step out without permission. Left alone, Dr. Jiang began to cry. Through sobs, she said, "Lu Feng, I'm so sorry. You died before you could even tell me what was on your mind. I really was a burden to you." Just then, Lu Fan walked into the room. "You were a bit of a burden. My hands still hurt from tossing you." She ran to him and hugged him tightly. Lu Fan winced, telling her to be gentle. He'd gotten a bit hurt earlier. Dr. Jiang was overwhelmed with emotion. "You're alive. If anything had happened to you, I'd never have forgiven myself." Lu Fan reassured her. "Please don't cry. I'm totally fine." "The one who died in the storm was your disciple?" she asked. "What do you mean?" Lu Fan explained that from now on, whatever he did would have no impact on her or her school. "In other words, you're safe." Dr. Jiang pleaded with him not to do anything reckless. He said with a soft smile, "I promise I'll keep myself safe. Anyway, I should go. If anyone sees us together, it'll just cause you more problems." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Miss June was feeling uneasy. "Something's off. Since this morning, I've had this weird feeling, like something huge is about to happen." Just then, the leader of the Xinyuan Palace walked in. "Lian Meng, you have a guest." It was the second princess. She greeted warmly, "Sister Lian Meng, how have you been?" Miss June realized immediately. She's Lu Fan's sister. The leader introduced her. "She's the daughter of the Free Faction's leader." The second princess turned to the leader and asked politely, "Aunt, may I speak to her in private for a moment?" The leader said, "Of course, take your time." The second princess then smiled at Miss June. "It's been a long time, Sister June." Miss June asks if she was a member of the Free Faction. The second princess says, "Please forgive me for hiding this secret from you." She said she had come looking for her sister at that time and met Lu Fan, who helped her immensely in finding her. Miss June recalled how worried she had been when the second princess went missing, but seeing Lu Fan's kind and helpful nature reassured her. The second princess added that Lu Fan was genuinely a good person. She revealed that he was planning to enter the Universe Taoist Rite in order to rescue Miss June. Hearing this, Miss June was shocked and asked if Lu Fan was really coming there just to save her. The princess explained that her sister had already informed Lu Fan about the rite, and he was doing everything he could to make his way there. She guessed he might use the ancient medicine school as a means to enter. Miss June said that shouldn't happen. He shouldn't come here. At that moment, Lu Fan himself arrived and asked why it was forbidden for him to come. He remarked sarcastically that while the Xinyuan Palace was built on the tallest mountain for grandeur, it had made their defenses weak. He pointed out how easy it was for him to sneak in through the window. Everyone was stunned by how easily he had entered. The second princess noted that beyond the window was a very steep cliff. There were no guards posted there because no one had ever managed to climb such a height. Until now, she told him that no human had ever achieved that. Lu Fan responded with a smirk that it was now proven otherwise. He had done it. The second princess said again that no human had ever done it, and clarified that Lu Fan wasn't human in her eyes. He was a monster. Miss June finally asked why he had come. Didn't he know that the entire mountain was under the control of the top 3 sects? Lu Fan replied that he had come to rescue her. He promised that soon she would be free to live her life on her own terms. But Miss June expressed fear. She doubted she would be able to leave. Lu Fan asked what could possibly be so serious. The second princess then revealed that Miss June possessed one of the top 10 holy bodies, specifically, the holy body of Jasper. Lu Fan, surprised, asked what that meant. Miss June wondered aloud how she had learned about her body. The second princess explained that the top 10 holy bodies represented the peak of martial arts talent. Anyone possessing one was considered exceptionally gifted. There were only a handful of such individuals in the entire world. She added that people with such bodies were highly sought after, even fought over, by the top 3 sects. Since Miss June had such a body, her fate was essentially decided. She would inevitably have to join one of them. Miss June confessed that she and others had tried to keep it a secret, but now it seemed everyone knew. She feared that now that the truth was out, she would never be free from pursuit. Lu Fan asked indignantly who gave them the right to decide her future just because she had a rare body. If that was the logic, then since she had once taught him, did that mean she belonged to him? Hearing this, Miss June seemed visibly moved, but before she could respond, the leader of Xinyuan Palace arrived. The leader scolded Lu Fan for entering without permission. Her sudden presence shocked everyone. Lu Fan guessed aloud that she must be the leader. She confirmed this, introducing herself as Wenren Lizi, the leader of Xinyuan Palace. She demanded he step away from Lian Meng immediately. Lu Fan firmly refused. He declared that he wouldn't let his teacher be sacrificed for the benefit of the sects. He accused them of plotting something despicable and said he wouldn't allow her future to be destroyed. The leader replied that his accusations were nonsense. Why would they sacrifice someone like Lian Meng, who possessed a holy body? She explained that anyone with such a gift would be treated with utmost respect and value by whichever sect she joined. The second princess explained further that ordinary girls might be used as sacrifices, but not Lian Meng. She would be honored, trained, and provided everything she needed to advance in martial arts. Lu Fan said he didn't care about martial politics. He just wanted one answer from his teacher. Did she want to come with him or not? If she said yes, then no power in the world could stop him from taking her. The leader interrupted again, saying Lu Fan didn't understand. It was Lian Meng's destiny to join one of the top 3 sects. She could not leave with him. At this point, Miss June softly asked the leader to let Lu Fan go. She said if they did, she would stay and follow their instructions without resistance. Lu Fan protested that she didn't need to beg for him. He wasn't going to lose to these people. But Miss June then spoke quietly and honestly. She told Lu Fan that her mind had changed. She had decided to stay and join the top 3 sects. She now wanted to reach the peak of martial arts. Turning to the leader, she said she was ready to go. The leader instructed Lu Fan to stop looking at her, because he could never have her. Lu Fan asked one final time if she really wanted to stay. Miss June confirmed. Yes, she did. He simply replied, "All right, please take care of yourself." As Lu Fan turned to leave, the second princess urged him to be careful and not get spotted on his way out. After he left, Miss June asked the leader for some time alone. She said she couldn't talk to anyone right now, and requested that even the leader leave her be for a while. The leader wondered aloud what kind of man could affect June Lian Meng so deeply. Once back in her room, Miss June finally broke down in tears. She whispered, "Lu Fan, please forgive me. I know how much effort you must have put into coming here, and I still said no. Maybe I'll regret this for the rest of my life, but your safety matters more to me than my own happiness." Meanwhile, Lu Fan was thinking to himself that he had known all along. Miss June was lying. He couldn't take her away just yet, but he also couldn't allow her to remain here any longer. First, he needed to assess just how powerful the top 3 sect leaders truly were. Only if he could defeat all 3 of them alone would he consider taking Miss June with him. After all, even if he managed to leave with her now, if they kept chasing her for the rest of her life, what would be the point? As he began to walk away, Wenren suddenly appeared behind him and launched a surprise attack, knocking him off a cliff. She declared coldly that his very existence had been a major obstacle to Lian Meng's rise. With his end, Lian Meng's growth would finally accelerate, but Lu Fan managed to catch himself mid-fall and began climbing back up the cliff. Frustrated yet focused, he muttered that the leader of the Xinyuan Palace was truly insane. She hadn't thought twice before throwing him down. Before he could recover, Wenren appeared again and remarked with surprise that even after she had used her full power to throw him off, he had survived. She grudgingly admitted that he had impressive skills. Lu Fan responded sarcastically that the Xinyuan Palace certainly had a unique way of treating its guests. Had he been just an ordinary person, he'd be dead by now. As Wenren attacked again, she demanded to know why he was so obsessed with Lian Meng. Dodging her strike, Lu Fan coolly replied that his intentions were very clear. Miss June was his teacher, and if she didn't teach him, he'd miss his lectures. He added seriously that destroying a student's education was one of the worst crimes imaginable, and that was exactly what she was doing. When Ren snapped that he was lying, she was certain he was after Lian Meng because of her holy body. She warned that staying close to her would only lead to her self-destruction. If he truly cared about her, he would let her grow on the path of cultivation. Given a few years, Lian Meng could be at the top, but if that happened, Lu Fan would never be able to approach her again. If he wanted what was best for her, he'd let her move forward. Lu Fan shot back, asking if she thought he was some kind of fool. Did she really believe he had come here just to exploit Miss June? In truth, the one trying to benefit from Miss June was her, Ren. She belonged to the Xinyuan Palace, and if she handed Miss June over to the top 3 sects, her own ranking would improve. She'd be rewarded handsomely. She didn't care about Miss June. Everything she was doing was for her own gain. He accused her of trying to stop him because he was interfering with her plan. But unlike her, he didn't do things for personal gain, especially not at the cost of someone else's life. When Ren, furious, snarled that he was far too bold to speak about them this way, she attacked again, forcing Lu Fan to the edge. But as she turned away, she sneered that no matter how powerful he thought he was still just an insect before a great faction. His defeat was inevitable. Suddenly, Lu Fan appeared behind her and taunted that she couldn't kill him using mere flowers and grass. When Ren growled that he was only ranked 3rd at Minjing grade. How had he survived this long? Lu Fan smirked and replied that he was surviving precisely because she was weak. Rank alone meant nothing. Cultivation required much more than that. It demanded real effort. They clashed with full force. When Ren was stunned to see Lu Fan block her powerful attack with just a single punch. No one his age, even from the top 3 sects, could stop her like that. Yet Lu Fan, who wasn't even a trained martial artist, had done it effortlessly. Breathless, she demanded to know who he really was. Inwardly, she began to suspect that he was hiding his true strength. Lu Fan held up a playful finger and teased that if she wanted to know who he was, she'd first have to defeat him. Wenren advanced, declaring that she ranked 53rd on the holy list, and someone like him, a mere boy, had no chance. Soon, she would defeat him and uncover his identity. Lu Fan simply replied that all she needed to know was his name, Lu Fan. And if she wanted more than that, she'd have to call him Daddy. Maybe then he'd consider telling her. Their attacks collided once more, shaking the entire mountain. Nearby, the second princess asked Elder Jean if an earthquake had struck. Elder Jean responded that it wasn't an earthquake. Someone incredibly powerful was fighting atop the mountain, causing the tremors. The second princess gasped, realizing it had to be her brother Lu Fan. When they reached the cliff, they saw Lu Fan locked in battle with Wenren. The princess quickly told the elder that the young man fighting was her brother Lu Fan, the one who had helped her before. Elder Jin's eyes widened in recognition. He knew the woman fighting Lu Fan. She was the leader of the Xinyuan Palace. Wenren prepared her ultimate attack, vowing that Lu Fan could not withstand it. But Lu Fan countered with the Universe Palm, shocking Wenren. That was a technique from the Free Faction. How had Lu Fan learned it? Lu Fan launched forward with his leopard fist strike, and Wenren realized he was using techniques from multiple schools and factions. Before she could react, Lu Fan hit her with a crush punch, sending her flying from the cliff with blinding speed. As she fell, Wenren thought in disbelief that she had lost to a mere boy, but deep down, she admitted that his strength was monstrous. At the last moment, Lu Fan caught her before she could hit the ground, holding her in his arms. He told her that while he might not like her personally, their fight had been incredible, and since she was his master's teacher, he couldn't bring himself to kill her. Just then, Lu Fan lifts her into his arms. Blushing, Wenren says, "You jerk, what are you doing?" Lu Fan warned her to behave, or he'd drop her again. Elder Jean, stunned, confessed that he couldn't believe a child had defeated the leader of the Xinyuan Palace. He could hardly trust his eyes. The second princess smiled and said confidently that he should believe it. Her brother Lu Fan wasn't just anyone, he was a true monster. He made the impossible look easy. Elder Zin turned to second princess and remarked that from what she had just said, it seemed she knew the boy. He asked if she could tell them which school or faction he belonged to. The second princess responded, saying that the boy was a very good friend who had helped her a lot in the past, but to tell the truth, he didn't belong to any school or faction. Hearing this, Elder Zin smiled and said it was truly astonishing, such an incredible talent not belonging to any sect. He suggested that they invite him to join their free faction. Meanwhile, Lu Fan had taken Wenren aside. He told her that from this point on, she would have to walk on her own. Wenren stopped him and said, "Wait a second, I'm the most powerful among my entire sect. If you want, you can easily defeat everyone and take Junlianmen away. No one will be able to stop us, so why aren't you doing it?" Lu Fan calmly replied that she need not worry about his desires for now. He knew that she truly cared about Lianmen, but if he were to simply take her away now, she would be like a leashed pet, physically taken, but not truly free. Until he defeated the top 3 sects, he couldn't guarantee her freedom. The day he conquered them, he would walk with her in front of everyone. Saying this, Lu Fan walked away. Wenren, stunned by his words, thought to herself how casually he had declared war against the top 3 sects. At such a young age, to take such a stand was no joke. She admitted to herself that if this boy said he would do it, there was a real chance he could actually pull it off. Elsewhere, Elder Zin commented that everyone knew Wenren was ranked 53rd on the holy list. According to the rules of that list, if someone defeated a ranked member, they inherited their rank. Since Lu Fan had defeated him, that rank now belonged to Lu Fan. Hearing this, the second princess asked, "What is the holy list?" Elder Zin explained that no one of Lu Fan's age had ever made it to even the top 100 of the holy list. What Lu Fan had done today would be remembered in the martial world. He admitted that even he couldn't predict how powerful Lu Fan would become. The second princess nodded and said she already knew that brother Lu Fan was a monster in terms of strength, but she hadn't realized just how extraordinary he was. She mentioned that she would ask him to join their faction, though she couldn't guarantee he would say yes. Lu Feng was a very moody person. Elder Zin told her that for someone as talented as Lu Fan, they were willing to go to any lengths to recruit him. She agreed, saying she would do her best. Then Elder Zin raised a concern. He said that Lu Fan had publicly declared his intention to go against the top 3 sects. While it was easy to say, doing it was another matter entirely. He could only pray that Lu Fan would survive the wrath of those 3 sects. On the other side of the mountain, some disciples were talking about the strange tremors. They speculated that it was likely a result of 2 extremely powerful people fighting, possibly in preparation for the upcoming competition. Meanwhile, Taoism Sky Sect, Elder Yifeng addressed the group. He explained that the main reason everyone had gathered was because of the holy body of Vasper. Normal disciples came and went, but a holy body was born only once in a generation. Their sect had trained many holy bodies in the past, so they were the most qualified to train this one as well. Bai Feng, the leader of the Feather Sky Sect, interrupted, accusing Yifeng of talking nonsense. She pointed out that the Taoism Sky Sect already had one holy body. Every time a new holy body emerged, they tried to keep it for themselves. This time, they would not let the holy body of Vasper go. Moreover, since the holy body was a girl, she claimed their sect was the better choice for her. Then, Ouyang Wang from the brutal Sky Sect joined the argument. He stated that all of them were being ridiculous. His sect had discovered the holy body of Vasper first, which meant she rightfully belonged to them. A heated argument broke out among the three elders over Miss June. At that moment, Yifeng made an announcement. Anyone who wished to fight during the competition could do so. But he warned them clearly, no one was to touch the holy body of Vasper. To try to claim her would mean declaring war on the three great sects. The scene then shifted to the Xinyuan Palace. There, Wenren was explaining everything to Miss June about her recent fight with Lu Fan. Shocked, Miss June said she couldn't believe Lu Fan had fought her. Wenren replied that she had only gone to test his strength, but was now left speechless. She had no words to describe his power. She asked Miss June if she was sure the boy was just an ordinary high school student with no significant background. Miss June explained that Lu Fan was a transfer student, and she only knew what he had told her when he arrived in the city. She had no information about his life before that. She then asked Wenren why she was so curious about Lu Fan. Wenren casually replied that she was simply wondering, with such astonishing cultivation ability, she believed he could join any of the top three sects. In fact, he was more than qualified to train alongside Miss June. Miss June, stunned, asked if she was serious. Wenren nodded. Yeah, it's possible. Miss June said, all right, I'll inform Lu Fan right away. But deep inside, she had been thinking to herself, the one thing I regret the most is parting ways with Lu Fan, and now, she realized there is no need for them to have separated. Meanwhile, Wenren had been reflecting, even though she possesses holy body, that guy is a complete monster. I can say with confidence, if he's trained properly, he could easily defeat even Lianmin. Elsewhere, Lu Fan arrived deep inside a mountain cave. He glanced around and said, this cave is really deep. If I hide here, no one will be able to find me. Saying this, he sat down and started cultivating. He thought back to Xinyuan Palace, one of the 5 factions, and how powerful she was. If someone like her was that strong, how terrifying must the elders from the top 3 sects be? If I want to defeat them, I must master the Jiki Donglei technique as soon as possible. 3 days later, Lu Fan had successfully broken through to the 2nd level of Jiki Donglei and had even managed to learn 80% of the mountain moving fist. He thought, my punches, their power has increased tremendously. Suddenly, a golden mist had begun to gather around his fist. He looked at it, surprised. Just like Elon said, golden mist represents a heaven-level technique. I had no idea Jiki Donglei was this powerful. With this, I can fight those people head-on. Right then, drums and fireworks erupted across the land. It was the announcement of the competition beginning. Lu Fan looked up and muttered, that's the signal. The competition is finally about to begin. The moment I've been waiting for has come. Soon, Lu Fan arrived near the venue of the Universe Taoist Rites competition. He noticed large crowds gathering and spotted an elderly man. Watching him carefully, Lu Fan thought, this guy, he looks way stronger than the leader of the Xinyuan Palace. He must be the head of the most powerful faction among the 5. At that moment, the old man knocked on a door. It opened, and a purple-haired girl steps out. Lu Fan's eyes widened in shock. No, this can't be. That's Luo Cha. His mind suddenly been pulled back to a memory. 1 year ago, when they were escaping from enemies atop a cliff, Luo Cha said, Your Highness, I'm sorry. I can't go with you anymore. I'm seriously injured. The enemy is close, and because of me, your speed is slowing down. Lu Fan yelled at her. Luo Cha, what nonsense are you talking about? We're a team, and we have one rule. We never leave a teammate behind. But then, Luo Cha jumped off the cliff. As she fell, she cried out, If I cause your death, I won't be able to bear it. I know my presence is too dangerous for you, that's why. It's better if I die. Lu Fan hadn't been able to save her. He watched helplessly as she vanished below. Other teammates shouted, Boss, Sister Luo Cha sacrificed her life for us. If you stay here any longer, her sacrifice will be in vain. You must come with us. Back in the present, Lu Fan stared at her in disbelief and muttered, Luo Cha, you're still alive? That means, you survived the fall. Then why? Why didn't you ever return to us? Meanwhile, all the competitors had gathered around the set arena. Elder Yifan announced, the first round of the Universe Taoist Rites competition is about to begin. We'll start with arena battles. The elders began explaining the rules and how participants would be selected based on their talent and potential. Among the crowd, the students were whispering to each other. From the Taoism Sky Sect, we've got Monkey Fan, and from the Feather Sky Sect, Elder by Fan, the Brutal Sky Sect sent Elder Ouyang. All three of them are ranked in the top 20 on the holy list. Very few in the martial world can rival them. Elsewhere, Dr. Jiang and Miss June were searching for Lu Fan in the crowd. Elder Zin asked, "Second princess, do you think Lu Fan will show up? There are so many powerful elders here. No outsider would be allowed entry. Do you really think he has the courage to appear?" The second princess replied confidently, "That's what makes elder brother Lu Fan special. Most people change according to their circumstances, but there's no situation strong enough to stop him from doing what he sets his mind to, and especially when it's about protecting someone he cares about, he'll do anything. That's why I know he will definitely come." Sure enough, Lu Fan already reached the arena, searching for Luo Cha. As the arena fights began, the students started engaging in battle. Flame entered the arena and swiftly knocked out 2 to 3 fighters. He'd shouted proudly, "This arena belongs to our Jingyi school." But just then, a figure stepped up behind him and said, "How can you say that while I'm still here?" The newcomer introduced himself. "My name is Yuan Wanjing. I am an elite disciple of the Snow Mountain faction. I hope fighting you is worth my time." Meanwhile, the old man from earlier called out to Luo Cha, "After Zhang's match, it'll be your turn to enter the arena." Luo Cha replied, "I'll do exactly as you asked. I hope you won't go back on your word either." The old man nodded. "Don't worry, I have no reason to." Soon, Yuan Wanjing easily defeated Flame. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Flame, lost in a single strike. He was undefeated until now. The Snow Mountain faction has proven why they're the top among the 5. Elder Yi Fan observed, "Wanjing is incredibly talented. I believe he's worthy of being my disciple." Bai Fan added, "We only recruit girls in our sect, so, between the two of you, decide who gets him. As for me, I'm only here for the holy body of Vasper." Ouyang Yuan laughed, "And I'm just on a trip." "You speak as if that holy body already belongs to you," Bai Fan snapped. "I can't believe it. There's another holy body present in this competition." At that moment, the old man stepped up to the stage and addressed the crowd. "It's a pleasure to meet you all. This time, Snow Mountain has come well prepared. We've brought a very special gift for you all." Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. What is Luo Cha doing up there on stage? As the elders stared at her, their expressions turned to shock. Yi Fan exclaimed, "There's an extremely dangerous energy around that girl." Bai Fan gasped, "She possesses the holy body of the Imperial Fairy." Even Lu Fan had been stunned. "What? Imperial Fairy? What is that?" A nearby man explained, "You really don't know? In the martial world, there are 10 top-tier holy bodies, each extremely rare. If you possess even one of them, your value skyrockets. Among them, the Imperial Fairy is the rarest of all. The Imperial Fairy doesn't just empower herself, she can enhance the strength of her partner through dual cultivation. Her body naturally absorbs energy and upgrades whoever bonds with her. That's why, in the martial world, being with an Imperial Fairy is every martial artist's dream." Lu Fan grabbed the man by the collar and demanded, "Is everything you're saying true?" The man, trembling but resolute, replied, "Yes, every word I've spoken is the truth. The Imperial Fairy can indeed help cultivators break through their bottlenecks. Snow Mountain faction has brought a major bargaining chip with them." In a sudden burst of rage, Lu Fan hurled the man aside. Meanwhile, Elder Yi Fan turned to the others and stated, "Our Sky Sect needs that girl." But Bai Fan protested, "You people are too greedy. The Imperial Fairy belongs to our sect. You'll ruin her just to enhance your power. You'll treat her like a tool, ignoring cultivation's true essence. But if she joins Feather Sky Sect, she'll be safer. She'll be able to grow without being exploited." Just then, Ouyang Yuan intervened. "Enough. Calm down, all of you. The girl is still within the Elder Taihu's sect, and with a gift like this, there's no way they're giving it to us for free. They'll surely demand something significant in return." He narrowed his eyes. Deep in thought, something didn't feel right. "There's something unusual happening below." One of the young ones is radiating an intense killing intent. "It's so strong, even I can sense it." Taihu spoke up, "You're right, but I have only 3 requests for you all. First, all our disciples should be accepted into each of your 3 sects. Second, if danger ever strikes, the 3 sects must protect Snow Mountain faction, especially from evil schools. And third, I want 10 twisting holy pills. In return, we will give you the Imperial Fairy." Without hesitation, Lu Fan hurled a pot at Taihu and shouted, "There is no such thing as an Imperial Fairy here." Taihu caught the pot midair and threw it back toward Lu Fan. Lu Fan stepped forward and declared boldly, "If there's anyone worthy of standing beside me, it's Luo Cha, my companion." Gasps spread through the crowd. All the girls, and Luo Cha herself, looked at Lu Fan in stunned silence. Furious, Taihu demanded, "Who the hell are you to come directly onto the stage?" Lu Fan stared back, voice calm but thunderous, "My name is Demon Luo. I have ruled the borders alone for years. At that moment, Luo Cha rushed to him, tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing her, Lu Fan's expression softened. "I'm truly happy to see you alive." Luo Cha choked back emotion and replied, "I thought I'd never get the chance to meet you again in this life." Elder Fan, still suspicious, muttered, "Who is this boy, claiming the Imperial Fairy for himself?" Bai Fan added, "He's ranked 3rd on the Minjing grade. Even if he becomes the next heir, it won't matter. His arrogance will lead nowhere." Fan spoke up again, "Boy, you don't belong to any school or faction. You have no right to be here. How did you even get in?" He thought to himself, "Demon Luo, why does that name sound so familiar? I have a feeling he's about to do something dangerous." But Lu Fan's voice cut through the air. "I don't care who you are or what you can do. If anyone tries to take Luo Cha from me, I will destroy them." His words drew the ire of all 3 elders. Meanwhile, the disciples around the arena whispered among themselves, "How can someone with such weak cultivation lift that heavy pot so effortlessly? There's definitely something strange about him." One murmured, "Whoever came here today is here to die. No weakling could stand before such powerful opponents." Dr. Jiang pondered silently. Lu Fan has just challenged all 3 major sects. He had been cautious and intelligent so far, but who is this girl that makes him act so recklessly? Miss June also looked shaken. Why did he call himself Demon Luo? That's the same name Grandpa once told me about. Could Lu Fan really be the legendary soldier from the ancient records? Second princess looked confused. Didn't Brother Lu Fan come here just for Miss June? How does he know the Imperial Fairy? Elder Zin stepped forward. He first came to save the holy body of Vasper, and now he's competing for the Imperial Fairy. One thing is clear, this boy is in serious danger. The second princess asked, "Elder, what can I do to help him? Does Lu Fan even have a chance of winning here?" Elder Zin replied somberly, "To be honest, he has placed himself against a massive force. Even if our free faction openly helps him, we can't do anything against the top 3 sects. Their strength is overwhelming. I can guarantee they won't let the Imperial Fairy leave with him." Fan warned, "Boy, I don't care who you are, step away from the Imperial Fairy. She belongs to the 3 sects." Bai Feng echoed, "Elder Tai, this boy is claiming the Imperial Fairy for himself." Yang Yuan asked sharply, "Even Imperial Fairy is standing with this boy. Are you sure she really belongs to your faction?" Tai Hu responded firmly, "The Imperial Fairy came to us first. She belongs to our faction completely." He turned to Luo Cha. "Are you really going to break your promise?" Lu Fan looked at her, worried. "Luo Cha, tell me, what is he talking about? What promise did you make to him? If anyone is forcing you, don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll protect you. No one will even raise a finger against you." He demanded to know where she had been all this time, and what kind of promise she was being forced to uphold. Luo Cha then revealed the truth. After falling from a cliff, she had been gravely injured. It was the Snow Mountain faction who had saved her life. Once she recovered, she tried to return, but Elder Tai who forbade her from leaving. In return for saving her life, he demanded a repayment, one she couldn't refuse. His power was overwhelming. Luo Cha had no choice but to agree to his terms. Lu Fan's voice rose in disbelief. "Repayment? What kind of repayment?" Luo Cha explained that Elder Tai who told her she possessed a body that was extremely suitable for cultivation. He offered her as a gift to one of the 3 sects, promising them great rewards in exchange. Once she completed her cultivation, she'd be free to reunite with her friends. That was the only reason she agreed. Hearing this, Elder Tai who shouted angrily, "Is this the same boy you always talked about, Luo Cha? Stay away from him. Associating with him is a mistake." Lu Fan didn't hold back. "Old man, shut your mouth. Don't you feel ashamed for the lies you told Luo Cha? You claimed her body was perfect for cultivation, but did you tell her what type of cultivation? If she had known it was for dual cultivation with strangers, she'd never have agreed." Gasps echoed through the crowd. Even the cultivators around began murmuring. They couldn't believe that someone like Elder Tai who, ranked 25th in the holy list, had stooped so low. They said the Snow Mountain faction's reputation had been tarnished by his actions. Furious, Elder Tai who roared, "How dare you insult me?" But then Yang Yuan stepped forward. "Elder Tai who, have you forgotten that only the young are allowed to fight in this tournament? Elders like you have no place interfering." Bai Fan added, "Your behavior has already damaged our reputation enough. In the universal Taoist rites, people participate by choice. You're coercing them." At that moment, Wan Jing arrived and said coldly, "Even if my master can't fight, I can. I'll deal with this brat myself." Elder Tai who nodded in approval. "Teach him a lesson. Beat him down so hard that he won't die. But make sure he regrets ever defying us." Spectators whispered among themselves, "There's no way anyone can beat Wan Jing. He's the genius who defeated Flame with a single punch. This newcomer doesn't stand a chance." Meanwhile, Lu Fan turned to Luo Cha. "Wait for me outside." Concerned, Luo Cha pleaded, "Your Highness, they are all martial artists. Please be careful." Lu Fan smiled. "Last time, I was weak, that's why I couldn't protect you. But this time, I won't make the same mistake. Turning back to Wan Jiag, Lu Fan declared, you people from the Snow Mountain faction made a grave mistake, one you'll pay for. You deceived Luo Cha, now face the consequences. Wan Jing scoffed, we saved her life after she fell from the cliff. If we hadn't, she'd be dead. Now that she's safe, you're claiming ownership? Ridiculous. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed. Luo Cha isn't some object you get to claim. She's my teammate, my responsibility, and as her leader, I'll protect her. Without another word, Wan Jing lunged forward to attack, but with a single hand, Lu Fan blocked the strike effortlessly. Then, with just one powerful kick, he sent Wan Jing crashing to the ground. Stepping on Wan Jing's chest, Lu Fan sneered, what happened? Out of breath already? I thought you were powerful, but you're just trash. With that, he slammed Wan Jing into the ground again with devastating force. The crowd was stunned. He defeated Wan Jing in a single move. And he doesn't even belong to any sect? How can someone that powerful be unaffiliated? Even Elder Ifan couldn't help but comment, he may be arrogant, but his fighting skill is extraordinary. If he had entered the holy list, he could have made it to the top 100. Bai Ifan added, who is this boy? So young, yet powerful enough to contend with the best in the world. I've never heard of anyone like him in the martial world before. Lu Fan turned to Elder Tai Hu and said coldly, I'm sparing your disciple because it wasn't his fault. But you, I do want to beat you. Do you have the guts to fight me directly? Everyone gasped again. He just directly challenged Elder Tai Hu. This guy really has guts. Tai Hu, feigning innocence, told the crowd that Lu Fan was insulting him without provocation. He claimed he had done nothing, yet Lu Fan was challenging him in front of everyone. He then requested permission to teach Lu Fan a lesson and demonstrate the power of someone ranked on the holy list. Bai Feng agreed, saying that since this young man had challenged Elder Tai Hu publicly, the fight would be allowed. However, she warned Tai Hu not to kill Lu Fan. He was permitted only to defeat him, nothing more. Tai Hu accepted, saying he would spare Lu Fan's life, just barely enough for him to keep breathing. Yang Yuan thought to himself that they had tried to protect the boy, but by challenging rank 25 on the holy list, Lu Fan had dug his own grave. In Yuan's mind, there was no way Lu Fan could win. Elder Tai Hu stepped forward, telling Lu Fan that his grave would be dug right here in this holy place. While repairing his stance, Lu Fan retorted that it would soon be clear whose grave was actually being dug. He accused Tai Hu of treating Luo Chao worse than a slave, and said that if Tai Hu had freed her earlier, it would have been the best decision of his life. Because of Tai Hu's cruelty, he would show no mercy. The three other elders whispered among themselves, noting that it looked like Lu Fan was about to counter Tai Hu's attack. Initially, they had thought he wouldn't last long, but now it seemed he might collapse on the very first blow. Bai Feng observed that Tai Hu's opening attack was extremely powerful, and that Lu Fan stood almost no chance of evading it. Yang Yuan pointed out that Tai Hu was using the 36 fist technique, and based on Lu Fan's level, he could barely handle 3 fists at most. Elder Zin remarked that although Lu Fan had once defeated rank 53, defeating rank 25 was an entirely different matter. The gap between the two ranks was more than double in strength. Judging by Tai Hu's form, Elder Zin feared Tai Hu intended to kill Lu Fan outright. The second princess expressed confidence that Lu Fan would not lose. Wen Ren, however, criticized Lu Fan's recklessness, saying that if he wanted to save the girl, he should have done it in secret. She knew Tai Hu's strength well and believed Lu Fan had no chance. Miss Jun then asked her master whether Lu Fan truly had no hope of winning. Wen Ren replied that worrying was pointless, they should simply hope for his victory. Tai Hu launched his first fist attack, which Lu Fan managed to block. Tai Hu demanded to know how Lu Fan dared to block his strike head-on. Lu Fan answered that he had thought Tai Hu was weak, but admitted there was still some strength left in the old man's bones. He then clashed his own attack with Tai Hu's, taunting him that although his old bones still had some power, they lacked speed, making it impossible for Tai Hu to dodge his strikes. Seeing Tai Hu take a hit from Lu Fan, the elders were shocked. Bai Feng remarked that Tai Hu had not used his full potential because of their earlier warning, yet Lu Fan had still managed to block his strike. Yang Yuan admitted he had underestimated the boy, wondering how someone so young could possess such strength. Lu Fan mocked Tai Hu, asking why he was no longer moving as quickly as before. The children watching were equally shocked, unable to believe that rank 25 Tai Hu was struggling against Lu Fan. Tai Hu, irritated by the murmurs, stepped forward and declared that he had only landed 6 hits so far and still had 30 left. He warned that by the time he completed all 36 strikes, Lu Fan would not be alive. He then launched a far more powerful attack, which Lu Fan struggled to counter. Lu Fan realized Tai Hu had not been lying. Each strike was stronger than the last, and surviving all 36 would be nearly impossible. Tai Hu boasted that Lu Fan should feel honored for forcing him to use his most powerful techniques. Lu Fan broke free from the attack, prompting Tai Hu to call him the most foolish person he had ever met, mocking him for thinking he could escape an aerial strike. Lu Fan retorted that he wasn't running away from such a weak attack, he merely wanted to show some of his own moves. Both fighters' punches collided, releasing such intense energy that it was hard for the spectators to stay standing. No one could believe Lu Fan possessed such extraordinary internal strength. Miss June assumed Lu Fan had lost when smoke filled the air, but when it cleared, Lu Fan landed a crushing blow on Taihu, sending him flying out of the arena. Taihu, stunned, muttered that he could not believe he was losing to a child. Lu Fan replied that it was far from over. He explained that Taihu had no idea how much pain he had suffered thinking Luocha had died because of him, and yet Taihu had still dared to use her. Lu Fan vowed to beat Taihu so badly that he would think 10 times before ever practicing martial arts again. Saying this, Lu Fan unleashed a series of devastating punches, finally throwing Taihu out completely. Lu Fan declared that, according to the match rules, anyone who fell out of the arena would be considered defeated. By that standard, he had already won. The three elders were shocked and admitted they could hardly believe a child had emerged victorious. The other elders echoed the disbelief, saying that Elder Taihu had lost. Flame remarked that Lu Fan possessed frightening power. He remembered that before coming here, Lu Fan had introduced himself as Demon Luo. That name belonged to the number 1 ranked fighter on the Wanyuan list, someone no one had ever been able to dethrone. This meant that Lu Fan was none other than Demon Luo himself. Flame reasoned that this explained why even the most powerful challengers had always fallen before him, and said the matter must be reported to their Jingyi school. Dr. Jiang said she could hardly believe Lu Fan was this strong. She explained that no one his age had ever entered the top 100 of the holy list without holding a rank, yet Lu Fan had just defeated rank 25. The second princess, overjoyed, reminded Elder Zhen that she had told him her brother was a monster, when Ren added that this victory meant Lu Fan himself now effectively held rank 25, and that his name would be remembered in the history of warriors. She said it would be no surprise if, within 10 years, Lu Fan became the most famous figure in the martial world. Luo Cha told Lu Fan that he had won. Lu Fan replied that they should return home, and that their brothers would be thrilled to see her, but Taihu interrupted, telling Lu Fan to stop. Lu Fan asked what he wanted now after losing, warning that if Taihu said anything more about Luo Cha, he would not be spared. Taihu admitted defeat but claimed that Imperial Fairy still belonged to their faction, and he had decided to give her to the Taoist Sky Sect. This announcement shocked everyone present. Lu Fan angrily said that Luo Cha was a person, not property to be given away at will. Taihu replied that common sense from the outside world did not apply here. They were in the domain of the three sects, and if he chose to give her away, then that was final. Lu Fan retorted that he would like to see who could take Luo Cha away from him. At that moment, Elder Yi Fan entered the arena and told Lu Fan to stop. He said that if Lu Fan wished, he could train alongside Imperial Fairy, provided he acknowledged Yi Fan as his master. Lu Fan refused, saying he had no interest in joining their sect, and had come only to take Luo Cha home. Even if they all tried to stop him together, he would not stay. The spectators were shocked by his rejection. They whispered that many had traveled here to join the three sects, yet Lu Fan had turned down the offer when it came directly to him. They noted that Elder Yi Fan was far stronger than Elder Taihu, and fighting him would be like inviting one's own death. When Ren observed that Lu Fan was indeed strange, willing to protect everyone, but never at the cost of his own freedom. Dr. Jiang asked Lu Fan if the girl meant so much to him that he would face everyone here for her. Yi Fan told Lu Fan that he had given him an extraordinary opportunity, but since the boy had wasted it, it was now too late to teach him. Lu Fan warned Luo Cha to step back, lest she be hurt. He thought to himself that of all the people he had fought so far, Yi Fan was the strongest. This battle might actually be difficult for him. Lu Fan moved forward to attack, but Elder Yi Fan intercepted him mid-strike. Lu Fan realized that the Elder's punching power matched his own. Bai Feng commented that Yi Fan was making no mistakes. He had seen Lu Fan's power firsthand and would not underestimate him. Ouyang Yuan said he would make no predictions this time after being so wrong before. Time alone would reveal the winner. Elder Yi Fan launched a deadly attack. Lu Fan thought that although the Elder didn't appear to be exerting himself fully, his strikes were still incredibly powerful. Yi Fan stated that he had no choice but to use his Earth-level technique, Moon Shadow of Dust. The technique's assault gave Lu Fan real trouble. Luo Cha called out for him to be careful. Lu Fan admitted that no one had impressed him in battle as much as Yi Fan had, and told the old man he deserved his title. In his mind, Lu Fan decided he would have to use his main power. If he didn't employ his Ziki Donglei technique now, he would lose. Yi Fan told him that his struggle was pointless, that defeat was certain, and that if he surrendered, he could still join the sect, be forgiven, and be taught as a worthy disciple. Lu Fan answered that he had no problem learning, but there was nothing Yi Fan could teach him. He refused to learn Earth-level techniques, and challenged Yi Fan to show him something better. With that, Lu Fan activated his Ziki Donglei technique. The crowd gasped, wondering how his inner energy could rise so quickly. They noted that he had released so much energy that the surroundings had become dense and heavy, and admitted that his energy was astonishingly pure. Lu Fan then advanced to launch his attack. Elder Yifeng said, "You're using the leopard fist technique. Such a light technique would never work against him. Earlier, when you told me you don't learn earth-level techniques, I thought you must have some very powerful techniques." However, if Lu Fan had been referring to the leopard fist all along, then he had been gravely mistaken. Mid-battle, Lu Fan suddenly shifted his punch into the mountain-moving technique, a heaven-level skill. With it, he struck Elder Yifan with a dangerous blow. The golden energy swirling around Lu Fan's arm left Yifan visibly shocked. The other two elders murmured among themselves, recognizing the move as a heaven-level technique. The gathered disciples could hardly believe what they were seeing. First, a boy of their own age was holding his ground against their elders, and now, he was using a heaven-level technique. Such techniques had vanished 1,000 years ago, and even the top 3 sects might barely possess one. They whispered questions. How had Lu Fan acquired such a technique, and where had he learned it? Lu Fan then declared that the real fight was only beginning and that, until now, he had merely been testing Yifan's strength. Yifan realized he could no longer hold back. Facing someone wielding a heaven-level technique, even a single moment of restraint would mean certain defeat. He began fighting at full force, yet Lu Fan's speed still outmatched his own. Lu Fan decided he would need to further enhance his speed to defeat the elder. Moving with blinding swiftness, he rained a flurry of punches on Yifan and knocked him out of the arena. Standing up, Yifan admitted that Lu Fan's heaven-level technique was remarkable. He confessed that he had always considered himself a madman in battle, yet for the first time in his life, he had met someone even crazier. Lu Fan thanked him for the fair fight. His supporters erupted in joy at yet another victory. Even Miss June, shocked, acknowledged that if Elder Yifan had fallen to Lu Fan, there might be no one present who could defeat him. Word spread that Lu Fan now held the 17th rank in the holy ranking, the same position Yifan had held moments earlier. Lu Fan boldly challenged anyone else who had a problem with him, declaring that he would resolve all grievances in the arena today. In response, both elders surrounded him, threatening that he would not leave the arena alive. Lu Fan replied that time would tell, reminding them that everyone who had come to defeat him had left in defeat, and their fate would be no different. Yifan chastised Bai Fan and Ouyang Yuan, asking if they had lost their senses to gang up on him. This was no fight, it was bullying. Bai Fan dismissed him, telling him to be quiet since he had already lost. Ouyang Yuan countered that Lu Fan possessed a heaven-level technique, and was even speaking of taking the Imperial Ferry away, having already insulted all the faction schools and the 3 great sects. If Lu Fan were allowed to leave alive, their reputation could suffer greatly. Yifan responded that losing to Lu Fan was no shame. He had won fairly, without cheating, and martial society valued power over age. Even if a 5-year-old defeated them, that child would be considered stronger. Where was the dishonor in that? Bai Fan and Ouyang Yuan disagreed, insisting that, for them, it was a matter of pride, and they vowed to take both his heaven-level technique in the Imperial Ferry. Yifan offered to assist Lu Fan in fighting them, but Lu Fan refused, saying it was his responsibility to predict and counter his opponents until the end. He then launched into battle against both elders at once, still managing to push them back. Activating his heaven-level technique, he announced that he was ready. Bai Fan noted that every punch from Lu Fan now carried far more power than before. Ouyang Yuan observed that this was the first time he had seen someone grow stronger with each attack, and warned that letting Lu Fan live could create enormous trouble in the future. All 3 combatants began fighting with full strength. Among the spectators, some doubted that Lu Fan could win. Fighting 2 elders simultaneously was nearly impossible, but they also said that even if he died that day, history would remember him as a man with the potential to shake the world alone. Yifan admired how the boy had held his ground against 2 elders for so long. Even though Lu Fan had learned a heaven-level technique, he had not yet mastered it, yet still faced such powerful opponents. Yifan wondered if Lu Fan possessed a holy body, for without one, learning such a dangerous technique should have been impossible. However, he reasoned that if Lu Fan had any kind of holy body, he would have recognized it. Meanwhile, Luo Cha encouraged Lu Fan, telling him he must win. The women in the crowd continued to cheer for him. The elders advanced with their full potential, but Lu Fan blocked both of their attacks with a single strike. Both elders admitted that it seemed they were about to lose. Lu Fan prepared to finish them with one final punch, yet before he could strike, someone in the center of the arena hurled a weapon with such force that the entire arena shattered apart. Yifan was explaining that the barrier had been strong enough to withstand their attacks, yet a single sword had broken through it. Ouyang Yuan asked aloud who could possibly possess such power. Just then, a girl appeared on the scene. Ouyang Yuan demanded to know who she was, and how she dared to strike at their universe Taoist right. Without answering directly, the girl moved with incredible speed toward Luo Cha and began pressing on her vital points. Luo Cha asked in alarm who she was and what she was doing. The girl calmly explained that she had temporarily paralyzed Luo Cha's body, so she could take her along without resistance. Lu Fan shouted that the girl had no right to touch Luo Cha. When he attacked, she easily countered him. Even when Lu Fan attempted to use his highest level technique, she deflected it effortlessly and flung him backward using her own force. Lu Fan realized she was far stronger than the 3 great sect leaders they had previously encountered. Elder Yi Fan remarked in astonishment that, first, a man had appeared who could use heavenly techniques no one had ever mastered, and now a girl had come who could block such techniques with ease. Lu Fan wondered what had happened to his body, since after she touched him, he found himself unable to move. Crying, Luo Cha called out to her Lu Fan for help. Lu Fan warned the mysterious girl to stop or face his wrath. She replied that she had not intended to kill him but, since he seemed eager to die, she would oblige. She struck his body with a palm infused with energy. As he collapsed, Lu Fan whispered an apology to Luo Cha before losing consciousness. Enraged, Luo Cha cursed the girl, demanding to be released and threatening to kill her if she did not comply. The girl coldly wondered why Luo Cha was so obsessed over a mere boy, saying there was nothing particularly special about him. Luo Cha wept and pleaded to be let go, but the girl ignored her and carried her away. Elder Yi Fan stated grimly that Lu Fan had been defeated. Bai Fan questioned who that girl was, noting the enormous difference in power between her and the rest of them. Ouyang Yuan speculated that she must be one of the top 10 ranked warriors on the holy list, powerful monsters who maintain their youthful appearance through special techniques despite their true age. Onlookers murmured in shock, asking whether the boy who fought so valiantly had really died, and wondering who the green-clad girl was. Meanwhile, several young women rushed forward to save Lu Fan. Dr. Jiang examined him and said he had lost a great deal of blood, and that they had no medicines at hand. The second princess and Miss June begged her to try something, anything. Dr. Jiang noted that Lu Fan's body had grown cold, though at least his pulse was still faintly beating. Miss June despaired that no one present had the ability to heal him. Ouyang Yuan declared that he wanted the boy captured, blaming Lu Fan for ruining their event and causing the Imperial Fairy to slip through their grasp. He said that the Brutal Sky Sect had already decided what to do with him. Dr. Jiang ordered everyone to step back, saying she knew what Ouyang's intentions were. The second princess warned that if he dared to touch Lu Fan, the entire Free faction would not spare him. Ouyang Yuan replied smugly that no one there could stop him. Bai Fan confronted Ouyang Yuan, pointing out that when Lu Fan was conscious, Ouyang had been powerless against him, and when the mysterious girl appeared, Ouyang had not dared to face her either. Now that Lu Fan was unconscious and only a few weak girls stood in his defense, he suddenly found his courage. Ouyang angrily shoved Bai Fan aside, insisting he was not attacking them, only the boy. He declared that even though they had lost the Imperial Fairy, they would still take Lu Fan and the holy body of Jasper. Just as he was about to attack, a master appeared and sent Ouyang flying with a single strike. Shocked, Ouyang demanded to know who dared to attack him. It turned out to be none other than Lu Fan's master. The master commented that such extraordinary situations were rare, and said he would have to take a photograph of the boy in his current state. He then began taking pictures of the unconscious Lu Fan. The young women present were baffled, wondering why this old master was behaving so strangely. Miss June questioned the elder's identity and whether he truly knew Lu Fan. The elder said that he already knew the boy. It was his own disciple. Addressing the girl, he remarked that she was probably a friend of Lu Fan and that he might have to punish her. He noted with some amusement that Lu Fan had a knack for making impressive friends. Introducing himself as Zhu Qi Monk, he stated that he was Lu Fan's master and assured everyone not to worry. He knew his disciple inside and out, and this kind of attack would not kill him. At worst, it would only incapacitate him for a week. Even without any help, Lu Fan would recover on his own. The girls watching were shocked and whispered among themselves that this man was truly Lu Fan's master. Yifeng muttered that he had never heard Zhu Qi Monk's name before in the martial world, wondering aloud if this old man was merely showing off. But then, seeing how casually Zhu Qi Monk threw Ouyang Yuan aside, like plucking a fly from milk, it became clear that he was indeed formidable. Zhu Qi Monk lifted Lu Fan from the ground and, glaring at 3 opponents, mocked them for being from those useless great sects that bragged all day but did nothing worthwhile. He warned them to stay within their limits. If his disciple had suffered even slightly more, he would have beaten them all mercilessly. At that moment, Ouyang Yuan stood up furiously and shouted how dare Zhu Qi Monk attack him. He swore that neither Zhu Qi Monk nor his disciple would leave alive, then unleashed his strongest technique, the River Strike. Yifeng whispered that it was the deadliest move of the Brutal Sky Sect and doubted whether the old man could block it, but Zhu Qi Monk calmly countered the attack. He declared that even if Ouyang's own master had been there, he could have defeated him without much trouble. For an unknown junior to attack him was nothing but disgraceful. Seeing his ultimate technique wasted, Ouyang Yuan was humiliated and furious. Zhu Qi Monk, turning to leave, remarked that he would have beaten him soundly but was in the mood for a drink instead. He told Ouyang to inform his master that he had spared him once. Yifeng then commented that this man must surely be among the top 10 on the holy list, because no ordinary cultivator could have such terrifying power. He also noted that the brutal Sky Sect had lost all face that day. The master had publicly humiliated them in a way no one would forget. Ouyang Yuan fumed that he was not the only one humiliated. The others present had also been defeated by that same kid. Observers whispered among themselves that the only true victor of the day was that boy. If Lu Fan's master had arrived before the mysterious girl, there would have been no danger at all. Miss June observed that Zhu Qi Monk seemed absolutely confident in saving his disciple, which showed how well he knew him. The second princess reassured everyone that Lu Fan would surely recover. At that moment, Bai Feng approached Miss June, and despite the awkward timing, asked if she would join her sect. Bai Feng explained that Lu Fan's master was extremely powerful, and clearly capable of protecting his disciple. If Miss June wanted to stay by Lu Fan's side and match his strength in the future, she would have to grow stronger herself. Otherwise, even if Lu Fan wished to keep her close, he would not be able to. Bai Feng claimed that their Feather Sky Sect was the best place to gain such strength. Yifeng interrupted, saying that their own Taoism Sky Sect also had no issues and would welcome her. But Bai Feng countered that her sect was composed entirely of women, offering a more comfortable environment. She added that there was only a single rank difference between their two sects, so Yifeng could not call them weak. Miss June thought to herself that if she had been stronger today, she wouldn't have sat helplessly on the sidelines. She could have helped Lu Fan. Never before had she felt so powerless. Determined to change, she declared that she would join the Feather Sky Sect, but requested that her two friends be allowed to join as well. Bai Feng agreed. She welcomed all three of them warmly. Yifeng then muttered that their group had gained nothing from the day, while Ouyang Yuan bitterly noted that at least they had only suffered a loss. His sect had been utterly humiliated. Dr. Jiang and the second princess thanked Miss June, saying that because of her decision, they too had a chance to become stronger. Miss June told them she knew they felt the same frustration she did, and shared her resolve. They would train hard so they could help Lu Fan in the future. The scene then shifted to a cave, where Zhu Qi Monk was preparing an herbal broth while Lu Fan soaked in a medicinal bath. Zhu Qi Monk observed that his disciple would soon wake. Examining the boy's back, he noted the presence of the 7 stars and hidden dragon marks, signs of great destiny. He reflected that he had once sent Lu Fan to the army to keep him away from the martial world, but the boy had still been drawn into the war circle within a few years. It seemed his fate was tied to conflict, just like his parents. Zhu Qi Monk decided not to interfere with destiny. Just then, Lu Fan awoke, groaning that the bath was unbearably hot, and 4 sharp ice crystals suddenly emerged from his back. Lu Fan said that he was finally feeling much better. Zhu Qi Monk, however, scolded him, calling him a fool. He reminded Lu Fan that he had only stuffed ice into his body to keep him alive, and asked why he was so cheerful about that. Lu Fan replied that he was simply glad his master was still alive. Zhu Qi Monk retorted that if he hadn't been alive, Lu Fan would have been dead by now, and added that seeing Lu Fan lying helpless on the ground had been rather amusing. He remarked that it had been a long time since they last met, and noted how much Lu Fan had grown. At that moment, Lu Fan suddenly noticed he wasn't wearing any clothes, and nervously asked if Zhu Qi Monk had taken any pictures of him. Handing him some clothes, Zhu Qi Monk teased that there was nothing to be embarrassed about, since he used to bathe Lu Fan as a child, and still had photos showing Lu Fan's little elephant in full view. While dressing, Lu Fan wondered aloud how he had ended up in that place, and then he remembered how the girl in the green dress had defeated him and taken Luo Chao away. Zhu Qi Monk explained that Lu Fan had been unconscious for 7 days, and during that time, the girl had taken the Imperial Fairy away. He said he had barely managed to save Lu Fan's life. If he had stayed to fight for the Imperial Fairy, he wouldn't have been able to rescue him at all. Lu Fan asked why his master hadn't saved Luo Chao, but then brushed it aside and demanded to know where she was, so he could rescue her himself. Zhu Qi Monk knocked him down with a kick, pointing out that Lu Fan hadn't been able to withstand even a single blow from that girl. Even if he told Lu Fan where she was, it would be useless. Lu Fan would only get himself killed. Lu Fan pressed him, saying that meant Zhu Qi Monk did know Luo Cha's location. Zhu Qi Monk replied that it was pointless to tell him. He reassured Lu Fan that there was no need to worry. The Imperial Fairy was safe for now, because she had been taken to a place inhabited only by women. If she focused on cultivation there, she would soon become much stronger. When Lu Fan asked what he meant, Zhu Qi Monk explained that the body of an Imperial Fairy was incredibly special. Whether she practiced dual cultivation or self-cultivation, her power would grow rapidly. The girl in green had taken her to make her stronger. not to harm her. Unlike those three worthless sect leaders, Lu Fan declared that no matter what, he could not leave Luocha alone, and demanded to know where the girl in green came from. Zhu Qi Monk refused to say. Lu Fan threatened that if Zhu Qi Monk didn't tell him nicely, he would use force, but admitted that it would be pointless since he couldn't actually defeat his master. Zhu Qi Monk mocked him as a coward, pointing out that if Lu Fan couldn't even beat him, how could he hope to beat that girl? He said that if Lu Fan really wanted to save the Imperial Fairy, he would have to climb into the top 5 of the Holy List. Lu Fan asked what the Holy List was. Zhu Qi Monk explained that Lu Fan had already defeated the 17th ranked fighter using his high-level techniques, but warned that the top 10 were far stronger. Even with full effort, it would take at least 3 years to reach that level. Lu Fan exclaimed that 3 years was far too long. Zhu Qi Monk replied that it would only take that long if he trained alone, but if he became the master of the Holy Knife, the time would be much shorter. Lu Fan asked how Zhu Qi Monk knew he had a connection with the Holy Knife. Zhu Qi Monk revealed that he had examined Lu Fan's body during the 7 days of unconsciousness. Embarrassed, Lu Fan accused him of never changing his mischievous habits, and warned him not to have taken any photos. Zhu Qi Monk explained that the Holy Knife had not yet fully acknowledged Lu Fan as its master. For now, it merely recognized his heart, which meant it would accept him more easily than others, but only after hard training. If he mastered it, he would become much more powerful very quickly. However, the Holy Knife would not grant recognition so easily. Lu Fan would need to prove himself. When Lu Fan asked what kind of training he needed, Zhu Qi Monk promised to guide him personally and advised him not to leave. Since the 3 sect leaders were still hunting for him, he had brought Lu Fan to this place because it greatly increased cultivation speed. Lu Fan insisted that he had urgent matters and couldn't stay. He admitted he might not be able to rescue Luocha immediately, but he had to visit the ancient medicine school. Zhu Qi Monk recalled that the school was hosting some sort of hero meeting soon. He agreed to give Lu Fan a few days to settle his affairs, but warned him not to reveal his identity. Saving Luocha would require patience and preparation. Zhu Qi Monk also reminded him that the martial world already knew about his old techniques. Using them would expose that he was Lu Fan. To help him stay hidden and become stronger, Zhu Qi Monk decided to teach him a new ability called the Ocean Technique, which consisted of several breathing methods: the wind breathing technique, the moon-style breathing technique, and the water breathing technique. Lu Fan was astonished, noting that even this technique emitted golden energy, meaning it was also a heaven-level martial art. Lu Fan was thinking that in the future the Holy Knife would come into his possession, and if he learned this new technique, he would perform exceptionally well with it. Determined, he trained continuously for an entire day and managed to master all 9 chapters of the technique. Zhu Qi Monk told him that although he still could not match his master's strength, he had indeed mastered the skill. Lu Fan asked whether this meant he could now go to Manhwa. Zhu Qi Monk handed him a mask and said that as long as he wore it, no one would recognize him. He advised Lu Fan to return as quickly as possible because he would be waiting for him. Lu Fan promised he would come back soon, but jokingly warned his master not to wander off drinking in the meantime. Taking his leave, he thought to himself that Manhwa should prepare. He was on his way. 2 days later, the scene shifted to Manhwa. Leader Zhang's father, looking pleased, remarked that nearly all the people from the 9 schools and 5 factions had gathered there. This was a perfect opportunity to destroy the evil school and reveal the power of their ancient medicine school. Leader Jiang added that this was all possible only because of Lu Fan. In the universe Taoist rite, Lu Fan had gained considerable fame, which was why Jiang Zui had the chance to join the Feather Sky sect, and since Jiang Zui was now part of that sect, many others had come forward to help. Without Lu Fan, no one would have even bothered to ask about them, let alone offer assistance. He explained that he had personally approached these people earlier, but most had refused outright. Those who agreed were only willing to send 2 fighters at most. It was solely because of Lu Fan that such a large force had assembled. Leader Zhang's father then sighed that it was truly unfortunate Lu Fan had been killed. If he had known earlier how talented the boy was, he would have done anything to make him their leader. A child capable of defeating so many at such a young age could have raised their strength above even the 5 factions. At this point, an elder interrupted sharply, saying that raw power was useless without wisdom. One must know when to fight and when to step back. He declared that Lu Fan had been a foolish child, and he was glad such a person never became their leader. The elder mocked that Lu Fan was probably lying dead somewhere deep in the forest. It was ironic that although Lu Fan knew so many people, he had died alone, with no one even around to bury him. Leader Jiang rebuked him angrily, warning him not to speak ill of Lu Fan. The elder retorted that this was real life, not a fantasy tale. A massive blade had pierced Lu Fan's chest, and a mysterious girl had struck him with her palm. Even the slight after effects of her attack had left 3 other elders unable to recover, so how could Lu Fan possibly survive a direct hit? Whether they liked it or not, Lu Fan was dead, and if by some miracle he wasn't, he was likely rotting in the wilderness, waiting for death. With no one around to save him, Leader Jiang snapped, threatening to break the elder's jaw if he kept talking. He reminded him that Lu Fan was their savior. Leader Jiang's father intervened, urging them not to fight among themselves. He said he too hoped Lu Fan was still alive. If he was, their ancient medicine school would certainly repay him, but for now they should focus on the hero meeting. The elder scoffed and said he was leaving to greet guests. He noted that Lu Fan's name had once been tied to them, and the boy had offended far too many people. He planned to clarify to those enemies that Lu Fan had no real connection to their school, hoping this would at least reduce the number of their foes. Leader Jiang's father told Leader Jiang to calm down. This wasn't the time for anger. They had to stay alert because the evil school could attack at any moment. He ordered the disciples to remain on guard. Leader Jiang reassured him that with the 9 schools and 5 factions all present, it seemed unlikely that the evil school would dare launch an attack. He reminded his father that after their last confrontation, the evil school operatives had mysteriously vanished and hadn't attacked anyone since. But Leader Jiang's father looked grim. Their disappearance was even more worrying. Like the calm before a storm, he suspected they were planning something big. Soon, the young warriors began gathering inside the hero arena. Leader Jiang's father thanked everyone for answering their call and reminded them that they all knew why today's meeting on Manhwa was so important. Meanwhile, Elan was deep in thought, wondering what kind of person Lu Fan really was. She cursed him under her breath, furious that he had offended 3 major sects just for the sake of a single girl. If she ever caught that idiot, she swore she would break his legs. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Fan was standing right behind her, hearing every word. As he stepped forward to speak to her, members of the evil school suddenly arrived. 3 of them, accompanied by a man from the Kanma organization. Chien Demon stepped out and declared coldly to the righteous sect, "Do you know why I am here? I have come to bury you all alive." The gathered crowd whispered in alarm. These were the same 3 from the evil school who had attacked the ancient medicine school, and now, with them was Chien Demon of the Kanma organization. Still, many assured themselves there was no need to panic. They had plenty of powerful warriors present. Ming Hui of the Shenyuan Palace called out, telling everyone to prepare. It was time for action. Elser-Fu of the Free Faction urged everyone to forget past rivalries and fight as one. Ming Hui herself pointed out that the real threat wasn't just the 3 evil school members but Chien Demon. She explained that he was an ally of Demon King Imo Yanwei and a disciple of the Ice Demon. In terms of strength, he was ranked 50th on the holy list. The warriors began to grow uneasy. None of them had expected anyone from the Kanma organization to appear. They had assumed that faction was wiped out 10 years ago, but now it seemed everything was about to begin again. Ming Hui was saying that there was no time to think about who their opponents were. Right now, they only needed to focus on fighting. At that moment, Chien Demon and his men advanced to attack. While Ming Hui's group fought back head-on without fear, Chien Demon declared that anyone willing to surrender would be spared, but those who refused would be killed without hesitation. Smirking, Elan said that the evil school had become nothing but a headache, and today she would wipe out every last one of them. Lu Fan thought to himself that these 3 were from the same evil school that had destroyed the ancient medicine school. Finally, he had a chance to take revenge. Just then, one of the evil school fighters deliberately impaled himself on an opponent's sword. Shocked, the man holding the sword shouted, asking if these people had lost their minds. Why would someone intentionally run into his blade? Moments later, he slashed down the attacker and warned everyone to stay alert. The evil school fighters were using themselves as sacrifices, coating their weapons with deadly poisons. They would try to get close before launching a fatal counterattack. Chien Demon laughed and said these men were his, fearless to the core. They could be wounded, but they would make sure to kill their enemies before dying. Soon the evil school fighters began slaughtering everyone with overwhelming speed. On the 5 faction side, only Ming Hui was still able to put up a fight. Chien Demon taunted that he had heard she was the direct disciple of Wen Ren. She had proven her worth by defeating his men, but her victory would not last long. Ming Hui stepped forward, declaring that so far only Chien's soldiers had been defeated, and soon he would fall too. She lunged at him, but Chien Demon blocked her attack effortlessly. Ming Hui froze, unsure what to do, and Chien Demon hurled her aside. "You picked the wrong opponent today. You're nowhere near my level." Others watching began to panic. If Ming Hui couldn't beat him, what chance did they have? They decided to attack together, hoping to overwhelm him, but Chien Demon unleashed his Ice Demon technique, freezing them all in one strike. I've seen many weaklings, but among them, you stand out. You now have only 2 choices, surrender or die. Even after using their full power, no one could hurt him. Despair spread through the group. Ming Hui shouted that they belonged to the righteous side. They would rather die than kneel. Elan added that if Chien Demon wanted to kill them, then so be it. Chien Demon ordered his men to knock the fighters unconscious instead of killing them. These proud beauties still have too much fight in them. We'll take them to the organization and break that pride. Be careful not to damage their faces. Elan and Minghui swore that they wouldn't spare a single enemy, but the two were quickly surrounded. A bystander whispered anxiously that no one strong enough remained to save them. Just then, Lu Fan appeared, cutting down everyone in his path. He thought to himself that if he hadn't arrived, everyone here would already be dead. The crowd cheered in astonishment. Who was this masked man who defeated two opponents at once? Even Elder Minghui had struggled to fight a single one of Qian demon soldiers, yet this man destroyed them with a single strike. People guessed he must belong to one of the 5 factions. Furious, Qian demon demanded to know who he was. Lu Fan kept silent, thinking, I'm your father, but I can't say that aloud. My voice would give me away. Qian demon assumed the silence came from arrogance. Fine, if you won't speak, I'll kill you first, then I'll find out who you really are. Members of the bone-devouring abyss charged at Lu Fan, but he defeated them all within moments. Observers whispered in disbelief. Qian demon had sent 5 fighters, yet 4 were already dead, and this golden masked hero was clearly using an earth-level technique. Minghui remarked that his techniques were incredible. If he belonged to their Xinyuan palace, he would probably be the strongest after their own master. Elan stared at him suspiciously. His height and build were exactly like Lu Fan's, but she had never seen Lu Fan use such techniques. Besides, he'd been badly injured just days ago. Surely he couldn't have recovered so quickly to fight here. Qian demon admitted that the masked fighter was truly capable. At first I thought I wouldn't even get to use my weapon, but thanks to you, I'll have to put in some real effort. Advancing to strike, he was knocked back instantly by a single blow from Lu Fan, who gestured mockingly as if to ask, out of breath already? Humiliated, Qian demon thought no one had ever taken him so lightly. He unleashed his full ice demon technique. Minghui cried out in alarm. It was powerful enough to fell 4 or 5 fighters at once. For the golden masked hero, resisting it would be nearly impossible. Just then, Lu Fan blocked the attack with his sword and advanced, slashing a massive wound across Qian demon's body. As he lay dying, Qian demon gasped that he didn't even know who had killed him. The crowd erupted in cheers, shouting that Qian demon had been slain and declaring the man in the golden mask their hero from this day forward. Lu Fan, however, was thinking to himself that the evil school would be next. Watching his terrifying technique, even the evil school's fighters were visibly shaken. Lu Fan frowned inwardly. Was Golden Mask Hero really the best name they could come up with? It sounded terribly bland to him. Meanwhile, the evil school disciples were shouting in panic that their demon and vice demon had both been killed, and that they needed to retreat immediately. Members of the 9 school chased after them, yelling that none of them should be allowed to escape. Someone from the bone-devouring abyss urged everyone to evacuate quickly, saying there was no point in staying any longer. Lu Fan glared at them, thinking, bone-devouring abyss, you may escape today, but did you really think you could kidnap my friend Tang and walk away unscathed? He seized their captain and dragged him off as the rest of the evil school fled. Members of the 9 schools warned everyone to hold their breath because poisonous gas had been released. By the time Elder Fu cleared the area, the enemy had vanished. Irritated, Elder Fu muttered that the evil school was far too skilled at running away. Meng Hui ordered everyone to pursue them immediately, saying they could not be allowed to slip through their grasp. At the same time, Meng Hui herself wondered where the man in the golden mask had gone. They hadn't even been able to thank him, even though he'd worn a mask. She was sure he must have been very handsome. Elan quietly questioned whether that man had really been Lu Fan. The scene shifted to a cave in Manhwa. There, Lu Fan was beating an elder from the bone-devouring abyss, dunking his head repeatedly into water. Panicking, the elder begged to know who Lu Fan was, and why he was doing this. Lu Fan told him coldly to answer every question honestly. He demanded to know where the boy they had kidnapped from Jingyi High School was being held. Trembling, the elder asked if Lu Fan was talking about Tang. Lu Fan confirmed it and pressed him to reveal Tang's location. The elder pleaded for calm, saying that if Lu Fan was Tang's friend, they were now friends too. Lu Fan clenched his fist and warned him to stop talking nonsense. Answers first, friendship later. The elder swore he was telling the truth. Tang had already become the personal disciple of their demon king, which meant no one in their sect would harm him. Lu Fan ordered him to explain clearly. The elder continued, saying that their demon king, ranked first on the holy list, had never accepted a disciple before, but he had chosen Tang because the boy possessed the same holy body as the demon king himself. In fact, the elder admitted, he had been the one to inform the demon king about it. Lu Fan demanded again to know Tang's current location. The elder replied that the demon king had already taken Tang away, and that no one knew where they had gone. After killing the elder, Lu Fan remarked coldly that he was of no further use. At the same time, Lu Fan reflected that while it was good news Tang possessed a holy body identical to Mu Yanwei's, Tang could never truly acknowledge Mu Yanwei as his master. Mu Yanwei was an evil cultivator, and becoming the disciple of such a man meant inheriting his corrupted soul. If Tang absorbed an evil soul, it would be disastrous. Still, Lu Fan consoled himself that for now Tang was safe. Training under Mu Yanwei ensured no one in their sect could harm him, but Lu Fan knew he had to grow stronger as quickly as possible if he hoped to rescue his friend. The scene shifted to Cannon Forest, where Tang was training under brutal conditions. Exhausted, Tang muttered that even his legs were trembling and asked when this torture would end. Mu Yanwei barked at him to keep his mouth shut, saying that until Tang completed his training, he would not be allowed to rest. The first step was to clear the yin and yang path. Tang complained that the yin and yang path contained 99 checkpoints, each harder than the last. Mu Yanwei reminded him that as his disciple, and as someone who shared the same holy body, Tang should find the process far easier than others. Tang retorted that Mu Yanwei had claimed to be an incredible master but had yet to teach him any real techniques. Instead, he was being made to stand holding buckets for hours. Mu Yanwei calmly ordered him to stand there for another hour. Frustrated, Tang shouted for his friend, Lu Fan, where are you? You always show up so quickly to help girls, but when will you come help me? 7 days later, the focus returned to Lu Fan, who was training with his own master, Zhu Qi Monk. Zhu Qi Monk noted that Lu Fan now withstood his punches far better than before. Even the mountain no longer cracked as badly from the impact. Lu Fan grumbled, asking how any master could hit his own disciple so hard. Zhu Qi Monk replied that it would take Lu Fan a long time to surpass him, but at least he had fully mastered the mountain-moving technique and could now learn the rest. Lu Fan vowed that once his cultivation was complete, he would definitely defeat Zhu Qi Monk. His master chuckled, saying he looked forward to that day, though it might not come soon. For now, he had to bid Lu Fan farewell. Startled, Lu Fan asked where he was going. Zhu Qi Monk explained that he had an important task. Once he had thought he would stay until Lu Fan became the master of the Julie Holy Sword, but completing that goal would take far too long. This mission could not wait. Lu Fan asked what the task was. Zhu Qi Monk said it was something he had been preparing for years. Before leaving, Zhu Qi Monk grew serious. He told Lu Fan that since he had matured, he could now take care of himself. If his parents could see him now, they would be proud. Surprised, Lu Fan asked if Zhu Qi Monk knew his parents. Zhu Qi Monk smiled and said he not only knew them, he knew them very well. If Lu Fan wished to learn more, he would have to wait until the next episode. What happens next will be revealed in the next episode. Thank you for watching and stay tuned.